Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 9:44 a.m. on Wednesday, May 6th, 2026, and we are conducting this hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming virtually on the DC Council's website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee continues its review of Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget and financial plan. We'll discuss the proposed budgets for the following three agencies. First, the Department of Corrections. Second, the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. And third, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. First up will be the Department of Corrections. DOC is responsible for providing a safe and secure environment for individuals in custody at the district's correctional facilities, which includes pretrial detainees and sentenced inmates. In this role, the department manages the DC jail facilities, including the Central Detention Facility, CDF, and the Correctional Treatment Facility, CTF, as well as overseeing the range of programs and services offered to residents at these facilities, including educational, workforce development, and other programs focused on residents' successful reentry following the completion of their sentence. The mayor's proposed FY 2027 budget provides DOC with approximately $229 million, which is a 0.4% increase from the current fiscal year. This funding supports 1,230 FTEs, which is a decrease of one. I want to be direct about the areas of concern that this committee will be asking about today. The Central Detention Facility is in serious disrepair, and the current practice of funding small fixes and upgrades as more and more systems fail due to age is not a viable long-term solution. The Council for Court Excellence, through the Office of the DC Auditor, released a report last year on the urgent need for a new jail facility, highlighting a range of ongoing concerns within the agency, from issues with providing residents timely and quality health care to a lack of nutritious food offerings and consistently fresh fruits to produce to residents. Many of the findings in this report are issues that I have addressed with DOC, both during budget and performance oversight hearings, as well as in visits to the jail. and we will continue to address these until they are resolved. Despite my and others' continued calls for a new facility and expectation that this would come in the budget, the FY 26 proposed budget removed capital funding for a new jail, and the 2027 budget continues with the plan to instead rely on private sector funding to finance this need. The council needs detailed information on the plan for a new DC jail, and I'll be asking Director Faust about the timeline, accountability for this project, and where residents will be placed while the buildings are built. Another area of concern is around staffing. Staffing remains the most urgent operational concern at DOC. DOC has had major understaffing problems for many years, which must be addressed. A high number of correctional officer vacancies have a direct effect on the programs that can be offered to residents at the jail, and I'll be asking about those numbers to understand the extent of that gap today. A reduction in program offerings leads to worse outcomes for residents upon reentry, and existing staff face greater demands on their time, including mandatory overtime, which are funds that could be used for other priorities and projects if there was otherwise sufficient staffing to prevent these overtime expenses. Around $30 million was spent on overtime in FY 2025 due to short staffing and vacancies. I'm looking forward to understanding today what this budget does to ensure adequate staffing, both for the benefit of residents at the jail and the officers who serve there. Furthermore, programming at the jail must be prioritized, both while residents are in custody and upon release. DOC offers comprehensive reentry services to residents in its care, including workshops, in-life skills, parenting, anger management, adult and continuing education, in-person instruction and certifications for specific career fields, resume preparation, and financial management, as well as substance abuse treatment and other wraparound services. These programs are vital tools that have proven to reduce recidivism and protect public safety. While I'm pleased to see that funding for most programs has been maintained, I'm concerned that maintaining these programs at current funding levels won't be sufficient to support the increase in population. Funding is insufficient to supplement additional programs that I've introduced and proposed and that the council has passed, like my bill, the Fresh Starts Act, or my bill, the EASE Act, which provides additional training opportunities and opportunities to engage in the legislative process, as well as access to healthier food and better hospitality training. The DC government has an obligation to the residents in our custody, to the communities to which those residents will return, and to the correctional officers who show up every day in the facility. I look forward to continuing to work with Director Faust and my council colleagues to ensure that this budget supports those obligations. Following DOC, we'll hear from the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department, or FEMS, whose mission is to preserve life and promote health and safety through excellent pre-hospital treatment and transportation, fire prevention, fire suppression, and rescue activities, and homeland security awareness. The mayor's proposed FY 2027 budget provides fire and EMS with approximately $402 million, an 8.9% increase over last fiscal year. The capital budget also has a large proposed increase of 15.1% compared to FY 26. I have questions for Chief Donnelly today about how the mayor's proposed budget will impact the quality of life and safety of firefighters, service provided to residents, and maintenance of the department's fleet and facilities. I am pleased to see continued investments in capital improvements, modernizations, and renovations of our firehouses that must operate 24/7. Additionally, I'm glad to see funding allocated to replace Fireboat 1 so that DC can continue to provide world-class emergency response in all areas of the city. The urgency of this improvement was underscored by the horrific plane crash over the Potomac last year, and we must ensure first responders have the resources they need in an emergency. Although this funding is not within the fire and EMS budget, I am very disappointed and very concerned that this budget does not allocate needed money in the Workforce Development Fund to account for the new collective bargaining agreement with the fire department. Local 36 has been negotiating in good faith since July of 2024, and despite being in arbitration and therefore hopefully closer to a new CBA, there is now insufficient funding for any CBA. Our first responders deserve to be paid appropriately, and we must show them the gratitude we have for them as a city by properly compensating all of our first responders through on-time and fair CBAs, rather than continuing the practice of operating under expired CBAs and failing to allocate proper funding. These workforce investment funds for collective bargaining agreements and non-union pay increases could be funded with revenues currently being held back by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I will continue to work with my colleagues to prioritize funding for collective bargaining agreements and non-union pay increases within this budget. Finally, we'll turn to the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, or OVSJG. OVSJG's mission is to develop, fund, and coordinate programs that improve public safety, enhance the administration of justice, and create systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. OVSJG issues victim service grants and justice grants to community organizations that support returning citizens, victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, our immigrant community, and victims of other crimes. OVSJG is also the state administering agency responsible for the direction of systemic criminal justice planning, coordination, management, research training, and technical assistance. The agency provides policymaking expertise, advice, and counsel to the executive on the role of victims and offenders in the criminal justice system, the evidence-based practices to respond to, intervene in, and prevent violence. This is done in part through the work of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which includes 5 appointed youth members, and the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board. The mayor's proposed FY 2027 budget proposes a total budget of $77 million for OVSJG. This reflects an over 30% decrease to the agency's budget compared to FY 26. The majority of the proposed cuts are made to Access to Justice, or ATJ, which is facing an 86% reduction of $27 million. The mayor proposed similarly drastic cuts to ATJ last year. My colleagues and I were able to work together to fill most of this gap. This year, however, agencies across the district are facing drastic cuts. So right-sizing Access to Justice budget will be more challenging, but even more important to do. I know we have many of the ATJ grantees testifying today, and I want to thank you all in advance for your work to provide critical legal services to district residents throughout the year, and your advocacy to the entire council of this important funding priority. ATJ is a vital program. It's crucial for both residents and for all of our broader public safety goals as a city. We know that there is a deep correlation between public safety and people having their core needs met, including stable housing and access to legal representation. ATJ estimates that the proposed cuts to their budget will leave almost 40,000 district residents without access to critical civil legal services that would otherwise help them remain in stable housing, access social benefits and healthcare, receive protection from domestic violence conflicts, resolve child custody disputes, and so much more. ATJ has provided information that for every $1 that we spend on civil legal help, there's a $7 return on that investment. Ensuring ATJ is funded is a top priority for me this year, and I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about the importance of this funding and the impact that they have had on our community throughout the year. In addition to cuts to ATJ, OVSJG is facing an over $5.5 million cut to victim services. This is not the time to be pulling back from our investments in victim services. While overall crime is down in the city, the domestic violence homicide rates are rising. We must ensure that our victim service providers have the funding they need to continue operating, cover rising costs, and work with our agencies to prevent domestic homicides before they occur. Victim services grants also support our hospital-based violence intervention programs, or HVIPs, that interrupt cycles of violence by connecting victims of gun violence crimes at our hospitals with support services they need. Ensuring HVIPs are funded also continues to be a top priority. Finally, I'm concerned that the justice grants are facing an $83,000 reduction to an already comparatively small budget. Justice grants support critical housing, employment, and mental health services to our returning citizens to ensure they are successful when they come home. I look forward to speaking with OVSJG and all of our public witnesses today about the importance of these grants, how we can maximize the impact of this work during a difficult budget year, and if there are any ways that we can look at this agency's budget to move funding around to ensure that the money goes where it really needs to go, which is in our community. So just so everybody knows, for awareness, today we're going to hear from our DOC public witnesses, then our DOC government witnesses. Then we're going to hear from fire and EMS public witnesses, then OVSJG public witnesses, then fire and EMS government witnesses, and then OVSJG government witnesses. I want to thank everybody in advance for their patience and for being here. We have a lot of witnesses today. And so I'm going to ask for everybody's help to keep us on track. Everyone will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. At 3 minutes, we're going to have to cut you off so we can hear from everybody today. So just be mindful of that. You can watch the time as you go to ensure you can get your testimony in. And of course, as always, please submit your testimony in writing to the committee so we can have the full version for the record if it is longer than that 3 minutes too. Okay. With that, we are going to get started. DeAndre Davis, Anthony Petty, Jakia Carroll, Timothy Armstead. Welcome to you all. And yes, if you can all sit in the order which I call you. So if you can sit in this third seat, Jakia, and then Timothy Armstead. Great. Okay. Welcome to you all. A reminder to turn your microphones on when you are beginning. We will start with DeAndre Davis, State Policy Fellow, DC Fiscal Policy Institute.
Chairperson Pinto and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is DeAndre Davis, and I'm a State Policy Fellow at DC Fiscal Policy Institute. My testimony focuses on the concerning use of fees imposed on residents of DOC as reflected in the mayor's proposed FY 2027 budget. In particular, the projected increase to concession income, a special purpose revenue that is used by DOC to restock commissary items at DOC facilities. In the mayor's proposed budget, indicates that DOC revenue will be collected from DC residents in DOC facilities for concession income by them paying higher commissary fees. The use of criminal legal fees within the criminal justice system disproportionately harms Black residents with low incomes. In 2024, 87.8% of people in DOC facilities were Black due to systemic racism. This means that the bulk of DOC fines and fees collections comes from Black DC residents. Many fees charged to DC residents in DOC are too much for them to pay on their own since they earn a maximum of 50 cents per hour and $3 to $4 per day. People incarcerated in DOC have to rely on their family members to make up the difference in cost of commissary items to have basic necessities such as food, toiletries, and clothing. However, both residents and their families are struggling to pay commissary fees, and the mayor's proposed budget indicates that commissary fees are likely increasing and are going to cause more financial harm. Concession income is generated from residents in DOC and their family members paying these commissary fees. And according to the mayor's proposed budget and financial plan, concession income is projected to increase by $2.7 million compared to the current $2 million budget in FY26. At the same time, the Resident Welfare Fund, which is intended to improve living conditions for individuals in DC jails, remains flat across the 4 years of the mayor's projected financial plan. And this is odd considering the funding that comes from commissary profits of the Resident Welfare Fund is primarily used to improve living conditions of DC residents in DOC. The Resident Welfare Fund could potentially help residents in DOC facilities afford commissary costs that they otherwise are struggling to pay. And this could help pay for other services like educational support services and reentry services. And the committee should examine how DOC can make better use of this resident welfare fund. In contrast, the mayor's budget proposes a 44.4% increase in overtime pay. And this is a massive increase to staff pay, while there are still many unmet needs for residents in DOC. The committee should ask DOC a clear explanation for why there's such a large increase in the amount budgeted for overtime pay and consider reallocating excess funds for unmet resident needs. In conclusion, DC FPI urges the committee to closely examine DOC's budget and over-reliance on vulnerable DC residents and DOC facilities and their families to pay for higher commissary fees to meet commissary needs. Many of these residents are already financially struggling, and it is necessary to implement a more balanced budget approach to supporting
Thank you,
commissary
sir.
needs.
Thank you very much. Anthony Petty, public witness.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you for this hearing and allowing me to speak for myself and also Thrive on the 25 Coalition. My name is Anthony Petty. I'm part of a coalition as emerging adult cohort. Mentor, we advocate for anyone who enters the adult judiciary system before the age of 25. I'm also executive director of Neighbors for Justice, which is an organization that works with DC jail and individuals in the BOP. Finally, I'm also a Free Mind member and organization that does pre and post release programming using literary art, job readiness, and peer support for DC residents who are currently or were incarcerated. I have had the privilege of speaking directly with residents at DC jail, including people housed in the maximum security unit. What I heard from them and what I'm here to tell you today is the absence of program in those units is doing real lasting harm to real people. Rehabilitation is not supposed to begin at sentencing. It is supposed to begin at, and then not supposed to begin at transfer. It is supposed to begin on day one of incarceration. There's no justified reason why DC residents sitting in the jail right now are not accessing education, skill building, and meaningful programming. And let's be clear, the DC jails is not a revolving door for people inside. It's DC owned data that shows 20% of the residents that are there for over a year. That is at least 1 year learning, 1 year of growth, 1 year of rehabilitation that 1 in 5 DC jail residents simply are not getting. 1 year is the floor. I know people who have been in DC jail for 7 years. That is not temporary state. That is a significant portion of someone's life spent idle with nothing to show for it when they come home. Idle time is dangerous. It breeds conflict. It breeds despair and make the jail less safe for everyone, staff and residents alike. Programming changes the equation. We have proof the YME unit at CTF works, but it's limited by capacity, and the vast majority of DC jail residents will never set foot in it. We cannot allow a single successful program to be an exception. Programming has to be a standard. This especially urgent for young people. When young youth are charged as adults and turn 18, they are transferred from DYS directly to DC jail, unprepared, unsupported, and ATO walking to a unit where people are engaging in learning and building fundamentals safe for them one walking to a unit full of adults with nothing to do. And with many of these young people eventually head to the BLP, far from family and far from home. The need for credible message, the need for people who have been there and done things, going and can help them navigate is the resource that exists in DL, but it does not exist at DC jail. That has to change. And thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be available for any questions.
Jakia Carroll, public witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and council members. My name is Jakia Carroll. I'm here on behalf of myself and my son, Kimante. We appear before you today, not just as residents, but as documented victims of ongoing harm who have been denied recognition, protection, and support by the very systems funded to serve victims in the District of Columbia. Under district and federal law, victims are entitled to protection from harm, access to services, emergency support, equal treatment under the law. Yet, despite years of documented reports, agency interactions, and evidence, my son and I have not been treated as victims. We have been ignored, mischaracterized, and denied services. This is not a simple failure. This is a pattern across agencies, including systems connected to Child and Family Services agencies, Department of Human Services, Metropolitan Police Department, where harm has been reported, evidence has been provided, risk to the child has been known, and yet no meaningful protection, no emergency intervention, and no victim support has been provided. At the same time, my family has been forced into ongoing financial hardship. We are facing significant expenses and instability while funds are being directed elsewhere, including payments not connected to individuals responsible for my child's care, where neglect has been documented. This creates a deeply troubling reality. The system is financially sustaining conditions of harm while denying support to actual victims. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants is funded to support victims, provide emergency assistance, ensure access to services. But in our case, there has been no emergency relief, no meaningful access to victim services, no intervention despite known risk and harm. This raises serious legal concerns, including violations of due process rights under the 14th Amendment, denial of equal protection, deliberate indifference to known harm, potential violation under 42 USC 1983. Because when government systems are aware of harm and fail to act while continuing to operate and fund programs meant to protect, this is not just a policy failure, that is a constitutional issue. Today, I am asking this council to recognize my son and I as victims under district law, investigate the denial of victim services and emergency support, review how OVSJG funds are being used and whether they are reaching actual victims, providing immediate intervention and stabilization support for our family. This is not about asking for help. This is about holding systems accountable to the laws they are funded to uphold. The district funds victim services, but has failed to protect the child and mother standing before you today. Let the public record reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to hear that, and be happy to follow up with you afterwards so we can figure out how to be helpful. Thank you. Timothy Armstead, public witness.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the council. My name is Timothy Armstead. I'm the father of Jakia Carroll and grandfather of Kimante Carroll. I'm here before you today as a retired man that lives with fixed income, doing everything I can to support my grandson after he was returned from adopted place in conditions that has caused several emotions and physical harm. I have known my grandson his entire life. I have known my daughter her entire life. Before the government intervention, my grandson was not neglected or abused. He was loved, supported, and part of a stable family bond. Since the intervention, our family has endured years of separation, trauma, and instability. I have personally traveled repeatedly between Baltimore City Courts, District of Columbia Courts, Prince George's County Courts, and where I reside in DC Council hearings. I have spent my time, my limited resources, and my energy trying to fight for my grandson's safety and my family's stability. Instead of supporting, we have faced it denial of victim service, denial of mercy relief, continued relief, and allegations against my daughter that are unjust and harmful. Barriers to reunification reunification despite a strong love bond between mother and child. Today, I'm asking the council for accountability and immediate relief. Families like mine should not have to campaign publicly just to survive. We should not have to ask for help while assisting the chair claims to protect children contribution to long-term harm. I have already sought relief through the courts and through outreach to council office, including Robert White Jr. But the reality is this: the denial of victim service has created financial hardship, emotional strain, and ongoing trauma for my entire family. My grandson deserves stability. My daughter deserves a fair and lawful process, and our family deserves support, not continued harm. And respect request immediate intervention, emergency assistance, and full review of this case under Victim Service Authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Kayshawn Gacy, Trinae Ka, Teo Bell, Natasha Walls-Smith, welcome. As a reminder, if you could turn your microphone on, we'll begin with Kayshawn Gacy, student attorney, UDC Law Legislation Clinic.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee staff. My name is Keyshawn Gacy. I'm a student attorney in the UDC Law Legislation Clinic, testifying on behalf of our client, the School Justice Project. We supported the LEARNS Act, which this committee approved on April 15th. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for advancing this bill. I'm here today to ask that you fully fund LEARNS in the FY27 budget. The problem is simple. Students in DOC custody have a legal right to education, but in practice, that education is inconsistent or not delivered at all. And the reason is just as simple. No one is clearly responsible. LEARNS fixes that by creating clear accountability and strengthening the grievance process, to which my teammate will speak on that after me. I want to ground this in one example. SJP worked with a young DC resident. I'll call him Kyle. He was detained just 8.5 credits short of graduating high school. Kyle had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and concerns about his learning needs were raised, but he was never evaluated for special education. When he entered DOC custody, he tried to go back to school. Instead, because he didn't already have an IEP, he was denied access to education entirely. That barrier was never resolved, and Kyle lost his chance to graduate. That is what happens when there is no clear system of accountability. LEARNS provides that system by designating DOC as the local education agency, but that only works if it is funded. Federal law guarantees students with disabilities a free and appropriate public education, or FAPE. That right does not disappear in custody, but right now it disappears in practice. When a young person enters the DC jail with a suspected disability, they should be evaluated, and if eligible, they should receive services immediately. Right now, that is not happening. Responsibility is fragmented, evaluations are delayed, IEPs go unimplemented, and students fall through the cracks. LEARNS fixes this by placing responsibility where it belongs. DOC already controls nearly every part of daily life in custody. Education should not be the exception. It also ensures that students who are not identified finally receive evaluations and support, including instruction, counseling, and transition planning. This is not just education, it is intervention, and it works. Education reduces recidivism, lowers long-term costs, and strengthens communities. But none of that happens without funding. Without funding, evaluations won't happen, services won't be delivered, and we continue to fail the very students we're responsible for. Funding LEARNS is not about expanding responsibility, it's about fulfilling one. It ensures when someone enters DOC custody, their education does not stop and that their rights are respected and their potential is not ignored. I urge you to fully fund the LEARNS Act in the FY27 budget. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Trinae Ka, Student Attorney, UDC Legislation Clinic.
Good morning, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Trinae Ka, and I am a student attorney in the UDC Legislation Clinic testifying on behalf of our client, the School Justice Project. I urge the committee to fully fund the digital grievance and transparency provisions in Section 11B of the LEARNS Act in the district's FY27 budget. These provisions are critical not only for educational equity and federal compliance, but also for ensuring the district can identify and address systemic failures before they escalate. The LEARNS Act addresses these accountability gaps by requiring the DOC to establish a digital, trackable, and publicly accessible grievance system. Under this system, every complaint will receive a unique ticket number and be searchable by status, type, and resolution. Residents will be able to view real-time updates while families, legal counsel, and the public can monitor de-identified grievances to ensure no request is lost or ignored. This is not a new or untested model. Other jurisdictions, including New York City and Minnesota, already use transparent grievance tracking systems to provide real-time oversight and accountability. The barriers begin at the very first step. A resident must request a grievance form from a correctional officer, often the very person that they are grieving against. If they do obtain a form, they must complete it in writing, navigate strict deadlines without reliable timekeeping, and risk dismissal for even minor errors. Even when grievances are submitted, they often disappear with no record or response. Over time, this process discourages people from coming forward at all. What remains is not just inefficiency, but a system where access to basic rights becomes out of reach. These failures extend beyond education. Oversight reports have documented serious challenges within a district's jails, including high mortality rates and deaths linked to preventable causes. When medical or safety concerns are not tracked, they can go unaddressed. A digital trackable system ensures that these requests are documented and timestamped, making it more likely that the issues are identified and addressed in a timely manner. It allows the districts to respond earlier, improve conditions, and strengthen accountability. The fiscal impact statement reflects the cost of building this system, approximately $2.36 million in the FY27 and $4.5 million over 4 years. In practice, this is an investment in a system that works. At its core, this is about whether people in the district's custody have a meaningful way to be heard, and right now they do not. The LEARNS Act ensures that no grievance simply disappears. It creates a system where every request is documented, visible, and accountable. The question before the committee is not just whether to fund the system, it is whether the district will invest in a process that works and bring its practices in line with other jurisdictions that treat transparency and accountability as a basic standard, including for those in custody. We urge you to fully fund these provisions so that no one is left unheard in a system designed to serve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Teo Bell, Deputy Director, School Justice Project.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Teo Bell, and I'm the Deputy Director of School Justice Project, or SJP, as well as a Ward 4 resident. SJP is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that provides special education representation to older, ages 17 through 22, court-involved young people with special education needs. I'm here today to advocate in support of full funding for the LEARNS Act. SJP is also a very proud member of Thrive Under 25, many of whose members have signed on to a letter provided to the committee in support of full funding of the LEARNS Act in this upcoming budget year. In my limited time, I want to focus on some of the shortcomings we have identified with the FIS for LEARNS. In the markup for LEARNS, you, Chairperson Pinto, remarked that, quote, every person deserves access to a free quality education. And importantly, you also stated that LEARNS is about, quote, investing in the future of our young people. We couldn't agree more. Thrive has a number of questions about the incredibly high $26 million estimated FIS for LEARNS. We urge this committee to inquire with DOC on how it arrived at the estimated figures presented in the FIS and demand answers that are supported in facts. One example of how we see the FIS as being incongruent with facts is the FIS's estimate that the bill would, quote, require DOC to evaluate 521 new commitments annually for the presence of a disability. Yet in the same sentence, the FIS also notes that this estimate is, quote, based on the average number of new commitments across calendar year 2024, and calendar year 2025. So by the FIS's own text, the DOC is basing its number of evaluations, and therefore over half of the $8.2 million the DOC has estimated for IEP evaluations, on a number not supported on facts. For this reason and others, we believe the initial overestimate of evaluations has a cascading impact on all of the other numbers in the FIS. And for example, if the evaluation number was calculated incorrectly, this could have an impact on the number of students who would receive education under the school contract, or nearly $2 million of correctional overtime pay necessary to move individuals to and from housing units for evaluation purposes. We're also puzzled by the addition of a diagnostic assessment center and attorney salary costs estimated at nearly $2 million when, number one, the IDEA does not demand these extraneous salaried positions, and number two, the $2 million cost of education under the school contract should actually cover the cost of a special education teacher, or at least one would think. We also don't understand the sudden need for 5 additional employees for grievance processing and compliance to manage LEARN's grievance system, where presumably the DOC already has staff conducting grievance processing and compliance. So in short, we ask you to carefully consider and re-examine the FIS, recalculate the budget, and appropriately fund the LEARNS Act. Thank you. I'm also here to answer any questions that this committee may have.
Thank you. Natasha Walls-Smith, Supervising Attorney, Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services.
Chairperson Pinto and committee members, I'm Natasha Walls-Smith and I use she, her pronouns. As is customary in the disability community, I will briefly describe my appearance. I'm a light-skinned biracial Black woman with shoulder-length curly hair, wearing a light blue suit. I am testifying on behalf of Disability Rights DC. DRDC is the federally mandated protection and advocacy organization for people with disabilities in DC. Under the authority of the Protection and Advocacy Program, DRDC has unaccompanied, unannounced access to DOC facilities to monitor the conditions of confinement for people with psychiatric and intellectual disabilities. Each year, I provide testimony regarding the deteriorating conditions of the DC jail. The DC jail complex. Last year, the Council for Court Excellence released a report about the horrific conditions in DOC. I was interviewed for the report and provided information regarding the conditions and the persistent unresolved issues. I reaffirmed that the physical conditions are not improving, but continue to worsen, and that DOC urgently needs a new jail. In the meantime, the facilities require funding for substantial maintenance, cleaning, and remodeling. Today, I want to discuss the distressing and inhumane conditions of the Men's Mental Health Unit, or MHU, and the Central Detention Facility. The unit includes acute mental health cells and most of the safe cells. I regularly observe mice running throughout the unit, pools of urine or water leaking from the plumbing closets, overhead paint peels, dried food hangs, and what appears to be mold, rust stains, and other unidentifiable substances accumulate on the walls and ceilings. Residents report feces smeared on windows, walls, and grates, and generally unsanitary cells. On top of the horrible physical conditions, the men are locked away in isolation simply because they are on the MHU. Isolation, no matter the term used, has harmful long-term effects. The Department of Justice and Bureau of Prisons defines restrictive housing and solitary confinement as the voluntary or involuntary separation from general population while locked in a room alone or with a cellmate for 22 hours a day or more. The Correctional Leaders Association of America, an organization Director Faust cited as having professional membership in during his testimony in 2024, defines solitary confinement as separating prisoners from the general population and holding them in a cell for an average of 22 or more hours per day for 15 or more continuous days. DOC is also accredited by the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare. It states that solitary confinement should never exceed 15 days. And anything exceeding 15 days is considered prolonged isolation. Prolonged isolation is standard practice in the men's MHU. Some men on the MHU spend 22 hours locked in their cells. The majority of the MHU spend at least 23 hours locked in their cells every single day. Prior to the COVID pandemic, residents on the MHU were given 3 to 5 hours of out-of-cell time or recreation. I don't know why, but the out-of-cell time has not increased post-pandemic, but it could be because of the lack of trained staff on the MHU. If that is the case, I ask that the DOC be provided with necessary funding to fix the physical conditions and the conditions of isolation in the men's mental health unit.
Thank you. Thank you all for getting into these questions with the director. Giancarlo Cambrellin, Santiago. Katie McConville, Misty Thomas Selesky, and Zachary Rigoni. Good morning, everyone. We will begin with Giancarlo Cambrellan, Santiago, Policy and Research Associate, DC Justice Lab.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Giancarlo Cambrellan Santiago, and I'm a Policy and Research Associate at DC Justice Lab. I want to paint a picture to begin my testimony. Inside a ceremonial courtroom, in front of an expert panel of judges, one currently incarcerated person walks up to the podium and says, "I stand here today pleading that we as a democratic nation recognize that solitary confinement not only violates the 8th and 14th Amendments, but it also depletes the sanity of prisoners, erases who they once were to their loved ones, and eliminates the freedom to live after incarceration." Another incarcerated individual steps forward and states, "This is not ideology, this is testimony. This is not what we believe, but how we know," arguing that solitary confinement fails to deter violence inside prisons and deteriorates incarcerated residents' physical, psychological, and emotional well-being. The judges deliberated, and when they returned, the decision was clear. Abolishing solitary confinement was the winning argument. These statements were made during a debate on whether or not solitary confinement must end. It was held at the U.S. District Courthouse between the Georgetown University debate team and the DC Jail debate team, the latter composed of currently incarcerated men and women. However, in the chamber where I sit before you today, we have not created the same space where testimony is heard and arguments are considered. The people of DC and the DC Council deserve a similarly robust debate. This can be achieved by the committee holding a hearing on the Erased Solitary Confinement Act, or at a minimum, on the topic of solitary confinement, restrictive housing, and other forms of confinement and isolation at the DOC. Solitary confinement is expensive and overused. Reports estimate that the average annual cost is roughly $75,000 per person compared to $25,000 in the general population. In DC, the DOC reports the average length of stay in restrictive housing is 18.5 days, which exceeds the United Nations 15-day threshold for prolonged isolation, which is torture. Yet the DOC uses misrepresentations to deny the reality that torture is happening at DC jail as defined by the UN. I urge you, Chairwoman Pinto, to press DOC to improve their practices with the goal of reducing the average restrictive housing stays to less than 15 days for fiscal year 2027. We've heard about the harms of solitary confinement many times from advocates, legal experts, community members, survivors, and the currently incarcerated. Even the debate team arguing against the abolition of solitary confinement acknowledge the harm it causes and push for a series of reforms that make the system more ethical and more humane. Lastly, we add our voice to those calling for funding of the LEARNS Act, as well as continued support for the EASE Act. This is the kind of approach that will bring true safety through better access to education, civic engagement, and improvements to the grievance process. We also reiterate the need to fully fund the Corrections Oversight Improvement Omnibus Amendment Act to further increase transparency at DOC. As always, I welcome any questions or concerns you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie McConville, Policy Counsel, Counsel for Court Excellence.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Katie McConville, and I'm providing this testimony in my capacity as Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence. My testimony today concerns the proposed operating budget for DOC, focusing on the healthcare, dietary, and educational needs of residents, as well as staffing issues at the jail. First, it is unclear whether this year's budget will adequately cover healthcare. The jail population has surged, averaging 2,211 residents by late April, yet the budget proposes adding only $176,000 for health services. Unity Healthcare is owed about $6.7 million more annually for core services when the population exceeds 2,200, which is hard to reconcile with such a small increase. In addition, staffing shortages add pressure to providing adequate care. At the end of 2025, Unity had 180 employees and 42 vacancies, relying on 36 contractors plus overtime to fill gaps. With a class action lawsuit alleging denial of basic medical care, which I've attached to the record, we hope that council can ask how the population threshold in Unity's contract is calculated to determine whether funding matches the actual need. Because the contract is not to exceed, we also ask council to clarify what population level has been used to set payments in 2026 to date. Next, the proposed budget may not let DOC fix food concerns. The food services contract currently fulfilled by Aramark is up for solicitation this year. Under the current contract, residents report DOC does not provide adequate portions, variety, or enough fresh fruits and vegetables. CIC recently reported 63% of residents said hot food was not served hot, and 37% said they did not receive fruit. The 2025 ODCA audit found residents rely on commissary because meals are too small. This is inequitable. Commissary lacks fresh produce, has high prices, and is limited by housing classification. Despite ongoing concerns, DOC's budget does not specify food services funding and was cut last year. We echo the DC Jail Food Working Group and ANC Cunningham's calls to remove barriers for new vendors in the solicitation, including prior correctional experience requirements. In addition, we urge council to fund Section 32 of Secure DC, which would improve nutrition in the jail but remains unfunded. Third, I'll turn to staffing. DOC has the second highest overtime spending among any district agency, rising from $19 million in 2022 to $30 million in 2025. The proposed $26 million for overtime pay in FY 2027 may be inadequate to maintain staffing, especially since the jail population is now about 10% higher than in 2025. In addition, overtime pay is also unlikely to be sufficient due to chronic vacancies. Reported vacancy rates dropped from 27% in FY 2024 to 12% in 2025 to 2026, but this reflects 92 positions being eliminated after long-term hiring failures. Even so, in FY 2026, 101 positions remain unfilled. We urge council and DOC to adopt an overtime budget that reflects staffing shortages, population growth, and actual spending trends, rather than a figure likely to fall short and strain staff. Finally, we'd like to thank council, the School Justice Project, and every person who has worked towards passing the LEARNS Act to improve educational and grievance procedures at the jail. And we urge council to include funding for this act in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Misty Thomas-Zaleski, Executive Director, Council for Court Excellence.
Yes. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto. I am Misty Thomas-Zaleski, the proud Executive Director of the Council for Court Excellence. My testimony today concerns the capital budget for the Department of Corrections. And while I know that there's only a limited amount that the DOC representatives can speak to the capital budget, it is here. It is really important. We want to talk about both potentially the vague and potentially inadequate investment that's reflected in the capital budget for a new jail planning, and the importance of establishing a community advisory board to support that work in our correctional facilities in general. So our current jail turns 50 this year. A new facility is profoundly overdue. All the evidence that has become before this council suggests that this is true. And this administration, unfortunately, has continued to kick this can down the road at the very dangerous expense of both the people who live in the jail and the people who work in the jail. As you've heard and you know, we conducted an audit that on behalf of the DC auditor that profoundly supports the need for the new jail. We are not the first. We will not, unfortunately, be the last if we're continuing to do the timeline that the administration proposes in this capital budget to tell you that this is insufficient. We also support the District Task Force on Jails and Justice. That is an independent advisory body that includes directly impacted people with their expertise, community advocates, and governmental players who all unanimously agreed in 2019 that we needed a new jail. And here we are today. So following the task force's recommendations, DC did put $477 million in the 25 capital budget, and then poof, that money was gone last year as the district prioritized investments in a football stadium at the expense of the safety of the residents and the staff who continue to live, work, and ultimately some die in dangerous and unhealthy conditions, far too many. So instead of a capital investment, the mayor has announced that there will be a public-private partnership potentially in 2025 when pulling this, but no solicitations or RFPs have been issued to date, despite that being more than a year now of when that promise was made. And now our capital budget for this year has a $75 million investment out in 2032, nothing in between then and now for new jail construction, and it's purported as a pay-as-you-go. This does not provide sufficient clarity to the public, certainly, but likely not enough to this council to understand how or when a new facility will actually come to be. How will that private partnership meet our needs and our values in the District of Columbia of what we want incarceration to look like and as little as possible, but when it has to happen, what conditions should people be in and what should we be providing in that facility? This council deserves more information, so does the public. My written testimony asks more pointed questions in that issue, but I will say that one good way to address some parts of these problems would be to invest in FY27 in the operating budget in a community advisory board that could talk about the ongoing issues that face DOC as well as certainly the new jail planning. It is considered a community advisory board a best practice by the National Institute of Corrections. We hope that those investments are made and you get more clarity for all of us on new jail planning.
Thank you very much. Zachary Rigoni, Public Witness.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Zach Rigoni, and I'm a policy professional in the district's criminal justice space. My work is grounded in a simple premise. Public safety is shaped long before release by the conditions and systems people move through. We often talk about reentry and public safety as something beginning when someone comes home. In reality, by that point, the system has already spent months shaping that outcome. The condition someone leaves custody in is one of the clearest drivers of whether reentry stabilizes or unravels. That is why conditions of confinement are not a side issue. What the department's budget shows is that our public safety outcomes are not accidental. They are the result of how resources are allocated in practice. At the basic level, the system is expected to do three things: control crime, protect rights, and prevent future harm. When we look at the DOC budget through that justice lens, a clear imbalance emerges. First, control. Custody and security operations receive the largest share of funding by far. That reflects a system primarily structured for incapacitation, simply managing people while they are inside. Second, protection of rights. There's a meaningful spending in areas like health services, but outcomes remain questionable. Independent audits by places like CCE continue to document unsafe food conditions, facility failures, and ongoing concerns around deaths in custody. At the same time, capital investment that could help address the underlying causes of those issues has been reduced. That raises a basic question. Is the system meeting its obligation to protect residents' rights in practice? And then third, prevention. Investment in education and reentry remains deplorably limited. The gap between custody spending and rehabilitative support is 40-1. This is not a system designed to mitigate future crime. That same imbalance shows up in workforce conditions. The department continues to rely heavily on overtime, reflecting a system operating under sustained strain, one consistently underestimated in past budget projections. Conditions drive outcomes. Instability leads to lower staff satisfaction. Lower satisfaction leads to higher turnover. Higher turnover leads to greater reliance on overtime. And that reliance puts further strain on the system, reinforcing the same conditions that created it. Finally, there's a clear gap in oversight and transparency. I want to note my support for the LEARNS Act and the requirement for a publicly accessible grievance system. That kind of transparency is necessary, but it will require infrastructure, and this committee should ask what it will take to implement and sustain it. As you continue oversight, my written testimony detailed a number of questions to ask. I would like to highlight two. What is the DOC's realistic overtime projection, and what proportion of individuals are receiving meaningful programming before release? In closing, the conditions we see inside the facility are not separate from the budget. They are a product of it. If the goal is safer communities, the system must be aligned to produce stability, not simply managing crisis. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. And thank you all. Really important points. And I'll be getting into that with the director today. Thank you. Amy Cashman, Herbert Robinson, Joshua Miller. Great. Amy Cashman, public witness.
Hi, good morning, and thank you, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Amy Cashman, and I'm here on behalf of the Hope Foundation and the Ready Center. I am a returning citizen who's utilized these resources in order to change my life after 20 years of drug abuse and living life as a homeless person. So on Monday morning, I chaired a meeting at 7 a.m. I went home and I did my dishes, and I got up and I went to a Department of Behavioral Health class that I'm taking. This is absolutely unheard of for me. 3 years ago, my mornings looked very different. I was waking up out of a tent, and the first thing I did every morning was panhandle enough money to get beer and cigarettes just to start my day. Addiction was not something I did. It was my entire structure of life. What changed my life was reentry and recovery programs that I learned about while incarcerated at the DC Department of Corrections facility. The Hope Foundation gave me something I had not felt in years. As I said, I became a lifestyle with addictive behaviors. So when I returned home, the Hope Foundation linked to Fresh Start virtual mentoring program and lead out program, Project Empowerment at the Ready Center. And later I was a graduate of the Morka Georgetown paralegal program that gave me structure and accountability and purpose in life that helped me stay sober and become a part of society again. Today, I'm not only a success story, I work at the Hope Foundation and the Ready Center. The Ready Center was opened in Ward 8 in October 2023 and has quickly become a critical lifeline for returning citizens in the district. Every day, people walk through those doors carrying addiction, trauma, homelessness, unemployment, untreated mental health struggles, and fear that they will never escape the cycle that they're trapped in, just like myself. And every day, the Ready Center meets them with resources, support, dignity, and people who understand their experience, because many of us have had that experience ourselves. In April 2025, the federal government terminated hundreds of Department of Justice grants that promote reentry services. And our leaders are struggling with rising recidivism rates, increasing correction costs, and growing number of returning citizens who lack stable support systems. The Ready Center was only established 3 years ago, and 3 years ago is not enough time to see real results. The Ready Center has changed countless lives, including mine, and we struggle with the possibility of continuing this life-changing opportunity for those beginning this process. It is truly heartbreaking to think that there are still thousands of people sitting in DC jail right now who will not have this opportunity because funding has been cut. Reentry programs are not just charity, they are public safety investments. They strengthen families, reduce incarceration costs, improve neighborhoods, and create productive members of society. Today, I ask you to protect this funding and support the Ready Center and organizations doing this work for the district, because people can and do recover. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Congratulations on all you've worked on.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Herbert Robinson, Public Witness.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, Judiciary Committee and Public Safety. I'm here today, for one, to ask you for a hearing to end solitary confinement before the end of the year. Two, to ask you to fund the EASE Act so we can make sure those that's incarcerated can have their voice heard at these hearings. When we hear from DOC later on, we need to be hearing from those that's incarcerated as well to counteract those statements that as you heard today, there is solitary confinement going on. They are being trapped in their cells 23 hours a day, 22 hours a day, some 24 hours a day, because they might be asked to wake up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for breakfast and then go out for a rec at 7 o'clock in the morning, like different issues. But also to ask you to make sure that those tablets aren't the way that they're being asked to testify, because that's a privilege. That tablet is going to be taken from them at different times, or it might be issues with the Wi-Fi in the institution where that unit don't have it just for some reason. So I ask you to put a concrete way that they are able to testify. But also, since we're talking about a budget, in 1997, the district had a Revitalization Act created, and that was because of budget issues. That sent a lot of DC residents far away in the federal system. Eleanor Holmes Norton has been putting out HR 3012 to help curb that distance. I was always told that you all here in the city government couldn't help with that because that's a federal issue. But it's district residents, and you have money in this OVSJG grant that can help the people that's going on visitation and being denied their visits after traveling from DC to California and told because the institution is on lockdown, they can't have no visit. It's money in this budget to help reimburse these people. Or it's something that you all can do to make it so it's a stipulation where if they set up this vision, this schedule, that they will be admitted into these institutions. Man, people are wasting money that they don't have, and it's breaking up relationships. And it's because of the same budget we talking about is why they're that far away. So I'm asking you, let's come together with something that can fix this budget, but also something that can help some of these families that's stressing and breaking up their relationships. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for raising that. Joshua Miller, Research and Advocacy Director, Open City Advocates.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto. I am the Research and Advocacy Director at Open City Advocates. But before joining OCA, I spent 6 years as Director of Education for Georgetown University's Prisons and Justice Initiative. I had previously run a volunteer program called the Prison Scholars Program at JCI in Maryland. And I've worked with thousands of students inside. In 2018, in partnership with then Director Booth, we created this program at the DC jail, and every student we admitted was ready for college-level work. They were curious, articulate, and undertrained. They had been failed long before they ever set foot in a cell, and the institutions that failed them were DC's public and charter schools. The disabilities that the LEARNS Act asked the district to identify and accommodate were, in case after case, present and unaddressed since elementary school. Today at OCA, I see the other end of the pipeline. Young people committed to DYRS with documented special education needs reach their 18th birthday and get transferred to the same jail. Some arrive with IEPs that have not been honored. Many arrive having never been evaluated at all. That is the central problem that LEARNS fixes. The high school program inside the DC jail, run by Maya Angelou, only serves students who already have an IEP. A young person who arrives without one, no matter how visibly they need the services, has no path into the school. Their only option is GED self-study, which for students with significant learning disabilities is no option at all. LEARNS requires the district to evaluate them. The district has already paid for that failure in court in the Charles H. settlement, and it will pay again unless this bill is funded. LEARNS guarantees a floor that federal law already requires. The fiscal impact statement substantially overstates the cost of meeting that floor. While I defer to my colleagues in coalition at Thrive Under 25 on the details and arithmetic, I would ask you to reevaluate. I urge you to fund the LEARNS Act in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to call our virtual public witnesses for DOC. As a reminder to please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Max Broad, Keontae Lewis, Rita Gray, Chet Bennett, Sophie Thackeray, Aubrey Dillon, and Sinquan Umar. Max Broad, Executive Director of DC Voters for Animals.
Hello, Councilmember Pinto and committee staff. My name is Max Broad. I'm the Executive Director of DC Voters for Animals. We are now halfway to the 2030 deadline set by the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, the law requiring DC agencies to reduce the carbon footprint of the food they buy by 25%. And as I shared during the performance oversight hearing, citywide food-related emissions are not going down, they're going up. Thank you to the Department of Corrections for taking an initial step on this law by holding a taste test on plant-based entrees in 2024. While the results were not supportive of our goals, this should not be the end of the road. The taste test is an important data point. It shows that presentation matters and that residents value the familiar. There are ways to address these needs. First of all, to enhance the presentation of new foods, use tempting labels and descriptions. For example, in New York City, their food service has included dishes like the Hawaiian teriyaki burger with fresh pineapple, a mouth-watering option when compared to a less appetizing version of the same dish, black bean burger. Words matter. To preserve familiarity, make the best choice the first choice, whether on the menu or in the cafeteria. Placing the climate-friendly dish first makes it more likely to be selected. Blend proteins. Increasing the proportion of plant-based ingredients in familiar dishes, such as adding beans to chili or blending mushrooms into ground meat, can significantly reduce the carbon footprint while improving nutrition, often without being noticeable to diners. Ultimately, the goal of the law is to reduce the carbon footprint from food systems. There are several concrete steps the agency can take to advance this goal. Incorporating DOE's green food language into food service contracts with Aramark, follow DOE's guidance on environmentally specific guidance for food and beverage purchases, implement a plant-based by default trial. Plant-forward meals don't need to be the only strategy, but the evidence is clear that they are among the most effective ways to reduce food-related emissions. Animal agriculture is highly resource-intensive. It can take up to 7.5 pounds of food and grain to create 1 pound of meat from an animal. That's like taking $10 out of an ATM and getting charged with a $65 fee. That inefficiency translates into wasted resources, polluted waterways, climate impacts, and major biodiversity loss. Fortunately, the green food goals align well with Section 32 provisions of the Secure Omnibus Act that seek to improve food quality and nutrition for residents at the jail. It is also in alignment with the values-based purchasing goals of the Food Policy Procurement Act of 2025, pending before DC Council and the Committee on Health. By taking steps to implement more climate-friendly and nutritious food systems, DOC can demonstrate headway on multiple important laws while benefiting the residents at the jail and our broader district values. Thank you.
Thank you. Keontae Lewis, emerging adult cohort member, Thrive Under 25.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you first and foremost for this opportunity. My name is Keontae Lewis, and I'm part of the Thrive Under 25 Coalition's Emerging Adult Cohort Leadership Team. Thrive Under 25 advocates for anyone who entered the adult judicial system before the age of 25, and I'm also a proud Free Minds member, using my personal lived experience of incarceration to educate the community on the root causes of youth incarceration. I'm here today to urge the council to pass the LEARNS Act and fully fund it. We believe the LEARNS Act, which will expand opportunities for education for young people at the DC jail, can literally change the trajectory of a person's life. Studies prove investing in education results in reduced recidivism rates, and I'm here as a living example of what education at the DC jail did for me. I'm 23 now, and I was incarcerated at the DC jail from ages 19 to 21. I was one of a small number of extremely lucky young people who were able to receive education on the Young Men Emerging Unit, also known as YME. If I had not been given that opportunity, I don't even want to fathom what would have happened to me, especially in light of what we heard concerning the young man spoken of by UDC just today. When I came to the DC jail, I committed to getting my diploma. That was at the Central Detention Facility, which has historically proven and even more contemporarily reaffirmed itself to have scarce and even destitute educational options. It wasn't until by a miracle, and I say that as serious as possible, it was by a miracle that I got onto the Young Men Emerging Unit. And it's not a transparent process to get onto YME, but it absolutely should be. All people at the jail need to have the opportunity. From me having access to YME, I was able to execute on educational opportunities I wouldn't otherwise have had, such as earning my high school diploma, as well as getting several credits through Georgetown University. A door truly had opened, and I began to take life seriously. I left the jail equipped with real skills that I had applied in my jobs in the restaurant and fitness fields, as well as to my goals of being a fashion and technological entrepreneur. This is what I want for every young person at the DC jail. Education gives young people who are locked up hope and possibilities for their futures. When people leave jail without getting access to school, without access to services, without skills, it's like pushing them back into the same situation that brought them there in the first place. I'm asking you to make sure that every young person in the DC jail has access to a real education. It is crucial that we invest in our young people, as you already know. Please fund the LEARNS Act. Thank you again.
Thank you. Rita Gray, you here? Peer navigator for the Hope Foundation. Rita Gray, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, and distinguished guests. My name is Rita Gray, and I'm honored to testify today on behalf of the Hope Foundation Reentry Network and the Ready Center. I come before you not only as a professional working in the reentry services, but as a formerly incarcerated Black woman whose life was transformed through access to support, structure, and opportunity. Reentry is not a single moment, it is a process. When I returned home, I faced same barriers that so many others encountered: unstable housing, limited employment opportunities, stigma, and overwhelming pressure to rebuild a life while navigating systems that are not designed for your success. What made the differences for me was access to programs rooted in accountability, support, and belief in my potential. The Hope Foundation and the Ready Center represent what effective reentry should look like. These programs do more than provide services, support workforce readiness, mentorship, and consistent follow-up. They meet individuals where they are and walk alongside them as we rebuild. That approach is critical. People do not succeed simply because they are released. They succeed because they are supported. Because I have access to that kind of support, I was able to stabilize my life, pursue education, and step in leadership. Today, I serve as a returning citizen liaison, working directly with individuals transitioning from incarceration. I also founded Females of Color United for Success Focus, an organization dedicated to supporting formerly incarcerated women through housing, life skills, and leadership development. In addition, I have a senior role in nonprofit operations and grant administration, helping to secure funding and build programs that now serve hundreds of returning citizens across our community. My story is not unique. It is an example of what is possible when the right investments are made. Programs like Hope Foundation and the Ready Center reduce recidivism, strengthens families, and contributes to safer, healthier communities. They are not expensive, they are solutions. I urge you to continue supporting and expand funding for reentry programs that are community-based, trauma-informed, and led by people who understand the lived experience. When you invest in reentry, you are investing in second chances, in families and long-term stability of our communities. Hope Foundation took a chance on me, and in taking that chance on me, I was also a peer navigator for them. I am grateful to Corey Knight, as well as the Hope Foundation family and the Ready Center. Without them, I probably would not be where I am today. Thank you again for the opportunity to share my story and for the commitment to this important work.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gray. Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
Chet Bennett, founder and CEO of Bennett Career Institute. Mr. Bennett, I can't hear you, but it looks like you're off mute. Can't hear you. You make sure if you're on Zoom on the bottom left where the audio is, make sure you're joined on audio. It looks good on your screen. Okay, I would maybe try exiting and coming back, and we'll come back to you next. Okay. Sophie Thackeray, Supervising Attorney, School Justice Project.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Sophie Thackeray. I'm a supervising attorney at the School Justice Project, a member of the Thrive Under 25 Coalition, as well as a Ward 5 resident. School Justice Project is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that provides special education representation to older court-involved students with disabilities. Our special education attorneys work with young people while they are incarcerated and throughout the reentry process to ensure they have access to a quality education. I'm here in support of full funding for the LEARNS Act. When young people receive education, our community is safer. Individuals who participate in any educational program while incarcerated are 43% less likely to recidivate. Expanding access to special education is a vital step in solving the root causes of crime and improving pathways to community stability post-release. The LEARNS Act would create a pathway to receive special education and earn a high school diploma at the DC jail for young people ages 18 to 22 who don't currently have access. If a young person in the community between age 18 and 22 has a disability that impairs their ability to learn, they have the right to request an evaluation. That right is extinguished if that same individual seeks an evaluation while incarcerated. This produces an absurd result. Trauma and mental health challenges are only exacerbated by incarceration. Incarceration often results in high school dropout. Dropout leads to unemployment, which is an indicator of future court contact. Special education not only gives young people access to a high school diploma, but also provides tailored and individualized mental health support to students. The provision of the LEARNS Act that allows for young people to be evaluated for special education provides a common sense public health solution to cycles of violence and will make us all safer. This provision just provides that students in the DOC the same opportunity they would have if they were in the community. And we have seen the positive results that special education during incarceration has had for many of our clients, including one I'll call Michael. Shortly after his 18th birthday and only a few credits shy of completing high school, Michael was arrested and detained at the DC jail. Fortunately, he already had an IEP in place, so he was able to enroll in the high school at the jail. Through his own hard work, coupled with the specialized instruction and behavioral support he received through school, Michael successfully earned his high school diploma in February of 2025. After serving the remaining 8 months of his sentence in the Bureau of Prisons, Michael was released back home to DC in October. Within 2 weeks, Michael independently secured employment with a local maintenance company, thanks in part to his high school diploma. He also applied and was accepted to college at the University of the District of Columbia, where he has completed his first semester. Finally, in recognition of his capacity for rehabilitation, Michael was sentenced under the Youth Act and is currently halfway through successful completion of his Youth Act probation. We encourage the committee to fully fund the LEARNS Act. Only when all our students can access education can we truly achieve a safer and more equitable district. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chet Bennett, I'm turning back to you to see if we can hear you. No, can't hear you, unfortunately. Is there another device you can try with? Yeah, I would try on your phone. Okay, you can use the same link on your phone. That should work, and then we'll come back to you. Aubrey Dillon, Managing Attorney, School Justice Project. Aubrey Dillon,
Yes,
please go ahead.
thank you. Good morning. My name is Aubrey Dillon, and I am a Ward 1 resident in DC. I'm also the managing attorney at School Justice Project, or SJP. I'm privileged to work with a team of dedicated special education attorneys who represent older special education students who are court involved in the juvenile and adult criminal legal systems. We work with students and their families to protect and enforce their special education rights. Unfortunately, many young people are not timely identified as special education students, and as a result, their disabilities go undiagnosed, untreated, and they are deprived of necessary support and accommodations. Many of these young people end up at the DC jail. I'm here today to ask for the council's support in funding the LEARNS Act, which would allow older court-involved young people to go through the special education eligibility process while detained. If found eligible for special education, these young people will receive access to education, which is the #1 factor in reducing recidivism, which ultimately leads to increased public safety. It is also life-changing for the individual young people themselves. I don't have enough time today to talk about the untold number of young people SJP encounters at the DC jail who have not been evaluated for special education services and therefore are not allowed to enroll in the high school program at the jail. I will, however, tell you a success story of a young person who did have access to education. When we met Jamal, he was attending Maya Angelou Academy at the jail. He was in his senior year of high school, taking a full course load and earning all A's, and was generally on track to graduate, except for his community service hours. Though Jamal had focused on his academics, as he was supposed to do, he had only completed 3 of his 75 community service hours required at that time in order to earn a diploma in DC. SJP organized a meeting with the school team to discuss Jamal's special education services and a path to graduation. When Jamal graduated from the high school, he was moved to the Young Men Emerging Unit, the YME unit at CTF. This unit is a highly selective program for 18 to 24-year-olds to continue on their education and skills development post-high school graduation. The fact that Jamal was moved to this unit is a huge testament to his dedication and hard work. At one of Jamal's subsequent court hearings, after hearing arguments from both sides, the judge granted Jamal's request for release, developed release conditions to allow him to attend programming in the community. The judge was impressed with Jamal's hard work and stated that she hoped he would continue to do well in the community, and he did. Jamal's story is one of many successful stories we are happy to share with the council about the impact that education had on the students who are able to access it. SJP is proud to support Jamal and many other clients just like him in completing their high school diploma while at the DC jail. We look forward to continuing to support Jamal in this transition to adulthood. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Chet Bennett?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All
Great. We can hear
right
you.
now. Well, thank you so much.
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, so of course, let me just start off. Chairwoman, Council Member Pinto, I just want to start by saying again, thank you. I listened to your opening. You know, we share the same views. I appreciate you so much. On almost every post that we do on social media, as we get another graduate from the Ready Center, I get on and I tell everyone how much we appreciate our council lady for always supporting what we do. I would just say to you on today, when the news came to me that the mayor was cutting the budget in reference to the training and education at the jail, and I said I would not let this moment go by without me coming on to the wonderful Miss Pinto and what you have done in the previous years for us. When I tell you the Ready Center is something that I have never seen anything like it before. Now, you already know me. I've been in corrections since 98. I've been in corrections since 1998. And it'll be 30 years of me owning the award-winning Bennett Career Institute. I've never seen nothing like the Ready Center, and we can't let it go. What I mean by never seen nothing like it is, first, when I first toured the place, I can't take no credit, because Lord knows I won't take the credit for it, because it was something, the things that happened at the Ready Center is something that not only should the budget not be cut, but we need to put more money in it, because I have seen lives change at an enormous rate, not just our program, but the Ready Center in general. Almost anything that a returning citizen can get or need, it is available at the Ready Center. And just like you said in your opening statement, we would not want that all of the good work that we have done to be now cut back or cut completely because of what's going on and with this budget. We know the statistics in reference to how well people do when they have the right education, when they have the right trainer under their belt, how important it is to keep them outside of the prison system. And the Ready Center has been that unimaginable thing that now is people can imagine how they can come out, go to the Ready Center, get this training, get this education, get the services that they need. I mean, over 30 vendors go in and out of there helping much needed people. And I just want you to, whatever you do, please talk to your colleagues about how important it is that they do not cut these programs at the Ready Center and at the Department of Corrections. If anything, we need more, because we're doing amazing work there. And again, I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bennett, and thanks for all of your important work, and certainly a priority for us, and we will speak to the director about it today. Thank you. Sinquan Umar Muhammad, Public Witness.
Well, hello, Chairwoman Pinto, again, in as many days, and your staff. First of all, excuse me for how I sound. I'm a little under the weather, have been for a few days. I'm trying to recover quickly, but my name is Sinquan Umar Muhammad, and I am a Ward 7 resident and a member of the Unlock the Box DC Coalition, working in solitary confinement in the DC jail. I'm here today as an advocate in that effort, but also as someone with lived experience, with the true desire to see real change inside of DC jail. So thank you for the opportunity to testify at this budget oversight hearing. As you consider the budget for the coming year and ways to improve conditions for incarcerated people, I urge you to closely examine the issues addressed in the Erase Solitary Confinement Act. This bill represents a needed shift away from isolation and towards increased out-of-cell time, meaningful programming, therapeutic interventions, and a reduced reliance on restrictive housing. I know firsthand that solitary confinement does not rehabilitate anyone. It does not make people whole, and it does not prepare them to re-enter society. What it does is it intensifies trauma, it deepens hopelessness, and it strips people of the human connection we all need to survive. In my own journey, what made a difference was not punishment piled on top of pain, but access to positive influence, reflections, and opportunities to grow. The things that help people heal are programming, mental health support, education, mentoring, and real reentry preparation. That is where the council should put its money. If we are serious about safety, dignity, and rehabilitation, then we must invest in what restores people, not in practices that break them down further. A hearing on the Erase Act would allow this committee to have an honest and necessary discussion about the realities of restrictive housing in DC jails and what steps the council can take to create a more humane and rehabilitative environment. I urge you to hold that hearing as soon as possible, Councilwoman Pinto, ideally before the council period ends. The opportunity to improve conditions at the DC jail and finally end the use of solitary confinement has been within our reach for far too long. Let us move with urgency and push DOC to take meaningful action. And if DOC truly claims that solitary confinement is not an issue in the jail, then it should have no problem supporting a policy that officially bans it. Thank you for your time, Councilwoman Pinto, and I'll be welcome to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling 100%. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that concludes our public witness testimony for DOCs. We are now going to call our government witnesses for the Department of Corrections, Director Thomas Faust and team. Good morning. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. And if I can ask you all, turn your microphones on and state your name and position for the record, please.
Good morning, Jacqueline Williams, Deputy Director for Education Programs and Case Management.
Thomas Faust, Director, Department of Corrections.
Good morning, Michelle Wilson, Deputy Director of Administration, Department of Corrections.
Good morning, Anthony Norman, Agency Fiscal Officer, Department of Corrections.
Thank you. And as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to turn on your microphones and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Now, Director Faust, I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement that you have.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Tom Faust, Director of the DC Department of Corrections. Again, joining me this morning are Deputy Director for Administration, Michelle Wilson, Deputy Director for Education Programs and Case Management, Jacqueline Williams, along with Agency Fiscal Officer, Anthony Norman. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY27 budget, Grow DC, was formulated with three key considerations in mind: how to drive growth in our economy to fund the services and programs residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investment and creates new jobs. We are navigating a pivotal moment that demands a more deliberative approach to growth. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted, and federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and commercial corridors. That being said, it's important to be clear, DC is still growing. Revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation on which we can build by making the kinds of strategic and targeted decisions that will allow DC to continue growing while delivering the high-quality services our residents depend on. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Bowser for submitting a budget that reflects a commitment to the mission of DOC, providing critical resources for our population, future planning, and supporting a workforce charged with the day-to-day oversight and supervision of men and women in our custody. This week is recognized around the country as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. I acknowledge, as always, the continued hard work and dedication of the DOC workforce. Their work, while extremely challenging, must each day be carried out with a focus on optimizing safety, security, and service to others. Our team serves tirelessly with passion, pride, and professionalism to ensure those in custody have safe and secure housing, access to robust health care, mental health and substance abuse treatment, education, and rehabilitative programs. Mayor Bowser has allocated an FY27 total gross operating budget of $229,228,000 for DOC, which is a 0.4% increase from the FY26 budget. This budget supports 1,230 FTEs. The budget is composed of $212 million in local funds and $17.2 million in special purpose revenue funds. Mayor Bowser's FY27 budget shows the continued investment of $23.5 million in capital funds during FY27 and $128.5 million in the 6-year capital plan. The mayor's commitment to the DOC workforce is vital to maintaining safe and secure facilities for staff and residents. The FY 2027 budget will allow DOC to make critical security hires with 3 new correctional officer recruit classes anticipated this fiscal year. Additionally, the $12.9 million overtime increase further supports staffing that is crucial to operational efficiency. We recognize that this upcoming budget cycle will require a more streamlined approach for efficiencies based on funding changes in some areas. And as presented, the budget stabilizes support for the comprehensive inmate health care and provides funding for consumables, security resources, resident clothing, grooming supplies, facility maintenance, and critical information technology system upgrades. Although some traditional federal grant funding through our federal partners has lapsed, we are in the process of applying for additional U.S. Department of Justice grants. It is our hope that funding will be secured during FY27, which will allow DOC to continue offering new and innovative programming at both facilities. Our budget will also continue to fully support both the IAP education program for qualifying residents and the tablet educational program. Our capital improvement budget reflects a commitment to maintenance of the current campus of DOC buildings. Increases include funding to cover projects at the Central Detention Facility and the Correctional Treatment Facility. Exterior infrastructure improvements, required phased replacement of HVAC, air handling units, and much needed resources for plumbing and pipe replacements within both the CDF and the CTF. DOC remains engaged and excited about plans to design, construct, and deliver a new jail annex building on the DOC campus within the mayor's Grow DC plan. The 6-year plan provides a preliminary payment for alternative funding approaches to construction of the new annex. The Department of General Services expects to release a request for interest this month, May 15th, I believe, to begin to engage with area contractors. To further clarify, this alternative funding option is for the capital construction phase of the physical facility only and not for its operations. The district and DOC would maintain all operational and staffing functions for the new annex. In closing, Mayor Bowser's FY27 budget supports the agency's core missions and priorities as we continue to serve those incarcerated in the district and in keeping our community safe. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director Faust, and thank you to your team who is here today and everybody who works at DOC throughout the year. We appreciate all that you do. So I want to start with the new jail annex. This is something we've talked about for a very long time, and this budget suggests the movement towards the rebuilding of the new jail, but it lacks a lot of details about how that actually would come about, what the timeline would be, who would pay for it, when residents can expect it, and to ensure that all of the years and years of planning of what the design would look like are still part of the plans moving forward. So under the current plan, what can be expected for where the financing is coming from and when construction would begin?
Sure. So as I briefly mentioned in my opening comments, so Department of General Services, first step is they are scheduled to issue what's called a request for interest an RFI. The date that they have plugged in to get that out is May 15th of this month. And that will go out into the construction community, so to speak, which the RFI gauges what the market interest is. And it also seeks input on delivery approaches and alternatives in terms of the construction itself. The decisions in terms of a time frame that Department of General Services is looking at. And again, let me start off by saying there's two potential options right now that part of this RFI will continue to explore. And these are options that have been looked at through the OCFO's office, EOM, et cetera. So there's two potential options. One is CIP funded, the traditional funding, I guess, district self-funding as a capital project. And then the other method would be a leaseback method, which essentially is third-party financing. So again, this request for interest will gauge the market interest and get also input on those delivery approaches and alternatives.
So does that mean you haven't made a decision yet as to which financing plan will proceed? It'll depend on who responds to the RFI?
Correct. The district has not made a decision yet on which financing alternative to go forward with.
Okay.
And that's what part of this RFI process will also help.
I guess the date worries me a little bit because last year during the budget oversight process, we were told that the RFP at the time, I don't know if it meant to be an RFI, but at the time we were told an RFP would go out in the summer. I think we were told by July of 2025. So do you know what the delay was about?
Well, again, it's about determining what the most appropriate financing option should be for the district and in the best interest of the district in terms of through the traditional CIP process and, what other district priorities may be there within the CIP funding and then also in this alternative process. In terms of give you an idea of some dates too, to put in context. So again, with this decisions on the funding, on the project funding method, and then going forward with that, the district DGS is looking at issuing an RFP sometime in around spring of 2027. So that would be 12 months from now that again, once the funding mechanism has been set, then a RFQ would be set. Phase one of the jail delivery in terms of the building being completed is estimated to be in the summer of 2032. As was mentioned, there is what I'll call a placeholder of $75 million in 32. And again, so that $75 million, and again, it would depend on what ultimately the district decides is the best method from a financing method. That $75 million provides a placeholder for that future decision. It might be, and again, I'm just, without knowing which way the district may go, it could be that $75 million might be the first payment on a leaseback, for example. But the mayor has put that money in as a commitment and for having that flexibility for future decisions.
So I guess a couple follow-ups on that. May 15th is next Friday. So have you seen the language for the RFI?
I have not seen a final language on that, no.
Will you before it goes
That'll
out?
be issued again by DGS.
Okay, but I would assume that they would include DOC in reviewing that paperwork before it gets solicited to the public, right?
Yeah, they'll give us a review of it, but again, the RFI, the requirements and the language of the RFI are not so much corrections based specifically as they're construction based. So it's really much more in the wheelhouse of DGS. In terms of, again, the RFI is to really gauge market interest and gauge interest in and seeking input on various delivery approaches. So it's not really at this point, as it relates to the RFI, of course, we're involved, but it's not something that we would give expertise to in terms of this initial process.
So what will you expect to go in that solicitation? It's just like when we talked about the effort that's already gone into considering what a new design would look like, what types of spaces would be needed, how many units you would need, like all of that input, I would imagine needs to be considered, at least the parameters around the RFI so people know what they're responding to.
Yes, it would be those broader parameters. I mean, it's not going to get into the details of, particular designing units or that type of thing. But again, it would certainly be the parameters of the project. And then again, what might be different delivery approaches that could be brought to bear within the construction industry, and what might be different alternatives that will lend more information for the district to make the decision on what the funding mechanism should be.
Deputy Director, it looked like you had something to add.
I was just going to note, good morning again, that we've worked closely with DGS on the conceptual ideas of what the facility will look like. And so in terms of the question is, have we worked on and discussed with them the concept, what we're looking for the facility to contain? And yes, we have worked very, very closely with them on that. The RFI itself will contain those parts that we have worked on closely with DGS. And that will be a part of this request for information in terms of so that people know what, we're not reinventing the wheel. They already have those pre-architectural designs and concepts that we've worked with the vendors. They have that information. They will have that information in order to respond back with potential financing options, and that they're interested in being a vendor and how they see the payment structure and all of that. That's what this RFI is seeking, to see what the interest is, what the market interest is in terms of building the facility and the different ways that we could potentially build it, looking at the different funding structures.
Okay. So walk me through again the two primary funding structure options.
The two that really are being, I would say, considered right now in terms of options. One is what I guess you would say is the more traditional CIP, capital improvement funded. That, as you know, would be district self-funding as a capital project. And again, I'm sure from a district perspective, that has to be balanced against a lot of other capital needs and what the available funding is.
And how much about would that estimate be for?
I'm sorry?
How much would that estimate be for?
I'd have to refer back to like OCFO. What I can tell you is that in terms of those two options or alternatives, the OCFO had opined that both either or the CIP funded option and or the leaseback option, from their perspective, would be options that can in fact be considered. The other option would be a leaseback, which would be a third party financing. So that would be an example where, let's say under this request for interest, that we might get different delivery approaches and alternatives. An example of that would be a company, a builder, would come in and build the facility. And then that facility, once built and ready to be operational, then the district would pay back in a leaseback situation over a number of years. And at the end of that term of making payments, annual payments, then the building itself reverts to the District of Columbia.
Okay, and so the RFI that's going out then does not include the first option of the district CIP, right? It only includes the leaseback option to see if there's interest in the private market to finance that type of structure?
No, I don't think that's quite accurate. I mean, the request for interest, part of that is we want them to look at the different alternatives and the delivery approach. Because regardless, so yes, they would look at both of those options, because if there was a construction firm or whatever that might take on a project such as this, I mean, obviously, whether it was through a CIP process or through the leaseback process, they would still have to obviously be a part of that in terms of the construction. So no, the request for interest will, in fact, help, I think, the district in looking at those two alternatives and what might make the most sense.
Okay. So I guess again, May 15th is next Friday. So when do you expect them, DGS, to share with you all what that language will look like to ensure that even if it is broad strokes, the operational needs of the facility are accurate from the agency's perspective?
Yeah, well, again, as Deputy Director Wilson stated, in terms of we've been working with DGS and CGL, who has been our jail planner for several years now. So it's not that we haven't been, everything that's included in terms of the design, the concepts, everything that would be needed in this RFI. Up to this point, we're working hand in hand with DGS. So it's not like they're going to just be issuing something that we don't know. So we've been with them every step of the way. But in terms of your question about the final that's going out, I would assume we'd see it in the next couple of days.
Okay. So I guess maybe then asked differently, are you confident that that RFI actually will go out on May 15th?
I am confident.
Okay. And if that does go out according to schedule, you think that the construction will be completed by 2032? Or what was the 2032 year for the 75 million holdout?
2032 would be the construction complete on the phase one construction, yes.
Okay. And what does phase one construction include?
That would be the first, what we're calling building one, would be totally complete on that timeline.
Which would be what currently houses CDF?
It would be, yes, partly. It's not going to, in other words, when building one is completed, CDF will still be operational. But again, building one will include both general housing, and that also was, I would think, the input of the Jails and Justice Task Force and CCE, because they did actually push to get some general housing into the phase one building. But the rest of the phase one building includes the medical infirmary beds, mental health, behavioral health beds, our intake, where persons first come into the facility, and some general housing.
Okay. So,
But just to make clear, the completion of phase one building does not completely eliminate the CDF.
so is there a phase two contemplated?
Yes, there is a phase two. It has always been as part of this entire project. It's divided into two phases. For phase two delivery, it's approximately summer of 2035. So the entire process from beginning to end, when all the new construction is done, and including renovations, ongoing renovations to the CTF, is in 2035. So from today, essentially about a 9-year process for total completion.
And why does it need to take so long?
Well, I mean, building a facility, it's not like building an office building. I mean, building a facility like this is very complex and very complicated, I would say, in terms of not only what goes into the building, but all the support services, all the electronics, on and on. It's a very complex and a high security facility. So in terms of the length of building a jail or building a prison, it's not at all an unusual process. And again, you have to go through that, once an RFQ and an RFP goes out on the street, that has to take close to a year period for that to happen. Then you have all the architectural and engineering work and then the construction. So we're already in summer of 26 to summer of 32. Again, once it's decided which way the funding mechanism goes forward, between then getting that out on the street, selection, the architectural work, the actual building, it falls right into place.
I mean, I'm not a construction expert. I certainly see why this takes some time and even some years, but 10 years seems like an unusually long time for a construction build of this size, even given its complicated nature.
Well, again, that's for a completion of two buildings, a building one and a building two. They're not both concurrently going at the same time.
And we need to build building one and have building one operational in order to start on building two. So because portions of the CDF would be coming down in order to build building two. So we can't build them at the same time. We have to have one building operational before we can move forward with the second building because of the campus. As the director indicated, there are a number of processes. While we have a concept, we still need to get an architect on board. We still need to do all of the architectural requirements, work with the city on zoning and all of the ground and all of those other things that need to occur before the actual buildings can start to be built. And once the building portion starts to be built, I think that's a much faster process, but we have to do all of the pre-work before we can get there.
Thank you. Okay, so when can I see the language for the RFI?
We can talk to DGS and we can get back to you on that.
Okay.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you. How about for CCB? There's $6 million allocated in this budget for the renovation of CCB. I've heard everything from this is going to take 10 million to 400 million. So what is the $6 million allocation expected to be able to help us move forward on completing that very needed renovation?
So for the CCB, you're speaking at Daily building CCB. So in the CIP between FY '26, where we currently are, and FY '29, so 6, 7, 8, and 9, there is a total of $22 million approved in the CIP. DGS has drafted A&E services, architectural and engineering services, for the daily CCB renovation. That's been drafted by DGS. They expect a release of that sometime probably within the next 30 days in terms of a draft for the A&E services. Then the selection and award, again, within DGS's timetable, selection and award for an A&E contract would be around this coming September, October timeframe, which again would coincide with our move to the 501 New York Avenue. I know you've made a point in the past in terms of having it, when we move out, there should be something going on at Daly. And this plan that DGS has, their timeline would do just that. Again, there's $22 million over the next 4 years, CIP, and they will be releasing A&E services for this job, and that should be awarded by their timetable, again, in around the September, October timeframe, which would match right up with the timeframe of our operational movement out of there.
And what will the $6 million go towards?
The $6 million toward those A&E services.
So there's $2 million allocated last year. Has that already been expended?
No, there's $2 million, which will go toward this process and the selection process toward the A&E services. Then the $6 million you're talking about is construction. I mean, it's A&E services and there's construction in
What does
it.
A&E services stand for?
Architectural and engineering, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so $2 million is for architectural engineering. Has that all been completed now? No.
No, they have not. Architectural engineering, that's what DGS is now going to be releasing the solicitation for, is to secure an A&E services. And then, so there's enough funding available for the A&E services. And then by the time 27 begins, there'll be additional funding to start construction once the A&E services have been expended and used and a design has been determined for Daly.
And again, DGS is expecting release of that within about the next 30 days.
Okay. I'm just a little nervous about that again, because it feels that every year we're hearing that DGS is about to release those bids, but it has also been several years. I know you are not DGS, but this needs to, of course, be a priority of us and the agency. And so if we don't time this properly, it's going to create a lot of other challenges. So you think next week, the RFI is going out for the new annex facility to determine what financing option, and that within the next 30 days, the architectural design proposal is going out to determine. Okay.
Within, I would say, approximately the next 30 days, yes. And again, that's in terms of your question about, what you've heard before, moving forward. I think there's certainly additional pressure, I would say, to have it line up so that this needs to get out, have it lined up so that when we do move, as you've expressed a concern before, there's not some long gap where we move out of the Daly building, and then it's, there's nothing going on there. So the way it's scheduled out now would line up well in that effort.
So why is the architecture and engineering solicitation for the Daily building going to take 6 months, but for the new annex will take a year?
Well, I gotta look at the date. Again, the two projects are vastly different. We're talking about really, with CCB at Daly, it's basically a renovation. It's not new construction. It would be updating and renovating what's already there. So it's really a renovation construction project more so than an actual construction project. With the jail annex building, I mean, we're talking from ground up, building an extremely large and complex facility.
But I can see that for taking longer in the construction phase. But just in terms of the request for proposal phase, why would it be double the time to just determine which financing is feasible?
So the draft, I'm not, so I think we're trying to do two different things here. Is number one, it's two different things. For the new building, we're releasing, for the annex, it's an RFI, request for information, and then that interest, excuse me, and that is designed to again determine, part of that is to determine financial feasibility in terms of which option to use, and then test the market, and then a decision, the district will need to make a decision as to which of the two options they're ultimately going to go with, and then we can release the RFQ or RFP, however the district decides to move forward in that process. For Daly, what we're doing right now is releasing, or DGS will be releasing the RFP, I believe it's an RFP, right, for A&E services. Then they will have to go through the process of getting construction and doing the solicitation for construction as well. We've given a condensed timeline, but first we have to get the design finalized for what the CCB at Daly will look like, the updated CCB at Daly will look like, and then that will let us move forward with the next step, which is to release an RFP or an RFQ for construction. And we actually have funding allotted for construction. So we're in a different space. We already have CIP construction allotted for Daly. So we're in a different space. We can move forward a little quicker because we already have that financing already determined that it will be in the capital budget. So they're a little bit different processes just because we're trying to do funding. But we've also done the A&E services for the new jail. That's what we've been doing for the last couple of years. So that's in a different space than we are right now.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful context. And I hear you that they're different projects, they're different needs, and they're at different places in the timeline. Just as a relative perspective, like 1 year just to determine which financing plan to go with feels like a really long time when it's not even about the specific engineering.
Right, I understand, but one of the things we've talked to and had conversations with DGS about is the alternative funding that we've been talking about, and that they've worked closely with OCFO in the last year to determine what's feasible, whether CIP is feasible, we should go with the alternative funding. This for the district is, and I know they've talked about it in the past, but to actually move forward with it is slightly different than what we do for a normal building. A normal building where you do a leaseback option, if the district were for some reason to default, I'm not saying it would at all, you know that a building could get leased, and so that folks can have an opportunity the space would be rented, and they would have renters come in. That's a little different from a jail. And so there is a little bit more, I I don't want to say concern, but you step a little lightly when you're dealing with this type of, and so that's one of the main reasons for this RFI is to see and to test to make sure that there are individuals and companies and organizations out there that are interested in this type of alternative funding, and that we would have potential bidders on this type of alternative funding, and that there's appetite in the market for this. And so that's really where we are right now. And then that would take us to the fall, where we would sit down once the bids come in or the RFI, the interest comes in, the district can sit down and say, here's what the market is interested in, here's what we can do. And then we make that decision and be able to move forward and then have a real concrete idea of what's out there and what the interest actually is.
Got it. Okay. So, but you think that conversation can happen this fall?
Yes.
Okay. So the 1 year of the RFI is not.
No. So the RFI will be issued, DGS says May 15th, and then they're expecting to receive responses are due by July 15th of this year. So it's due by July, and then the review process will take us into the fall for the full review of all that. And that's the timeline DGS has provided us.
Right.
So yes,
Okay.
it's this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, there's $3 million in funding for capital project number PR 101005, which is the infrastructure system upgrade to upgrade the offender management system, or OMS. That seems like a great opportunity to apply some additional funding to stand up the grievance portal that's required through the LEARNS Act and support the additional technologies to provide residents access to testify at our council hearings. If the council could allocate additional funds under this project for those stated purposes, could DOC commit to implementing this priority in 2027?
The IT and offender management system is directly under the deputy director, and I'll let her speak.
It's two totally different projects. We are currently operating a legacy system in our offender management, and that's a system that just tracks our inmate movement, population within the facilities, the residents within the facilities, to efficiently be able to track them, their movement, their location. Our offender management system was last updated in 2000. So we are 25 years behind. We need to support and upgrade our offender management system, but it does not tie into an internet-based system right now. To answer your question, the short answer is no, that the priority is on upgrading the offender management system and all that takes in order to make sure that we are successful in the upgrade to the offender management system. And it doesn't tie into creating a internet-based portal for people to observe grievances. And our systems don't, the way that the issue with the grievance process and the way that the outlook is for it in terms of under the act, the LEARNS Act, is that what you're seeking to do is to give everyone access to a real-time system, and our systems don't currently work that way. And we have a secure Wi-Fi portal where our resident population does not get access to the internet in the way that you're seeking to give them access to it. And so we don't quite work in that manner. I think that we're looking to upgrade as much as possible. And there are potential ways that our current system will be updated, but we are using and have purchased an off-the-shelf product. And so that is a customization that we haven't even gone down the rabbit hole. And I would hate to see the process get delayed in terms of us upgrading the system in order to add custom off-the-shelf products that it's not part of our contract with the vendor.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder, who's joined us, is also a member of the committee, and I'll turn to you now for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. I appreciate all your work. Director, it's always good to see members of you and your senior leadership team. I'll just jump right in. Given that many of DOC's facilities are well beyond their life cycle. I'm glad to see that this budget reflects continuing investments in infrastructure. At a high level, could you share what your capital plan includes on a long scale, I'm sorry, rather a large scale, multi-year projects as well that extend well beyond FY 2027?
Yes, sir, certainly. First, just in terms of capital funding for this fiscal year that we're talking about in FY 27. So there's 2.5 million of capital in the CDF and 1.5 million in the CTF. HVAC system is improvements is one of our big projects coming up. There's $2.5 million to go toward HVAC. Exterior finishing is a $500,000 allocation. Plumbing, and this is all new work, have a lot of issues with old failing plumbing, piping, all of that, showers, sinks, plumbing pipes throughout the facility. There's a new allocation of $7.5 million to address plumbing issues. And then as Deputy Director Wilson was just speaking of, there's $3 million toward an upgrade of our offender management system, which is now about 25 years old. Those are the main project areas. In terms of details, I don't know if you want to speak to any, but.
Did you want some additional information about particular projects or?
No, that's helpful. I guess just a follow-up. Could you speak to what is the total long-term financial commitment associated with DOC's major capital projects, and how will those costs be managed over time?
I'm not sure I understand what's the total amount that we received in capital or?
No. So if you look at like your long-term financial commitment to ensure that these projects are delivered over time, and as a director, just highlighted all of the projects that are within your portfolio, could you give an estimate of how much all of those projects would cost throughout the entirety of this, you guys' CIP? If you have that information.
These are the entire costs.
Right. So this is the amount of money that we are receiving or that is proposed by the mayor in our capital funding is what we have to work with. I mean, if you're asking, so what happens typically is we will not start a project unless we have the funding to support the project's completion. And so what we typically do, especially with our CDF and CTF funding, which the director mentioned, the 2.5 and the 1.5, we typically ask for funding each year in those areas. And then the funding that is allocated in those areas, we will work on particular projects that we know we have, at least we have the funding to start or complete those projects. So even what's currently in our capital budget, and then this additional funding that we add to it. So for instance, we've done extensive work on our elevator systems. And so if we know we need to continue some work on our elevator systems, we will make sure that we have the available funding to do that before we begin. We're finishing up our sink and shower project now. And so we're doing some door control projects as well. So we'll make sure that before we start a project that we have the funding in order to move forward with those projects. We wouldn't start a project without the appropriate level of funding to either start or complete those projects.
So those that I mentioned, we're committed to those projects.
I think the only project that we have started already and is in its final phase, and which we've asked for additional funding for, is to finish the exterior finishing. So we know, working with DGS, that we need some additional funding to complete that project. So we have asked for additional funding to support that project.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna shift over to the new corrections facility. There's approximately $117 million estimate that's the need to build the new jail. And I see that it looks like to date, 8.2 has been spent. Can you describe the major phase and milestone of this development?
Yes, and I'll go over a couple earlier things if I may. So, as I mentioned before, DGS will be putting out, they're scheduled to put out as of May 15th, the request for interest. And again, that will be to kind of gauge the market interest within the construction world and seek input on different delivery approaches and alternatives. Again, the district still has to make a decision on what funding alternative that might look like. It could either be through a CIP, kind of traditional funding, or through a lease-back, which would be like a third-party financing. So that's still being considered by the district. But in terms specifically to your question about the funding, there is $75 million in the FY32 mayor's budget that the mayor placed $75 million in FY32. I refer to that kind of as a placeholder. In other words, that the mayor has made that commitment to put the $75 million in FY32. And that is toward the building and construction of the new facility. But again, there will need to be district decisions made on the mechanism for the funding. But she has put it that placeholder, $75 million in FY32. There's $24 million right now that DGS has essentially that's available now, that separate from the $75 million placeholder that I mentioned. And that $24 million is to cover both the scope of the jail planning process, CGL, who we've had now for several years. That's our jail planning firm, programming consultant, and money to support within that $25 million. DGS will be using those funds to support the initial advancement of the detailed design for the new facility. So the $24 million that's available now will be to start that advancement of detailed design. Again, once that selected option is made, and then the $75 million is there as a placeholder that the mayor put in FY32.
Now, thank you for that, Director. Well, from my conversations, I was under the impression that the facility will be completed by 2032. With that being said, based on what you're telling me right now, how confident are you that the facility will be completed by that deadline?
Again, building one, I feel confident that it will be completed in that deadline of 32. And that $75 million, again, depending on which way the district chooses to go as that placeholder, if it was a lease-back situation, that $75 million is there in FY32 that I would assume would go toward essentially a first annual payment over, a number of years on the lease-back option. Or there's $75 million, again, also placed in there, whether or not that's under the CIP option. But that money has, again, put in there by the mayor for FY32. And then as decisions are made by the district, at least that placeholder is there.
And just a follow-up question briefly. How certain are you that the true cost is $117 million to build this new facility? Do you think it's less than that? Do you think it's more than that?
Definitely more than that. Yeah.
Okay.
The $24 million and the $75 million aren't for the total construction of the facility.
How much is?
What's the last? Yeah, it's somewhere in, I'd have to get back with you to the exact current estimate, but it's somewhere, I think, between 900 million and $1 billion.
You said a bill?
900 million and $1 billion.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Okay, so let's turn to the Office of Investigative Services budget. As you know, I continue to be concerned about the issues that we see with contraband and deaths and violent incidents, and want to make sure that they are adequately staffed and prepared to carry out their important work. How many filled FTEs are currently in this department?
You wanted to know how many filled?
Filled FTEs.
I believe it is just with investigators or the entire unit?
The unit.
Can we get back? I can get you the number really quickly. Because he has investigators, and then there's also the gang intelligence unit, and then monitoring specialists also fall under the Office of Investigative Services as well as PREA. So if you want all of those breakdowns, I can get you that.
It all comes under OIS.
That's
Okay.
why I wanted to
Yes.
know which one. You want them all?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
just give me 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
If you keep asking the questions, I will get.
Okay. Have you received any federal money to help with this unit?
I'm sorry, federal money for what now?
To help with this unit, to investigate?
With OIS. As far as money for the investigative unit?
We received,
Yeah.
the funding we received was several years ago to implement our body worn
cameras.
That's the only funding we've received for OIS was through our monitoring. So the body worn cameras that all of our officers carry, and we received funding to start that up, but that has ended.
That's no longer there, but yes, we did get the startup seed money for that.
So
that's the only area as far as actual funding. Now, they have a lot of partnerships, ongoing partnerships with both federal and local agencies, obviously work very closely with MPD, particularly in the gang intelligence area, in the information sharing between MPD and DOC, and then also OIS works very closely with some other federal agencies such as DEA and FBI. In fact, DEA has provided, and again, this is at no cost, but they've provided training, for example, for field drug testing, those types of things. So we make use of a lot of both federal and local law enforcement partnerships.
Okay. There's a proposed $12.9 million increase in overtime, which is a big comparison to last year's $4.9 million increase. So this is a total of $18 million. With this increase, we now have $26 million allocated for overtime in FY27. You've spent almost $30 million on overtime already, or you spent it in 25. My concern is that these are extremely high numbers that we could be spending on just stabilized staffing and other needs. How much has been spent on overtime in FY26 to date, and what do you think are some of the largest factors driving that overtime so high?
Yes, to date, year-to-date expenditures are so far about 15.7 million. We're projected to spend up to 32 million.
And you're saying that again?
Yeah, the year-to-date expenditures are 15.7 million,
Yeah.
and we are projected to spend around 32 million.
32 million.
Yes.
Okay, and so in FY27, you're projecting 26 million?
That's correct.
Okay, and I guess, what are some of the factors that have led to this high number this year? And what gives you confidence that you're going to spend less on overtime next year?
Well, many, I'll go over some of what would be the key drivers of overtime. Areas, certainly, lots of unscheduled, medical. So a lot of our overtime is not controlled in sense of not being scheduled overtime. So for example, we have many runs and we're having to go to the hospital. That always takes 2 officers, their transport time, and then being at the hospital itself, sometimes for many days or even many weeks where it's 24/7. Those are having to be done with overtime. We have a lot of medical clinic runs. So where Unity Healthcare, there has to be outside medical examinations outside of what can be done internally. So there are many clinic runs. Just to give you an example of that, yesterday I was looking at our clinic runs. We had 16 different clinic runs scheduled to go out. So again, that's 16 different runs that we have to make throughout the day, much of that on overtime. Also, FMLA is a big driver, sick leave, away without leave, the paid family leave, mandated training. All our officers are mandated to have in-service training, 40 hours of in-service training every year. So many of those, what I would call drivers of overtime, those are some of the typical areas where we're having to, because we're having to pull people out for mandated training, or we're having to pull people out to make hospital duty runs or whatever, we're having to fill those typically with overtime.
Okay, and are you anticipating that to happen less next year?
I think, well, part of that too is obviously trying to continue to fill more positions. What I'm very buoyed by is that our recruitment efforts have continued to be much brighter. For example, our last 3 recruit classes have had a total of 80 new recruits coming in. If you add up all 3, 25 in one, 26 in one, and 29 in another in the most recent. And those are much improved numbers to what we have had historically, certainly over the last 4 or 5 years. And then we have a current class right now of 22. So in terms of some of the key drivers that are hard to control, certainly, that will continue. But at the same time, in terms of looking at our recruitment efforts and those people coming in. And the other thing I think that's important that we've seen is certainly over the last 3 years, our attrition rate is improving. So we're getting good numbers coming into the classes, and our attrition rate is starting to trend in a more positive direction.
What is the appropriate staffing complement you need for COs to be fully staffed and not reliant on overtime?
What's the full staff? Full staffing for uniformed officers is 816.
And how many do we have?
We currently have 706 filled, and that's vacant are 110.
And you said the last 3 classes were increased?
Are trending positive. We're estimating for this, through this current fiscal year, I believe 51 is what we're tracking in terms of our estimate for additional officers.
So last year, we allocated $400,000 to promote hiring incentives for DSC. How was that money used, and do you think it helped bring more people on board?
Well, how it was used was to provide an incentive initially for someone who went through the hiring process and was hired, and then went through the recruit academy and successfully completed that. At the end of that time, they were eligible for a $3,000 bonus in effect. And then later, after the completion of 1 year, at the complete 18 months, I'm sorry, at the full completion of their probationary period, they would be eligible for an additional $3,000. So over 18 months, well, both the training period and then an 18-month period, they'd be eligible for a total of $6,000 bonus.
And do you think it worked?
It certainly, I would say, anytime you have an incentive like that, it's not a negative thing. But here's what I would say. I would not make a direct correlation to say, oh, we have this, and that was the reason for our better numbers. I don't see that kind of a direct correlation.
Okay.
If I could, I think the better correlation are things that we're now doing more of for our staff, like having a full-time wellness coordinator, having more support for staff in those areas, and we're seeing those types of things again in the positive trending in our attrition rate to show that those people that we're hiring are, starting to stick around, which is very positive.
What are you seeing in terms of use of leave for your staff?
Use of leave, trending.
And are you talking about
Paid leave.
paid, like family, FMLA leave? So we do have a significant amount of usage of family medical leave. We also have a large percentage of our staff is foreign born. And so when they use protected leave, they typically take it consecutively in order to go back and care for a family member or loved one who is abroad. And so we are finding that they will use it, the 320, in not quite intermittent fashion, but in a full consecutive 320 hours. We've lost a staff member or a number of staff members. And so we find that is also a challenge that we are facing as well in terms of use for family medical leave for our staff.
And so what does that come out to in practice? Someone being gone for 10 weeks? How much is 300?
320 is 6 weeks. I think it's like 6 weeks. So yes, they are gone consecutively for 6 weeks.
Okay. And so there are no rules the agency has in place around consecutive use of leave. It's just.
So it's a district. We're under the district's rules in terms of the usage. And so we work very closely with DCHR to ensure that we are compliant. And so we do an individual approval as we assess, and then it has to go to DCHR and be approved by DCHR. But you can't provide needs for a family member who is abroad here. So that changes how the leave is used, because you can't provide the services here. If I'm on FMLA right now, I might be able to do it intermittently because my family member is here. But if your family member is abroad, you can't take them to a doctor's appointment and fly over every other week, and so the needs are different. And so we face those challenges as well, that we have a large percentage of staff who are caring for family members and that is abroad, and they are abroad. So we deal with that as well, and that has an impact.
I think on work days, it comes to 40.
Yes, it's 40.
40 days.
40 days.
So that does cause a real problem in that we have many, many staff that are in that situation where it's not like intermittent. I might need 2 days off, to help a family member, and then I'm back, and then the following week or two, another 2 days. But it's essentially, almost 2 months straight.
So I guess put another way, at any given time, what percentage of your staff is out on leave?
That we have ever calculated that way, but in terms of looking at the reasons why we have to fill posts using overtime, 9% is based off of 3% of our leave, and leaving a post open and we have to fill it with overtime is due to, 3.5% is due paid family leave. Then we have individual sick leave, and annual leave. So those all combined is probably about 15% of our reasons for overtime, just in those areas alone, in terms of using various types of leave. And then I didn't add in if staff don't report or out without approval for leave, that's another 8% there. So those alone drive staff just being out on various types of leave or just taking off is over 20% of our reasons for using overtime.
Wow. And what happens if someone just doesn't show up?
So we have policies and procedures in place if someone fails to show up, but sometimes, so if you take off without approval of your supervisor, that could be a write-up, depending on how many times you've done it or depending on how many days you are out, that can ultimately lead to termination.
Okay. So I want to talk a little about education services.
I do have the numbers if you want it for OIS, unless you want to move on.
Okay.
So for OIS, there's one chief or a head of OIS. There's a gang intelligence supervisor, that's an MSS position. And then there are 7 investigators, criminal investigators. And then, so 3 do internal affairs and 4 within the gang intel unit. So that equals the 7. Then there are 6 background investigators. So they do background hiring. There are 3 members of the PREA staff, the Prison Rape Elimination Act. They have 3 members. And then we have the monitoring unit, which falls under OIS, that there's 1 supervisor there, 2 body-worn camera coordinators, and 14 monitoring specialists who monitor the cameras within the units.
Thank you.
And those staff she last mentioned are in our surveillance center.
Yes.
That covers what, about 1,000?
Over that.
And what's the
Cameras.
total budget of that unit?
We
Just that.
we don't break down they don't per se have a budget. We don't break it down. We cover the cost of the body worn cameras every year, replacement updates, the staffing. Their needs are paper products and all of that. It's covered by our general paper supply. So they don't have a breakdown, separate budget line item. They do have specific number of staff members per the unit, but we haven't broken it down they get $50,000 to spend. They use as much paper and products and supplies as
But
anyone.
do you have the total for what the FTEs?
Oh, the total number of FTEs.
For the budget, not just the number of.
The budget for So Priya has a budget, Priya has a line item of its own for budget and it's- we have 12. Investigative services total 12. 12 is the line item.
Okay, I guess I'm looking for the total budget amount for those FTEs, but we can move on and come back to it if you don't have it.
We'll
I
have to,
can
we'll
follow up.
provide it, we'll follow up.
Okay. Okay, so the current funding allocated for the See Forever contract is $4.5 million. What's the status of the solicitation of that contract?
You asked what's the status of solicitation? Well, we don't have I mean, there's not a solicitation out on See Forever.
We're working on a base year plus option year.
It's yeah, we're on a option year, so it's a
Okay.
year to year.
So which year are we in?
Two.
In current FY '26, there's 4.2 million.
Okay.
And then in FY '27 proposed, it's 4.5 million.
Okay, so that doesn't need to be re-solicited. We're working with Maya.
We're working with Maya, with See Forever Foundation.
Okay.
And that contract is based on a number of up to 45 students.
Okay, great. So the council just passed my bill, the Leading Education Access for Reentry and Necessary Success Amendment Act. The FIST for the bill estimates a total of $7.7 million and 26 million over the financial plan. That's 5.3 million just for the evaluation and services and 2.3 million for a grievance portal. But the FIST uses an estimate to support 521 evaluations annually based on intake data for individuals without a diploma. How is that number calculated?
We looked at again, the intake data in terms of those individuals on an annual basis between the ages of 18 to 22, that would be within that eligibility age area. And based on those numbers, it would be around that 500 number that are coming in, because as you know, currently, those individuals that come in right now in terms of creating it, they already have an IEP. So we looked at, okay, we now would have to expand to the entire age bracket of 18 to 22, and that would mean approximately 500 plus individuals per year that we would have to have screening and evaluation for eligibility for under IEPs, which is something we don't do at all at this point. And it's not part of what See Forever currently does.
So we looked at the total number, as the director indicated, we looked at the total number of individuals 18 to 22 entering the facility. We also took out those who already have GEDs or high school diplomas. Then we also removed anyone with an IEP, already established IEP, because they would already receive the support and services of Maya, which left us with the number that we're currently operating with. The thing that we remind people constantly is we're a jail, not a prison. And so prisons have individuals who stay for long periods and long terms. We can have, and we've had over 5,000 intakes any given year. So we're talking about people come in and they could be there for a couple days, they could be there for a few weeks, they could be there for a few months, they could be there for a few years, depending on where they are in the status of their trial. So our data, we looked at just looking at intakes between the ages of 18 to 22. We didn't study whether they're there for a day, whether they're there for 5 days. Now or 20 days. Now, if someone is there for a day or two, under your bill, we're required to, if they don't have a high school diploma and they don't have an IEP, we would have to begin the process. And so what that entails is beginning the process. Now, we could be right in the middle of the process if that is what's required. And then they could leave on bail, or they can, not bail, but they can be released out to the community again. But we would still be required under the bill to begin the process under the LEARNS Act. And so we would have to begin those services and put in place, have the psychological and the evaluations done, and reach out to parents and do all that processing. And they could be there for 1 or 2 days, or they can be there for 6 months, or they could be there a year. Right. But we would be required to begin the process. So we can't look at they're there 10 days, so then we could start the process, because then we would have the advocates again saying that someone was in our facility and we didn't begin to provide them with testing for an IEP. So we have to begin right away.
And at this point, I mean, as DOC, I mean, we have no capacity or expertise in that area. And to be straightforward, we're not educational administrators. And my position has always been that we really shouldn't be educational administrators. Go ahead.
The FIS proposes new positions for a diagnostic assessment center, an administrator certified in special education services, a school psychologist, and a program specialist. What would the justification need be for an entirely new center?
Well, because we have to, again, yeah.
So in order for us to begin the process of identifying and assessing those who meet the requirements for IEP, you have to have a certain specialization and certifications in order to do so. You have to have those school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists. All of those make up the team that will require the assessments of those students' eligibility for an IEP. IEP is not just the educational piece of it, but it's also the behavioral and cognitive pieces as well that makes up what would create the eligibility requirements for an IEP. And so in order to do that, there are a number of assessments that are required by licensed professionals in order to come to the determination that this person meets the requirements for an IEP.
Can See Forever handle those additional assessments?
If that was written in the contract,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure. I know that they do a lot of contractual services in terms of related services. So all of the related services that we currently have, like the behavioral health, the occupational therapy, the speech and language, is contracted out. So they use contractual agreements with other providers to provide those services.
Right. I guess I'm just like to the director's point that you're not an education administrator. For contracting with See Forever for this purpose, it seems that it may be more sensible that as opposed to you all starting an entirely new diagnostic center and hiring all this staff, that they expand their contract to do the evaluations.
That is a possibility, and that's likely a possibility, but there's a cost to that. And so everything has a cost. So whether we start the diagnostic center ourselves or whether we contract with See Forever to start a diagnostic center, we are currently paying $4 million, a little more than $4 million to educate up to 45 students. That's what our current contract allows. And it doesn't speak to or have any provisions to do any of these initial diagnostic services. So again, those are services that we would have to contract for, we would have to contract to provide them, and then we would have to contract to educate the additional students beyond what we currently are paying for.
Okay. I'm going to move on just because I've got a lot of questions to get through and I'm realizing the time. So
to add
I'm
one
going
thing, if I may. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so in addition to the Diagnostic Assessment Center, you're talking about secured classrooms. You're talking about controlled access to technology, your specialized instructional materials, secure network that will meet academic and security needs. So there's a number of other things outside of the Diagnostic Assessment Center that would be required for us to be able to put in place.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, how many residents participated in Aramark's Into Work culinary program last year?
Believe we have that.
40 residents were enrolled in the culinary arts program and 29 graduated from the program.
Sorry, say those numbers one more time.
40 residents were enrolled in the culinary arts program and 29 graduated.
Okay. And is there funding in FY '27 proposed to continue these services?
There, is there funding for that program? Yeah, I mean, yes, that's part of, that program is part of what Aramark, who's our current vendor, provides that. And there's $7 million is the budget for the food service, which includes the Into Work program, we call it.
There are 2 inmate healthcare contracts listed with Unity Healthcare, each with the same contract number. One contract line 18 is budgeted for 49.69 million. The other one's budgeted for 1.4 million. What services will be provided under the larger contract and what services are provided under the smaller contract?
Yeah, it's just 2 budget lines. I mean, the total is 50 million. It's Unity's entire contract is the $50 million.
Okay.
So it's just on 2 different budget lines. And so we provide comprehensive, it all totals a little more than $50 million, which is our Unity contract, including prescriptions and everything else.
Why is it broken down into 2 lines?
Oh, one comes from special purpose revenue. And so that's why.
Got it.
Yeah.
And it's fully, at that figure, the contract is fully funded.
Okay. So that contract is for 1,701 to 2,200 residents. The average daily population at the end of April was 2,205, which is just a little over that range. Do you feel like that contract is going to have enough to meet the needs of residents and a potentially rising population next year?
I think at this point it will. Now, obviously, we continue, as we always do, we'll continue to work very closely with EOM and OCFO in terms of continuing to track those budget dollars. But in terms of the population, we've had ups and downs of where that is. For that contract to go above that, it would have to be at a ongoing monthly average basis. So in other words, if we hit a spike somewhere, that's not necessarily going to affect anything in terms of the medical. So I would just say at the current time, the money that's set aside, that 50 million, it does fully fund our medical needs.
Okay. For the Aramark contract, how much of the current food service price per meal is used to purchase food ingredients?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand this question.
Can you
Sorry.
For the food service contract, we talked about the Aramark is at 6.8 million for FY '27, right? How much of this is used to purchase food ingredients per meal?
We'll have to check with, we don't have a breakdown for that information, so we'll have to check on that.
Do we have the breakdown of cost per meal per resident?
It's about $3
We do.
$3.30, I believe, is right around where we are. Am I accurate? Yep, $3.30, about $3.30 per.
Do you know?
And that doesn't, I'm sorry, that does not include kosher or halal, which are different, which are higher.
Do you know how that compares to Aramark contracts for school meals?
I'm not aware of the cost for school meals.
Okay. There's a separate $365,000 contract for food services that's listed under vendor name TBD
Yeah.
What is that for?
That's for Holder is the name of the company. Holder. And they provide the meals, the food service at the CCB. So that's a different contract that those meals they're not prepared there. They're brought in pre-prepared. So that is what that contract is specifically for, feeding those who are at the CCB.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. What's the status of the library?
Are we speaking of the DC public libraries, or are we speaking of DC public libraries?
Talk about
The library and
We have
CDF.
library services.
Yes, so the DC Public Library is currently, they are looking to hire new staff. They lost the staffing back in December, and it's been put out twice. And so we're working with DC Public Libraries, but that's a branch of DC Public Libraries, so we don't do the solicitations for the library branch.
Sorry, say that last part again.
We don't do the hiring for the library branch.
So is it still closed?
Yes, it is still closed.
What's the budget allocation for the Ready Center? I see $200,000, but that doesn't include all the money from other agency partnerships, right?
The $200,000 is for Ready Center services. Is that for the?
But no, as far as our partner agencies,
Yes.
yeah, that would be separate.
That's separate.
That's separate. And then also, just as an FYI, we're just finalizing
The lease.
this past week, actually, a new 5-year more lease on the Ready Center.
Great.
So that's in the process of being signed. That actually comes under the budget of DGS, but we are signing a new 5-year lease. So I appreciate the comments that some of the public witnesses supporting the great work of the Ready Center, and we're not going anywhere. So we're signing a new 5-year lease.
Great. Congratulations on that. That's exciting. What does the $200,000 go towards?
Infrastructure. So it's for the security, the maintenance, the overall costs for the building and upkeep, custodial services.
And so all programming budget allocations come from other agencies?
No. So programming allocations, each other agencies and us, yes. So we do have programming in the Ready Center under DC Department of Corrections. That's paid for by either local dollars, lead up, lead out, or the SOAR grant.
Okay, so what is the actual budget allocation for the Ready Center in total?
In terms of the programming that is currently in the Ready Center?
Yeah, in terms of everything that it takes to run it, because they're all kind of in different places, and the allocation in your budget, I just see the 200,000. But if that's not accounting for the grants or other programs that you do or other programs that other agencies do, what's the actual total?
So we have the allocation for the 200,000 is for infrastructure, and then we utilize other funds from other areas to provide programs at the Ready.
We don't have like a.
So we don't have a line
separate
item.
program item for the Ready Center.
So do we have any estimate on how much we're spending at the Ready Center?
I mean, I can add that up in terms of what
All
the
our
different programs that we have there and get that number to you, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That would be great. And if we have it from the other agencies too. Because I know that, DOES, DBH, DHS, all of them do some programming, but because there's not one
DMV.
location, yeah, right.
Right.
Be curious. We need to know, what the total number is.
Then we have, as you know, many volunteer community groups also in there.
Right.
That's, not a budget impact, but Martha's Table, such as that.
Mhm. Okay. So we've been trying to fund the Corrections Information Council Improvement Omnibus Bill for quite some time now. The CIC has requested that certain aspects of the omnibus bill be separated from the subject to appropriations clause so that many of the provisions that already competing that they can work on without the need for additional funding. In order to effectuate this change, we would need to confirm which of the sections of the bill are already being completed from your perspective and which remain as funding needs. So can you confirm that DOC is doing the following? The Department of Corrections shall employ a staff liaison for any commissioner in its care and custody who represents the single-member district containing the central detention facility and correctional treatment facility. Such liaison shall assist the commissioner in carrying out the commissioner's duties, including pursuant to this section. The commissioner shall be entitled to technology and space necessary to access commission meetings and perform the commissioner's duties.
I assume you're speaking of support and liaison for the ANC commissioner?
Yes, so he has two residents that works closely with him and to ensure that he gets the memorandums out, look at the requests, the inmate requests, the concerns. He has two people that works with him, and then he has his advisory committee as well.
But based on the statement I just read, and my intention, as I mentioned, is to understand which pieces of the bill are already being implemented versus which would need additional funding. Is the statement I read an accurate statement that that's already being implemented?
He already has two liaisons that works with him directly.
Okay, thank you. Great.
Those are residents.
You gotta make the difference.
Okay, so council member, those are two residents that I'm speaking about. So if you're talking about staff members, we have a ANC commission liaison at the facility that works directly with the commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any new updates in the offerings and commissary?
We haven't made any recent changes. Over time, as you know, we've made a number of changes in terms of offering items that are more, heart healthy or et cetera. But in terms of any new recent changes, there really haven't been any.
Okay. I think the last change was when I worked with your staff to add hair products that did not contain sulfate. That was the last big change that we.
Okay, thank you. So if the financing of the new jail annex isn't built for phase one until 2032, then in the meantime, how does this budget allocate repairs that are needed on an ad hoc basis? I've been hearing additional concerns and reports around rodents coming into the facility. How does this budget ensure that the current conditions can be habitable and safe until we have the financing for an entirely new annex?
Sure, we currently, in terms of our various contracts we have a full contract for extermination services. And that runs about $9,000 a month, I believe, on average. And so we have a contract. They are coming in every single week. So that will continue to be maintained. In terms of the capital funding, again, we have some projects that are funded that we will be working on. I had mentioned the $7.5 million for plumbing repairs, new piping, all of those things. The HVAC to continue to work to improve that. We have $2.5 million. And then just on an annual basis in terms of various projects that we need to, for the upkeep, as you mentioned, we have $2.5 million in CDF and $1.5 million in CTF.
Okay. Okay. We will follow up with any additional questions. As you know, this budget is a kind of truncated timeline, and so we look forward to working very closely together over the next couple of days and weeks to make sure that we are moving forward with a budget that accomplishes all these needs. And for the other pieces that we talked about, if you're able to get back to us by tomorrow, that would be very helpful with some of those other budget questions. With that, Director, as always, I want to give you a chance if you have any other closing thoughts you'd like to add to the record.
No, we thank you for your time, and also, again, just in recognition of this week being National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, and we had a great ceremony down at the Law Enforcement Memorial this past Saturday, and I will just end it with, again, my appreciation for the hard work that the staff do. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much. Okay, we are now going to turn to our public witness for fire and EMS, Joseph Papariello, Executive Vice President of Local 36. Hello, welcome.
Good morning.
We will begin with Joseph Papariello, Executive Vice President of Local 36.
Morning or good afternoon now. My name is Joseph Pepperell, the Executive Vice President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, Local 36 of the International Firefighters, AFL-CIO. President Hoagland is attending to personal matters today and sends his regards. We appreciate the opportunity to testify in front of you today on the FY27 budget for the DC Fire and EMS Department. Our message today is simple. This budget must prioritize staffing, infrastructure, and long-term planning to meet the growing demands on our system. The department continues to rely heavily on overtime to meet staffing levels. While overtime has been built into the FY27 budget, it is a fiscal balancing act of when it is more cost-effective and prudent to hire and retain firefighters and paramedics. Continuous evaluation of our staffing factor will help ensure that this is achieved. We strongly encourage the council to support the additional FTEs for members in the training pipeline. This allows the department to hire ahead of attrition, accounting for the time it takes to train new members and get them into the field. Without this consistent pipeline, we will continue to fall behind. We also urge the council to implement our drop program. This is one of the most cost-effective tools available to stabilize staffing while retaining experienced members. Just as importantly, a drop program provides predictable retirement timelines, allowing the department to accurately forecast attrition over the next several years. Our recent fleet challenges reflect several years of deferred purchasing and the need for a more consistent fleet replacement strategy. Strategies that reflect current market dynamics that meet the needs of our DC firefighters in the city that we serve. While capital funds are used for the purchase of brand new apparatus, we ask that the council provide flexibility to allow these funds to be used not only for new apparatus purchases, but the refurbishment of existing apparatus. The turnaround time is typically less than a year compared to 4 years for a new unit, and the refurbishment can extend the life of these units another 10 years at a fraction of the cost. Local 36 is also concerned with a recent $900,000 payment to a vendor for new apparatus engineering and design services when the purchase of these new fire trucks was not yet approved by the council. This is not the type of procurement strategy that aligns with the city's needs, and it bypasses the proper approval process. We must also ensure that the new infrastructure expands our capabilities, not just relocates them. The planned firehouse at RFK site offers an opportunity to add resources in a high-demand area. At the same time, many of our existing firehouses are aging facilities, occupied 24/7 and require sustained investment to remain safe and functional. Local 36 stands ready to be part of the solution. We ask that labor be included in planning efforts so decisions reflect operational realities and the needs of both of our members and the residents we serve. And as we close, we would be remiss not to mention our continued disappointment that the city has not reached a new fair contract with our members and that this process is now headed to arbitration. This is especially frustrating given the city's frequent recognition of extraordinary work our members have done and continue to do day in and day out. Our members deserve a fair agreement that reflects that commitment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all of your service and your testimony today. In agreement, those are absolutely the priorities, and we'll be following up with Chief Donley this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, we are turning to the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. We have 150 witnesses who have signed up to testify. We are going to move in order. Each panel that I call, if you can sit in the order that I call you, would be helpful for us to stick on track. So this first panel, Olga Gonzalez, who's joining us online, and then in person, Nancy Drain, Ronald Flagg, Kira Jarrett, and Acellis Gray. Reminder, everybody will have 3 minutes to present their testimony today. We will begin with Olga Gonzalez, Legal Aid DC.
Buenas tardes, señores consejeros. Mi nombre es Olga González. Soy residente de Washington, D.C. por más de 45 años.
Council members. My name is Olga Gonzalez. I am a resident of D.C. I have been a resident of D.C. for 35 years.
Aproximadamente tuve la ayuda de ayuda legal en Washington, D.C. después de haber recorrido muchas partes para que me pudieran ayudar.
I received support from Legal Aid DC after trying to resort to many different places in order to receive some help.
Estoy aquí para hablar sobre la importancia que es la iniciativa de acceso a la justicia.
I am here to speak about the importance of speaking about legal access.
En el año 2017 me quebré mi hombro y mi seguro no pagó porque me correspondía el Medicare.
In 2017, I broke my shoulder and the insurance didn't pay because I had to go through Medicare.
Por haber cumplido 65 años en ese momento. Como no sabía, no postulé y me empezaron a llegar los cobros del hospital. Cuando llegó la factura del hospital, casi realmente me desmayé. Estaba pasando muy mal momento.
That was because I had turned 65 at that time, and I didn't apply because I wasn't aware of it. So when I received the invoice from the hospital, that was a big surprise for me.
Personas que realmente hablaban inglés trataron de ayudarme, pero a ellos no le escucharon.
English speaking people who tried to help me, they tried to mediate for me, but they weren't listening.
Sin la ayuda de una abogada de ayuda legal, yo estaría con mi cabeza perdida. A la abogada la escucharon inmediatamente, me congelaron la deuda y empezaron a tramitar para tener Medicare. Gracias a la ayuda legal de DC.
It was through the help of a lawyer from Legal Aid DC that I was listened to. That way my bill was frozen and I received the support I needed.
Pagaron retroactivamente todo lo que mi quebrada, cirugía, tratamiento físico.
I was able to apply to Medicare through their help, and they pay off all the physical treatment I received.
Debido a eso, también se enteraron de que mi ex no me pagaba seguro médico, que en eso habíamos quedado en la mediación de Washington, D.C.
Through this, they found out that my ex-partner wasn't paying for my insurance, which was something that was agreed through mediation in DC.
Del tratamiento pasé un traumático divorcio, también tuve ayuda de demandar de nuevo a mi ex
I
con
had
abogados de DC para que pagara lo que yo tuve que pagar.
I went through a very traumatic divorce, but it was also through the help of legal aid that I could sue and make him pay for what was due.
Hoy soy miembro del Comité Consultivo de Ayuda Legal de DC y trabajo con otros clientes para apoyar a ayuda legal de DC porque ellos me ayudaron mucho.
Today, I am a part of the Council of uh, Legal Aid DC, and I am trying to provide also my support to others who need the help of Legal Aid DC because they helped me so much.
Por eso pido, ruego que el Consejo de DC apoye la iniciativa de acceso a justicia para los que no podemos hacerlo.
That's why I am begging the council to support the access to justice for those who cannot have access to it.
Sin esta ayuda, muchas personas van a sufrir debido a sus problemas legales.
Without this support, many people are going to suffer due to their legal issues.
Muchas gracias a la consejera Pinto y a todos los consejeros por escuchar mi experiencia.
Thank you very much to Council Member Pinto and the rest of the council members for listening to my experience today.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Gracias, muchas gracias por estar aquí.
Nancy Drain.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today about the Access to Justice initiative. 20 years ago, at the Commission's urging, the Council created the initiative, a program it continues to champion. Our testimony includes detailed impact statements from grantees supported by the program and a series of fact sheets that detail the value and scope of the program. Funding the initiative at just under $4.5 million, an 86% reduction, presents an existential threat to a civil justice system that relies on free legal help being available to ensure fairness and equal access to justice. Recognizing the intersectionality of our work, we stand with the VAN in asking this committee and the council to prioritize the restoration of initiative and victim services funding to at least FY26 levels. The immediate consequences of this funding reduction will be stark. 38,000 DC residents could lose access to legal help when there is no right to a lawyer in civil cases, and the vast majority of litigants cannot afford one. Grantee organizations could be forced to remove 240 client-facing, community-based workers who serve DC residents. Entire organizations or established projects may be forced to shutter entirely. More than 180 DC agencies and community organizations that rely on initiative programs will find themselves without a trusted partner. This will have a direct impact across the district and in each and every ward. But these are only the most direct consequences of the mayor's proposed reduction. It fails to recognize the longer-term benefits that accrue from legal help. The Legal Services Corporation has found an average $7 saved for every $1 invest in civil legal aid. In DC, grantee programs have saved Medicaid dollars, recouped valuable public benefits, and helped families maintain intergenerational assets. It turns its back on the idea that prevention-based strategies lead to stronger communities. Every day, initiative programs help district residents solve problems before they become bigger crises that often prove costly for the community at large. It also abandons nationally recognized DC models that ensure legal help is delivered equitably, like the first of its kind interpreter bank and the DC Resource Bridge. Failing to invest in civil legal aid squanders opportunities to leverage that investment to unleash other private resources. Grantee organizations magnify the impact of every public dollar invested through pro bono. Over 2,000 cases placed last year with a value of $74 million. Particularly troubling is this cut comes at a time of increasing, not reduced need. The testimony you will hear today will show without a doubt how critical it is for the council to restore funding. Thank you, and I would happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Ronald Flagg.
Chair Pinto, thank you. I'm Ron Flagg. I serve as board president of the DC Bar Foundation, as well as president of the Legal Services Corporation, the nation's largest funder of civil legal aid. I urge the council to restore Access to Justice Initiative funding to at least FY26 levels. First, the proposed cut would cost the city far more than it saves. When people can't tackle legal obstacles to their health, housing, and economic security, the downstream costs on public systems are high. State-level studies consistently show that investing in legal aid pays off. Our research at LSC shows the average rate of return is $7 for every dollar invested. When legal aid prevents evictions, it reduces homelessness and public spending on shelters, healthcare, and social services. When medical legal partnerships address housing conditions and bureaucratic red tape, they improve patient health, reduce ER visits, and lower public health costs. Legal aid helps domestic violence survivors secure protective orders and safe housing, which reduces costs for police, healthcare, and social services. Legal aid also ensures veterans, seniors, and people with disabilities get the benefits they're due, bringing federal dollars into the local economy at no local cost. In short, equal justice is not an expense to minimize, but an investment to maximize. Second, only the council can now preserve what it has built, an extremely effective civil legal aid system. As people's legal needs grow, the DC Bar Foundation and its grantees stand out as national leaders in innovation, collaboration, and evaluation, which ensures strategic and efficient use of limited resources. One example, the district's highly effective eviction defense program, the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, is a national leader in evaluating and measuring program impact. The 2025 evaluation report showed that among the 956 eviction cases with known outcomes, tenants retained possession in 71% of the cases. Voucher termination defense cases that received representation ended with the tenant keeping the voucher 77% of the time. These success rates are many times higher than the success rates in the absence of a lawyer. Also, the DC Bar Foundation and grantees have cultivated unparalleled networks among and beyond legal services providers, including community groups and health and social services providers. These networks expand coordination and reach, leverage distinct spheres of support and expertise, and increase impact for DC residents. In sum, what the council has built with its Access to Justice initiative is extraordinary. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara Jarrett.
Chair Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. I'm Kara Jarrett. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I've been chair of the CEO of the DC Bar Foundation for 12 years, and I have practiced public interest work in this community for more than 30. And to be clear, an 86% cut to the Access to Justice initiative will dismantle our civil legal system. The council created this program in 2007. You asked the foundation to administer it, and your investment has been a huge factor in the evolution, growth, and sophistication of this system over the past nearly 2 decades. So my plea today is don't stop now. The cut that is contemplated would leave tens of thousands of residents without legal support in moments of crisis and undue years of public investment. Your investment has supported the transformation of a fragmented legal aid landscape into a connected, responsive, and efficient system. Transformation is hard work. It doesn't just happen. It takes commitment and time and reliable funding. And we have leveraged the public funding over these nearly 20 years to ensure that that transformation happens within our community. As an example, with the goal of transforming and deeply influencing the way that we work together, the DC Bar Foundation launched the DC Social Justice Transformations Network 5 years ago. Our goal was to connect stakeholders across sectors, including legal aid, social services, healthcare, education, philanthropy, local government, and more. And through regular convenings, working groups, and with an emphasis on relationship building, this network has broken down silos to better serve DC residents who have complex overlapping needs. With the goal of transforming how DC residents experience our legal system, we began building a coordinated intake system also about 5 years ago, and I've testified about the importance of the public funding to the development of what we now know as the Resource Bridge over the past 5 years, as we worked hand in hand with legal aid providers, a broad range of community organizations, and district residents from all 8 wards to build a system that works for all. This is my first opportunity to come before you to tell you that we did it. The DC Resource Bridge launched in September of last year. The director of the Resource Bridge will be here later today, and you'll hear directly from her. And it is amazing, and it's exactly what we hoped it to be, and it's making a difference. But those 2 things that I speak of would not be possible without public funding. And they are just 2 examples of systems-level transformational work that would not have been possible and would not continue. This is the work that makes public dollars go further, reaches district residents in need earlier, and fortifies the city's social safety net at a critical time. I urge you to maintain level funding for the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Aristelis Gray.
Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Aristelis Gray, Director of Programs at the DC Bar Foundation. Like my colleagues, I'm here to tell you what we stand to lose if the mayor's proposed 86% cut to the Access to Justice initiative is approved. That is not a trim. That is the near total dismantling of a system that DC residents depend on. And it's happening at the exact moment when more of them need it than ever before. As you know, federal and local policy changes are creating a wave of new legal needs across the district. As a result of the new Medicaid income thresholds, many residents will no longer qualify for Medicaid, while others, particularly those with certain immigration status, will lose coverage entirely. And when people lose benefits, they need legal help navigating what comes next. This summer, the district must enforce new federal SNAP work requirements for adults up to age 64. Residents that cannot document compliance will risk losing food assistance. Many will need legal help understanding their rights. And these are just some of the conditions that push families into crisis and toward legal help. Last year alone, our grantee partner served more than 44,000 DC residents. That's seniors, children, people with disabilities, and survivors of domestic violence. You'll hear many examples today, but I want to share one, a woman who reached out to one of DC's legal aid organizations after she was beaten severely by her husband and didn't know where to turn. She needed protection not only for herself, but for her children, who also suffered grave harm at the hands of their father. With the help of a legal aid attorney, she obtained and extended an order of protection and secured full custody of her children. That is what this funding makes possible, and she is one of tens of thousands. The Civil Legal Counsel Projects program alone, which you've heard about, served over 3,000 tenants facing eviction in 2025. 42% of those individuals had children at home, and 21% had 0 monthly income. Civil legal aid is the connective tissue that keeps residents from falling into far more expensive systems. When a tenant loses their home, the cost of emergency shelter and services will be steep. The residents now losing Medicaid and facing SNAP work requirements will not simply manage on their own. They too will show up elsewhere in this budget in ways that cost the district far too much. Under this proposed budget, most of the legal services to help these residents would no longer exist. Difficult decisions will have to be made about staffing and programming, and we will lose the momentum that we have built in narrowing the justice gap, precisely as the needs are accelerating. So we cannot use words like neighbor and community and turn around and dismantle the systems that protect people when they're most vulnerable. When we cut funding for those with the least power and the fewest options, we are making a choice about who matters, and we are asking you to make a different choice because district residents deserve nothing less. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you all. I want to ask you, Ms. Jarrett, how much funding would be needed to ensure the DC Resource Bridge can continue to operate?
I'll have to follow up with you and give you the number.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. And I know Ms. Drain talked a little bit about this with the 1 to 7, but how do you all estimate the return on investment that your grantees are providing to the broader community when they're carrying out this important work?
Well, we, in the process of doing our advocacy, ask all of the grantees to capture that impact, both economic impact, but also impact on lives. Our testimony has a series of statements from grantees that capture this. You'll hear from witnesses today, for example, who'll talk about medical legal partnerships and the return on investment studies that they have done to capture Medicaid savings that are not incurred if a sick child's health improves because of a legal intervention. You'll hear from witnesses that will talk about monies that they have recouped for clients, public benefits, saving a family home from foreclosure. It happens in all kinds of different ways, and of course, some of the work is harder to quantify. Providing a survivor of domestic violence with a protective order, helping a family resolve crisis. But we have done, I think, a good job in capturing the impact and conveying that to all of you to really show us the worth and the value of this program. And of course, all of that reflects the national studies that Mr. Flagg spoke about as well.
Absolutely. And how many total Access to Justice grantees are there? Or were there last year? Or this current year?
30.
30. Okay. And what's the average amount they're receiving?
I can take that question. I'd say on average, our grants range between 350, 450. It depends on the grant program. So Civil Legal Counsel Projects program being the largest, there is a larger portion of funding that is dedicated towards that particular grant program. So those are larger grants. Those are the the legal defense related to eviction.
Okay. So you think there's on average about 350,000? You said?
Well, average across the board, yes. Obviously, they vary.
Right. And for 30, so there must be several that are much higher, right?
Yes, those grants related to eviction defense, yes, through Civil Legal Counsel Projects.
Okay. And how much are those for about?
I would say on average, if I had to average that, I would say probably the lowest being 900,000.
The other thing I just mentioned is that I think, as you know well, we have a varied legal services community. So there are some smaller organizations who, of course, would receive smaller grant awards, and then larger organizations that do a wide range of different legal work. So they may do housing and family law and domestic violence. So that, I think, that accounts for some of the variation in the amount of grants that organizations receive.
If I could just add, when we talk about this eviction defense program, it's a highly collaborative and coordinated program involving 6 different providers that coordinate in a way so they're not replicating each other's work, but they're building on each other's work, and they're partnering with, I think, at least 6 or 7 community groups. So it's really a network, and a very effective network, as the evaluative data show.
Thank you. That's important. Can you all provide the committee with a list of all of the grantees and the amounts for FY26?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. And thank you all for all that you do and being here. I know this is just devastating news, and we're gonna try to do everything we can.
We appreciate your commitment.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Indira Hennard, Kube Nagaji, Sarah Tenen, Karen Newton-Cole. Welcome to you all. We will begin with Indira Hennard.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, for your leadership and for the opportunity to testify today. I am here not only as a service provider, but as a witness to what happens when systems are starved of resources, and a witness to what happens when things become possible, when they are fully equipped to meet the moment they are built for. We recognize the fiscal pressures facing the city, but the fiscal pressures does not minimize the human need, and it does not lessen our responsibility. As a member of the Victim Assistance Network, we are requesting that you preserve OVSJG's full portfolio, including the Access to Justice Initiative, as well as the Justice Grants Initiative, and the fully funding of victim services, as well as preserving and restoring critical DHS investments. This is not a request for expansion. It is the minimum required to sustain the system the district has already built and that survivors rely on every day. The proposed budget has steep reduction in funding for victim services. Let me be clear about what this means. It means fewer survivors are able to access counseling in their critical moments. It means longer wait times for hospital-based advocacy. It means fewer safe rides home after an assault. It means survivors, many of whom are Black and brown and girls and gender-expansive folks, are being forced to navigate trauma alone. We have seen an increase in services over the past year. Survivors are calling our 24/7 hotline. They are arriving at hospitals in crisis, and they are seeking legal support because trauma has disrupted their stability, putting them at risk of eviction. But we cannot meet this rising demand with shrinking resources. Victim services are not optional. They are essential infrastructure in the public safety ecosystem. For more than 5 decades, the DC Rape Crisis Center has stood in service to the city, shaping national best practices, advancing policy, and supporting survivors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But we cannot do this alone. A cut of this magnitude moves us in the wrong direction. So I ask, do we believe survivors and all victims of crime deserve care in their most vulnerable moments? Do we believe safety is a right and not a privilege? If the answer is yes, then the investment must reflect that belief, because survivors are not waiting, the need is not slowing down, and our commitment to them must not waver. We thank Director Porter and the entire OVSJG team for their continued partnership and steadfast commitment to the district. And we respectfully urge this committee to ensure that OVSJG is resourced in a way that meets not only the urgency of this moment, but also the stated values of the District of Columbia, values of safety, dignity, and justice for all who live there. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Kube Nagaji.
Chair Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Kube Nagaji, President and CEO of the District Alliance for Safe Housing Dash, a DC Access to Justice Commissioner, and co-chair of the Victim Assistance Network Policy and Advisory Committee. I appear before you today in all 3 capacities. Let me begin by thanking this committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and the entire OVSJG team for their continued leadership and partnership. The council has already received the VAN's written recommendations and data outlining the significant pressures facing the district's victim services continuum and the broader OVSJG portfolio. What I want to elevate today is what this cuts would mean for the systems that the district has spent years building. We are at an inflection point. Our victim services infrastructure is already operating at its limits, and under-resourcing victim services will reverse years of progress and destabilize the systems of care for crime victims, youth, and their families in the district. And when these systems contract, survivors and residents are not abstractly impacted. They will lose access to safety, housing, legal support, and pathways out of violence. As this committee heard during performance oversight, victim services, access to justice, and justice grants function as an interconnected continuum because survivors do not experience these things in silos. They move across the system simultaneously in search of safety and stability, which means that when one part loses capacity, the consequences will ripple across the entire continuum. Throughout today's hearing, you will hear from witnesses describing the same reality from different entry points. You will hear later from my DASH colleagues about what these pressures already look like operationally for one of DC's largest safe housing providers, serving over 2,700 survivors and children every year. We know that savings have to be made, and providers across the network have already reduced costs, consolidated functions, and stretched limited resources because the need has grown, not diminished. But doing more with less is not a sustainable strategy. Failing to fund victim services at the fiscal 27 need of $59.6 million will not create efficiencies. It will result in less services, and it will erode the safety net survivors currently rely on. And as always, those consequences of that erosion would fall hardest on Black and Brown communities, already disproportionately impacted by violence, housing instability, and economic insecurity. At a moment when the district is rightly focused on public safety and accountability, we must also preserve the infrastructure that makes it possible. For these reasons, the VAN urges council to fund victim services at $59.6 million, the minimum investment necessary to preserve our existing survivor safety infrastructure under fiscal 27 conditions. We also urge the council to restore proposed 549 reduction to OVSJG's operational capacity and to fully restore access to justice and justice grants. The question before us is whether the district will preserve the survivor safety infrastructure it has spent years to build, or will we accept a future where residents and survivors can reach safety when they need it most? Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Sarah Tenen.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Tenen, and I am the Executive Director of Volunteer Legal Advocates. We provide free legal representation to low-income survivors of domestic violence, immigrant survivors of gender-based violence, and vulnerable children. In 2025, we helped close to 3,000 district residents. We rely on funding from OVSJG and Access to Justice to support 29 of our 50 staff members. The projected cuts would decimate our organization. There are a few key points I want to focus on. We leverage every dollar you invest in our program by engaging over 600 pro bono lawyers annually. We turn every $1 invested into $5 of free legal services. We lean on the private sector to financially contribute to our work, and they do. We are simply asking that the district do its part. We have worked hard to bring money into the district, including federal grants. The proposed cuts overlap a backdrop of significant cuts to federal funding for these same programs. We ourselves are losing a 3-year DOJ grant that also supports our work. Each case we handle is the story of a human being in crisis who just wants to be safe. Priya was referred to us while hospitalized following a knife attack from her partner. With the help of our attorney, she obtained a 2-year civil protection order. When her abuser violated the CPO, our attorneys helped her navigate both his criminal case and the extension of her CPO. Our attorneys were also appointed to represent the best interests of 4 young siblings caught between 2 parents, significant tension, and no safe home. They were missing school, not receiving medical care, and frequently in the care of their uncle, who was a convicted child sex offender. During their 17-month representation, the attorneys connected the family to services. By the time the case concluded, both parents had suitable housing, the children were caught up on medical care, attending school, getting the support they needed, and the attorneys had negotiated a safe custody arrangement. For Priya, for the 4 minor children, and for all of the other clients we serve, the nexus of their stories, their safety, and their futures is in this funding. We have the expertise, the commitment, and the compassion required to represent every DC survivor and child who needs us. What we don't have are the resources to do it alone. My ask of council is outlined in my written testimony, but it's very simple. Preserve OVSJG's full portfolio, victim services at the baseline at a minimum, access to justice, restore the funding fully. We know the statistics. We know the needs are at an all-time high. Now is the time to double down on our investment in this essential work, not to scale it back at the expense of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Newton-Cole.
Committee Chair Pinto and members of the committee. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued commitment to supporting civil legal services for low-income residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Karen Newton-Cole, and I am the Executive Director of Neighborhood Legal Services Program, or NLSP. At NLSP, we see every day how access to legal representation can mean the difference between stability and crisis for the individuals and families facing loss of income, families disruption, eviction, or denial of critical benefits. When people cannot secure income or benefits they are entitled to, everything else begins to unravel. Housing becomes unstable, families are strained, and crises escalate quickly. Civil legal services are not simply a safety net. They are a critical intervention that protects income, preserves housing, and helps families again regain stability. While maintaining critical funding levels is essential, we must be clear. Holding the line is simply not enough. We must work towards solutions. Inflation, sustained demand, and limited resources continue to strain the civil legal services system. At NLSP, we're doing our part. We're seeking additional funding sources, strengthening partnerships, and leveraging collaborative models to extend our reach and improve efficiency while controlling costs. But we cannot meet this need alone. Meaningful access to justice requires shared responsibility and sustained investment from the council, the courts, pro bono attorneys and firms, or community-based organizations and legal services providers. Each plays a critical role. Your role in funding Access to Justice Initiative grants at 2025 level is essential to ensure sustained support while we, alongside of partners, identify and build long-term solutions that strengthen the entire legal services ecosystem. That is why we are focused not only on direct representation, but on building stronger, more coordinated systems of support. With the support of the DC Bar Foundation, we are deepening partnerships across legal and social services and exploring innovations such as the Community Justice Workers Program, which has been recently introduced by the DC Court of Appeals, that expand access while maintaining limited resources. These efforts allow us to reach more residents, maximize public investment, and ensure high-quality legal services are available at the moment that they most matter. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Thank you all. I want to ask you a kind of impossible question, which is, as you have done this work, and all of you have done this work for quite some time, and we have seen an expansion in the services we're providing, the funding we're providing, why are we seeing the trends go in the wrong direction when it comes to domestic violence, incidents, homicides, and how can we ensure that these investments are going to the survivors when they need them and working towards our longer term goals of ensuring that 5 years from now, we have driven down those numbers even further?
I mean, it's an impossible question, but I will start by answering and saying that domestic violence and sexual violence and the work that we all do does not happen in isolation, right? We are in the perfect storm. When you look at what's happening economically across the region, when you look at the impact of the shifts on federal legislation, when you look at what our community members are dealing with day in, day out, the occupation of DC, all of those things, it is the perfect breeding ground for violence. We saw it in COVID. It is happening again. And so when you have families who are stretched to their max, and we're already seeing, right, I think the DV Fatality Board reported some numbers, and we've got several members of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence here today who will testify to some of these statistics. But it does not happen in isolation, and that's why we are really pushing for the full restoration of OVSJG, because that is the backbone of how we get out of this. If we do not restore that full portfolio, if we do not give Director Porter and her team the administrative support that they need, if we do not fund victim services, if we do not fund access to justice, and justice grants equally, we are going to reverse course. And then strategically, when you talk about where we need to be over the next couple of years, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, we on the van side have year over year for the last 4 budget cycles, we have flagged that we've only been meeting just the base. There is at least $20 to $30 million worth of core resources that we know we need to be able to shift the needle in a much more strategic way. But there has not been capacity to do that. And so we are ready to engage in a really thoughtful conversation and planning of like, okay, if we are going to protect the baseline and then work our way 2-3 years out, what does that look like? What do we need from the city? What do we need from providers? What do we need from our private partners? And I know that the answer exists within us, but the moment, council member, that you're ready to have that conversation, tag me in. We're ready.
I think the other piece I will say to piggyback off of what Kube said is because of the drastic cuts that we have seen in federal funding, we know that local funds will not get the job done. And so when we think about what happens to our most vulnerable residents, we know that it impacts the individual, the community, and the family. The reason why it's so important to do the full restoration of this funding is because in order to expand our reach, we do so in partnership. So when we think about domestic violence and sexual assault survivors, one of the critical needs is access to legal aid. And we have strong partnerships with the legal aid community. And if we know that power silences the most vulnerable, then we should also know that it is critical that legal aid speaks for everyone. And so it's really, really important that we look at it in its totality. It's also important to understand that we are the safety net. We are the ecosystem. We are seeing a different client profile. And it's not just residents who are low income. We have folks from the business community accessing our resources because these are specialized services. So I would offer that there's a deeper conversation that needs to happen, but it cannot be lost on this committee that we work hand in hand. For the DC Rape Crisis Center, we did not have a strong relationship with the legal aid community before we were involved in the DC Social Justice Transformation Network. And our clients have doubled as it relates to legal advocacy support they need. And we reach out to them because that's where the subject matter expertise is, and same with the domestic violence orgs as well too. So I would just offer that this is a time where we are in a season where the most vulnerable is being attacked, where the work that we all do is being attacked at every level. And this is where we really need to come together and say that we support all victims of crime. We believe that everyone deserves access to legal aid and access to justice. It can't just be a tagline.
We are coming together. We have been planning together. We have been talking together. We've been supported by DC Bar Foundation in that effort, but this is something that is a little bit different. Over the last few years, we've worked with our partners throughout in the field in different areas. When I talked about social organizations and other organizations coming together and designing solutions, that's really important. We understand that the need continues to increase. And at the very best that we can ask for or expect is that we can retain the funding levels of last year. But that doesn't do anything in terms of whatever there has been an increase in terms of services, and also just even if you wanted to hold services at the same level, what you're talking about is a 3 to 5% increase every year that goes by. We know that you can't find 3 to 5% every year that goes by. So what we've done is we started taking it on ourselves and started talking among ourselves. How can we make this different? How can we make changes? One of the things that has come up is the Community Justice Workers program that the DC Court of Appeals has introduced. And with that program, we're talking about leveraging people who are already out in the field and allowing them to provide legal services in terms of advice and counsel and brief services. That means we're reaching out further. And the cost of it is not the same as if we went out and hired 10 or 15 new attorneys to reach those same people. So it's not lost on us that this is really an important issue, and it's hard for everybody as you have competing priorities and all of that other good, wonderful stuff. So what we're asking from you is please hold the line for us so that we can continue to build out and to look for new resources and establish new partnerships and things that will get us past where we are right now. There needs to be solutions.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to ask you one more impossible question. Where do you think it should come from? The money.
I think that some of that is a little bit above my pay grade. But I do know that there are, the DC Fiscal Policy Institute and so many others have really put a lot of thought into how the city can work to address some of these gaps and where there are resources the city might be able to tap. I think within the justice judiciary,
right, within the
public
committee
safety cluster, there are significant variances in the different sort of agency budget lines of what's been increased and what's been decreased. And so from the VAN perspective, what we are asking of the committee is to make sure that there is an equitable approach to addressing the gaps within the budget. So ultimately, you all have a more global view of all the comings and the goings, but I do think that there is opportunity within the cluster itself to think through, okay, where are there some really critical gaps that have already been made in the budget and where there's some surpluses that could potentially solve the gaps we are facing now and then plan for a longer term solution.
But I guess I would say there are not surpluses. Every agency has been cut. So this is an absolute need that we have to fill. And within the jurisdiction, and you don't have to answer if you don't have an answer, but if anybody has a thought as to where we should find almost $30 million to fill this gap, I am very curious to know what those ideas are in a set of agencies that have been cut across the board.
Yeah. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just say that I think part of what's challenging about that question is that when we think about what has been funded across the city, I'm not just talking about the OVSJG portfolio, I'm just talking about just DC in general. And when we look at that, and when we look at kind of our area, so to speak, it's a huge inequity. So I think the answer to your question is bigger than your committee and bigger than, all of us. I think it's a larger kind of reflection in terms of where are the city's resources going, and they are not going in its totality towards the needs that we need.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all very much, and thanks for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Only a couple witnesses in. I've already gotten us off schedule, but appreciate everyone's patience. I may not be able to ask everybody questions. Just want to be upfront about that. Okay. April Fraser Camara, Vikram Swarup, George Jones, Misty Thomas Zaleski. Welcome. We will begin with April Fraser Camara.
Good afternoon. My name is April Fraser Camara. I serve as the president and CEO of National Legal Aid and Defender Association. I'm also a longstanding proud Ward 7 resident. And at NLADA, we are the nation's oldest and largest nonprofit that supports equal justice for civil legal aid attorneys, public defenders, and the client communities that we serve. Here in the district, we worked very closely with the DC Access to Justice Initiative and its grantees to help residents navigate the myriad of issues that you've heard about earlier today. And I'm here today to stand in strong support of fully restoring the funding for access to justice at the FY26 levels. At this time, families across the city are actually carrying so much uncertainty given the climate that we're in. And legal aid is not a luxury. It's an essential infrastructure specifically to keep families housed, to keep victims safe, to keep our seniors from being exploited, to protect survivors, as we mentioned before, but ultimately to stop small crises from becoming lifelong harm within our community. And it's very important to note, and you heard earlier, around legal aid provides solutions for communities, very vulnerable communities. And for every dollar that is spent, we see a return on investment. Communities see on average for every dollar, average return of $7. And that shows up as taxpayer savings, stronger families, healthier communities, and ultimately greater economic stability. And we've seen that impact right here in DC. The Children's Law Center Housing Advocacy Program has achieved tremendous success with children with asthma generating millions in savings tied to improved health outcomes. Legal counsel for the elderly turned a relatively modest investment into nearly $2 million in direct financial benefits for seniors. And Legal Aid DC secured more than $12 million for residents facing foreclosure and debt collection. So it's very important to note that this is not charity. This is public investment. And it's one thing that I really want to stress to you is that there is no backup plan if DC City Council does not fund these needed services. On the federal level, we are seeing tremendous cuts. And so the notion that the budget is going to be filled by federal dollars is just not the reality. So I just would like to say I'm here to answer any questions that you have for me. And I would ask the council to hold your values around funding our communities.
Thank you very much. Vikram Swarup.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you, Chairperson Pinto. I'm the Executive Director of Legal Aid DC. Of course, I'm here to urge the council to fully restore the access to justice funding to the FY26 level, as well as the victim services funding that's in OVSJG's budget. At Legal Aid, we helped about 6,000 people last year using the access to justice funding. And if the cuts were to go into effect, about 5,000 of those folks would not get help. And this funding supports about a third of our budget. And if the cuts were to go into place, we would lose about 40 staff members, 20 staff who help people facing eviction and housing conditions issues, 9 staff who help residents navigate the public benefit system, just as we're seeing major SNAP and Medicaid changes going into effect, 7 staff who help survivors and families in domestic violence and family law cases, 2 staff who help protect consumers, and 1 staff member who helps immigrants with ramped up immigration enforcement. And this comes at a moment where demand is rising, as you mentioned. We handled 18% more cases in 2025 than the year before. And through March of 2026, we have accepted more than 500 cases for full representation, which is a 36% increase from the same time last year. March of 2026 saw our highest monthly intake total in our records as far back as they go. And to your question earlier about sort of the consistent rising need, right? Like I think one of the key points is that one of the things that we do with our resources, both public and private, is do community outreach. So more and more people are aware that legal services are available, and our legal services are easier and easier to access because of these investments. And so that will show 5 years from now, more people coming and seeking legal help if it's done right, because the vast, vast majority of people in all of these forums are unrepresented, right? Like, and many of them don't know that legal help is available. And so there are 2 gaps that we're closing there. One is the people who are coming to us who we can't help, and the other is the people who are not coming to us who need to know that they could come to us and we might be able to do something about it. The last thing that I want to highlight is that the initiative unlocks significant private investment with the public dollars. About 200 of our pro bono volunteers submitted a letter to the council a couple weeks ago describing the initiative as a force multiplier. So they provided about 28,500 hours of service to legal services, free legal services in partnership with us, and that's just us. Obviously, there's dozens of other colleagues here that do similar work. One of the things that their letter makes clear is that their work depends on our infrastructure, our intake, our screening, our training, our mentoring, our expertise. And so without ATJ funds, not only are you going to lose the thousands of district residents who we're directly helping, but also the thousands of district residents who are being helped through the private investments that we're able to put in. Look, it's pretty simple here, right? The consequences of a cut means fewer lawyers, fewer cases, and more people not getting help. And so we urge you to restore the funding.
Thank you. George Jones.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Pinto. I'm George Jones, the CEO of Bread for the City. At Bread, we serve district residents who live in on low incomes, predominantly Black and Brown communities, by providing legal services as well as food, clothing, social services, and medical care. I'm here to urge, like my colleagues today, to urge the restoration of the Access to Justice funding to FY26 funding levels of $31.7 million. Access to justice is not just supplemental, it's really foundational to our work. At Bread alone, we served last year 3,800 residents with each who had critical needs, and we were able to help generate resources such as about $1 million in benefits like SNAP and TANF through our representation of these folks. It supports more than a dozen attorneys and our legal staff who ensure that DC residents are not forced to navigate complex legal systems alone. The proposed FY27 budget would cut this funding as drastically as 86%. For our organization, that means losing maybe as many as 13 of our attorneys and a case manager, eliminating core programs and leaving more than 3,000 district residents without legal help. Across the district, consequences will be immediate and far-reaching. First, the Access to Justice Initiative promotes neighborhood and family stability. Through housing preservation and eviction prevention, we help families stay in their homes and avoid the cascading impacts of displacement and the trauma of homelessness. Second, it promotes public safety and community well-being. Survivors of domestic violence rely on legal support to obtain protection orders and secure safety for themselves. Without the support, they are left at risk. As one client at Breakfast's Legal Services recently shared, for people like me, we may not have the financial resources to hire a private attorney. Programs like Breakfast City are essential. They ensure that parents, families, and individuals are not left defenseless in situations that can impact their entire future. So again, I wanted just to reiterate this idea that we are asking the council and the DC government to restore the funding to FY26 levels. And I kind of want to take the last 30 seconds to slip in a response to the question you asked earlier. I think we really have to think about more progressive taxes. And I don't know what the reserves are in the city, but I think we also have to look at reserves. So that question about where the money is going to come from, we're going to have to sort of dig deep. And I think there's just two things we'll have to seriously look at. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will just say the rules of the council, we can't move tax changes in our committee, but I hear you. Misty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Misty Thomas-Zaleski. I'm the Executive Director of the Council for Court Excellence and a former legal service lawyer here in DC. I am joining my many colleagues here today on a long day to support restoring and protecting access to justice funds, victim services funds, and reentry funds. It is, I think, just to name it, actually shameful that this administration has forced this legal community to continue to do this dance year after year, begging for baseline funding restoration, knowing full well that this council shares the values of this community and will do the work to cobble together the money to ensure the legal needs are met. This was not a flat across the district's agency's budget cut where everyone felt the same marginal hit. This is a functional zeroing out. That is a value choice and a really shameful one. The people in this room are deeply, deeply dedicated to providing services to their clients. They are not enriching themselves and lining their pockets. These are, as I know well, and many of you do, profoundly underpaid legal civil servants, and they're not lining their pockets on the district dime. So we should be appreciating the dedication that's shown here. They take the time out of the work that should be serving clients to be here begging for a baseline for their clients. And, I want to use CC's time to talk about the downstream or maybe invisible effects that happen here that I also come telling you pretty much every year, but I will say them again, which is right now, the cuts to DMV employment rates, what we're knowing in the social safety net hits that are happening at the federal level, mean this crisis is growing, and it is not hyperbole, I think, to say that a loss of access to counsel to ensure a fair resolution of a legal dispute won't have a ripple effect on the district's economy and well-being. So that tax base, that stability of our economy actually is harmed by this what seemingly is a micro cut from a big budget perspective. And will strain other government systems. You heard a lot about the jail today. You're hearing about other, schools and healthcare. All of those ripple effects when you can't resolve your moments of crisis and your stability. So I also say that just a reminder that just because you don't have a lawyer doesn't mean that legal case goes away. So let's talk about impacts on our courts. Defunding access to justice does not change the caseloads. It just means that families experiencing crisis who are navigating this alone have to have a judge who has to slow down, who has to explain the law, who has to navigate gathering facts in a very different and much less efficient way than we do when we have counsel standing beside you. And so maybe not even visible to this committee yet, but the markup in the House of our courts budget shows a 20% reduction in our Court of Appeals budget and a 13%. They had also been relatively steady, and our courts are taking a hit this year. So with the courts facing their budget cuts, caseload backlogs, and ongoing judicial vacancies, this loss has profound effects. So this is the only tool in this council's toolkit to help our courts functionally run, is our Office of Administrative Hearings and Courts. So this is your only tool to help that aspect of our legal system. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And thank you for all you do throughout the year. Appreciate it.
Chairwoman, can I say that it is one of our advocates, Nancy Drain's birthday today, one of the hearts of the Access to Justice movement.
Wow.
So we should maybe clap for her. And if people in her fan club want to go out into the hall and sing to her in a minute, we would love that.
That is so great to know. I think given the topic of the day and the amazing work Nancy Drain has done, that calls for a Chambers happy birthday. What do we think? We all ready? All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nancy. Happy birthday to you. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And that is even incredibly selfless of her because we went back and forth with date options for this hearing. So appreciate you so much, Nancy, and all you do. And happy birthday. Thank you for spending it with us. I'm sorry that you have to spend it with us. Okay, now that we know we've got to get Nancy out of here, we'll keep moving. Sedina Montani, Kelly Neptune, Nyla Williams, and Christina Jackson. All right, we'll begin with Sedina Montani.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sedina Montani. I am the president of the District of Columbia Bar. The DC Bar is the largest mandatory bar in the country with nearly 124,000 members nationwide and 66,000 members in the DC metropolitan area. On behalf of the bar and its past presidents, I urge the council to restore funding for the Access to Justice Initiative at the FY26 levels. This is not simply a request to hold the line. It's a call to continue to invest wisely. Initiative funding, as you've been hearing, has been transformative in delivering critical legal assistance to economically marginalized district residents. And that's why reducing the funding by 86% would so significantly undermine important community progress. These drastic cuts would be devastating. They would threaten the safety, health, housing, and economic stability of the district's most vulnerable residents. Every year, DC Bar members contribute tens of thousands of hours of pro bono legal services to district residents, but that commitment depends on a functioning nonprofit network. These providers screen clients, they train volunteers, and they ensure quality representation for clients. And without robust initiative funding, that network falters, and so does the impact of every pro bono hour that our members deliver. The demand for civil legal assistance has continued to grow for reasons that you've been hearing a lot about today, driven by rising housing costs, increased federal policy shifts, and the ongoing economic pressure facing district residents with limited means. Nonprofit legal service providers like the DC Bar Pro Bono Center are absorbing higher operational costs, including for staffing, technology, and facilities, just as the need for their services is surging. Any reduction below the $31.7 million level will mean that fewer district residents receiving the civil legal help they need will be able to attain those services. Fewer cases will be taken and fewer families will be protected from eviction, from exploitation, and from hardship. Restoring funding to the FY26 levels reflects the council's commitment to ensuring that access to justice keeps pace with the needs of the community that it serves. Civil legal services are among the district's most cost-effective tools. I appreciate that money for this budget does not grow on trees, but the needs do not disappear because the costs are not absorbed in this line item of the budget. In fact, when legal needs go unmet, the costs shift to taxpayers and emergency shelter, public benefits, strained healthcare and social services, as well as the court's delays we heard about. Early legal intervention can prevent these outcomes. The Legal Services Corporation reports that every dollar invested in legal services returns an estimated $7 through prevented evictions, secured federal benefits, preserved unemployment, and other benefits. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Kelly Neptune.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Pinto and members of the DC Council. I am Kelly Neptune, the Executive Director of the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the district's largest provider of pro bono legal services. Each year, we mobilize thousands of volunteer attorneys to help over 20,000 individuals, nonprofits, and small businesses. Last year, the Council protected the Access to Justice Initiative funding, and we are deeply appreciative and are here to ask for a continued restoration. For the Pro Bono Center, this funding is structural. It supports nearly 40% of our budget and over 40% of our staff. A reduction of this magnitude doesn't just shrink programs, it dismantles them. Consider housing. Our landlord-tenant legal assistance network brings together 6 legal services organizations. This year, the Pro Bono Center completed over 3,300 intakes for the network. The residents we reach are overwhelmingly from wards 7 and 8. Without representation, they face eviction alone in a system where 95% of landlords have attorneys. Our Family Law Assistance Network team saw a 17% increase in cases from the prior year. These are residents in crisis, parents fighting to maintain custody and stability, and many of these families are also facing multiple civil legal needs, and they turn to the Pro Bono Center for help. Public benefits now make up nearly a quarter of our full representation cases, a reflection of the economic pressures squeezing DC residents. This past year, in full representation housing and family and public benefits, the Pro Bono Center saved clients nearly $10 million in legal fees. Through our future planning and probate program, we served residents in historically marginalized communities to protect their homes and preserve generational wealth. Consequences to funding cuts are concrete. Families lose custody battles. Tenants face evictions alone. Residents lose access to public benefits. And seniors lose their homes, unable to pass them on to the next generation. These funding changes saves lives and strengthens our communities. We are asking that the council fully restore the Access to Justice Initiative funding because district residents that we serve are counting on them. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Nyla Williams.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Nyla Williams, and I am a DC resident. I'm here today because the Access to Justice Initiative saved my family during our most vulnerable moment. I am living proof that when the district invests in legal aid, it isn't just funding a program, it is giving mothers like me a second chance. A few years ago, I fled a domestic violence situation in New York and arrived in DC with nothing but my 6-week-old son. I was starting over, but I was terrified of losing him. I didn't know my parental rights and couldn't afford a lawyer. Without help, I faced a very real possibility of losing custody or being forced into an unsafe visitation schedule. I was a mother trying to do the right thing, but I was trapped in a legal maze that I couldn't navigate alone. The DC Bar Pronos Center stepped in. They didn't just give me advice, they gave me a seat at the table. They outlined my options and represented me in the custody hearing. Because of them, I was granted sole custody and the financial support my son deserved, support that became a lifeline when he was later diagnosed with autism. They believed in me when I was struggling to believe in myself. Today, my child is thriving. I want this council to understand that many of our neighbors in this economy are just one paycheck away from losing everything. This program provides empowerment to move forward. If this funding is not reduced, the doors will be closed on families just like mine. Please protect and restore full funding for the Access to Justice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you so much for sharing your story. Appreciate it. Christina Jackson.
Hi, Chair Pinto. Thank you to you and this committee for the opportunity to underscore the devastation that the 86% cut in initiative funding would cause for our neighbors. As the Pro Bono and Public Interest Bar Association in DC, we see how the civil justice ecosystem collaborates to advance access to justice and support our neighbors. Today, I want to dig deeper into 2 additional consequences of the cut to funding. First, pro bono volunteers. We are fortunate to have a robust legal services ecosystem in DC, but we know that the legal need far outpaces their ability to respond. That's why strategic investments in pro bono capacity are critical. Legal services organizations in the district operate at the intersection of high demand and limited resources. And there are many skilled attorneys willing to contribute their time, but pro bono doesn't happen automatically. It requires coordination, training, supervision, administrative support. Initiative funding provides this structure. It enables organizations to recruit, screen, and train volunteers, ensuring they're prepared to handle complex civil legal issues. Equally important, this funding allows organizations to match volunteers with appropriate cases and provide ongoing mentorship and technical support. Thus, a single staff attorney can leverage dozens of volunteers, multiplying the organization's capacity many times over. The return on investment is significant. For every dollar spent on infrastructure supporting pro bono engagement, the district unlocks many more hours of legal assistance at no additional cost, increasing the number of residents served and improving the quality of representation and outcomes for vulnerable populations. Second, the Access to Justice Initiative plays a critical role in attracting and retaining the dedicated advocates that are the backbone of this system through the Public Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Loan repayment assistance is essential because it helps bridge the gap between the huge student loan education debt and the comparatively low public interest salaries. By easing this financial burden, the program enables graduates to pursue and remain in public service careers. It also broadens the diversity of lawyers serving in our community by making access to public interest careers financially feasible to a wide range of individuals from different socioeconomic backgrounds. We appreciate your leadership. We appreciate your fight for this funding. I can't emphasize enough the critical role that the Access to Justice Initiative plays in sustaining the effectiveness and expanding the reach of our legal services organizations. So thank you for your advocacy year upon year, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Forward to working together over the next couple of weeks to try to figure this out together. Appreciate it. Rhonda Cunningham Holmes. Tina Nelson. Sunny Desai. Shijoki Akamigabo. Rhonda Cunningham Holmes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly. LCE is the only legal services organization in DC devoted exclusively to seniors. Much of our work is made possible by the Council's support of the Access to Justice Initiative and the Civil Legal Counsel Projects Program, or CLCPP. So we thank you for that. Every year, legal services providers come before the Council to discuss the value we bring to district residents. My testimony will outline that value and briefly address misconceptions about the program. My colleagues Tina Smith Nelson and Sunny Desai will testify to the client-level impact of OVSJG funded programs. Their stories show how investments made today avert far greater losses of wealth and public resources in future budget years. LCE recognizes that solvency and growth are the central goals of the district's budget, but these goals should not require repeating the same fixes every year. ATJ supports long-term fiscal stability by protecting housing assets and stabilizing communities. LCE receives nearly $1.74 million from ATJ and CLCPP through the DC Bar Foundation. These funds enable LCE to prevent evictions and enforce safe housing so seniors can age with dignity and in place. It also secures life-sustaining benefits like SNAP, SSI, SSDI, and Medicaid, provide estate planning and guardianship support to homebound seniors, and preserve intergenerational wealth through clear title and home ownership assistance, thereby strengthening the neighborhoods our seniors built. Before discussing the district's investment, I will briefly clarify how the program operates. ATJ and CLCPP funding enables LCE to connect seniors with legal services by leveraging pro bono attorneys from district law firms, government, and corporate legal departments. LCE trains these attorneys, who then provide high-quality legal representation at no cost. This model expands access to justice well beyond what our legal staff alone could provide. We ensure efficient and timely access to the free legal services for district seniors. In 2025, with a $1.75 million investment, LCE generated more than $6.2 million in direct client benefits. That's an incredible 359% return on investment. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, seniors built this city. Restoring ATJ funding will enable LCE to continue serving older adults efficiently while delivering a strong return on the district's investment. Thank you, and I welcome.
Thank you very much. Tina Nelson.
Good afternoon, Councilperson Pinto and members of the committee. I'm Tina Nelson, Senior Managing Attorney with LCE. I am testifying this afternoon on behalf of the impact these funds have on our probate work. The primary focus of our probate work is to address the issue of heirs' property. Many of our clients live in homes where title is tangled among many heirs because the deeded owner died without engaging in estate planning. These clients risk losing their homes through tax foreclosure due to increased property taxes when the homestead and senior citizen exemptions are removed from the property. Additionally, we represent clients who are in foreclosure where the deeded owner has died and a reverse mortgage becomes due or traditional mortgage needs to be assumed. Through our probate work, LCE gets clients on title, maintaining home ownership, availing themselves of property tax breaks, and getting grants to make home repairs and renovations. These clients are then able to pass down generational wealth through their own estate planning. I will note a couple of client stories highlighting the impact of this funding. LCE represented a 64-year-old client whose husband died with a will, which left the home to her. The house was assessed at $560,000 and it was encumbered by a mortgage of $360,000. The client was paying the mortgage, but the mortgage company advised that her payments would no longer be accepted if she were not on title and the loan was not in her name. We represented the client through the probate process and got her on title. We provided documentation to the mortgage company and the client was able to assume the loan and prevent foreclosure and homelessness. Without our assistance, the client would have been at risk of losing her $500,000 home and the tax revenue it generates for the district. LCE represented a 73-year-old client whose mother died without a will. There were 4 heirs, including our client. The client lived in a home with 2 brothers, one of whom was disabled, and another brother who lived in Maryland. The Maryland brother was preparing to file a partition action to force the sale of the home to get his intestate share. That action would have displaced our client and his 2 brothers. LCE represented the client through mediation, and the client and his 2 brothers were able to buy out their brother's intestate share. Title was transferred to our client and his 2 brothers, and the brothers continued to live in the family home and provide tax revenue to the district. Additionally, the district saved the cost of having to potentially pay for institutional care of the disabled brother. LCE obtained over $1 million in benefits for just these 2 clients. This is the type of return on the investment of dollars. Stable seniors, stable home ownership, stable families, and stable communities, all of which lead to a stable economy for the district. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Sunny Desai?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Sunny Desai. I'm the managing attorney of LCE's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. Every year, thanks to the council's support, thousands of district residents, especially seniors, avoid eviction and homelessness. But this lifeline is now at risk. Proposed cuts to ATJ threaten not only our seniors' well-being, but also the district's future financial security. Consider Mr. E, a 64-year-old Ward 8 resident with severe epilepsy. When his disability benefits stopped, he faced eviction and homelessness. Unable to leave home for long periods, the prospect of homelessness was devastating. With LCE's help, we secured resources and negotiated an affordable payment plan. These solutions are unavailable to most unrepresented seniors. If these cuts go through, many, like Mr. E, will be left without help and facing near certain homelessness. The costs will then fall on DC's taxpayers. Decades of research make it clear that evictions are devastating for communities. Recent data from the DC government also show that they strain city resources. One shelter stay, for example, averages over $11,000. This is data from the Department of Human Services earlier this year. Homeless Medicaid enrollees cost the city nearly $19,000 a year, more than double others due to unstable access to preventative and primary care. Emergency services are also strained. Last year, over 61,000 high-volume users relied on DC Fire and EMS, many due to unstable housing, according to DC Fire and EMS's own review. Now imagine where those numbers will be if the ATJ cuts go through. By contrast, funding legal services costs just hundreds of dollars per case, often leads to added economic benefits to DC residents, and prevents these downstream expenses for the city. Fully funding access to justice is not only the humane choice, it's the fiscally smart one. The council faces a clear decision: invest now to protect seniors and save taxpayer dollars, or pay millions later in shelter and crisis care. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Chijoke Akamigbo?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of continued funding for civil legal aid services through the Access to Justice Initiative. My name is Chijioke Akamibo, and I'm the Executive Director of Rising for Justice, a nonprofit that has served DC residents for over 55 years. In 2025, we served over 6,200 residents across all 8 wards, helping tenants and landlords resolve disputes, assisting residents in sealing criminal records, and that block access to jobs and housing, and representing respondents in civil protective order cases, while providing holistic social work support alongside every case. This council created the ATJ initiative more than 20 years ago because you recognized that low-income residents were walking into legal systems they couldn't navigate and losing cases not on the merits, but because they had no representation. You built ATJ because the evidence was clear that doing so will benefit residents of the city alike. That evidence has only grown stronger. Today, I'll focus on housing since it's a core aspect of RFJ's work. In 2025, 86% of all RFJ cases involved housing issues, most prominently eviction, housing conditions, and lease violations. RFJ's housing work does more than resolve disputes between landlords and tenants. It prevents displacement. It keeps people in their communities close to their jobs, their children's schools, and their support networks. When a worker loses their home, they often lose their job too. Stable housing is the foundation on which everything in a person's life is built. Every RFJ client lives at or below 201% of the federal poverty level. Without legal aid, they have no realistic alternative. 41% live in wards 7 and 8, the communities facing DC's highest eviction and unemployment rates. 56% are women, and 35% involve households with children. In DC's landlord and tenant court, more than 90% of tenants lack counsel, while approximately 95% of landlords are represented. RFJ attorneys assert defenses, negotiate fair agreements, and as social workers connect families to emergency rental assistance. A proposed 86% cut will be catastrophic. It will roll back investment, and RFJ and many of our peer organizations might close, leaving tens of thousands of city residents without access to these essential services. RFJ is deeply grateful for your support and your partnership over these many years, and hope that you can fill this gap for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for the services you provide every day. Appreciate it. Gabby Majewski, Laurel Clark, Kathy Zeisel, and Joanne Lynn. Welcome to you all. We will begin with Gabby Majewski, the Executive Director.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Chair Pinto. My name is Gabby Molnick-Majewski. I am a proud Ward 5 resident and the proud Executive Director of DC Affordable Law Firm. DCALF removes barriers in the district's civil justice system that prevent individuals and families from achieving safety, security, and financial stability. For the past decade, we have bridged the gaps in legal services to make justice more accessible, particularly for hardworking DC residents living paycheck to paycheck, for whom access to justice would otherwise be out of reach. We are also a critical engine for building DC's public interest legal workforce. We host the city's largest cohort of postgraduate legal fellows, expanding access to representation today while building a pipeline of talent for tomorrow. More than 72% of our alumni go on to the public sector, including working for other access to justice or funded organizations in access to justice funded roles, continuing to propagate work on behalf of DC residents. At DCALF, 27 members of our 32-person team are client and community-facing program staff, and 11 FTEs perform work funded by ATJ. And exactly half of our staff members are themselves DC residents. In 2025, we served 924 DC residents entirely free of charge, an 88% increase over the volume of clients served last year, with more clients served last year through the Access to Justice Grants program than the entirety of clients we had served organizationally, regardless of funding stream, in the previous year. This reflects certainly the escalating need, but also the fact that many clients, in spite of working, cannot afford access to representation when they need it. I will skip ahead to say We have many examples where access to justice strengthens stability and safety and economic security. Certainly that is true in family law, where we coordinate together and through a coordinated network have fielded requests for 5,600 requests for assistance, serving 98.5 eligible clients. Last year, the dollars also matter. In family law, we secured $380,000 worth of awards for our clients from child support and an array of other sources. And estate planning and probate, by one example, we had a client coming to us as a widow with 4 children in economic destitute who went through the probate process with our organization and discovered a $200,000 plus investment that she would never have been able to know of and access to be able to care for her children, herself, and their security. Access to justice matters. I will just say my client here, our former client, Ms. Clark, will testify about the real import of this work for everyday clients. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurel Clark.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the council. My name is Laurel Clark, native Washingtonian, Ward 7 resident, entrepreneur, mother of 3, and a senior at Catholic University of America. I'm here today because someone invested in me when I needed it most. And what I want to make sure is that investment continues for the next person who finds themselves where I once was. I have spent my career understanding how resources flow, how wealth is redistributed, and how economic decisions shape communities from the inside out. I've lived and worked in this city, paid taxes, raised children, and has chosen to stay because I believe in what DC can be. But I also know something that the budget numbers don't always show. Hardworking middle-class families like mine rarely qualify for social service programs, yet we are frequently priced out of the help we need most. We are not poor enough and not wealthy enough. We carry the economy on our backs, and when crisis hits, we fall through the cracks. Life moves in cycles. There are seasons of growth and seasons of loss. No one plans to end up in divorce, but the inevitable happens, and when it does, families are torn, generational wealth is diminished, and the path forward can seem impossible. After nearly 17 years of marriage, 3 children, shared assets, a business, retirement accounts, investments, I found myself navigating one of the most complex and painful transitions of my life. Some of what my family lost during this time is irreplaceable. But depending on the severity of the impact, a safe place to land is absolutely necessary to ensure forward progress and future access. I couldn't afford to hire an attorney. The rising cost of childcare, college tuition, groceries, and everyday living expenses made access to legal representation a dream that felt nearly impossible. I was in between operating a pre-COVID thriving small business, parenting, and going to school, doing everything right, and still could not have navigated the legal system alone. Because of the Access to Justice program, I did not have to. DC Affordable Law Firm represented me through what became a multi-year process, including a multi-day trial and nearly a year of post-trial litigation in a very complex divorce case and custody dispute. They helped me secure exclusive access to my home so my children and I could remain safe while the divorce was pending. They defended me against repeated legal challenges, ensured that prior custody arrangements were upheld, and ultimately helped me secure a fair outcome, including my share of the marital home and financial recovery from my former spouse's misuse of marital assets. The outcome meant that I could retain my home for myself and my children. The results was not just legal results, but the safety, dignity, and the ability to move forward. Today, I am employed with the federal government at the highest point in my career. In less than 2 weeks, I graduate with my BS degree in business and entrepreneurship. My oldest is a senior at FAMU. She's finishing a 5-year master's program. She also benefited from the SYEP and BYLI program. My son is a junior at H.D. Woodson Senior High School. He participates in SYEP and ATC's cybersecurity program, and my 11-year-old is finding her way through Bases DC. My employment allows me to maintain my residence. I'm asking that you restore funding for Access to Justice initiative to make one of the council's top priorities for fiscal year 27 and to restore funding to fiscal year levels of 26 at $31.785 million. This program does not create dependence, it creates stability. It gives people a hand up and not a handout so they can make climbing, so they can keep climbing. Just as small businesses are the economic interests of a thriving community, families like mine should shoulder the communities through contributions, resources, and tax burdens. We are supported through crisis. We come back stronger and we give back. Please do not let the next Laurel fall through the cracks of the courtroom. Thank you for your time, your service, and your commitment to ensure that all DC residents, regardless of income, have access to justice.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for being here and sharing your story. I do want to say, I need everyone's help to stick to time. If everybody goes just a little over, that will add several hours to the day. And I've promised people who have to get out of here for childcare. So I hate interrupting people, but I'm just going to have to ask everyone for their help. Kathy Zeisel.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Zeisel. I'm a DC resident, Director of Special Legal Projects at Children's Law Center, and a Commissioner on the Access to Justice Commission. Children's Law Center believes every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. This is probably the most challenging budget year in the nearly 18 years I've been at Children's Law Center. The children and families that we serve face cuts to critical supports in the federal level, in the local level, programs and services that are essential to giving children a stable foundation of family, health, education are being cut, including legal services. We want to thank you and the rest of the council for creating the ATJ program and funding it each year. And we all know still that even at the 2025 funding levels you've heard today and you heard last year, the demand for legal services in DC far exceeds what the legal services community can provide even at those levels. The cuts proposed in this budget would just devastate legal services in DC and deprive many DC residents of any hope of accessing justice in our courts. It's more important than ever that children and families have tenacious advocates by their sides as we see the budget cuts that are coming, to be able not just to access justice, but to protect their rights as these budget cuts go into effect. To do that, we need to restore funding so that we can represent residents at these vulnerable times. At Children's Law Center, these funds support our innovative medical legal partnerships and our family stabilization and permanency program. Last year, through ATJ funds and CLCPP funds, we reached over 3,700 children and families and trained 1,500 medical staff and community members. We helped to stabilize families by acting as guardians ad litem in complex custody cases. We ensured families had a roadmap in their family law cases when the future is daunting and uncertain. Our medical legal partnerships put lawyers in the community with Children's National, Mary Center, Unity Healthcare, Mama Toto Village, and coming this June also with Community of Hope, so that we can work directly with community members and medical partners to improve the lives of DC children. Whether it's by reducing ER visits for children with asthma, by getting unhealthy housing conditions fixed, helping parents maintain housing vouchers, untangling the mess of red tape that DC agencies have to help prevent greater cost to the system by untangling that red tape. We help people obtain federal SSI benefits, bringing that federal money into the district, and we help children stay in school and learn. We can lead to real results for families and save the district money. You heard earlier mentioned our research that shows that our legal interventions save an average of $3 in Medicaid for every dollar spent. We've avoided about $14.1 million in Medicaid costs just in the last 3 years. And we also know from report backs from our clients that students we work with miss fewer days of school and their parents work more. We know that's important. We ask you to fully restore funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Lynn.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. I'm delighted to be here. I'm a proud DC resident and Executive Director of the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Your leadership and the Council's investment in ATJ have proven to be a game changer for justice and equality in DC. At the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, ATJ comprises our single largest source of funding, representing about 20% of our annual revenue. Through this funding, we serve over 2,500 low-income residents across every ward in the district. Through your funding, we function as a force multiplier for justice and equality in DC. For every dollar of ATJ funding received, we are able to leverage an additional $25 in pro bono resources and services. By pairing our staff attorneys with private firm lawyers, we are able to staff and run large pro bono teams with the expertise and resources necessary to tackle the most challenging civil rights crises of our time. Our weekly Workers' Rights Clinic is the only DC legal clinic offering pro bono advice on workers' rights issues. We operate clinics at Bedford the City offices in Anacostia and downtown DC. Our staff and volunteers negotiate significant settlements on behalf of workers who have been terminated unlawfully and who are seeking to recover lost wages from employment. For example, in August 2025, we reached a $700,000 settlement on behalf of a group of Latino construction workers who had been subjected to wage theft. There is no other free clinic in the district serving low-income wage workers for free. Those workers who visit our clinic cannot afford an attorney. Without ATJ funding, these workers will have nowhere else to turn for help. On the fair housing front, our housing justice team opens doors to accessible housing for people in wheelchairs. We work with tenant collectives to address atrocious housing conditions, including collapsing ceilings, sewage backup, and rat infestations. In March 2026, we reached a cooperation agreement with a major management company operating 4 residential facilities and properties in DC to ensure a fair tenant screening process for all housing applicants. This is what equal justice can look like. This is only made possible by the Council's sustained investment in robust ATJ funding. We urge the Council to restore full funding for ATJ so justice and equality can be made real for all residents, not just those who can afford it.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here and the work that you do. And thanks for sharing your story. Don Dalton, Michaela Deming, Aaron Byrne, and Nayeli Pelayo. Okay, thank you. Teresa Purr. Great. We will begin with Don Dalton.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dawn Dalton, and I am the Executive Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. DCCADV is the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers in the district, and our dedicated member programs serve upwards of 1,000 victims of domestic violence on a given day across all 8 wards of the district. DV homicides spiked in the district in 2024, accounting for 12% of homicides in the city, up from an 8.7% average over the last decade. This rise in DV homicides starkly contrasts with the sharp drop in homicides overall since 2023. Additionally, according to the interim chief of police, in 2025, domestic violence has fueled an increase in assault with dangerous weapons, which are up 36%. But instead of maintaining critical services for survivors, the mayor has proposed to cut OVSJG victim services by $5.6 million. Cuts to access to justice, cuts to reentry grants, which also fund domestic violence survivor services, and a 20% cut to DHS's domestic violence services line, alongside significant cuts to the broader social safety net, which survivors rely on. These cuts are life-saving services. These are cuts to public safety. At this time, when DV homicides are rising, the district cannot afford to abandon survivors and their families. Their lives depend on these essential services. In contrast, MPD sees a 15% bigger budget in the mayor's proposed budget, an increase of over $89 million. A bigger budget for MPD will not make up for slashed domestic violence services and will not make survivors and their families safe. We urge the council to preserve and strengthen funding for DV services and the broader social safety net to prioritize the lives, safety, and stability of survivors and their families. Realign investments across the public safety and justice cluster
specifically the increase to MPD's budget to restore OVSJG funding. Flat funding will not meet the needs of survivors or sustain current services and programming. We also ask the council to invest $4.4 million over FY26 levels to sustain current DV survivor services and fill critical gaps for survivors in targeted communities. Supporting survivors and communities is public safety, and it must be funded. We join the Victim Assistance Network's request to fund victim services at $59.6 million and protect the full OVSJG portfolio, including the Access to Justice Initiative and reentry grants. I will leave it at that. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Byrne.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. My name is Erin Byrne, and I am the Data and Evaluation Coordinator at the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Today, I'm reading a testimony on behalf of a member of our Survivor Advisory Board. So she writes, my name is Angelica. I'm a survivor of domestic violence and a member of the Coalition's Survivor Advisory Board. I'm here to share my story and to help you understand the importance of funding services for survivors of domestic violence. I was a victim of physical, psychological, and economic violence during my pregnancy. When my baby was born, the violence escalated to such a degree that upon calling 911, the officers did not hesitate to take my son and me to a shelter. Since that day, our lives have changed forever. I'm deeply grateful to the organizations that during that incredibly difficult time in my life came together to give me everything they could: emotional, financial, and legal support, food and clothing for my children, and above all, making me feel like I was no longer alone. There are no words to express all the love and sisterhood I felt from these organizations and other survivors. Unfortunately, funding is scarce, forcing organizations to turn away victims and survivors. This lack of resources hurts not only survivors, but their children too. As a mother, I don't want my children to continue being victims of a life I never imagined living. We must support domestic violence service providers and other social assistance organizations so that they can help DC residents. The proposed budget cuts are devastating for survivors like me, and they must be reversed. I request that the DC Council reinstate $6.3 million across OVSJG and DHS. It is critical to reverse these budget cuts to domestic violence and victim services with an additional $4.4 million in funding beyond the FY 2026 levels to maintain current services and address urgent financial needs of communities, especially immigrant communities like mine, with access to housing, legal services, and financial assistance. In addition to domestic violence services, I also needed SNAP benefits, homeless services, and Alliance Healthcare to meet my needs. The proposed cuts to these programs mean that more survivors like me will have a harder time getting to safety and beginning the recovery process. This crucial funding allows us to recover and rebuild our lives with dignity. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Nayeli Palayo.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. My name is Nayeli Palayo, and I'm the Director of Development and Communications at DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Today, I'm reading a testimony on behalf of a member of our Survivor Advisory Board. She writes, my name is Sandra. I'm a domestic violence survivor and member of the Coalition's Survivor Advisory Board. I'm here to talk about the importance of domestic violence survivor services and interpretation services in the court. In late 2018, I went through a domestic violence ordeal during which I encountered a broken judicial system that repeatedly failed me, despite being a victim of sexual, physical, psychological, and financial abuse. Going to court in DC was first and foremost a huge challenge. As a Spanish-speaking Latina, I had no access to help in my own language. To get assistance, I had to complete numerous forms and face long waiting lists just to find someone who would help me. Furthermore, legal aid programs did not have Spanish-speaking representatives who could take my case due to language barriers. Since 2018, I've had to return to court 3 more times in 2020, 2023, and 2026 to file a protective order, as well as to address child custody and child support issues. On each occasion, the problem has been the same: the lack of access to quality language services. For this reason, as a survivor of domestic violence, I believe it is essential that funds be allocated to organizations that support victims. Victims not only bear the stigma of what they have experienced, but they also face a system that does not provide them with adequate language support. Instead, they are often made to feel guilty for what happened, including for not speaking English. These services will not exist without DC Council funding them in the local budget. I ask DC Council to restore the $6.3 million cut to domestic violence and victim services in OVSJG and DHS. Council must also dedicate $4.4 million over FY26 funding for domestic violence survivor services to sustain core programming and services to fill critical funding gaps for targeted communities, including immigrant communities like mine with language access, housing, legal services, and cash assistance. In addition to domestic violence services, restore cuts to the social safety net. Cuts to these programs mean that more survivors like me will have a hard time getting safe and starting their journey to healing. This critical funding helps survivors like me. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Teresa, Pur or Pure or Poor?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Teresa Poor, and I'm the Policy and Systems Engagement Coordinator at the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Today, I'm reading a testimony on behalf of a member of our Survivor Advisory Board. She writes, "My name is Shaharia. I'm a domestic violence survivor and a member of the Coalition Survivor Advisory Board. I'm also a parent, a Ward 7 resident, and the CEO and founder of a nonprofit organization here in DC. I'm here to speak about OVSJG and the critical importance of funding domestic violence and victim services. In 2014, I graduated from American University. I was 22 years old and preparing to apply to graduate school. I had dreams, plans, and a future that felt wide open. But on August 14th, 2015, everything changed. I was kidnapped and stabbed at least 14 times. The attack left me partially paralyzed with an incomplete spinal cord injury. In an instant, the life I knew came to a halt. During this time, I was introduced to resources that changed everything. The Crime Victims Compensation Fund helped with medical bills, lost income, and modifications to my home. With additional funding, I may have been able to relocate entirely, which would have reduced my ongoing fear that my attacker may one day return to the community. I also received free legal support to help me secure interim disability, and I joined free support groups and counseling sessions for domestic violence survivors. Domestic violence and victim services were fundamental to my healing. Healing from domestic violence is not just about surviving the moment of violence. It is about navigating the long road that follows. Medical recovery, financial stability, trauma healing, legal advocacy, housing, employment, and rebuilding identity. Survivors cannot do this alone. These services exist because the DC Council funds them in the local budget. The proposed budget cuts are devastating to survivors like me, and they must be reversed. I respectfully ask the DC Council to restore $6.3 million to OVSJG and DHS's domestic violence and victim services, bringing FY27 funding in line with current levels. These services also need an additional $4.4 million to sustain current services and address critical gaps for underserved and underrepresented communities, particularly in housing, legal services, and direct cash assistance. I stand before you today as living proof of what is possible when survivors have access to these resources. For every survivor who finds healing because these programs exist, there are many others still waiting for support. Continued and expanded funding ensures that survivors who choose life have the support they need to rebuild it. I'm here today because these programs were there for me. I urge you to ensure they remain there for the survivors who come after me. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your work and for sharing those stories. Jess Lyons, Amy Bess, Tammy Seltzer, Adam Lamons. Welcome. Jess Lyons.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Jess Lyons, and I'm the Health and Wellness Coordinator at the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Today, I am reading a testimony on behalf of a member of our Survivor Advisory Board. She writes, "My name is Jahan. I am a domestic violence survivor and a member of the Coalition Survivor Advisory Board. I'm here to talk about OVSJG and the importance of funding domestic violence survivor services. I came to the United States in 2019 with hope for a better future. Instead, I experienced fear, control, and violence in my marriage. Leaving my abuser was one of the hardest decisions I have ever made. After leaving, I struggled to find safety and stability. I stayed in temporary shelters and lived with constant uncertainty. During that time, it was extremely difficult to focus on healing or rebuilding my life. Support from victim services programs played a critical role in my healing journey. Through these services, I was able to access advocacy, emotional support, and guidance that helped me begin rebuilding my life. However, many survivors face barriers to accessing these services, including limited availability, lack of funds, and long wait lists. Without these supports, survivors are at risk of returning to unsafe situations. These services wouldn't exist without DC Council funding them in the local budget. The proposed budget cuts are devastating to survivors like me, and they must be reversed. I asked the DC Council for $6.3 million to be restored to domestic violence and victim services in OVSJG and DHS. I support the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence budget platform. Across OVSJG, domestic violence programs need funding restored and increased by an additional $4.4 million over FY26 funding to sustain current services and ensure survivors, especially those from immigrant communities like mine, can access advocacy, legal services, and critical support. In addition to domestic violence services, survivors also rely on other supports to stabilize their lives. Cuts to these programs will make it harder for survivors to heal and rebuild safely. This funding is essential to ensure survivors receive the support they need to recover and live in safety and dignity. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for sharing your story. So sorry what you went through. Amy Bess.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. My name is Amy Bess, and I am a proud member of the Board of Directors of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence and a longtime resident of Ward 2. Today, I'm reading testimony on behalf of Michelle, a member of our Coalition Survivor Advisory Board. She writes, "My name is Michelle. I am a domestic violence survivor, a member of the Coalition's Survivor Advisory Board, an educator, and a community advocate. I am here today to speak about the critical importance of funding for domestic violence survivor services and the devastating impact proposed budget cuts would have on individuals and families across DC. I share my story not only as a survivor, but as someone who understands firsthand what happens when systems fail and what is possible when they work. For over 10 years, I lived in an abusive and sexually exploitive relationship. I feared for my life daily. During that time, the justice system failed to provide consistent protection, in part due to gaps in resources, training, and support systems. The trauma I endured led to addiction, homelessness, and years of instability. When I finally left, I needed more than courage. I needed support. Organizations like My Sister's Place and Bread for the City helped me access transitional housing, food assistance, and employment support. Those services saved my life. They gave me a pathway to healing, stability, and independence. Today, I stand before you not as a victim, but as a survivor and an advocate. I now work to uplift others facing similar circumstances, individuals navigating domestic violence, homelessness, and mental health challenges. But I am deeply concerned. The proposed budget cuts threaten the very services that made my recovery possible. I urge the Council to restore $6.3 million in funding for domestic violence and victim services at OVSJG and DHS to maintain FY26 levels. Additionally, I support increasing funding by $4.4 million over FY26 levels to address critical gaps and ensure equitable access for underserved communities, including Black and Brown residents, LGBTQ+ individuals, immigrants, returning citizens, and those experiencing homelessness. These funds are not optional, they are essential. They provide safety, legal advocacy, housing stability, and basic human dignity. Cuts to social service programs, social safety net programs like SNAP, TANF, housing services, and healthcare will also deepen crises for survivors who already are navigating trauma and instability. Without these supports, more individuals will be forced to remain in unsafe environments or face homelessness. Investment in these services is not just compassionate, it is responsible governance. It prevents long-term social and economic costs while strengthening our communities. I am living proof that these investments work. I ask you to stand with survivors. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the district.
Thank you. Tammy Seltzer.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and committee. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Disability Rights DC Jail and Prison Advocacy Project, DRDC for short, about the proposed FY27 budget for OVSJG. DRDC provides reentry services to DC residents from jail and prison who have been diagnosed with psychiatric disabilities or intellectual disabilities. We receive both justice grants and access to justice funds for our work. While DRDC appreciates the mayor's request to fund justice grants at essentially the same level as FY26, we cannot serve vulnerable DC residents on justice grants alone. Our clients and similarly situated DC residents return to the city from the Bureau of Prisons and the DC jail with many needs, such as housing, medical and behavioral health services, IDs, benefits, Medicaid, and food and clothing. DRDC works to connect our clients to the services that they need and to ensure they're treated fairly. This work is paid for by the Justice Grants portion of OVSJG. Almost every single reentry client also faces legal issues, from appealing a denial of disability benefits to parole revocation for alleged violations to discrimination in housing and employment. This work is paid for by the Access to Justice funds. And Mr. Lammons was served by both funds. Consistent with national studies, almost all of our reentry clients also have been victimized, and many will continue to be victimized when they return to the community. People diagnosed with psychiatric disabilities are more likely to become victims of crime than perpetrators. The victim services portion of OVSJG funds provide community-based trauma services. What we do is time-intensive, requiring committed and knowledgeable staff. Our work is not cheap, but it is less expensive in many ways than allowing people to flounder, to keep getting caught up in the criminal legal system, to continue to experience crisis after crisis in emergency rooms, hospitals, and on the streets. I implore the council to restore the FY26 levels of funding to all three OVSJG grant programs, Justice Grants, ATJ, and Victim Services. These three programs work in concert to support DC residents on their challenging reentry journeys. These funds should be recurring with a dedicated source of income, so returning citizens and other vulnerable residents do not face such uncertainty year after year. And that idea is not mine, that's Chairman Bill Mendelson's idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Lamont.
My name is Adam Lammons. I was federally committed to prison because of my disability. I came home on June 7th, 2023. I am thankful to be here to advocate for this program and tell you about all the great things they have done for my life. My prison case manager applied for my Social Security benefits for me. When I got home, I found out that I was denied. Another place did my appeal and I was denied again. Disability Rights DC tried to help me find an organization that would take my case, but everywhere was too busy. Natasha Wall-Smith took my case and represented me at my SSI hearing. She ended up getting me all my back pay. Normally you would have to pay your lawyer part of your back pay if they win. I didn't even have to pay her anything. Nicole is my Nico is my reentry advocate and helps me get everything I need. I was used to eating 3 meals a day while I was in prison, but I didn't have any money when I got home. Normally, I would have to return to illegal activities to support myself, but not this time. Nicole took me shopping for clothes and food. They even paid for my Lyft rides because I couldn't take public transportation. Because of them, I haven't had any run-ins with any law. I have passed all my urine tests and have been, I have, and I have passed all my urine tests, and I even supposed to get off supervision this summer. When I couldn't get my apartment voucher, Tammy and Nico fought to get it for me. This month I moved into my apartment and they helped me furnish it. Disability Rights makes sure I have everything I need. I am blessed to have Disability Rights DC in my corner because they don't lead me astray. They don't take me halfway there and leave me. They make sure all my needs are met. It has been a blessing to me. I would advise anyone with a disability coming home who doesn't have anything or anyone to work with Disability Rights DC.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Nicolo Bianchi, Sandy Bernstein, Spencer Detweiler, and Natalia Otero. Begin with Nicolo Bianchi.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, I am Nico Bianchi, a reentry advocate with Disability Rights DC or DRDC at University Legal Services. I am Mr. Lamon's reentry advocate. DRDC works with DC residents diagnosed with psychiatric and developmental disabilities as they reenter the community. I specifically help clients develop and implement an individualized reentry plan. Because of OVSJG funding, I have the unique ability to start working and develop strong relationships with clients up to 6 months before their release. Most DRDC clients come home with and to nothing. I pick up clients from the DC jail or Union Station and welcome them home with changes of clothing, toiletries, and a phone to maintain contact with their supervision officers. I buy them a hot meal and accompany them to a shelter, or when shelters are not an option, to a hotel room paid for with OVSJG clients' flex funds. Once these basic needs are met, I connect clients with a core service agency or a CSA that provides mental health and substance use treatment and help with obtaining Medicaid coverage, housing, and other essentials. I advocate for my clients to ensure that their CSAs respect their rights as people with disabilities. For example, I make sure that my clients' care teams involve them in their treatment planning. I also often have to insist that client CSAs assist them with finding housing, applying for benefits, and obtaining medical support. Sometimes I must implement the CSA's work by directly connecting clients with housing, employment supports, and other resources. As you heard from Mr. Lamons earlier, my supervisor and I conducted extensive advocacy to make sure that he received the housing support that he had a right to as a DC resident with a disability. Mr. Lamons finally moved into his own apartment last month after waiting almost 3 years for a voucher. I am also a provider of the SSI Outreach Access and Recovery, or the SOAR program, a national program designed to make disability benefits more accessible to individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness, diagnosed with serious mental illnesses and/or co-occurring disorders. The benefits application process is especially difficult for this group, as they often lack a mailing address, records of their medical history, and the time and skills required to fill out complex paperwork. SOAR providers address these challenges by compiling comprehensive application package for clients and communicating with the Social Security Administration on their behalf. As of 2024, initial benefits applications submitted with SOAR had a success rate of 65% compared to a nationwide rate of 31%. I'm one of only 12 SOAR providers in the district, and it is essential that I remain a resource for our returning citizens. DRDC's work is necessary for our clients' safe and successful reentry into the community. I thank Mayor Bowser for the OVSJG funds she put into the budget for FY27, but it will not be enough to serve the same number of returning citizens that receive services right now due to cuts to victim services, access to justice, and the rising cost of inflation. I urge the council to restore all OVSJG funding to the FY26 level. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Bernstein.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Sandy Bernstein, and I'm the Legal Director at Disability Rights DC at University Legal Services. I am testifying before you today to urge the Council to fully fund the ATJ initiative in the fiscal year 27 budget. The Council's decision to create the Access to Justice Initiative 2 decades ago and support it for all of these years has drastically improved the lives of DC's most vulnerable residents and ensured that their health and safety needs are met and their rights are protected. With the funding we received from the ATJ initiative for our housing project, we've been able to assist some of the district's most impoverished and underrepresented residents. We've advocated for individuals with disabilities who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness or are institutionalized because they lack the housing and clinical or behavioral supports they need to live safely in the community. That funding has allowed us to appeal reductions and terminations of Medicaid services folks need to live in the community. It's allowed us to represent individuals with disabilities who are stuck in psychiatric hospitals, nursing facilities, or incarcerated and seeking the services they need from DC agencies so they can live in the community. For example, we represented a client with an intellectual disability who was incarcerated and prior to his incarceration had received services from DC DDS. Although he was likely to be released soon, DDS sent notice that they were terminating his Medicaid waiver slot, which provided him with housing and supports in the community. Also, without DDS services, the court would not agree to release the client back to the community. After we appealed the threatened termination, DDS rescinded the notice. The client was released in early 26, is back in DDS housing now with waiver services, starting volunteer work soon and looking for employment. The ATJ funding has also allowed us to address rights violations and abuse and neglect people with disabilities are subjected to and seek reasonable accommodations. For example, we sought corrective action when we learned that a staff of a client with an intellectual disability was having him engage in personal errands and chores for the staff instead of engaging in community-based activities. In another case, we represented a client with a mental illness who reached the top of the voucher waiting list, but then was told she was being removed due to a background check. We represented that client in an appeal before the DC Housing Authority and was able to help her, to preserve her place at the top of the waiting list, which was essential as she was living on the street. The client wrote us a thank you note thanking us for our time, care, and compassion, stating that we made a difference in someone's life and that our efforts had a lasting impact. This is why full funding for the ATJ initiative is so important. All of the work the grantees do are making a tremendous difference in the lives of low-income DC residents. The initiative for our housing project funds 0.92 FTEs at our office, funding almost half of 2 attorneys' time and a small percentage of a supervisor's time. This funding is essential to continue the advocacy we do on behalf of DC residents with disabilities. We appreciate the Council's leadership and longstanding support for legal services and respectfully request that they restore the funding.
Thank you. Spencer Detweiler.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, members of the committee, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. My name is Spencer Detweiler. I am a staff attorney for Quality Trust for Individuals with Disabilities. Quality Trust is a nonprofit organization that has been advancing the interests of DC residents with developmental disabilities since 2001. Quality Trust monitors the quality of the services provided and advocates for whatever changes or improvements are needed to enable people to live full, healthy, and meaningful lives. I am testifying to support continued funding of the Access to Justice Initiative, or ATJ. ATJ funds play a critical role in the success of Quality Trust's Self-Determined Lives Project, or SDLP. This project is an expansion of our previous project, the Jenny Hatch Justice Project. We have expanded our services to better meet the current and evolving legal challenges facing the communities we serve. The Jenny Hatch Justice Project focused on addressing issues pertaining to undue or overbroad guardianships and promoting alternatives to guardianship. These critical issues will still be addressed under our new project, as we are currently the primary source of no-cost guardianship diversion services in the district. Thanks to ATJ funding, SDLP expands our services to address other legal challenges low-income DC residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities are experiencing, such as disability discrimination in relation to housing, employment, and public accommodations, as well as advocating for appropriate transition services for youth and young adults receiving special education services. With ATJ funding, Quality Trust has been able to support 158 people with disabilities through SDLP and the Jenny Hatch Justice Project over the last 2 years. One of these people was a woman with medical and physical disabilities who was coerced by her son into signing a power of attorney, who then used that document to sell her possessions against her wishes. With Quality Trust's help, she was able to revoke the power of attorney and regain control over her own decision-making authority. Another person we supported was an 18-year-old woman with intellectual and developmental disabilities whose mother had petitioned the DC Superior Court for a guardianship over her. But because the court's examiner had worked with us before, she knew about supported decision-making, a less restrictive alternative to guardianship, and asked the court to dismiss the petition for guardianship because the young woman could use supported decision-making instead. Quality Trust helped that young woman draft a statutory supported decision-making agreement. With Quality Trust's help, this young woman now has all the support she needs to navigate adulthood and avoid a restrictive and unnecessary guardianship. If Quality Trust loses a portion of our Access to Justice funding, we would only be able to support about half the amount of people we are currently able to serve. If we lose all of our funding, we risk not being able to continue our SDLP work at all and not being able to retain our current staffing to support our SDLP work. ATG funds are critical in providing us the ability to promptly address the need for our legal services, so that DC residents with disabilities are not unlawfully discriminated against their efforts to live meaningful, self-determined lives. We ask the council to restore full funding to the Access to Justice so that residents with low to no income in DC have equal access to legal services they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalia Otero.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Natalia Otero. I am co-founder and executive director of DC Safe. I'm here today in my role as a member of the Victim Assistance Network, speaking in support of the community-wide request to sustain and restore investments in victim services across the district. While DC Safe has its own agency-specific funding that our board member, Amy Peoples, will discuss with you in a minute, my testimony today is focused on the broader system, the network of providers that together form the district's survivor safety infrastructure. Every day in the city, survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, trafficking, and other crimes rely on coordinated systems: crisis response, emergency housing, legal advocacy, financial support, and long-term stabilization. When that system is resourced, it works well. When it is not, people fall through the cracks, and those gaps can be deadly. Last year alone, DC Safe served over 12,000 survivors and answered more than 22,000 crisis calls and provided nearly 4,000 nights of shelter. That level of demand is not unique to us. It reflects what providers across the van are seeing every day: high needs, increasing complexity, and rising costs. Therefore, the FY27 landscape presents a serious risk for survivors. The VAN has put forward a clear data-driven request of $59.6 million reoccurring baseline for victim services to sustain current capacity under real economic conditions. This is not an expansion request, it is a stabilization request to preserve what's already existing and prevent erosion of critical services. Without this investment, the consequences are immediate and measurable. As the committee considers the full public safety budget, the VAN urges a balanced investment approach, particularly given proposed growth in parts of the public safety and justice cluster, while victim services, access to justice, and other broader OVSJG portfolio face significant reductions. Aligning these investments and restoring OVSJG funding are essential to safety stabilization and prevention. Public safety is not just enforcement, it is prevention, intervention, and recovery. Victim services are the front line of this work. I also want to underscore the importance of housing within the system. We know that access to safe, trauma-informed, immediate shelter is one of the most critical interventions for survivors at the highest risk. And we are no longer ensuring sustainable resources for this continuum of care are available for times like these. Again, I want to close by underscoring the importance of the Shelter and Transitional Housing for Victims of Domestic Violence Fund, DC Code 4-521. It is an existing and ready vehicle to direct and protect resources for critical interventions and capital investments for shelters. Fully resourcing this fund is a clear signal that the district is committing to protecting both survivors and the infrastructure that supports them. Because when it is whole, survivors are safe, families are stabilized, and the district is stronger. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you so much. I just have a question for Nicola. When residents are getting out of BOP facilities, how are you getting access to information around clients who need those reentry services before they come home? Or how are you getting connected to them?
Tammy, sorry, my supervisor's over there, so she can correct me if I'm wrong, but some of our informational materials are distributed in BOP, so a lot of the times clients will reach out to us, or if clients are connected to lawyers or attorneys or anybody working with them who knows about our services, they'll be referred to us, and then we're able to connect with them before they release and have legal calls with them and maintain in contact, and then once they come home, we start working with them.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Thank you. Interesting. Great. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Carrie Larios, Madre Tierra, Amy Peoples, Allison Jackson, sorry, Allison Jackson. Okay, great. Amy Peoples, are you here? Oh, okay. Carrie Larios. Okay, and Madre Tierra. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Sasha Drobnik. Okay, so tell me your name again.
Katie Larios.
Larios, okay.
Or just Kate.
And then Amy Peoples. Okay. Allison Jackson. Okay. Sasha Drobnik. Wonderful. Thank you all. Okay. Carrie Larios, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kay Larios, and I'm here as a member of Madre Tierra, a Latina women's grassroots organization serving victims of any type of gender-based violence for 20 years in DC, Maryland, and Virginia regions. We have been operating in DC as a result of an initiative spearheaded by DC Safe to create a space for community-based organization like ours, a space called Safe Hub, where we are able to attend clients in person and provided the infrastructure to attend clients for the navigation of the legal system and interpretation, advocacy, and individualized care. With this in mind, I urge the council to restore and fund domestic violence services for our allies in DC Safe as well, because without their infrastructure, it would be incredibly hard to operate in DC. As a survivor myself of gender-based violence, I find myself in the crossroads of being an advocate and seeing our human resources be scarce and also funding resources. And I can say with only growing concern with the reduction of funding for resources of domestic violence services that many of our colleagues are providing, it would be a great risk in our communities, especially our immigrant Latina community. This effectively means that without the existence of the frontline position staff or people who can navigate services for people who don't have the language or have barriers, cultural barriers are an immense risk. Furthermore, I'm especially worried for our community because we live in a constant state of fear of persecution when turning to authorities, and also in fear because authorities may cooperate with ICE. And all of this to say that because grassroots organizations have the infrastructure to exist in DC, and the funding ensures that we have the infrastructure to keep operating in DC. So we understand that there are fiscal burdens to fiscal year 2027, but I'm asking to remedy the consequences that come as a result of the losses. And the council must appropriately place resources where they are most needed as well. Lastly, we want our communities to feel empowered and safe, and most importantly, supported through these times of crises. And we can only do that if the council is willing to commit themselves to restoring increasing funding for domestic violence services. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amy Peoples?
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Amy Peoples. I'm here from the Board of Directors for DC SAFE, the district's only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. We serve nearly 13,000 residents each year and operate the only immediate entry emergency shelter for survivors and families. I'm also a DC resident who has lived in Ward 5 with my family for 16 years. I would like to express my concern regarding the proposed FY27 budget. The proposed reductions to domestic violence services, particularly within OVSJG and DHS, put survivors, families, and the broader safety net at serious risk. This year, DC SAFE lost over $1 million in city funding. As a result, we are down 6 direct service positions, more than 15% of our frontline workforce, and we reduced our emergency financial assistance by 76%. These aren't just numbers. DC SAFE provides a lifeline for survivors navigating some of the most dangerous moments of their lives. We have recently seen news headlines regarding the high-profile murders of Black women in DC and across the country, which have underscored how urgent and horrific the risks of domestic and intimate partner violence remain. Those deaths are not distant headlines to DC SAFE, which regularly receives close to 2,000 calls a month to its crisis hotline and navigates lethality assessments daily. While many people are reeling from these tragedies and asking questions, DC SAFE has been here for 20 years working on the answers. The proposed FY27 cuts would force further reductions in staffing, service availability, and quality of care. These are not abstract impacts. They are advocates answering 2 a.m. crisis calls and shelter beds available when a family needs to leave immediately. Further, the data show that the rate of domestic violence only increases as the economy worsens. So investing in DC SAFE right now is a crucial investment in the prevention, protection, and the possibility of survival for the thousands of DC residents who are or will be DC SAFE clients. Looking ahead to FY27, DC SAFE needs $2.5 million in restored and additional funding to rebuild what was lost, to bring back staff, replenish emergency financial assistance, and sustain 24/7 shelter operations. On the operational side, we see every day how funding structures shape system behavior, and what matters is that they reach survivors and that they are administered with fidelity, transparency, and urgency. When agencies are under-resourced, survivor needs are shifted elsewhere, creating gaps in care, delays in response, and increased risk. If we are serious about reducing and preventing domestic violence in the district, every part of this system must be adequately resourced and is accountable for its role. Survivors depend on DC SAFE being open, responsive, and fully staffed every hour of every day. We ask this committee and the full council to restore what was lost and invest in what survivors need to be safe. DC SAFE saves lives, and DC's budget should reflect the fact that people deserve a chance to break the cycle of violence in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Jackson?
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto, Chairperson Pinto, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Allison Jackson. I'm a professor of pediatrics, and I serve as the chief of the Child and Adolescent Protection Center at Children's National Hospital. For over 155 years, Children's National has been an integral part of the healthcare safety net, serving children and families across Washington, D.C. metropolitan region. So I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the FY27 budget for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. For more than 25 years, I have cared for children and adolescents who have endured sexual abuse, trafficking, physical abuse, torture, medical child abuse, and neglect. My ears cannot unhear their disclosures. My eyes cannot unsee their injuries. And my team and I will never forget the grief and fear that by non-offending caregivers who are trying, often amid their own trauma, to protect and stabilize their children. My experiences and those of my team members pale in comparison to that of survivors of child maltreatment who carry the physical and emotional scars through adulthood. Beyond immediate injuries, abuse and neglect are linked to higher risk of chronic medical conditions and mental health disorders. The lifetime economic burden is substantial. Over $830,000 per non-fatal victim and over $16 million per fatal victim. At CAPC, my division, we believe every child has the right to grow up in a supportive environment protected from violence and neglect. When harm occurs, we provide medical and mental health assessments and treatment delivered with dignity and developmentally appropriate trauma-informed care. In FY25, we cared for over 400 children across 18,000 encounters. The district's multidisciplinary team acknowledges us as the preferred site for suspected maltreatment evaluations, and the Sexual Assault Amendment Act of 2019 indicates that we are the pediatric program for acute sexual assault forensic medical evaluation. Children's National hosts the district's only pediatric hospital-based violence intervention program as well, which supports youth and families after interpersonal violence, including gunshot and stabbing injuries and serious assaults, through trauma-informed services from bedside to follow-up care. The grant funding we receive from OVSJG supports CAPC and this program, the Violence Intervention Program, and allows us to deliver robust trauma-responsive care and support children and youth impacted by maltreatment and community violence. For those reasons, Children's National requests the Council to restore full funding for victim service grants. Through our assessment, we have determined to provide the level of care needed a little more than $1.5 million in funding, and the VIP will need $500,000. This reduction that's proposed would be devastating. Fewer forensic medical exams, reduced access, longer wait times, and higher burnout and turnover. And so we appreciate your attention to restoring funding to the 26 levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Sasha Drobnik.
Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sasha Drobnik. I am Valare's appellate litigation director, also a long-term Ward 2 resident. For 14 years now, Valare has provided free trauma-informed services to victims of crime across the district, serving over 13,000 survivors. Grounded in a philosophy of survivor-defined justice, Valare supports survivors of all types of victimizations through crisis response, advocacy, mental health care, restorative justice, and legal services. Expanding on those legal services in 2022, Valare began providing survivors of domestic and sexual violence free appellate representation and advocacy through its national appellate program, DV LEAP. Prior to 2022, DV LEAP had been its own independent nonprofit that was founded to provide desperately needed access to free legal representations to survivors who needed to challenge their trial court outcomes. DV LEAP prioritizes survivors in the district, but has provided free representation and advocacy to survivors in 27 states and many cases in the Supreme Court. We have expanded Valare's legal services and are the only national program that provides free appellate litigation and advocacy and representation to survivors. So I wanted to speak today about the importance of the access to justice funding to DV LEAP and what that means for survivors across the district and nationwide. Appeals are often the very last chance a survivor may have to correct legal decisions that have life-altering consequences about their safety, about custody of their children, about their housing and their financial stability. Appeals are also one of the most expensive and least accessible aspects of the legal system. With access to justice funding in 2025, DV LEAP was able to accept applications from 15 marginalized and or low-income survivors in the district. And we also provided consultation to one of the DC Law School clinics, a consultation on appellate issues. And we launched a appeals clinic, an online appeals clinic for pro se family law litigants and protective order litigants, which has been a vital resource for the many pro se litigants navigating those systems in the district. While those numbers may seem small, every appeal has far-reaching impact beyond the survivor whose appeal it is. In less than a week, our client, alongside pro bono counsel, will be arguing in front of the DC Court of Appeals in a case that stands to make a long-lasting impact on extended family kin care providers in the district. Our client is a paternal grandmother with full legal custody of her children, who was denied a civil protection order against the mother who had been threatening her because she didn't meet the definition of family member under the statute. So this case stands to open up protection to the many extended care providers across the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do want to ask you, Ms. Jackson, we've seen a decline in contact rates between the HVIPs and some of the clients they're serving. How do you think OVSJG can be most helpful in getting those contact rates back up?
Well, as it relates to that particular program, I am not involved directly in that program. I run the Child and Adolescent Protection Center. Katie Donnelly is the pediatric emergency medicine physician who runs the violence intervention program. But there are so many barriers to children connecting with services, and it requires a level of outreach that hospitals don't have the capacity to support independently. And so for those very reasons, this funding is so critical so that we can support the level of outreach that's needed to engage and maintain engagement with the families and children that we serve.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Shauna Reese Sims, Kristen Eliason, Chris Klassen, Penelope Spain. Penelope Spain, are you here? Joshua Miller. Joshua Miller, are you here? Kenneth Brewster. Zachary Rigoni. Twice in one day. Welcome back.
Gotta keep busy.
Shauna Reese Sims.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Reese Sims, and I serve as the Director of Therapeutic Services at Valare. My work focuses on supporting survivors of crime through mental health services, and I want to speak today about the critical role these services play in a survivor's ability to heal. For many survivors, mental health care is not secondary, it is foundational. After experiencing violence, individuals often face anxiety, depression, and other long-term impacts of surviving trauma that affect every part of their lives. Access to assistant trauma-responsive care is what allows survivors to begin stabilizing, rebuilding, and moving forward. I'm thinking of one survivor I worked with, I'll call her Angel, who came to Valare after experiencing violence and trying to navigate the criminal legal system. Through therapy, she was able to process what had happened to her, better understand how her past shaped her responses to trauma, and begin developing tools to manage overwhelming emotions. Over time, she started to rebuild a sense of safety, set boundaries that felt right for her, and move toward healing. That kind of progress takes time, consistency, and access to care. In fiscal year 2025, Valare's therapeutic services team assessed over 145 individuals for mental health services, and our therapists provided over 765 therapy sessions in total, which was a 13% increase from the amount of sessions we provided the year prior. While this year OVSJG support funds 21% of our therapy program, the demand in mental health services has steadily increased every single year since we launched this program. What we are seeing right now is a growing gap between need and access. Demand for mental health services continues to rise while the resources available to meet that demand and that need are becoming increasingly limited. The proposed reductions in victim services funding come at the same time that other funding streams for mental health are also becoming less reliable. The result is a system that is being asked to do more with less without the capacity to absorb that strain. In practice, this means fewer therapists available to serve survivors, longer wait times for care, more closures to take on new clients, and reduced ability to provide ongoing support. And for survivors, especially those navigating life after trauma, delays in care can mean disengagement altogether. When someone reaches out for help and cannot access services in a timely way, they may not come back. These impacts are even more pronounced for communities that already face barriers to accessing care. At Valare, we see firsthand the importance of culturally responsive services, including access to Spanish-speaking therapists and providers who understand the lived experiences of the communities they serve. For some survivors, particularly those who may not feel safe engaging with formal systems, mental health services are the primary and sometimes only point of entry with support. If those services are reduced, we are not just limiting access, we are closing doors entirely for some of the most vulnerable survivors in our city. Untreated trauma does not exist in isolation. It impacts families, workplaces, and communities. And when survivors are unable to access care, the effects ripple outward. Survivors who are able to access mental health support early are more likely to engage with and benefit from other critical services, strengthening their path toward long-term stability and recovery. Thank you for your time and commitment.
Thank you. Kristen Eliason.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kristen Eliason. I'm the head of services at Volare, formerly Network for Victim Recovery of DC. Volare serves more than 1,000 survivors every year, the majority of whom are reaching out to us for the first time. We are often a first critical point of contact for individuals navigating some of the most difficult moments of their lives. Year over year, since our founding, demand for services continues to grow, and survivors are coming to us with increasingly complex and urgent needs, and we're facing a significant reduction that threatens the stability of this system. The mayor's proposed budget includes a dramatic reduction in access to justice funding, eliminating one-time investments and reducing recurring funds. The result is a rollback to funding levels we haven't seen in over a decade. This isn't a small adjustment, it's a fundamental shift that puts at risk the infrastructure built to support survivors of crime in the district. ATJ funding isn't abstract. It's what allows survivors to obtain protection orders, secure safe housing, maintain custody of their children, and stabilize their lives after violence. Reductions at this level mean fewer people can access legal help at all, and those who do will face longer wait times and fewer options. At the same time, we're seeing increasing instability in federal funding streams that many victim services providers rely on. Historically, local funding helped fill those gaps. However, these gaps are widening on multiple fronts. This is creating a compounding strain on the victim services safety network, reducing access to critical support like shelter, legal aid, and counseling, and leaving survivors in unsafe situations longer. As a result, the risk of ongoing or escalating harm increases, while gaps in services shift the burden onto existing systems that are not equipped to meet this need. At the same time, diminished trust in availability and effectiveness of support can discourage help seeking, further weakening community safety and ultimately impacting overall public safety. We are seeing gaps in OVSJG funding that limit our ability to meet core services demands. I do want to acknowledge the leadership at OVSJG. Volare has seen meaningful efforts to strengthen communication between, improve responsiveness to, and build trust with service providers. This partnership is critical and we are grateful for it. The challenge before us is not about commitment, it is about resources. We urge the council to fund victim services at $59.6 million to maintain the current service baseline under next year's cost conditions. We also ask that the council preserve OVSJG's full portfolio. That includes victim services, justice grants, and the Access to Justice Initiative as core public safety infrastructure. This includes restoring the ATJ initiative to $31.785 million to maintain current service levels and to preserve the district's civil legal services infrastructure, and funding justice grants at $20.274 million. These are new asks, but they're more urgent than ever. As long-standing federal investments continue to dry up, the gap will only widen. For example, $300,000 currently allows Volare to serve an additional 100 survivors a year. We also have a subgrant with MedStar Washington Hospital's Community Violence Intervention Program. Thank you for your time and continued work on this problem.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Chris Klassen, Director of Advocacy at Volare. I want to speak today about Volare's crisis response work and the importance of maintaining a strong, reliable system for survivors of sexual assault under the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act. Through this work, our advocates meet survivors in some of the most immediate and traumatic moments of their lives, at the hospital during forensic exams, during interactions with law enforcement, and in the hours and days following an assault. This is 24/7 crisis response work that requires consistency, training, and deep coordination across systems. In the past year alone, Volare's advocates supported 270 survivors of sexual assault, with the majority receiving accompaniment during medical exams or police interactions, and another 590 survivors in our case management program. These moments are critical. Research shows that when survivors have access to an advocate, they experience less distress and are more likely to access the medical care and support they need following an assault. As you know, this work exists because of the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act that expanded the right to an advocate in 2019 for survivors in the community. That expansion was essential and it created a system that survivors now rely on. But the funding structure behind this work does not fully reflect what it takes to sustain it. For years, funding for this crisis response has relied on one-time enhancements rather than a dedicated line item. And as we are seeing this year, when those one-time funds are removed, the services themselves are put at risk. In our current model, the funding associated with this work does not represent the full cost of operating a 24/7 crisis response system. To maintain coverage, Volare distributes advocate time across multiple OVSJG funding streams and supplements this work with federal dollars we have secured over the past several years. While this approach has allowed us to sustain services, it also means that the true cost of this program is not fully captured within the funding structure itself. Right now, the system survivors rely on is funded in a way that doesn't fully reflect what it actually takes to keep it running. Federal funding shoulders nearly 14% of the staffing needed funds to sustain our advocacy and case management programs. For a system that must be available at any hour for any survivor, that lack of alignment creates risk, makes it more difficult to plan for long-term sustainability, to ensure consistent staffing, and to maintain the level of readiness that this work demands. And the need for the system is significant. Sexual violence remains pervasive in the district, and survivors, particularly those from marginalized communities, are often less likely to engage with formal systems due to concerns about trust, safety, and fairness. For many survivors, an advocate is the first person they speak to after an assault, and that interaction can shape whether they access care, pursue services, or begin the healing process at all. This is not a service that can fluctuate year to year. We urge the Council to establish funding for the Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act as a recurring dedicated line item within OVSJG. We urge the Council to prioritize sustained, dedicated, and recurring funding for OVSJG and the system. Thank you for your time and your commitment to supporting survivors of sexual assault.
Thank you. Zach Ragone.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the committee, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify again today. My name is Zach Ragone, and I'm a independent policy advocate in the district's criminal justice space. Reentry is a public safety function. Whether it works depends not only on whether it's funded, but on whether the system is structured to produce durable outcomes. The proposed increase in justice grants funding for returning citizens is a positive step. The question is whether the investment is aligned with the scale of the need. Viewed in context, the increase reads less as an expansion of capacity and more as a partial restoration. Over the past 4 years, reentry funding has grown by roughly 15%, while the population returning from custody has grown by approximately 45%. The investment has not kept pace with the demand, and that demand reflects the scale of reentry that the district has helped create through its own policy choices. There are a few structural considerations that will shape how effective that investment is. First, the funding mix remains heavily reliant on federal sources. As those resources decline or become uncertain, programs intended to provide stability are themselves exposed to volatility. It is important to understand which programs depend on federal funding and what the contingency plan is for those resources if those resources contract further. Next, short-term increases are not the same as sustained capacity. One-time funding can expand access, but it does not build the infrastructure required for long-term impact. Finally, there is limited visibility into outcomes. Funding is distributed across providers, but there is little clarity on how many individuals are being served, what services are consistently delivered, and what outcomes are being achieved. Coordination without accountability is not a system. Now, part of the issue is how success is defined. In many cases, success is measured through short-term indicators, such as whether someone was placed in a job or connected to a service. But a placement that does not last is not a reentry success. When success is measured this way, it creates incentives to focus on short-term placements and individuals who are much easier to serve. Over time, that limits the system's ability to reach those with the greatest barriers to reentry. If we want different outcomes, we need to consider how success is defined, and that means placing greater emphasis on sustained stability, including job retention, housing continuity, and long-term reintegration into the community. As the committee continues its oversight, a few questions are important. How much of the reentry funding is supported by federal dollars versus local dollars, and what is the plan as those resources fluctuate? How many individuals are receiving meaningful services before and after release, and how outcomes are being tracked beyond initial placement? In closing, successful reentry is not defined by whether someone was connected to a service or placed in a job. It's defined by whether they are able to stabilize their life over time. When that does not happen, the costs do not stay within the system. They return to the community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for all the very important work that you do for the city. Appreciate it. Jerry Ford. Olubunmi Akinkuwo. Chris Thompson. Fatima Ba. Lisa Winjum. Great. Jerry Ford.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jerry Ford, and I'm the Director of Intake and Residential Programs at District Alliance for Safe Housing, known as DASH. DASH is one of the district's largest dedicated safe housing providers for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. Thank you to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Porter, and OVSJG staff for your continued support of victim services and safe housing in the district. I recently joined DASH after working at the DC Department of Human Services. Having worked on both sides, I have seen firsthand how the system operates and where it is under strain. My role at DASH supports our safe housing programs, including Intake and Cornerstone. Together, these programs serve as both the front door and the core of our housing continuum. In fiscal year 25 alone, DASH served more than 2,700 individuals and their children, and in the last quarter, we've served 468 survivors seeking safety and stability. Compared to the same period last year, demand through our email and phone line has increased 51%. These numbers reflect both the scale of need and the level of demand our public safety system is managing today. And what we're seeing right now is that the system is already operating at its limits. We are seeing more survivors arrive in crisis with more complex needs and fewer immediate housing options. At the same time, survivors are staying longer because they cannot afford stable housing, long-term housing, backing up the system and leaving others without help. As a result, we have very little capacity to respond to additional demand, even as more survivors are seeking help. That is the context for the proposed $33.3 million reduction to OVSJG, nearly a third of the system's funding. At that level, the system will shrink. And because it is a public safety system, the consequences do not stay contained. They show up in longer wait times for safe housing, fewer immediate placement options, and more individuals forced to navigate unsafe and unstable conditions while waiting for help. We are already seeing the impact of reduced capacity at the front door. Due to prior funding cuts, our intake team has fewer staff than previous years, even as demand continues to rise. This has slowed assessments and delayed access to critical resources, including emergency funding and assistance. For the first time, we are managing significant wait lists just to complete needs assessments. These delays have real consequences. Stabilization takes longer, crises deepen, risk increases, and including lethality or potential lethal outcomes. Given these realities, we recognize the financial challenges the district is facing, and we stand with the Victims Assistance Council Network and the Access to Justice Initiative and the Reentry Action Network in urging the council to maintain the level of access, responsiveness, and protection that the survivors and the district rely on. We urge the council to fund the victim services at $59.6 million to maintain fiscal year 26 service baseline under the fiscal year 27 cost conditions. Thank you so much for your time. I'll answer that question.
Thank you. Olubunmi Akinkuwo.
Thank you. Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Olubunmi Akinkuwo, and I serve as the Chief Program Officer at DASH. As you've heard from my colleague Jerry Ford and from DASH's President and CEO, Kube Ngaje, the district's safe housing system is already under significant pressure. I want to speak to what allows the system to function and what is at risk if funding is reduced. Dash's community housing programs are a core part of the district's safe housing system, supporting survivors as they move from crisis to long-term stability. With support from OVSJG, we provide scattered site transitional housing, wraparound services, and flexible financial assistance that enable survivors and their families to remain safely housed as they stabilize, rebuild income, and move towards independence. In the last quarter alone, these programs served 46 survivors and 23 children with housing and holistic support. Every day, we see what is possible when survivors have the right support. They reach safety, secure housing, increase income, and begin to rebuild their lives. Without these resources, the progress does not happen at the same scale, and in many cases, breaks down entirely. Survivors remain in unsafe or unstable situations longer, with fewer options and greater risk. At the time when federal resources and other funding streams are shrinking, OVSJG is the backbone of the district's response. Without it, the system does not hold. Unlike other parts of the district budget, where victim services are a small portion of broader funding streams, OVSJG's portfolio is dedicated entirely to victims of crime. For DASH, OVSJG funding accounts for approximately 70% of our fiscal year 26 revenue and funds housing, services, and flexible financial assistance that serve as a lifeline for survivors. Across the sector, providers have already streamlined programs and reduced costs in response to fiscal pressures. But at this point, doing more with less is no longer a viable strategy. A reduction of this scale, 33%, would be catastrophic. It would not simply shrink a budget line, it would reduce access to services across the system. When that happens, need does not disappear, it shifts. Survivors remain in crisis longer, housing placements are delayed, and the district incurs higher costs across shelters, hospitals, and law enforcement. Costs that could be avoided through sustained investment in housing and prevention. We recognize the financial challenges the district is facing, and we stand with the Victim Action Network and Access to Justice Initiative and the Reentry Action Network in urging the council to maintain the level of access, responsiveness, and protection that survivors and the district rely on. We urge the council to fund victim services at $59.6 million to maintain the FY service baseline and under FY27 cost conditions. Preserve OVSJG's full portfolio, including the Access to Justice Initiative at $31.785 million and justice grants at $20.274 million, and preserve and restore critical investments in housing, domestic violence, and stabilization to maintain FY service levels. Thank you for your continued partnership, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Chris Thompson.
Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chris Thompson. I'm the CEO of Calvary Women's Services and a Ward 6 voter. Calvary works at the intersection of homelessness and domestic violence, serving 250 women each year. We are a member of the Victims Assistance Network and the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. From the 2025 point in time count, we know that homelessness has increased for women while decreasing for men and families. Half of the women report domestic violence as the cause of their homelessness. We also know that during challenging economic times like we are experiencing in the DMV, domestic violence increases. Women's lives are at risk if DC doesn't maintain the current level of domestic violence housing and services for women. At Calvary Women's Services, we know what it takes to support survivors and end women's homelessness. With trauma-informed case management, therapy, addiction recovery support, and employment services, women are empowered to end their homelessness for good. Calvary depends on OVSJG funding for 2 transitional housing programs serving over 50 women each year. In addition, we operate 2 rapid rehousing programs for survivors and one of only 2 permanent supportive housing programs for survivors. While we leverage federal and private funding to support our housing and services, these sources are becoming less reliable. The local funding through OVSJG is vital to maintaining a strong domestic violence continuum of housing and services and a strong public safety system in our city. As the committee considers the full public safety budget, the VAN urges a balanced investment approach. This is particularly important given the proposed growth in other areas of the public safety and justice cluster, while victim services, access to justice, and the broader OVSJG portfolio face reductions totaling 30.2%. The impact of cuts at this level will be significant, leading to reduced access to housing and services, and individuals and families remaining in crisis. Today, I join my colleagues across the DC Coalition, the Victims Assistance Network, the ATJ Initiative, and the Reentry Action Network in urging the Council to sustain systems that support individuals impacted by crime and violence. I urge the Council to fund victims services at $59.6 million to maintain the 26 baseline, preserve OVSJG's full portfolio, including access to justice and the OVSJG justice grants, and to preserve and restore critical DHS investments in domestic violence. That includes the domestic violence PSH housing, housing for youth, and domestic violence services, all at the 26 funding levels. We're reinforcing today, you've been hearing from all of us today, this is not a request for expansion, but to sustain the current level of service available to district residents and to prevent the loss of life-saving and life-changing supports. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Lisa Winjum.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Winjum, and I'm the Executive Director of My Sister's Place, the longest-serving domestic violence organization in DC. Since 1979, we have provided shelter, housing, and survivor-centered services for domestic violence survivors and their children. The district is at a critical moment in how it responds to domestic violence. In recent weeks, district leaders have talked to the press about the rise in domestic violence and domestic violence homicides as a serious public safety concern. They are right. MPD has reported that domestic violence accounts for 25% of homicides in DC this year. But the proposed budget does not match this urgency. New legal tools matter, so do public awareness campaigns, but they are not a complete response. A public awareness campaign cannot answer a hotline call, and a new criminal penalty cannot provide shelter or fund an advocate. What I haven't heard from the district leaders is how they plan to address survivors' needs. You can't meaningfully improve the district's response to domestic violence while leaving survivors out of it. The budget is more than dollars and cents. It is a policy document. It is a statement of our priorities. If the district calls domestic violence a priority while cutting victim services, that's not alignment, that's a contradiction. Less funding means less services. In fiscal year 26, MSP received $3.8 million in OVSJG funding to operate our emergency shelter and our RISE transitional housing program. In fiscal year 25 alone, those programs supported 336 survivors and family members. This is part of the infrastructure survivors rely on to move forward from crisis to safety and stability. At MSP, we receive more requests for help than we can meet. When funding is reduced, providers are forced to make impossible decisions about capacity, staffing, and access. Survivors should not bear the consequences of those decisions. We ask the council to restore the $5.6 billion cut to OVSJG victim services. We support DCCADV's call for an additional $4.4 million investment over FY26 levels to sustain current services and fill critical gaps, and we support the Victim Assistance Network's request for $59.6 million victim services line for FY27, restoring the access to justice and reentry grant lines, and restoring DHS funding for domestic violence services. Survivors need services, services need funding. Please restore cuts to the OVSJG victim services. If the district is serious about survivor safety, the budget must reflect this. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here and the work that you do. I'm in total agreement of how important the need is. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lul Muhammad, Sadia Bashir, Kritika Ghosh, Stephanie McClellan, Sadia Bashir, here. Kritika Ghosh, okay. Stephanie McClellan, you, okay. Dante Massey. All right, Lul Muhammad.
My name is Lul Mahmoud, and I'm the Executive Director of the Person Center. And I'm here today to testify on behalf of TPC, the Victim Assistance Network, and the Critical Intervention Center. Your investments in FY26 protected the existence of culturally specific victim service providers, including TPC, through your commitment and investment in OVSJG. The Person Center continues to serve hundreds of African immigrant survivors of domestic and sexual violence each year. However, in FY27, we're at risk of adding the loss of their only culturally specific, linguistically capable services that grant them the rare opportunity to lean on someone other than themselves. TPC is dependent on the numerous partners we continue to build referral partners networks with. We do not yet offer temporary shelter, but our partners do. We do not offer legal services yet, but our numerous partners that are recipients of funding through Access to Justice do. Without TPC, our partners will not have a client base as representative or diverse as the district we serve. This fiscal year, DC service providers continue to make incredible strides to address these conditions. TPC is a proud member of the newly piloted Critical Intervention Center, or SAFE Hub, led by DC Safe, and the CIC is a direct result of the investments made by OVSJG. The CIC builds relationships and easy referral pathways to culturally specific resources, as well as critical health services. Today, TPC urgently requests the continuation of funding for the Critical Intervention Center. As a member of the Victim Assistance Network, I support the VAN's FY27 budget request of $59.6 million designed to preserve existing funding levels and maintain the district's current level of victim services capacity under FY27 cost conditions. Now, Chairperson Pinto, I'd like to actually directly address the question of why violence is on the rise and where to find the funds to restore our baseline. After keenly observing the past 5 budget cycles here in the district, I'd argue our service providers who are already in the homes, schools, and community spaces are actually woefully under-resourced and or not funded at all in the context of effective violence intervention and prevention. When we return year after year to urge the council for the minimum to keep reactive response efforts alive, we are literally unable to effectively deploy proactive approaches to address the rising interpersonal violence crisis, which public health research continues to prove is directly connected to public safety issues such as youth delinquency, community violence, homelessness, substance abuse, and more. Where do we find these funds? I argue that we both know where they are. It's in the 15% proposed increase in funding provided to only one segment of our public safety infrastructure, the Metropolitan Police Department. We see in nearby major cities like Baltimore, Maryland, that community-level violence intervention and prevention has made a critical and clear impact in rates of violence. But what Baltimore does not have is a diverse, highly trained, and interconnected social and legal services base in DC. I argue that it is time for our community-based responders to get a real chance for once, to not be repeatedly starved in this abhorrent cycle of fighting for only baseline response funding. It is time we receive the additional year's overdue funds needed to give the district's residents what they want, community prevention initiatives led by the people they trust. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I eagerly await opportunity to continue the conversation.
Thank you very much. Kritika Ghosh.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kritika Ghosh, and I'm here as the Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Islander Domestic Violence Resource Project, also known as DVRP, and as a grantee of OVSJG, member of the Victim Advocacy Network and DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Speaking about the importance of funding culturally specific organizations such as ours through grants such as OVSJG. DVRP has provided culturally specific survivor-led services to Asian Pacific Islander survivors of domestic violence and sexual violence in the district for over 30 years. We offer trauma-informed case management, safety planning, mental health and somatic healing support, peer-led support groups, language-accessible materials, and community-based prevention programming. For many API and LGBTQ+ survivors, we are the only place in DC where they can receive services in their own language and in an environment that affirms their full identities. Last year, we served 240 survivors and provided outreach and education to over 500 community members across the DMV, over 150 workshops that were provided. I'm here today because we received grant funding from the OVSJG to support this work. And through our FY26 grant, we serve 40 API survivors through tiered case management, providing mental health and somatic healing sessions, and offer economic empowerment support through financial literacy and job readiness workshops. We also host peer support groups for survivors through our Lotus Strength and Queer Care Circles, disseminated multilingual survivor notebooks, lead digital awareness campaigns, and host a Healing Justice Summit, bringing together artists, community members, and survivors for a day of healing. Victim services are not optional, they are life-saving. The need for this work is urgent. 21 to 55% of Asian women in the US report experiencing intimate partner and/or sexual violence in their lifetime. Many of our clients come to us for filing assistance in filing VAWA petitions that would provide them with access to green cards and a pathway to citizenship. DVRP recently conducted a needs assessment survey on immigration enforcement with our clients, which showed the impact that immigration has had on them. We discovered that survivors were scared to be out in public and interact with government agencies and to go to court. Their fear is not just of the abuser, but the larger system that is not immigrant friendly. Cuts to immigration to organizations like DVRP would result in survivors going further underground and feeling isolated in a time when they need support the most. Anticipated cuts would result in API survivors not having a roadmap to safety, can result in survivors continuing to stay in abusive relationships and not having access to supports. We are proud to stand with the Victim Assistance Network, the DC Coalition, and partners across the district, calling for a budget that preserves critical infrastructures, provides survivors, and sustains what the district has already built. And I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said. We're asking for maintaining the funding, but I agree with my colleague Lowell here that we should be looking at increasing funds because the needs have increased, and we're trying to just stay in the baseline. But thank you for listening. I know it's been a long day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being here. Stephanie McClellan.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Stephanie McClellan, and I'm the Deputy Director and co-founder of DC Kin Care Alliance. ATJ funding allows DC Kin Care Alliance to serve relative caregivers, often grandmothers, who step up to raise DC children when their parents are unable to do so. Approximately 18,000 Black and Brown district children are currently raised in kinship care arrangements, accounting for roughly 18% of all DC children of color. Many of these children live at or near the poverty line and have faced adverse childhood events, often leading to poor physical, emotional, and educational outcomes. Kinship care is a powerful stabilizing force that changes their life trajectories for the better. In the last 8 years, DC Kin Care Alliance has provided direct legal representation in custody, benefits, domestic violence, and adoption matters. We've delivered essential education on legal rights and financial benefits to the kinship care community and engaged in advocacy and impact litigation to dismantle systemic barriers for kinship families. Specifically, we have assisted over 1,100 clients, raising more than 2,500 children, distributed over 4,000 copies of our resource guide, which for the first time this year will also be published in Spanish, secured more than $500,000 in public benefits for our clients, partnered with law firms to represent clients, resulting in $25 million in pro bono legal services, launched a free legal helpline and weekly court walk-in clinic, successfully advocated for critical changes to 16 laws, regulations, or policies, and filed 11 federal impact litigation lawsuits to redress discrimination against kinship caregivers. More recently, DC Kin Care's Project Stay provides free legal services to immigrant parents facing the possibility of detention or deportation to plan in advance for a trusted person to care for their children rather than their entering the foster care system, causing the children additional trauma and requiring the use of district resources. Since we started Project Stay in February 2025, we've conducted 15 legal clinics and provided legal safety planning representation to 160 parents. Our volunteer attorneys guide parents through personalized legal documents, including custodial powers of attorney, standby guardianships, and financial powers of attorney, ensuring that chosen guardians have the authority and support to care for their children. We rely heavily on the access to justice funding. It constitutes about half of our operational budget. Without the support, we would likely have to cease operations. If we fail to provide for these children, the consequences for DC families and communities could be devastating. By ensuring legal support now, we can stabilize families, empowering them to succeed, enhancing public safety, and alleviating pressure on DC government resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Dante Massey.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Dante Massey. I'm a proud district resident of Ward 7 and a relative caregiver to my younger brother who is 16 and in high school, and my younger sister who is 20 and was seriously injured in a car accident last year. I serve as co-head of the DC Kin Care Alliance Relative Caregiver Community Board, and I am here to share why access to justice funding is essential. For caregivers like me and the children we are committed to keeping safe, supported, and healthy, access to justice funding enables DC Kin Care Alliance to support relative caregivers in crisis, caregivers who may not know where to begin, but are determined to keep their children and their families safe without adding future stress to their lives. When my journey in kinship care started, I was caring for my 4 younger siblings, ages 17, 14, 13, and 8. For a while, the 5 of us was living in an emergency shelter. There was no close relative caregiver program at the time. And the Child Family Service Agency turned me away when I looked to them for help. DC Kin Care helped me get through the bureaucracy so that I can apply and receive the benefits we needed to make sure that my younger brothers and sisters could grow up together in a secure home. They gave me tremendous support, helping me file for custody, applying for TANF and SNAP, and making sure I had all the legal access when I had housing issues, all at no cost. I've never been charged a dime. They are the reason I went to City Council to advocate for the close relative caregiver subsidy, which now helps many children in the district stay with their families and meet their basic needs. In closing, I would like to say, kinship families step up to raise children when no one else will. We do it out of love, not because it is easy, but because it's necessary. The support that I received from DC Kin Care Alliance made it possible for me to keep my brother and sister fed, warm, and together, and with me. Then they empowered me to advocate for my family and myself. I want to thank DC Kin Care, and I want DC Kin Care to be able to continue to work to help other kinship families stay together. Please restore the funding for access to justice. DC Kin Care Alliance is a lifeline service for family like mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I do just want to say something about the MPD budget because I've heard this budget cycle. In the last couple of years, MPD has used lots more overtime than they budgeted for. And so the council insisted that this year they actually provide an accurate reflection of what their overtime costs are. It's still not accurate, I don't think, but that's what the reflection is. So their budget is not being increased. Their overtime allocation is still less than what they expected even this year to use. But for anyone looking at that budget that looks like it's an increase, that's what that's about. So just wanted to put that out there. But hear you all, and thank you very much for all you do and for being here today. Paula Fitzgerald, Diana Batras, Sandra Benavente, Tatiana Santos. Sure. Okay. Paula Fitzgerald, and if you could just say your name.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Gabby Farrell, and I'm IUDA's Advocacy Associate, and I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Paula Fitzgerald. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Paula Fitzgerald, and I am the Executive Director of Ayuda, a nonprofit that has provided legal, social, and language access services to DC immigrant residents for over 50 years. We are deeply concerned about the cuts to the Access to Justice initiative proposed in the mayor's FY27 budget. If passed, these cuts would leave many DC residents to face the legal system alone and undermine the safety and stability of our communities. DC's immigrant communities already face barriers to justice, including limited English proficiency, trauma, and unfamiliarity with the US legal system. Now, this population is increasingly targeted by both federal enforcement agencies and bad actors exploiting their circumstances, driving a growing need for legal support. Access to justice funding is essential to sustain Ayuda's programs that provide legal assistance. One of these programs is Project End, which combats consumer fraud targeting immigrants, such as fake legal services and predatory bail schemes. Project End helps prevent fraud through community education and responds to it through direct representation, restitution efforts, and advocacy with local and federal agencies. Immigration policy changes have left many non-citizens fearful and vulnerable to fraud. Last year, we worked with a DC resident who lost $14,000 to individuals she met on social media who falsely promised to help her with a U visa, work authorization, and a social security number. She borrowed money from family and friends for what she believed were legal fees before growing suspicious after repeated requests for more. Project End staff confirmed no application had been filed and the individuals were not licensed attorneys. We then advised her of her rights, assessed her options, and provided safety planning. This is just one of many cases demonstrating the need for this work and for this funding. In 2025 alone, Project End handled 62 cases involving DC residents who would have had little meaningful recourse without it. The Access to Justice Initiative also supports our Immigrant Legal Defense Program, which provides consultations, legal education, and full representation. In 2025, we delivered 98 immigration legal services through this program. Through legal advice and representation, immigrants can pursue legal pathways, leading to better jobs, better housing, and stability for their families. Without this funding, many clients would be left to navigate complex legal systems without any support at all. We deeply appreciate the Council's past efforts in restoring funding for this initiative and respectfully urge the Council to continue supporting this essential work by returning level funding for the Access to Justice Initiative to $31.785 million. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Diana Batras.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to testify to the vital role that the Access of Justice Initiative plays in supporting DC's safety net. My name is Diana Batres, and I am a language access coordinator at Ayuda. You have just heard from Gabby, my colleague, about our organization. I will now speak about our Community Legal Interpreter Bank, which is accessed by pro bono and public interest lawyers across the district. When the DC Council created the Access to Justice Initiative 18 years ago, it included a requirement to allocate funds toward a shared legal interpreter bank. Ayuda has been home to that bank ever since, ensuring that DC residents can access critical legal services in their preferred languages, regardless of income or background. In the last calendar year alone, CLIB has already provided interpreters on over 550 occasions. In addition, CLIB has delivered on-demand, telephonic, and video remote interpretation on more than 9,000 different instances and translated over 150 documents. These numbers reflect not only increased demand, but also the growing resilience on CLIB as an essential resource for legal service providers. One service provider that received Tigrinya interpretation from CLIB shared how critical these resources were in representing a referred client. The client sought assistance with a healthcare provider power of attorney and a financial power of attorney so that she could authorize her daughter to make decisions on her behalf should she become incapacitated. She had been experiencing memory loss, and as her condition began to worsen, she wanted to finalize these documents while she still had the legal capacity to do so. Because the client speaks Tigrinya, the provider did not have in-house language capacity. They relied heavily on the Community Legal Interpreter Bank. CLIB supported in-person interpretation during meetings to ensure that client wishes were fully understood and respected, and also assisted in translating the final documents into Tigrinya. As a result of this, the client was able to execute documents tailored to her wishes, ensuring that her financial and healthcare decisions will be honored if she loses capacity in the future. After 18 years of partnership with the legal service community, CLIP has helped normalize serving clients in languages other than English. It has become a cornerstone of equitable legal access in the district. The need for language access in legal service has never been greater, and it continues to grow. The Access to Justice initiative has allowed CLIP to fulfill its mission, but continued investment is essential. We must build on this progress to avoid leaving behind linguistically isolated communities who depend on these services. We're grateful to OVSJG and the DC Bar Foundation as grantors to the Access of Justice Initiative for the vital role that they play in ensuring equal access to justice for all DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Benavente.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Sandra Benavente, and I'm a Ayuda's Advocacy Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in the proposed cuts to OVSJG funding. Today, immigrant families in DC face ongoing threats to their health, safety, and livelihoods. Many feel unsafe on a daily basis and are constantly operating in crisis mode. They fear leaving their homes, reporting crimes, or taking any action that they think could put them at risk of detention, deportation, or family separation. The toll this takes on their mental and physical health is profound. It also increases their vulnerability to domestic violence and other violent crimes. Now more than ever, access to trusted, culturally competent legal and social services like the OVSJG funded programs at Ayuda are essential. Since my colleagues have already shared the importance of access to justice funding for our programs, I want to focus on victim services grants, which support several of our core legal and social service programs and are now facing alarming cuts. Our domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking program is funded by OVSJG's DC STOP grant. This program provides survivors with legal advocacy, protection orders, family law representation, and crisis and safety planning. In FY25, we supported more than 250 survivors across legal cases and provided comprehensive case management, including safety planning, education, and emergency financial assistance. STOP funding also allowed us to facilitate 15 support groups and provide therapy to 78 survivors, helping them to stabilize and heal. The DC VOCA grant also supports much of Ayuda's day-to-day assistance for crime victims. Last year, we helped 63 survivors with safety planning, emergency support, and connections to housing, healthcare, and public benefits. These proposed cuts to victim services grants would mean that programs like Ayuda's will not have the resources to meet the level of need they currently serve. Immigrant residents of the city will be left with nowhere to turn for support when they most need it, increasing the likelihood that survivors and their families continue to experience abuse and placing broader public safety at risk. This year, as many witnesses have mentioned, the mayor proposed an $89 million increase to MPD's budget while making cuts to victim services. Public safety cannot rely on over-policing our communities. We know that meaningful violence prevention depends on sustained investment in services that help survivors achieve safety, stability, and healing. Victim services are a frontline violence prevention strategy. They reduce repeat victimization, support accountability, and interrupt cycles of harm before violence escalates or reoccurs. For this reason, we urge the Council to fully fund the OVSJG portfolio, including victim services grants at $59.6 million, to ensure that all DC residents can live safe and secure lives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Tatiana Santos.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the vital role that OVSJG plays in the provision of critical victim services. My name is Tatiana Santos. I'm a language access coordinator at Ayuda, and you have heard from my colleague Deanna about the language access program in legal services, but I will take a moment to provide more insight on the need for language access within victim services. This need is demonstrated not only by statistics and research, but by Ayuda's Victim Services Interpreter Bank, a project that is modeled after our nationally renowned community legal interpreter bank, and the degree to which the 40 nonprofit victim service providers that have access to it rely on it. Providers need interpreters and translators to disseminate information in languages that can be understood by all DC residents, to change perceptions about the accessibility of victim services, and to serve individual clients. Language access is key to ensuring that survivors have a fair chance to access safety and justice. We are grateful that OVSJG recognizes the need to serve all victims regardless of the language they use to communicate. This funding allows VSIP to break down those language barriers that stand in the way of accessing help for limited English proficient and deaf and hard of hearing DC residents. During the 2025 fiscal year, VSIP provided specially trained interpreters on 372 occasions and on-demand telephonic interpretation on 1,804 instances, marking a 23% increase in interpreter requests from FY24. In FY25, VSIP also arranged for the translation of 46 critical documents for these clients. In the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2026, VSIP has already provided local specially trained interpreters on 109 occasions, on-demand telephonic interpretation in 793 instances, and has translated 10 documents. Each time a victim receives culturally appropriate services in their language, faith in the system is restored. That victim will relay to members of their community that help is available, even for those who do not communicate in English. We also stand with the Victim Assistance Network, the Access to Justice Initiative, and the Reentry Action Network in urging the Council to fund and preserve the systems that support these individuals impacted by crime and violence. As a member of the Victim Assistance Network, we echo the request to fund victim services at $59.6 million to maintain the FY26 service baseline under FY27 cost conditions, preserve OVSJG's full portfolio, and preserve and restore critical DHS investments. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you to OVSJG for supporting the victims and survivors in our city.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here and the work that you do. Appreciate it. Martin Brown. Tyrell Holcomb. Lonnie Nelson. Michelle Johns. Jocelyn Jacoby. Martin Brown. Okay. Tyrell Holcomb. No. Have your name again? Lonnie, right, I'm sorry. Okay, Lonnie, you can sit right in the second. Okay, got it. Jocelyn Jackby, and then Laura Brown. Lauren Agresti. Okay. Yeah, Agresti. Okay, we will begin with Martin Brown.
Good day, Ms. Penta, Council. My name is Martin Brown, and I'm submitting this public testimony as a victim through discrimination, retaliation, and legal termination by the downtown DC bid. Chairperson and members of council, my name is Martin Brown. I submit this testimony for public record to address the harm I've experienced as a result of discrimination, retaliation, and unlawful termination while associated with the downtown DC bid. I stand before you to make one point clear. Victimization in the District of Columbia does not occur only through physical violence. It also occurs through systems. Nature of harm. The actions taken against me were not simply workplace issues. They resulted in loss of employment, income, economic instability, emotional and psychological harm, exposure to further hardships. When an individual is unlawfully terminated under discriminatory and retaliatory conditions, that harm extends beyond the workplace. It affects every aspect of life, including housing, stability, and personal safety. Systemic context. Downtown DC bid operates within a network of publicly funded and government-connected systems, including coordinations with district agencies and services affecting vulnerable populations. And the harm I experienced must be understood in this broader context. When patterns of exclusion and discrimination, retaliation against individuals who challenge conditions or practices, and disproportionate impact on Black individuals and marginalized communities, this is not isolated, this is systemic. Victim services and policy contradiction. The Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants is tasked with supporting victims of harm, including those experiencing trauma, instability, and economic disruption. However, there's clear contradiction. The district continues to fund and support entities like the DC BID. Individuals harmed by these systems are not recognized as victims. Access to victim services and emergency release is denied. If the district recognizes trauma, then it must recognize all forms of harm, including those caused by discrimination, retaliation, and economic destabilization. Legal and constitutional implications. The harm I experienced raised serious concerns under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, prohibiting discrimination and retaliation. 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, deprivation of rights under color law. First Amendment protection, retaliation for speaking or challenging conditions. Equal protection and due process under Constitution when publicly funded governments, connected entities engage in discriminatory and retaliation action. Request. I respectfully request that council recognize discrimination, retaliation, and unlawful terminations as forms. Closing statements. Testimony is not about personal grievance alone. It's about accountability. It's about recognizing the harm.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Lonnie Nelson.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today, and thank you for your continued commitment to LGBTQ+ services in the District of Columbia. I want to begin by expressing sincere gratitude for the funding that enabled the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center to open our expanded facility. This building has already transformed lives. The DC LGBTQ+ Community Center is not merely infrastructure. It is a sanctuary, it is a refuge, it is, for many, the only place where safety, dignity, and affirmation are not conditional. Through funding from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, I serve community members every day who are transgender and gender nonconforming, Black, brown, immigrant, undocumented, unhoused, or housing insecure, and survivors of both interpersonal and systemic violence. Many carry complex trauma inflicted not only by individuals, but by institutions meant to protect them. Across this country and increasingly within our communities, we're witnessing illegal state-sanctioned violence enacted under the guise of executively endorsed immigration enforcement, which impacts the broader spectrum of persons on American soil, including our marginalized LGBTQ+ siblings. Safety cannot be contingent on race, gender, identity, sexuality, economic status, physical ability, documentation status, or perceived belonging. Due process is not a privilege of citizenship. It is a right of humanity. For many of our clients, visibility itself has become dangerous. They describe navigating daily harassment, misgendering, surveillance, denial of care, and the sheer terror of accessing medical or behavioral health services for fear that seeking help could expose them to further harm. In this climate, our center is often the sole environment where they're not criminalized for existing. Yet even with that safety, we're able to provide due to the funding from OVSJG. They carry the constant weight of survival. In February of this year, we tragically lost one of our beloved Black LGBTQ+ community members. This wonderfully vibrant human being who had frequented our center daily since we opened our doors at 1827 Wiltberger Street in April of 2025. This community member faced chronic housing instability and had their life taken when trying to access care. We recently were able to honor this individual's tragic homicide and gather in an evening of remembrance of his life and as a call to action to uplift, protect, and serve those most vulnerable to hate and harm. DC's LGBTQ+ organizations continue to deliver life-saving services despite limited resources and escalating need. As our city confronts economic uncertainty, federal encroachment on home rule, and growing threats to bodily autonomy and civil rights, it is imperative that this council fully fund programs to ensure accessing affirming healthcare, safe and stable housing, and community-based safety initiatives. I again thank the council for the initial investment to our new building as it stands as a beacon of light in our city on a hill. Thank you so much for your time and your partnership and your commitment to equity, humanity, and preservation of its life.
Thank you. Jocelyn Jacoby.
Good day, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jocelyn Jacoby, pronouns she, her, and I serve as the Director of Behavioral Health at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, overseeing the DC Anti-Violence Project's clinical and advocacy services. I'm also a proud resident of Ward 1. Please view my written testimony for an overview of the life and human supportive services we provide at the center. We remain incredibly grateful to have received 100% of our FY26 budget requests. This was a 30% increase from FY25 and enables us to hire a part-time therapist and advocate, which will significantly reduce our wait list for critical trauma-informed therapy services. With the increased funds, we've also been able to provide more direct assistance, including making more effective referrals by offering Metro cards to survivors so they can actually access the services they need. We are extremely concerned to see in the released budget that OVSJG shows a $33.3 million reduction. To continue providing life-saving services, we need continued and expanded funding. As members of the VAN, we urge the council to fund a $59.6 million victim services baseline. These cuts are not abstract. They result in fewer district residents being able to access services, fewer beds, reduced legal representation, longer wait lists, more people turned away. The DC Anti-Violence Project works closely with our partners in the VAN to provide wraparound services and ensure that survivors' most basic needs are met. The trauma for our survivors experiencing homelessness is ongoing without a safe place to sleep. The healing of survivors is dependent on a robust and well-funded victim service network. I understand that there are competing financial requests upon the council, and with that, I respectfully urge the council to rebalance investments by increasing funding for community-based victim services, which we know are most impactful in preventing and responding to crime. Instead of proposed budget increases to Events DC, and I hear you about law enforcement, however, I'd still say there could be rebalancing done to support the community-based victim services. As a proud member of the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, the DC Center stands in strong solidarity with over 20 local organizations committed to protecting and expanding critical funding for our LGBTQ+ siblings in the district. We are to fully implement and fund the Nonprofit Services Preservation Amendment Act of 2025 and to establish the DC LGBTQ Fund, a dedicated, protected, philanthropic vehicle designed to stabilize and safeguard funding for LGBTQ+ services. As an organization serving queer survivors in a nation where these services are being attacked and defunded, our clients name the fear that our services will also be lost. Trust in the stability of the service providers is needed for survivors to feel safe enough to begin the long, hard road of trauma healing. The DC LGBTQ Fund would provide that sense of safety and stability needed. Thank you for your time. We are grateful to have leadership that fights for organizations like the Center and the vulnerable survivors that come to us for vital care and life-changing support.
Thank you. Oh, look at that timing. Lauren Agresti.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for your longstanding leadership on the Access to Justice Initiative. The council created this program 20 years ago, and your stewardship has kept it alive through every budget crisis since. My name is Lauren Agresti. I'm the Director of Legal Services at Task International, the Torture Abolition and Survivor Support Coalition. For nearly 30 years, Task has been a DC-based nonprofit providing legal, psychosocial, career, and advocacy services to survivors of torture living in the district. I'm here today to describe the consequences of a proposed 86% cut to Access to Justice Initiative funding, and I ask you to restore that funding to its fiscal year 26 level of $31.785 million. I can tell you what that funding does at Task and what it costs the district to lose it. Our clients are survivors of torture. Many have disabilities, limited English proficiency, and complex trauma. At Task, they don't just get a lawyer, they get a lifeline. We offer career support, social support, referrals to free and low-cost counseling and medical care, a library, a place to use a computer and a printer, a small food pantry, and basic necessities like clothing and peanut butter sandwiches for lunch. Of course, Access to Justice funding doesn't pay for all of it, but the legal program, our largest single program by far, holds that ecosystem together. Access to Justice funding has supported 50 DC residents thus far in FY26 with direct legal services, support for asylum cases, family reunification petitions, adjustments of status and work authorizations. It funds the equivalent of 2 legal staff full-time employees, provides legal education to over 100 survivors per year, and enables dozens of legal professionals and pro bono attorneys to receive free training on immigration law and trauma-informed advocacy. I went to law school to avoid math, so bear with me for a moment, but these numbers are too important not to share. A work permit costs task far less than $1,500 to secure for a survivor. If that survivor, and let's assume our most common client profile, a single adult man, goes on to earn $50,000 a year, an outcome we see with some frequency, he pays that amount back to the district in taxes in just 1 year and can afford to house and feed himself rather than rely on other community programs. The return on the city's investment is clear as day. Our survivors are your constituents. They staff parking lots, work for the transit authority, serve food in DC restaurants, and drive trucks across this city. As one of our DC resident clients wrote to us after waiting 9 years for his asylum grant, I'm thankful to the lawyers at task for supporting me with their open hearts. They went above and beyond to get my asylum granted. They made it happen when I was feeling exhausted and hopeless. Those are the survivor-centered services we pride ourselves on and the services these proposed cuts would eliminate. Please make restoration of these funds your recommendation to the full council. Cuts to legal aid are not savings. They are a cost transfer from supporting the district's most vulnerable residents as they rebuild their lives to emergency services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Melissa Millar, are you here? Oh, great. Okay. Sorry about that. Thought you were virtual. Come on over. Lisa Meehan. Jason Garcia. Lauren Sullivan. Kelsey Komich. All right, Melissa Millar.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and committee members and staff. I'm Melissa Millar, Policy Director for ZEDIC DC. We're an independent public interest law center focused on safeguarding the legal rights and financial health of DC residents. The Access to Justice Initiative funds organizations assisting district residents with civil legal needs. With DC Bar Foundation grant support, we provide free legal help to DC households living at or below 400% of the federal poverty level through our debt-related legal services and disabilities community projects. In 2025, with Access to Justice funds, we served over 1,000 DC families facing debt and consumer legal issues, saving them nearly $1 million, trained 100 pro bono attorneys and placed 240 cases with pro bono attorneys, and provided legal services to 173 victims of crime, financial counseling services to 16 victims of crime, while notifying 215 people about the potential benefits of the Crime Victim Compensation Program. The mayor proposed a reduction of $27.2 million in FY27 for the initiative. This is an 86% decrease overall. We urge the council to maintain flat funding of $31.7 million in FY27 for the initiative, which serves nearly 40,000 residents each year. For the district, the reduction would jeopardize resident safety, health, housing, and economic stability while increasing residents' vulnerability. For example, credit defaults are high and climbing. Organizationally, the reduction or elimination of access to justice and other government funds would force us to cut programs and multiple FTEs, potentially a quarter of our paid staff. Raises and employee benefits would be cut or frozen while forcing the closure of our office in Ward 8. In 2025, Access to Justice funds supported assistance to clients like Mr. W and Miss B. Mr. W, a disabled senior veteran, lost over $3,500 after his wallet and Chime debit card were stolen. He spent months disputing the transaction and seeking a reimbursement, only for Chime to determine him responsible. He came to us, we filed a Federal Trade Commission and an FBI internet crime complaint about the fraudulent transactions, as well as with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau about Chime's repeated refusal to reimburse. 2 months after our intervention, he received the full refunded amount. Miss B, a domestic violence survivor, contacted us after leaving a shared apartment. Although she had notified the property management that she was leaving due to abuse, she received debt collection notices. We provided guidance and advised her to contact the apartment's higher level management. She successfully removed her debt, nearly $3,500, from her credit report. Finally, we are deeply concerned about proposed reductions in victim services within OVSJG. The proposed budget cuts services by $5.5 million from an allocation that is already insufficient to address the need. As members of the Victims Assistance Network, or VAN, we urge the council to fund the victim services within OVSJG at a baseline of $59.6 million. We know access to justice works. We know victim services funding is critical. These investments in services and people generate economic and public safety far beyond the office's annual allocations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Lisa Meehan.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lisa Meehan, and I'm a Ward 3 resident. I've worked at Legal Aid DC for nearly 5 years, first as a legal assistant and now as a staff attorney on the staff. I'm also the vice chair of Legal Aid DC's union, which is a part of the National Organization of Legal Services Workers and of UAW 2320. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Legal Aid DC union about the importance of, bless you, the importance of access to justice funding to our members and to ask the council to restore access to justice funding in the budget. The funding is an investment in high quality unionized labor, and it's also critical for providing legal services in the district. To tell you a bit about our union, we have 90 members. Over 2/3 of us reside in the district, and we live in all 8 wards. We're hardworking advocates. We've dedicated our careers to this work. We're lawyers and staff who are not only highly skilled, but are highly connected to the district community. Our members includes immigrants themselves, multi-generational Washingtonians, and community members with lived experience in poverty. Our union is also not alone in this fight. We've submitted joint written testimony in support of access to justice alongside the 4 other DC unions who are affiliated with NOLSW. Unionized nonprofits like ours improve working conditions and wages across the nonprofit and legal sectors. That has a ripple effect that strengthens the middle class and also strengthens DC's local economy. So cutting this funding would both threaten our jobs and it would also threaten the state of labor in DC. At Legal Aid, Access to Justice funds attorneys and legal support staff in nearly every facet of our work. We provide free civil legal aid to district residents who could not otherwise afford an attorney. And we believe that access to justice should not be just for those who can pay for it. Our union members work alongside of our client community to fight domestic violence, civil rights abuses, consumer rights violations, evictions, and more. We fight for our neighbors to ensure that they have access to systems that are intended to provide them justice. Access to justice directly funds our positions to do our work. It comprises about 1/3 of Legal Aid's budget. And as you know, the mayor has proposed cutting this fund by 86%, $32 million to just $4 million citywide. This cut would be devastating. It is in reality a direct personnel cut for our organization. And it would lead to significant layoffs for our members. Many of us would lose our jobs during a time when our community needs us more than ever. So we're asking the council today to please restore access to justice funding in the budget to protect our union's labor and our client community. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lauren Sullivan.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee and staff. My name is Lauren Sullivan, and I am the Managing Director of KIND's Washington, D.C. Field Office. I'm a proud Ward 6 resident and mother of 3 girls in our excellent DC public school system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued leadership and Access to Justice initiative. Every day I see what is possible when children have legal representation. In DC, our clients are not defined by crisis. They are students, employees, and future professionals who are succeeding because this city chose to invest in them. At KIND, we work with young people who live in DC after experiencing profound loss and trauma. When they have lawyers and stable legal footing, their lives change dramatically. We represent youth who face disruptions to their lives at critical turning points, and because legal support was immediately available, attorneys were able to step in and to protect their rights, and this is all thanks to Access to Justice. What happens next after legal representation is the part I want to emphasize for you all today. These young people stay in school. These young people get jobs. These young people get into top colleges and universities and secure scholarships. One of our former clients is now a freshman at the University of the District of Columbia pursuing a degree in nursing because they want to give back to the city that supported them. This level of success is not accidental. It happens because DC, this council, has built a strong legal safety net. When children know they are safe and supported, they can focus on school instead of survival. They can work, contribute to the economy, and envision a future here. The Access to Justice Initiative makes these outcomes possible. It turns vulnerability into stability and potential into achievement. Eliminating this funding would not just remove legal services. It would dismantle a proven pathway to success for our youth who represent the future of DC. We urge the Council to restore access to justice funding in fiscal year 27, to continue investing in programs that work. The results are clear, and it's something DC can be proud of. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you. Kelsey Comich.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and the members of the committee. My name is Kelsey Comich Garcia, and I am a social service supervisor at KIND and a resident of Ward 2. My role gives me a clear view of what happens across systems when critical legal representation is no longer available. From where I sit, access to justice is one of the district's most effective tools for preventing cost shifting. When legal representation is available early, problems are resolved efficiently. When it is removed, the same problems reappear later, larger, more expensive, and harder for the district to manage. I want to ask you to imagine a situation that illustrates this clearly. 3 siblings, ages 17, 12, and 9, alone in DC after their mother dies and their father abandons them. There is no parent to make decisions, no clear authority to enroll them in school, and no legal framework to keep them together. Because access to justice funding was available, legal help reached them just in time. KIND secured a pro bono attorney team from the DC firm to provide extensive legal services to this family. The pro bono attorneys obtained custody for a family member to help ensure that the siblings stayed together. Today, they are enrolled in DC public schools and connected to DC health services. That stability exists because legal support was available when it mattered most. Without timely legal representation, that situation could quickly deteriorate. Children risk being separated, failing out of school, losing access to health care, and becoming entangled in multiple emergency systems. What starts as a legal problem becomes a housing problem, an education problem, and a public health problem, each carrying far higher costs for the district. When access to justice funding is in place, legal service organizations can step in quickly. Attorneys can secure lawful custody arrangements, stabilize the family, and prevent the need for emergency interventions altogether. That early legal work is what keeps children off crisis pathways and allow other district systems to function as intended. Access to justice funding is a smart, preventative investment that protects the district from far more costly interventions later. We respectfully ask the Council to continue prioritizing full funding for the Access to Justice Initiative so problems are addressed early, efficiently, and where they belong, in the legal system. For kids in DC, access to justice is the difference between stability and crisis. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to DC's youth.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and all that you do.
Thank you.
Laura Brown. Come on down. Caroline Ackerman. Amy Mix. Sandra Jackson. All right, Laura Brown, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Laura Brown. I am a Ward 6 resident and Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project. We provide employment-related legal services to low-income pregnant and caregiving workers in DC. I'm also a member of the steering committee of the Consortium of Legal Services Providers. I'm here to say thank you for the funding made available to DC-based legal services nonprofits through the Access to Justice Initiative, and to call upon you and the rest of the Council to prioritize continued funding. Like many organizations, First Shift's Access to Justice grant exclusively funds people's salaries. My testimony today may sound similar to the testimony I gave last week at the OAG hearing, and that is because OAG and Access to Justice and the Access to Justice Initiative are First Shift's most significant funders for our services to DC workers. In 2025, First Shift's legal team of 4 advised or represented over 200 DC clients. Our clients are restaurant workers, teachers' aides, security guards, cleaners, and clerical staff. Our work safeguards the financial stability of our clients and their families. Our clients have maintained employment because they were approved for pregnancy accommodations or job-protected leave or paid leave benefits. For the ones who were already fired when they came to us for help, we have secured outcomes like reinstatement, back pay, and other monetary damages. Here's a client story. Margaret worked for a DC daycare. In spring 2025, her father suffered an acute medical episode in Senegal related to a glaucoma diagnosis. Margaret explained to her employer that she was taking an emergency leave of absence and left for Senegal to care for her father, intending to return in 6 weeks. Even though her leave should have been protected by the DC Family Medical Leave Act, her employer threatened that she would not be able to return to the position she left. Margaret applied for paid leave benefits and was denied because of what her employer told the Paid Family Leave Office. A First Shift lawyer coached Margaret on how to successfully appeal her DC paid family leave benefits determination. But when Margaret returned to work, the employer advised her that she may not be assigned to the same classroom or hours. The First Shift lawyer assisted Margaret through all of her communications with her employer, advocating for her rights under the FMLA and negotiating her return to work. Her self-advocacy was successful, and she's now back at work in the same full-time position. She also secured approximately $3,000 in lost wages, compensating her for the time she was supposed to return from leave but was blocked from working. Civil legal services are critical to the health of our community. Access to justice funding is critical to the health of our civil legal services. Thanks.
Thank you. Caroline Ackerman.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Caroline Ackerman, and I'm the Executive Director of the Amara Legal Center. Amara is a nonprofit organization that provides free trauma-informed legal services for survivors of sex trafficking and individuals impacted by commercial sex in the DC metro area. We are proud recipients of both OVSJG Victim Services funding and Access to Justice Initiative funding. We are deeply grateful to the DC Council for your longstanding support of these programs. I'm here today to ask you to continue to prioritize this funding in the FY27 budget cycle. When a survivor leaves a trafficking situation, the challenges they face are immediate and overwhelming. Many experience homelessness and seek shelter. They seek safety for themselves and their children and seek civil protection orders and custody orders. Many survivors experience ongoing PTSD and need continuous mental health support. As they work toward financial stability, they often must clear criminal records tied to offenses that they were forced to commit, records that prevent them from passing background checks and securing employment. At Amara, criminal record relief is one of our largest practice areas because survivors are ready to work and build independent lives, but are too often blocked by these legal barriers. Thanks to OVSJG and the Access to Justice Initiative, survivors access comprehensive, coordinated support from the Amara Legal Center and partner organizations through the DC Victim Assistance Network. With this support, they can secure safety, resolve legal issues, and move toward long-term stability and economic independence. Without this support, survivors are at higher risk of being re-trafficked and trapped in cycles of instability and poverty. We recognize the significant fiscal challenges facing the district. However, cutting OVSJG and the Access to Justice Initiative would not only have devastating consequences for individual survivors, it would also undermine community safety and stability, leading to increased victimization, reduced economic security, and greater strain on already overburdened systems. Specifically, we urge the Council to fund victim services at $59.6 million to maintain the FY26 service baseline and to preserve OVSJG's full portfolio, including restoring Access to Justice Initiative funding to FY26 levels of $31.785 million. This is not a request for expansion. It is the minimum necessary to sustain the system that the district has built and that residents depend on. Thank you for your time and for your opportunity to testify. We appreciate the council's longstanding leadership and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Amy Mix.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amy Mix. I'm the director of the DC Resource Bridge. We are the district's new single entry point to more than 24 legal services providers, many of whom, if not all of whom, you've heard from today. And what that means is that district residents can call just one phone number, 202-933-HELP, and get connected with the right legal services office based on their needs. And we don't just hand out phone numbers and wish people good luck. Our trained navigators make appropriate referrals through the system, and then they watch the referrals to make sure they stick. And if they don't stick, we try again. I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I want to thank the council for 20 years of support for the Access to Justice initiative that makes our work possible. Since we opened our phone lines just 7.5 months ago, we've spoken to nearly 1,700 applicants from all 8 wards, making more than 1,100 referrals to more than 24 legal services partners. And while most of our intakes still start by phone, we recently launched an online intake form that's available, of course, 24/7. And later this month, we're going to be opening doors in a new storefront office in Southeast. Our DC Resource Bridge team is in a good position to hear about the range and scope of legal needs across the district. And I don't have to tell you, the need is great. So imagine you were a father seeking custody of your children because you were worried they were unsafe with their mother. You've seen signs of neglect and abuse, and you have a hearing coming up, but no lawyer. Would you know who to call for help? Well, just this week, we received that call, and the same day, our partners at Neighborhood Legal Services Program accepted the referral to get this dad some help. So now imagine you're in your 70s, you've lived in your home for over 50 years, you've fallen behind on real property taxes, and you're worried about facing foreclosure. Would you know who to call for help? Well, thankfully, the DC Superior Court staff knows about the DC Resource Bridge, and they connected this caller with us, and we successfully placed a referral with our partners at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. So last, imagine you've been looking for work, but your past criminal record keeps getting in the way. Repeat rejections at jobs you should be qualified for put you at risk for eviction. Would you know who to call for help? So again, a recent caller didn't know until DC Superior Court staff helped connect them with the DC Resource Bridge, and our partners at Rising for Justice just accepted that referral. So these are just a few recent examples of the ways that the DC Resource Bridge has helped connect district residents in need with legal services attorneys. But none of that would have been possible without Access to Justice Initiative funds, not the work of my team, and not the work of the attorneys who we place our referrals with. You've already heard today about how the court system and more than 180 community partners, and in fact, even council constituent services staff, rely on the safety net to help support our neighbors in need. And we all collectively rely on the council to continue making that possible by restoring the initiative funding. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Well, thank you so much. I too just referred a constituent to the DC Resource Bridge and to you. So thank you for all your help. And I just have a question, if I can, on your funding. How much would it cost to ensure that you all can be sustained?
So great question. I'm only I can only answer sort of one piece of that question, but what I would like to do is work with the DC Bar Foundation folks to make sure that we can collectively get an answer back to you that addresses that in whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sandra Jackson.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Sandra Jackson. I am the president and CEO of House of Ruth. Since 1976, we have empowered women, children, and families rebuild their lives and heal from trauma, abuse, and houselessness through a continuum of services. We are also a member of the Victim Assistance Network, a coalition of more than 55 organizations working to ensure people across the district can access trauma-informed, culturally responsive services. At House of Ruth, like my colleagues, we are also witnessing an increased demand for services and support with clients presenting with more complex needs. OVSJG plays a significant role in supporting victim services across the district, enabling community-based organizations like a House of Ruth to provide the crisis and stabilization support, continuum of housing opportunities, and behavioral health care. At House of Ruth, this funding allows us to personalize services to the needs of our clients and specific goals: case management, multi-generational therapy, substance use recovery support, workforce and career development, household management, financial literacy, and first-time home buyers education and support. These services are essential to helping individuals realize safety, stabilize their circumstances, and begin recovering from the impacts of violence. These services are critical for women, children, and families escaping violence and need a safe place to go when they decide to leave a violent and abusive relationship, saving their lives and the lives of their children. These services are the building blocks to their healing and rebuilding lives. Over time, the district has built a coordinated safety net, a network of providers through these investments. At the same time, federal and other external funding sources have become less reliable, increasing reliance on local funding through OVSJG. As the committee considers the full public safety budget, the VAN urges a balanced investment approach. This is particularly important given the proposed growth in other areas of the public safety and justice cluster, while victim services, access to justice, and the broader OVSJG portfolio face reductions totaling 30.2%. When services are not available, the need does not disappear. It merely shifts to other parts of already overwhelmed and taxed systems, emergency rooms, shelters, and the justice system, often as a long-term greater cost, and the impact on future generations begins a vicious cycle that is often a pipeline to the prison pipeline. House of Ruth urges the council to fund victim services at $59.6 million, preserve OVSJG's full portfolio, and preserve and restore critical DHS investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Wanda Steptoe, Paula Thompson, Jazz Jackson, Farah Fossey, Farah Fossey, Elizabeth Falcon, Gabby Morris Flores, great. Wanda Steptoe.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Wanda Steptoe, and I'm the Executive Director of New Endeavors by Women. NEW has been serving women experiencing homelessness since 1988 through transitional and permanent supportive housing. We serve victims of crime and individuals impacted by violence in DC with housing and supportive services. We are also a member of the Victim Assistance Network, VAN, in a coalition of more than 55 organizations working to ensure people across the district can access trauma-informed, culturally responsive services. We recognize the fiscal challenges the district is facing, but we stand with the VAN network, the Access to Justice Initiative, and the Reentry Action Network in urging the council to fund and preserve the systems that support individuals impacted by crime and violence. As a member of the VAN network, New Endeavors by Women urges the council to fund victim services at $59.6 million and maintain the FY26 service baseline. Preserve the OVSJG full portfolio, including Access to Justice Initiative at $31.7 million and Justice Grants at $20.2 million. And preserve and restore critical DHS investments in housing, domestic violence services, and stabilization to maintain the FY26 service levels. This request is not for expansion. It is the minimum required to maintain a system that the district has built and relies upon. OVSJG plays a critical role in supporting victim services across the district. At NEW, the funding allows us to provide trauma-informed services for housing, counseling, group therapy services to women with children who are survivors of domestic violence. We partner with these women as they navigate to rebuild their lives. Additionally, these funds new provides critical after-school tutoring and homework assistance and enrichment services activities for children. These services provide for supports to children need to be successful in school with the goal of breaking the cycles of violence and homelessness. If these funds are not fully restored, there will be fewer individuals will be able to access life-saving services. Wait times for support will increase. More individuals and families will remain in crisis longer, and unfortunately, some may die. For providers like me, this may mean scaling back programs, limiting intake, and reducing and possibly being forced to cease providing services. I'll leave you with this. Safety is not a right. It is not a privilege, excuse me. It is a right. Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
time and your leadership.
Thank you. Paula Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Paula Thompson. I'm the president and CEO of Voices for a Second Chance, and I'm also the founder and co-chair of the DC Reentry Action Network. It's a coalition of 30 community-based direct service providers in the district. I come to you today in both of these capacities. First of all, thank you and the OVSJG Director Porter and the JG team for your leadership and partnership and support of the RAN and our goals and our priorities. This is a pivotal moment for the reentry in the district, and the decisions made in this budget will determine whether thousands of returning residents have access to the support they need to stay home. Voices for a Second Chance has been doing this work for nearly 6 decades, and we meet DC residents at every phase of the reentry journey. Last year alone, Voices served 3,070 clients. We provided 1,067 nights of temporary shelter to unhoused returning citizens, and we served nearly 3,500 meals to people who had nowhere else to eat. Behind every one of those numbers is a name, a family, and a district resident rebuilding a life. And behind every one of those numbers is funding from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. VSC does not do this work alone. We are one of many community-based organizations inside DC RAN doing the same work across the district, meeting different clients in different neighborhoods at different points of the reentry continuum. Together, we are the infrastructure that meets the more than 2,000 DC residents who come home from incarceration each year. We are the infrastructure that serves the 10,000 more with acute reentry needs and the 70,000 DC residents living with a criminal record today. For organizations like ours already operating beyond capacity, a cut of that size is not an adjustment. It is the unraveling of the systems that people rely on every single day. DC RAN stands with the VAN and ACJ in a unified ask, and I won't be repetitive in rehashing those numbers, but full restoration of the OVSJG portfolio ensures that residents can continue accessing critical life-stabilizing services. The populations we serve are not separate, they are intertwined, and a cut to any one of us is a cut to all of us. Within the 20 million Justice Grants ask, our priority is the direct reentry services delivered by RAN member organizations. Justice Grants reentry funds continue to be funded significantly less than our VC partners. However, the RAN is pleased that the administration and this committee under your leadership recognize our reentry members and partners' pragmatic impact of our services is demonstrated by the minimal reduction JG funding has attained this year. We are the center of a productive public safety ecosystem, and that ecosystem only works when every part is resourced and functioning. Chairwoman Pinto, the public safety progress this committee, along with OVSJG and our advocates, has championed over the past 2 years did not happen only through enforcement. It happened because organizations and coalitions, day after day, continue to be the heart and soul of the work that we do. And I'll close with this. The people we serve are DC residents. They are your constituents. They are someone's parent, child, and neighbor. They have done the hard work of coming home, and they are asking for a chance to stay home. And I'm asking you to make the organizations doing this work that continue to be here to continue to do that. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson. Thank you. I am going to have to remind everyone, especially since we've gotten some new folks in the room today, that we've heard from about 80 witnesses for OVSJG. We have 160. And then we need to hear from our government witnesses today. So I'm going to ask everybody to help me be strict on time Everyone's got 3 minutes. You got to stop at 3 minutes because if everyone goes a little over, that's an extra hour or two. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jazz Jackson.
Hello, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear my testimony today in the Voices of Survivors. My name is Jazz Jackson, and I am the Director of Victim and Reentry Services at Community Family Life Services. Ms. Johnson arrived at CFLS's doorstep with nothing. She became isolated from her support system because of the domestic violence relationship she experienced. This same relationship resulted in her incarceration for 5 years. When she returned home, she was a stranger and she didn't know where to turn to. Through the community, she heard that CFLS would be the next step in her chapter. CFLS is a nonprofit organization that has been serving women like Ms. Johnson since 1969. Through comprehensive and compassionate support, we partner with women on their journey to stability. Our services include transitional and emergency housing, release planning, health and wellness, HIV support, career coaching, intensive case management, family reunification, and education and emergency services. Ms. Johnson engaged with CFLS for 3 years. She was able to successfully transition to her own apartment, reunite with her family, and find her voice again through storytelling with local newspapers and committees, and more importantly, reconnect with herself and hope. Unfortunately, Ms. Johnson is one of many women who have experienced gender-based violence and were formerly incarcerated. The National Coalition Against Domestic Violence states that 79% of women in federal and state prisons report physical abuse, and 60% of women report past sexual abuse before being incarcerated. This statistic is something that we often see and acknowledge as an underreported crime due to the stigma surrounding violence against women and those who have been formerly incarcerated. CFLS recognizes that reentry and DV are often intersected and shaped by overlapping systems of harm. We are uniquely positioned to address the needs of our clients through trauma-informed and gender-responsive services funded by OVSJG. There is a concern that these numbers will rise. Survivors need more resources and services, not less. The council must restore the $5.6 million cuts to OVSJG victim services. We also know that flat funding will not fully meet the needs of survivors or sustain current services. We support the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence budget platform and ask the council to invest $4.4 million of fiscal year 26 levels in order to sustain current domestic violence survivors services and fill critical gaps for survivors in targeted communities. We understand that domestic violence is a public health issue that requires community partnership. We further support VAN and ask that $59.6 million service line for fiscal year 27 as necessary to preserve the broader victim service network. We ask that you restore and maintain funding to keep our doors open for women like Ms. Johnson. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Gabby Morris Flores.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabby. I'm a tenant organizer with DC Jobs with Justice. I'm testifying today to ask the council to commit to fully funding the Access to Justice grant at $31 million. For the last 4 years, I've worked under the Access to Justice grant, doing outreach to tenants who are at risk of eviction, making sure they know about their rights in court. We host bi-weekly meetings for tenants who are fighting their own case in court, and we provide long-term support for tenants who are unable to get representation. Since 2022, tenant-facing staff like myself have worked with the eviction defense lawyers to make sure that tenants are connected with lawyers in court. But the full impact of eviction prevention outreach goes far beyond just connecting tenants with lawyers. The landlord-tenant court system in DC is friendly to tenants who need to represent themselves, but people need orientation about how to navigate the system. So, for example, tenants who are in eviction court are often living in buildings that have unabated housing code violations. But many tenants don't know that in DC, they have the right to request those repairs without fear of retaliation, as well as the legal right to withhold rent until the repairs are made based on the implied warranty of habitability. So when we inform tenants of these rights and how they can be used as a defense in eviction court, the impact is multiplied. First, by explaining to tenants that there are defenses that they can use in court, it motivates people to show up to their hearings and avoid a default judgment. So many eviction cases that I've supported tenants through end up being a matter of just needing more time. Someone needs more time to get their first paycheck from a new job, to get emergency rental assistance. And by participating in their court case, tenants have the time to be able to resolve the issue, enter into a payment plan with the landlord, resolve the issue out of court, and avoid the traumatizing experience of a forced eviction. Second, by knowing and asserting their rights in court, tenants can get long overdue repairs to housing conditions issues that the landlords have maybe ignored this issue for years and years. I've seen in countless cases that I've helped people with, the landlord has ignored the request for years, and then finally, when they're in landlord-tenant court, the landlord will finally be forced to make those repairs, and that is because of DC's strong tenant rights. But without knowing these defenses in court, tenants will lose out on sorely needed housing repairs, rent abatement for the suffering that they've endured, and often end up self-evicting because they don't know that they have a way to fight back with legal defenses in court. So over the past 4 years, I've personally talked to hundreds of DC residents that have benefited from the eviction prevention services that Access to Justice funds, whether that be they were represented in court by an Access to Justice attorney, or they were simply informed that they have the right to stay in their home and fight back against their eviction. And in such an economically uncertain time, we need to preserve every existing social safety net that prevents people from being ripped from their homes. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Here. Alex Samuels. Roger Williams. Helen Ortiz. Juana Maria Sazo Godoy. Juana, are you here? Oh, great. Okay, and Helen Ortiz? Okay. Okay, Alex Samuels.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alex Samuels, and I'm an organizer at DC Jobs with Justice. We're a coalition of labor organizations, community groups, faith-based organizations, and student groups dedicating to protecting the rights of working people, supporting community struggles, and promoting racial justice to build a more just DC. My testimony today will highlight the importance of the eviction prevention work facilitated by the Access to Justice Grant Program. Eviction Prevention in Communities, or EPIC, is a project of Access to Justice, and it fills an important role in DC's housing landscape. At its core, the program is a collaboration between community-based organizations and legal service providers. We send canvassers to the doors of people facing eviction in order to connect them to legal services and inform them of their rights. Our lawyers and organizers make sure that landlords aren't taking advantage of their tenants during the eviction process. DC Jobs with Justice has two roles in this program. My colleague, Gabby Morris-Flores, just testified regarding our canvassing and organizing efforts. My role is to maintain data for the program and strategize about how to use it. I collect publicly available case data from the court and share it with our canvassers at DC Jobs with Justice and Empower DC. They then use this information to connect at-risk populations with legal services and other social services, particularly targeting neighborhoods with high rates of displacement. What we find is many people who've been served eviction notices are living in unsafe conditions, which would make an eviction illegal. Without talking to a canvasser, many tenants do not know their rights to remain in their homes. In 2025, EPIC's canvassers knocked on 2,775 doors, including 426 in Ward 7 and 801 in Ward 8. That's 15% of housing units who were served eviction notices throughout the year. That is to say, because the council invested in this program, more than 1 in 10 families facing an imminent loss of housing received a visit from a friendly face. At a moment that could have been filled with fear and isolation, someone was there to explain their rights and help them understand the process. Given the many needed services Access to Justice provides, a cut to our budget will likely force the elimination of canvassing outreach and a significant degradation of our database. But maybe more importantly, it would leave a gap in the district's housing support ecosystem. Without EPIC, the district would abandon the most at-risk tenants right when they need the most support. We provide a last-ditch effort to save district residents from the cycle of homelessness to temporary housing and back to homelessness that too many people end up trapped in due to the district's lack of affordability. I'd like to conclude by noting that this committee certainly has the money required to fully fund this program. In fact, in a year when nearly every social service, resource, and legal support has been cut, your committee oversees one of the few agencies that actually saw an increase this year. Councilmember, if the entire rest of the city must take on budget cuts, COPS should share in that. The district is either facing a tough financial times or it's not. You can't say that everyone is struggling and then give MPD yet another budget increase. You alone of the council members have the ability to shift money from what we think of as Band-Aid solutions to actually address root causes that divert crime before it happens. I'm here today to ask you to take that responsibility seriously. Please divert funds from MPD to other committees that serve DC residents and to programs like Access to Justice that fight for people's rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Roger Williams. Just realized we could turn your microphone on. There we go.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Roger Williams, and I am a tenant association organizer at Tivoli Gardens, which is in Ward 1. I also collaborate with the tenant union at the Woodner Apartments on 16th Street. I am testifying today about the importance of maintaining funding for the various NGOs and the other principals who play a critical role in helping tenants to stay housed. The mayor would have the council go along with her proposal to completely eliminate funding for any number of organizations that assist tenants navigate the process when they are in jeopardy of losing their housing. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget, if enacted, would cause an 85% reduction in funding for pro bono lawyers. These cuts, if allowed, will have real-world consequences. As a member of a cadre of tenant association organizers, I have seen firsthand the transformative effect that non-governmental organizations have in numerous cases. NGO workshops for those at risk of eviction have repeatedly made a difference. They have made a difference in the outcomes of proceedings that, if it were not for the intervention of the clinics, workshops, would have led to displacement. Equally important is maintaining the current funding for lawyers who provide crucially needed legal representation. It is ironic that the proposed cuts serve to further the initiative from the Trump administration that has resulted in 270,000 to over 300,000 federal employees no longer being in the positions they once had. The segment of the federal workforce, or this segment of the federal workforce, was completely destabilized. The city's budget, as proposed, would have the council be in acquiescence with the district's chief executive in further destabilizing even more people. The cuts being sought ought to be considered from the standpoint of the harm it will cause. Renters as constituents ask that the council not cause more people to be displaced. And I'll leave it at that because my time's just about up. But thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Helen Ortiz.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Helen Ortiz. Vivo en el 7701 Georgia Avenue, apartamento 604.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Ortiz. I live at 7701 Georgia Ave.
Soy dominicana, llevo en este país 35 años y represento mi edificio como presidenta de la Asociación de Inquilinos por 8 años.
I'm Dominican. I've been in this country for 35 years. I represent my tenant association as the president for the last 8 years.
Siempre abogando por la vivienda digna como una líder comunitaria en el cual llevo como líder todos los años que he vivido en Estados Unidos.
I'm always advocating for housing justice and been a community leader in over the last 8 years.
Y llevo siempre abogando por temas de vivienda accesible.
Always advocating for affordable housing.
Por muchos años me involucré con el LCD. Por medio del LCD conocí los programas de TOPA.
I was involved with a group LEDC and I understood the programs of TOPA.
Ahora participo en reuniones de defensa contra desalojo con la Organización de Justicia de Trabajo, que recibe fondos de acceso a la justicia.
And now I'm very involved with Eviction Defense Hub meetings with the organization DC Jobs with Justice that receives funds from the Access to Justice.
Vengo a pedir que permanezcan esos fondos de ayuda para vivienda digna a personas que necesitan ayuda.
I come to ask that those funds are preserved for dignified housing for the people that need help.
Para luchar contra desalojo.
To fight against evictions.
Queremos hoy día que nuestra voz sea escuchada.
We want our voice to be heard today.
En el día de hoy, nuestra petición está enfocada en los fondos de dinero que se llama acceso a justicia.
Today's requests are about the Access to Justice funds.
Que no sean cortados, ya que nuestra comunidad de bajos recursos necesitamos.
So that they don't get cut because our low-income communities need them.
Necesitamos para una vivienda digna en Washington, D.C.
For a dignified life in Washington, D.C.
Cuando participo en las reuniones de defensa contra el desalojo, yo veo todo. Cuando participo contra viviendas contra desalojo, yo veo que todo el mundo sale feliz porque conocen su derecho.
When I participate in these eviction defense meetings, I see that everyone comes out leaving more happy because they understand what their rights are in regards to
Al
eviction.
conocer su derecho de vivienda.
Mhm.
En el tiempo que llevo como líder comunitario, he visto satisfacciones de muchas personas que están llenos de problemas de desalojo.
In my time as a community leader, I've seen people's satisfaction even when they have issues of eviction.
Bajo ese programa pueden salir del problema.
Because under these programs, they can get out of these problems.
Siempre que van a buscar ayuda en las cortes, los abogados fueron escuchados y salieron de sus problemas.
And whenever they would go to the court, the lawyers there could help them get out of these issues.
Por eso estamos aquí hoy, para que estos fondos prevalezcan.
And so that's why we're here today, to ask that these funds be continued.
Espero ser escuchada. Gracias a todos por escucharme.
And I hope to be heard. Thank you all for hearing me.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Juana.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juana María Sasso. Soy residente de DC por 15 años viviendo en Mount Pleasant.
Good afternoon. My name is Juana Maria Sasso. I'm a resident of DC for 15 years, living in Mount Pleasant.
Tengo 5 años de ser presidenta de la Asociación de Inquilinos de mi edificio.
I have 5 years of being the president of the tenant association of my building.
Y como líder comunitaria tratando de trabajar y apoyar al vecindario de Mount Pleasant y sus residentes más vulnerables.
And as a community leader, I always try to help the neighbors of the Mount Pleasant community and the most vulnerable residents.
Buscando ayudas con organizaciones como DC Trabajos con Justicia, LDC, DC Bar y otras organizaciones.
And I collaborate with organizations like LEDC, DC Jobs with Justice, the DC Bar Foundation, and others.
Yo como residente golpeada con los problemas del desalojo, como muchos vecinos y residentes de mi comunidad.
I, as a resident, am facing eviction just like a number of other residents in my community.
Hemos recibido beneficios del presupuesto de 31 millones que se aporta a la ciudad.
And we've received benefits from the $31 million in funding that provides city services.
Lo cual, como a muchos de nosotros, nos ha ayudado para poder salir adelante con la ayuda a la información y a servicios legales y representación, como a muchos de los beneficios.
These services include legal services, know your rights information, and representation in court.
Esos beneficios otorgados por los programas que reciben este aporte muy necesario.
And these are funded by the Access to Justice funds. That's very necessary.
Durante muchos años como voluntario he visto el beneficio obtenido a la comunidad con los apoyos de programas como.
And now as a volunteer with these organizations, I still see the benefit of these services.
Los antidesalojos que presta DC Trabajos con Justicia.
The eviction defense work by DC Jobs with Justice.
Al tanto que al día de hoy trabajo como contratista para dicha organización.
And now today I'm working as a contractor for this same organization.
Recibiendo fondos de salario para así poder ayudar a muchas más personas que están viviendo situaciones similares a la mía.
So now I'm receiving salary money to be able to help my neighbors and get paid to help my neighbors with these same eviction prevention services.
Con procesos de desalojo que están con procesos de desalojo.
In their eviction processes.
Estoy atravesando desde hace 3 años un proceso de desalojo, que si no fuera por los fondos de ayuda de este programa no hubiera podido tener conocimiento de consejería y representación legal.
I've been dealing with my own eviction case for the past 3 years, and if it wasn't for the funds from this program, I wouldn't be able to have had representation in the court process.
Para así poder defenderme y luchar por mis derechos.
To defend myself and fight for my rights.
Ejemplo, tengo un caso de desalojo abierto desde agosto del 2023, lo cual ha sido muy difícil y frustrante para mí y mi familia.
I've been in this eviction case since August of 2023, and it's been a very frustrating and difficult time for me and my family.
Hemos tenido que pasar por abusos de autoridad, acoso de gerencia, maltrato psicológico, por no acceder y permitir los abusos y faltas al Código de Vivienda.
We've had to deal with abuses from the authority, from property management, mistreatment, even like psychological stress from not permitting them to enter our apartment and harass us and dealing with housing code violations as well.
Ha sido frustrante lidiar y vivir con problemas de vivienda y malas condiciones como el moho y las plagas.
It's been very difficult to live with these conditions like mold and pest infestations.
Y más con la persecución a mi persona por ser líder en mi edificio.
And more than anything, the harassment and retaliation I faced from being the tenant association president of this building.
De esta manera, mis abogados me han apoyado para poner una demanda por malas condiciones para así poder ejercer mis derechos.
For these reasons, my lawyers have helped me put a countersuit to assert my rights in court.
Por esa razón, pido por favor se otorguen los fondos de 31 millones de dólares para que personas como yo.
So for that reason, I ask to please make sure to fund the $31 million so that people like me
podamos tener acceso a los beneficios para la comunidad, como acceso a la representación legal, acceso a programas antidesalojos que nos brindan organizaciones como DC, Trabajos con Justicia.
So we can get funding for community services, legal representation, and organizations like DC Jobs with Justice.
Con apoyos de información, lo cual han sido fundamental para mí, mi familia y seguramente para la comunidad de DC.
It's to get information that has been crucial for me, my family, and surely for the rest of the community of DC.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for all the important work that you do. Christian Colon. Christian Colon. Sky Curry. Lucy Murphy. Shelby Tuseth. I'm sorry, could you sit in the order that I call you if you want, just so we can keep track this way? So Sky Curry. Okay, great. Lucy Murphy. Okay, Shelby Tuseth. Okay. Jakia Carroll. Charles Hopkins. Okay, Sky Curry, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Pinto. My name is Sky Curry, and I have been a DC resident for the past 10 years as of this April. Yet within the past year and a half, I would not be sitting here in front of you if it weren't for the services and resources that you have previously heard with the testimonies from eviction defense hub programs such as Jobs with Justice, Rising for Justice, and emergency rental assistance. I was able to receive legal assistance from Rising for Justice and to know that in-person court representation access to these services are already slim due to increased housing code violations and other legal challenges with landlords in the district. And it is no secret to media or residents who are impacted by housing code violations and other tenant issues. Cutting this budget will make the legal assistance even more difficult to obtain and boldly sends a message to the tenants of DC that their problems do not matter regardless of affordability and status. Organizations such as Jobs with Justice literally has a phrase that says home to work, providing resources that will impact a working resident. As a resident myself who was just at risk of losing their home due to a major corporate layoff back in January of 2025. However, the advocacy that comes from these organizations was able to help me find legal information, resources, facts, and other assistance to be able to remain a resident in Washington, DC. Lastly, the city does not need additional protection except to protect residents who are renting that need emergency rental assistance. We all know the rising rent costs in the city, and ownership is nice, but that is not always an immediate option for residents. Even if you think of the correlation between crime and poverty, you will actually be feeding that fuel, not protecting it, if you continue to cut funds from organizations such as Jobs for Justice. Instead of shifting funds or increasing funds for $1 million for MPD, instead of being able to continue to be a lifeline for residents to be able to stay in DC and not continuously be pushed out of the city, which in hindsight, the budget cut will increase these issues. As someone as myself who has contributed to the community as a board member of a nonprofit, alumna of Georgetown University, and a tax-paying resident, again, emphasizing that no one is safe from eviction or housing code violations or issues, I refuse to think that residents will not have the means to use organizations such as Jobs for Justice, Rising with Justice, or ERAP to assist during hard times. Thankfully, with the organization like Jobs for Justice, I was actually able to secure a resource for security deposit and first month's rent, and actually just signed my lease as of this morning. So I'm here to stick around. So please imagine how quickly and sooner we could close gaps if we keep the $31 million.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you. Baby, it was a struggle, but we're here. Thank you.
Lucy Murphy.
Good afternoon. I am the president of the Tenants Association for 1449 Oak Street Northwest. In November 21st, this past year, I accompanied my neighbors in a nearby building to apply for emergency rental assistance. I observed men, women, and children lined up around the block to apply at the DC government office. They waited for hours in line in the cold. Some of them got the door slammed in their faces. Clearly, there's a great need for housing assistance and not enough assistance. We need more assistance, not cuts. With all of the buildings which DC government controls, why do we have people waiting for hours in the cold? Property managers call the police to bar tenant organizers and break up tenant meetings. The Metropolitan Police Department provides illegal assistance to property managers and landlords who oppose the tenant's constitutional right to assemble and demand their rights. While we cut the funds to organize tenants and keep people housed safely, the mayor and city council throw more and more money to the Metropolitan Police Department, which claims to, quote, protect and defend, unquote, but does neither. Law-abiding tenants need assistance to defend themselves against the constitutional ignorance and physical abuse of our own police department. With all of the equipment that the police department has acquired, with all of the surveillance cameras that cover the city, they were not able to prevent Isaac Carlos Aguirre from being hanged in the backyard of 4th District Police Station on April 13th, in this just less than a month ago. How is it that they were not able to see the preparations for a hanging on a tree just outside their building? Do people's lives matter? Do people's rights matter? Please say yes and restore previous cuts to assistance to justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby Tuseth.
Hello, thanks for having me. Shelby Tuseth. I'm a Ward 1 resident living at Tivoli Gardens and Columbia Heights. I'm a volunteer organizer for our Tenants Association, or our TA. I'm very grateful for my fellow organizers and friends and others that are here today. I'll be speaking about my neighbors' experiences and how that's tied to the Access to Justice grant. A pillar of the TA is our eviction defense team. We believe that everyone deserves dignified housing, irrespective of how our landlord views them. Over the last 3 years, the TA has been made aware that the majority of our immigrant neighbors have received the same lease violation notice by our landlord, suing for eviction. I can count at least 10 neighbors, excluding their children, who have come to us expressing their frustration that management is discriminating them by race or class. I won't go into detail, but I want to emphasize that the mistreatment and unaccommodating behavior by management before or during the eviction process has strongly impacted their well-being. We as a TA only have so much capacity to work closely with our neighbors. We provide legal resources, interpretation and technology help, and other methods of care, but face obstacles with time, capacity, or knowledge gaps. We greatly depend on DC Jobs with Justice employees who have testified today, which also relies on the $31 million from the Access to Justice grant that funds eviction prevention services. DC Jobs with Justice Eviction Defense Hub runs on a biweekly basis, and it is outstanding. They guide tenants through their rights, walk them through the stages of the court process, and assist them in other personal needs. DC Jobs with Justice demystifies the daunting landlord-tenant court process and alleviates nerves, which is not an easy thing to do when displacement or homelessness is on the line. In addition, there have been countless of times our friend Gabby at Jobs with Justice hops on the phone to inform neighbors of their tenant rights when we are unable to immediately help ourselves. Of the 10 neighbors with the same notice violation I mentioned earlier, one neighbor was evicted through the courts. 2 families decided that it was more worth moving to Northeast DC or Maryland than harbor all the pressure. 2 families were able to mediate with management, dismissing their cases, and the rest are still at Tivoli working with the TA, attempting to correct with management, and are either currently or on the verge of being sued for eviction. My point with this is that despite the diversity of outcomes, every neighbor relied on eviction defense services to inform their decision making and trusting themselves in the process. Every person deserves to have the resources to find their power. In addition, that I forgot earlier, all of our neighbors called the LTLAN hotline, which was mentioned earlier this afternoon, but only one of our neighbors was able to get full representation. It is very difficult to find lawyers already. From all these testimonies from today, starting around 1, I'm hearing that Black and brown, non-transient, Washingtonian long-term renters will all be affected by this major change that can be stopped. Please reject this cut to Access with Justice from the mayor's proposed budget. We need this $31 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My name is Charles Hopkins. I'm a resident of District of Columbia and a returning citizen. About 6 years ago, I was released from prison after serving 48 years in prison in the Maryland prison system. When I got my parole transferred from Maryland to DC, I was excited because I heard about so many of the program services that the District of Columbia offered, and they would help me become a stable and confident member of society. And to my success, I am that today. And the reason why I'm at today because of the organizations that OVSJG provide funds for. One such organization is Voice for a Second Chance. I became involved with Voice for a Second Chance after a member of their organization told me that I need to come by the office after I told my circumstances. So I came by the office. And as a result of coming by the office, I got mental health. I was able to get involved with a series of programs that they offer. Staying on Track, there's for road program that provide counseling. I completed a 33-week advocacy program that teaches advocacy. As a result of these things, I now can say without doubt that I am, in fact, a productive member of society. And it's because of the monies that was given to Voice for a Second Chance through OVSJG. Now, I can't attest to how much money they got while I was there, but I can attest to the evolution of their services. As a result of the monies that they get, this organization provides hotel services for men or women that don't have no place to stay or come out on the hour. This organization provides small trip cards. This organization provides food. This organization provides helping men and women get their identification paid for, give them telephones. This organization, when you come through the door, this organization has a welcoming spirit, open arms. And it's because of the funds that they receive from OVSJG that they're able to do these things. So I'm not going to sit here and say that they should get all the money. I'm sitting here to say that they should get a sufficient enough money to continue the services that they provide. Because the reason why I'm saying this, when we talk about public safety, this is the public safety. Public safety is providing a safe space for people coming out to be able to return back to society and become productive members of society. And I'm gonna close on this point. You ask somebody, where should the money come from? I'm saying this is where the money can come from. When you invest in groups like this and groups like these right here, the monies that's saved from having to put money elsewhere can go to continue the services for programs like Voices for a Second Chance. Thank you for entertaining me.
Thank you so much and welcome home. Thanks for sharing your story. Thanks, everybody. Robert Barton, Raymond Stoddard, Herbert Robinson, Aurora De La Rosa. Thank you. Jacob Lemon Strauss. I think Herbert, I think you're first now. Where did my pen go? Yeah. Okay. Tell me your name again. Aurora. Okay, if you can go next to Herbert. Jacob Lemon Strauss. Okay. Earl Kenny. Timothy Armstead. Yes, please. Timothy Armstead. Rachel Goodman. Robert Warren. Danielle Wendaga. Okay. We will begin with Herbert Robinson.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the Judiciary Committee on Public Safety. My name is Herbert Robinson. I'm a DC entrepreneur and owner of AGG Transportation and co-founder of Growing Pain Solutions. I'm here to ask you to protect and restore OVSJG funding. Cutting this funding weakens the system that helps returning citizens stabilize, work, and contribute. AGG Transportation operates as a social enterprise supported by Growing Pain Solutions, working in advocacy, education, and reentry support for justice-impacted individuals and their families. Together, we strengthen communication through experimental workshops, transforming powers, looking to create pathways to stability by providing reliable transportation to and from the Baltimore Halfway House, DC agencies, resource centers, community events, employment, and visitation. We are also positioned to support the district's election by providing ADA accessible transportation to and from voting polls, ensuring seniors, people with disabilities, and returning citizens can fully participate in the democratic process. Access and opportunity means nothing if people can't physically get there. I'm asking to protect OVSJG funding and continue supporting access to justice and victim service funding because I am a direct result of that investment. I'm a member of Cohort 6 Georgetown Pivot Program that helped me with entrepreneurship and development. I've lived in the clean decision, independent living spaces, and I've also been a recipient of changing perceptions wrapped around services. All these are part of the Reentry Action Network, and I ask you to continue funding the Reentry Action Network and all these organizations DC Justice Lab does not get that funding, but they are a big part of me and my advocacy work. So I asked, if it's possible, to look into how we can fund them and keep them moving forward. The support gave me a real pathway from reentry to entrepreneurship. I see here as a return on investment. When people have access to legal support, stable housing, transportation, and economic opportunities, they are more likely to succeed and far less likely to return to the system. Protecting this funding is not theoretical. It is what allows organizations to continue to doing the work and keep the people stable, employed, and moving forward. Same is true as policies, efforts like the Erase Act 2025, the Ease Act 2025, Project Homecoming Act 2025, all are designated to reduce barriers, strengthen family connections, and expand access to opportunities directly impacting recidivism and our public safety. Thank you for helping us build inclusive communities. When we have security, we can turn ideas into impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Aurora De La Rosa.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Aurora De La Rosa, and I serve as a program supervisor at Collaborative Solutions for Communities. We are funded by the OVSJG through the Success and Reentry Program, which supports women and men exiting incarceration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to start by being very clear. We are asking for full restoration of justice grants funding within OVSJG. The proposed 30.2% cut to OVSJG, approximately $33 million, does not just impact one type of service, it impacts an entire ecosystem of support that the district relies on, including both reentry and victim services. Both are necessary to improve the safety and well-being of district residents. Our Success and Reentry program focuses on stabilization and recovery. We provide housing support, case management, workforce connection, family and network reconnection, and access to behavioral health and community-based services. This work is about reducing recidivism, but it is also about preventing future victimization. When people have stability, they are less likely to reoffend. When they have access to housing, employment, and support, they are more likely to successfully reintegrate into their communities. That is public safety. It is also cost effective. On average, it costs approximately $113 per day to house someone in jail. Even a small program like ours, serving a minimum of 30 individuals per year, represents over $1.2 million in incarceration costs alone. So the question becomes, are we investing in systems that stabilize people, or are we paying significantly more later when they fall through the cracks? The DC Reentry Action Network highlights that over 70,000 DC residents are living with a criminal record, with more than 10,000 navigating acute reentry needs and over 2,000 individuals returning home each year. Over the past 5 years, we have served more than 200 returning citizens, saving the district over $10 million. Our success is measured by the long-term stability. After 1 year, our clients remained housed and are financially supporting themselves and their families. At the same time, housing is becoming harder to access, and maintaining benefits like SNAP and Medicaid is more challenging. The need for reentry services is growing, not shrinking. Yet we are considering cutting one of the primary funding sources that provides support with this work. When we invest in reentry, we invest in safer communities, and when we support individuals in stabilizing, we reduce the likelihood of harm and re-victimization. Programs like ours must continue providing case management, supporting housing stability, and helping individuals build a path forward after incarceration. Without this funding, we are not just cutting programs, we are removing critical supports for people who are actively trying to rebuild their lives.
Thank you so much. Jacob Lemon-Strauss.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Jacob Lemon-Strauss, and I am the director of the Criminal Record Sealing Program at Rising for Justice, a legal services nonprofit that has represented district residents for over 55 years. Our program represents DC residents who have past interactions with the criminal justice system that have left them unable to access stable employment, safe housing, or even the ability to volunteer at their children's schools. Our work relies almost entirely on ATJ funding to help give people second chances, and we are hopeful that the council will continue its support. A recent client's experience shows what record sealing and ATJ funding can do. Our client came to us with multiple nonviolent convictions from when he was in his 20s. Now in his mid-30s, the mistakes he made as a young man were keeping him from the jobs he wanted. Without stable employment, he, his wife, and their 2 children were living in housing that was infested with cockroaches and surrounded by violence. We paired him with a pro bono attorney who filed a motion to seal on his behalf, and the motion was granted. A couple of months later, he reached out to us to tell us that he had gotten a job as a janitor at the US Capitol, and he was earning enough to move his family to a new home. For each of his convictions, a judge had sentenced him to probation or a short jail term. No judge told him that these nonviolent offenses in his early 20s would carry a lifetime sentence of unemployment and unsafe housing. Lifetime punishments should be reserved for the most serious crimes, and yet, without record sealing, people with any record face lifelong consequences. And because the criminal justice system has long produced racially disparate outcomes, it is predominantly and disproportionately Black district residents who bear that perpetual punishment. Even with the much-needed reforms of the past decade, we cannot call our system just, while the verdicts of a more racist era continue to determine who can work, where they can live, and what their children's lives will look like. We are grateful to the Council for the enactment of the Second Chance Amendment Act, and we have seen many lives change because of its expanded eligibility and reduced procedural barriers. But those barriers have not disappeared entirely. Judges have referred pro se petitioners to us to correct deficient filings. In the past 6 months, prosecutors have raised procedural objections the Council did not anticipate when drafting the SCAA. Objections that require legal responses grounded in statutory interpretation and analysis of legislative history. This is precisely why people need lawyers and the kind of work that ATJ funding makes possible. I want to thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and the entire Council for recognizing the importance of criminal record sealing and ATJ in general. I urge you to continue that commitment by restoring ATJ funding to the current year level.
Thank you so much. Danielle Wendanga, go ahead.
DC Council Member Committee. My name is Daniel Mwendanga, representing TASC, Torture, Abolition, and Survivors Support Coalition. I'm from Goma in the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, the new land of deportation. I'm a survivor of government-led persecution for being an LGBTQ activist. I have 3 children living in the DRC, with among them 2 boys and 1 girl, now living with my mom. In April 2024, I was working as a security supervisor for the USAID in the US Embassy in my country. That month, the DRC government decided that every LGBTQ person in the country should be arrested. Police forces took action immediately, and mobs attacked LGBTQ individuals. This is a public information. In June, I was firstly accused of trying to force recruit other Congolese staff to become part of LGBTQ community. I got anonymous phone calls, death threatening from people saying they knew where I was living and they knew where my children were studying. I had already heard that other LGBTQ individuals had been kidnapped and disappeared. I was terrified about what would happen to me, and until I decided to resign from my position as FSN 11, a really top national staff position. I flew to Eastern DRC, where I am originally from, and I crossed the border to go to Rwanda, the neighborhood country. But because of the situation security with those 2 countries, I couldn't make it. I went back to Kinshasa, where I even spent 2 months hiding until I decided to move to the United States. I met TASC, who welcomed me through Drew Vaccaro, a lawyer, supported me with access. Under this Access to Justice initiative, he helped me to apply for my work authorization, and now working as security in local companies security field. And I can make my life, I can construct my life and try to rebuild from bottom. Please restore these fundings for the initiative project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry for what you've gone through. Thank you for your courage and for sharing your story today. Thank you all very much. Appreciate you. Roshonda Hailai Thomas. All right, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Maria Bloyer. I am delighted and honored to be here on behalf of Roshonda Hailai Thomas, who is AJE's amazing executive director and a longtime Ward 4 resident. I'm here today, like many of my colleagues, to ask that the council restore full funding to the ATG Access to Justice Initiative, which plays a critical role in protecting the rights and futures of DC residents. The mayor's proposed 86% cut would be devastating, not only to organizations like AJE, but most importantly to the district's most vulnerable residents. AJE is the federally designated parent training and information center for the district. For the last 30 years, we've assisted families, particularly those navigating special education, school discipline, and disability rights, to access the educational support their children are legally entitled to receive. Last year, we served over 2,000 families and provided more than 5,000 residents with legal information to understand and protect their children's rights. For the last 15 years, AJE has been provided with ATJ funds, and that's allowed us to expand and really grow our impact. With ATJ support in 2012, we launched the first legal clinic at the Office of Administrative Hearings to support unrepresented families in school discipline cases. And we created and expanded our pro bono attorney program. We also educated thousands of residents and our colleagues who were here today as well in how to support families who are navigating special education and school discipline matters. And the demand for our services continues to grow. This past school year, we've seen a 41% increase in families seeking our services compared to the same period last year. Thanks to increase and level funding from ATJ, we've been able to grow the number of attorneys who are serving families at our office from 3 to 6, including a new education justice attorney who's focused on systemic issues that have continued to result in the wrongful exclusion of children from school. And our attorneys are making a real difference every single day. For example, we've prevented students with disabilities from being wrongfully transferred. We've helped students stay in school and receive the services they need. We've challenged discriminatory practices that prevent students with disabilities from having full access to school choice. And most recently, with a referral from the DC Resource Bridge, we were able to successfully defend a student against a wrongful suspension with very, very quick turnaround time. And that's just a wonderful example, I think, of the synergy that the Access to Justice funding has allowed. We also provide really strong TA, technical assistance to both LEAs and our peer organizations. But without that continued funding, we will lose half of our legal services budget. And that means potentially laying off 3 attorneys who are residents of wards 5, 6, and 7. I'm enormously thankful for the chance to be here today, and honestly, the grace and professionalism that everyone in this room has shown in what has been an incredibly long day. So I really appreciate your time, and thank you for letting me be here today.
Thank you.
And Ms. Hailai Thomas's complete comments are in the record.
Great. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Okay, we are turning now to our virtual public witnesses. As a reminder to please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Hillary Caxer, Marcia Moore, Betty Holman, Michaela Deming, Cynthia Spencer, Tangela Hicks, Gregory Briscoe, Susie Jew, Naia Simmons, Daniel Del Pialago, Manuel Ernesto, Rebecca Gutterman, Gina Wiley, Aaron Pollitt, Vance Sohn, Betty Gentle, and Cesar Toledo. Hillary Caxer, we'll start with you. Okay, no problem. Tangela Hicks.
Great day, Chairperson Pinto, members of the council, and attendees here today. My name is Tangela Hicks. I'm a Ward A DC resident and advocate, a community advisory council member with Legal Aid DC, also a mother of 7 with my last born with special needs. Today, I am testifying to ask for continued grant support for Legal Aid DC, and I want to mention some of the ways that they have helped me and my family. Legal Aid DC has assisted me with many court cases over the years. To name a few, 4 landlord-tenant court cases, which I felt as though I was being targeted for speaking on slumlord conditions to DC Council and other government agencies. With Legal Aid's assistance, I won those cases. They assisted me with my DCHA hearings. DCHA offered me a voucher when the mayor stated that she was trying to reduce the number of homeless families. Several times they tried to state that they didn't know who I was, never offered me a voucher, didn't inspect any unit for me to move in, even said that I was never on a waiting list. Thanks to Legal Aid DC and my evidence, I won those hearings and had my voucher reinstated. They assisted me with DHS cases in the past. Some of those where I had recertified, turning all my documents in a timely manner, and still the cases was messed up. At one point in time, it was 3 cases back to back. I needed help with AmeriHealth Curitas DC denying my oral surgery and partial dentist, and with Legal Aid's help, I was able to get those services. There are so many other cases that I could mention, but my time is limited. There are so many DC residents that I know personally that Legal Aid has helped. They have been providing free legal assistance for DC residents since 1932. It is the district's oldest and largest civil legal services organization. In times when DC residents needed help the most and didn't know how to handle it on their own, Legal Aid DC has been here for them. Once again, I am asking for their continued grant funding. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony, and I hope everyone has a great day.
Thank you. Susie Jew.
Good afternoon, Chair Pinto. My name is Susie Jew, and I'm co-chair of the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers. I'm here to speak about the importance of restoring full funding to the Access to Justice initiative. The consortium's mission is to coordinate the delivery, expand the availability, and improve the quality of legal services for low-income district residents. Our membership is comprised of 36 legal services organizations. 75%, or 27 of them, receive funding through the initiative, and therefore are able to offer the breadth of critical legal services that you heard about today. You've heard from many of our consortium members already. I, too, on behalf of the consortium, urge the council to restore initiative funding to the fiscal year 26 level. The proposed 86% cut would be devastating to district residents in crisis, the member organizations that serve them, and the hundreds of district agencies and community groups that rely on their partnership. You've heard today how our members, thanks to initiative funding, have been able to serve tens of thousands of district residents in need. Through the initiative, civil legal services is now a key part of the district's safety net, providing upstream solutions that ease the burden on more intensive and costly city services. You've heard today about the return on investment of civil legal services. For example, the millions of dollars in public benefits that district residents are able to access with the help of attorneys funded by the initiative. I began my career as a legal services attorney in DC over 25 years ago. I've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the commitment of this council to create and grow the initiative to the benefit of district residents in our city. The proposed cut would undo 20 years of progress. I realize that this committee alone may be limited in where it can find money to make up the difference, but it is incumbent upon this committee to work with its colleague council members to support a program that is a proven moral and financial investment, and to examine the choices being made by the mayor in her budget and who in our city will bear the brunt of some hard budget choices that need to be made. The consortium is extremely grateful to the council for its long-standing support of the Access to Justice initiative. It is only through sustained investment at the fiscal year 26 level that our consortium members can continue to work together to ensure low-income district residents have their essential needs met and the chance to lead a life with good health, stability, safety, dignity, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Spencer?
Yes. Sorry.
You're up. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Cynthia Spencer. My husband Melvin and I were longtime residents of Ward 4 of Washington, Ward 4 of Washington, D.C. We now live in Ward 7. Moving to Ward 7 has felt like stepping into a dementia, but I'm adjusting. I'm retired after 45 years working in the legal field primarily in civil rights. So I bring both professional and personal experience to my testimony. I am also a part of a program of 16 grandchildren and 16 great-grandchildren, which keeps me very busy. I am a former client of legal aid and currently serve as a member of CAC committee. I'm testifying today in support of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grant funding for legal aid. In 2012, I experienced serious issues with my landlord. For 16 years, there was neglect and unsafe living conditions in my apartments. The landlord refused to make necessary repairs, leaving us without consistent hot and cold water, without heat during the winter, with rotting floors, and with non-functional smoke detectors. I felt completely overwhelmed trying to handle the situation on my own. That changed when I contacted legal aid. They were professional, patient, and took the time to explain my rights in a way I could clearly understand. The advocacy prevented me from being evicted and potentially becoming homeless, and they ensured that my landlord made the necessary repairs. Legal aid restored my faith in the justice system. I strongly recommend their service to any tenant or individual in need of a dedicated and an effective advocate. And that in addition to housing support, they also assisted me with my medical insurance, helping me navigate Medicaid and Medicare to ensure I receive reliable and quality care. I am deeply grateful for legal aid and the support they provided. Thank you for your consideration of my testimony. And you all have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Gregory Briscoe?
Hello. Good evening, Chairperson Pinto and council members. My name is Gregory Briscoe, and I became a DC resident November of 2005. So I've been here for about 21 years now, and I'm a letter carrier for the U.S. Postal Service and a former client of Legal Aid, DC. I'm testifying about the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants and in support of access to justice funding for legal aid. I was referred to Legal Aid DC by Housing Counseling Services because I was being foreclosed on. When I found out about the Housing Assistance Fund and what assistance they offered, I immediately applied, but was too late to be protected by the foreclosure moratorium. Johanna Schmidt, aka JoJo, from Legal Aid DC became my lawyer and represented me for the case. Additionally, she helped me stay on course with the HJF people because there were many problems with that program. I was approved, but eventually turned away because of funding issues. JoJo also helped me with my loss mitigation process 2 times. There were a few obstacles during that process, and she helped me get through all of it. In the 24th hour, HAF found money from somewhere I don't know and ended up catching up my back mortgage payments. JoJo and the team at Legal Aid are very helpful and knowledgeable and extremely professional. If it weren't for them and the free legal service, I'd most likely be homeless. I feel it's very important to have organizations like Legal Aid around and well-funded so people in the community like me who know nothing about certain legal issues they may be facing and definitely can't afford legal representation. It definitely makes me feel secure about living here in the district, knowing that the DC politicians care about their constituents. Thank you very much, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you. Michaela Deming.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and members of the committee and staff for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michaela Deming, and I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. You heard from my colleagues earlier today, and I would like to add some additional information. And I would like to lift up to your attention our concerning clause in the OVSJG grant agreements that threaten to violate survivor confidentiality. Protecting survivor-specific information is especially critical right now. We continue to raise alarm about federal policies that are creating concern and threatening the safety and stability of our most vulnerable communities. These policies target and disproportionately impact marginalized communities, including people of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, unhoused neighbors, immigrants, and those re-entering from periods of incarceration and their families, and further entrench barriers to safety and justice. We cannot forget that domestic violence and domestic violence survivors are part of every community, and the consequences of these federal actions for our communities are dire and long-lasting. We ask Council to address these critical survivor privacy and confidentiality concerns in OVSJG grant agreements through the BSA, to confirm existing federal and DC code protections for all survivors accessing domestic violence and victim services in DC, and resolve these serious threats to confidentiality in OVSJG contracts. We also have a concern about the ability for immigrant survivors to access services by MPD. Right now, MPD shares information with federal immigration enforcement agencies for those who are not in custody, which includes witnesses and victims of crime, leaving domestic violence survivors and other victims and witnesses fearful to reach out to law enforcement and unable to receive the full benefit of MPD's services. MPD has not revoked the executive order that is allowing them to do this and believe that it is necessary to codify protection for all victims and witness information to ensure that all DC residents can benefit from MPD's budget and services, especially in a time when domestic violence is rising. We would also like to, again this year, raise the issue of transparency. As the coalition, our membership in the broader victim assistance network of OVSJG grantees has been doing for several years now, the mayor's budget still does not include enough information for grantees or the council to identify how OVSJG intends to allocate its pool of funds to support all of the victim services needs. OVSJG's compliance with the provisions of the Transparency Act of 2022 would enable victim services community and the council to better coordinate efforts and ultimately meet the needs of survivors. It is of heightened importance now as we collectively face the threat of federal funding restrictions that would impact services for critical life-saving support, especially for those most marginalized and under-resourced communities in DC. We join the Victim Assistance Network request to fund victim services at $59.6 million and protect the full OVSJG portfolio, including access to justice and reentry grants. We join the TANF as a Lifeline Foundation, the organization, the Fair Budget Coalition, the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, and the DC Justice Lab and their platforms. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Naya Simmons. Naya Simmons, are you here? Hillary Coxer, is your audio working yet?
It depends if you can hear me. I don't know if you can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Hillary Caxer of DC Public Schools, an actor, an educator, and an behavioral health advocate. And I'm here today to talk to you about the behavioral health diagnosis identified over a decade ago as hoarding disorder, which affects FEMS, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, inordinately. I am not seeing the timer, but I will just try to stay. Oh, look, now I don't know. Sorry. So the problem with hoarding disorder is that it really much more affects FEMS because of the risk of death for occupants has a much greater likelihood of death in a home with conditions of hoarding disorders. And firefighters, first responders know of this problem, but it is not their job. It's not their expertise to deal with this behavioral health diagnosis, and yet they face the harms. We've heard a lot today about when services are cut, that it ends up costing more down the pike. And that is a situation that we have right now in the district with hoarding disorder. We need interagency coordination. And I hope that somehow you at the legislative level, I mean, you know, you may be at the United States Congress next year at this time. And the United States Senate did a report on hoarding disorder. Senator Gillibrand is focused on this. This problem is not going to go away. You will save DC taxpayers dollars overall if you make a minimal investment. I have no personal interest in what is done, only that something be done. There's a DC therapist who specializes in hoarding disorder, Liza Tchaikovsky, DCCareCollaborative.com, 202-768-7464. She's not taking new patients, but she have a pilot program for $10,000. An ounce of prevention is worth an infinite amount of firefighting, fire prevention. DC Care Collaborative helps prevent crises that can lead to premature institutionalization. They focus on hoarding disorder, an often under-recognized issue that can threaten health, safety, and housing stability. They can help clients safely improve living conditions, preserve dignity and autonomy, strengthen stability, reduce risk, and improve overall quality of life, particularly those who are underserved. So a pilot program would serve approximately 3 individuals facing urgent housing instability, including those who have received cure or quit notices. Any questions about this testimony will be gratefully accepted from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Naya Simmons?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Naya Simmons and I am a DC resident. I'm here today to share my experience and to speak in strong support of continued funding. Why do you think that's okay? Speak of continued funding for the Access Justice Initiative. Having access to a free attorney through Bird for the City made a life-changing difference for me. I was going through a custody battle with my daughter's father, and it was one of the most stressful emotional experiences I have ever faced. Without legal support, I honestly don't know how I would have navigated that process. My attorney stood by me every step of the way. She helped me understand my rights, prepared me for court, and advocated for me when it mattered most. Because of that support, I was able to successfully win my custody case. That outcome changed everything for me and my child. It gave us stability, safety, and a peace of mind for people like me who may not have the financial resources to hire a private attorney. Programs like the Access to Justice Initiative are essential. They ensure that parents, families, and individuals are not left defenseless in situations that can impact their entire future. This isn't just about legal representation. It's about protecting families and giving people a fair chance. Without this support, many parents could lose time with their children simply because they couldn't afford help. I'm asking the council to continue funding free legal service in DC so that many families can have the same opportunity I had. Everyone deserves a fair chance to be heard and supported, especially when it comes to something as important as their children. Thank you for your time and your commitment to supporting DC residents.
Thank you. Danielle Pialago, you here? Manuel Ernesto. Rebecca Gutterman.
Good evening, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Chelsea Sullivan, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Rebecca. I represent the Workers Union of the Washington Lawyers Committee, a unit of the National Organization of Legal Services Provider, UAW Local 2320. Our union is small but mighty. We are 17 of the 28 staff members at the committee, including advocates, paralegals, and attorneys. Access to Justice funding currently funds approximately half of the positions on our staff. With ATJ funding, we are able to support and provide free legal services to low-income tenants, workers, and people with disabilities. Each of us has chosen to dedicate our careers to this work, and we implore you today to restore full access to Justice funding so that we can continue to serve DC's most vulnerable communities. First, our members staff the Workers' Rights Clinic, which is the only clinic in the DMV area offering free legal advice on the full range of workers' rights issues. Through the clinic, our members help workers navigate a variety of employment issues, including wage theft, sexual harassment, workers' compensation, reasonable accommodations, FMLA/sick leave violations, discrimination, wrongful termination, and more. Beyond the brief legal services offered at the clinic, our unit members also represent workers in litigation. Through the work of our clinic and litigation, clients have reached positive settlements, recovered stolen wages, have been granted accommodations in their workplace, and more. In a difficult economy, when workers are particularly vulnerable to mistreatment by employers, it is critical to restore ATJ funding so our members can do their job to protect low-income, immigrant, and minority workers across DC. Second, we are one of the few organizations in the city that have a dedicated team focused on addressing disability discrimination in the DC community. ATJ funding is vital to ensure our members, who are committed disability rights advocates, can continue to do this work. ATJ ensures that our members can be there when people with disabilities face systemic barriers that limit their ability to fully participate in their communities. Finally, our members on the Housing Justice team help tenants through building-wide conditions cases on behalf of tenant associations asserting their right to organize, and systemic anti-discrimination cases. As just one example, our housing team currently represents a tenant association at a federally subsidized building with hundreds of Department of Housing Code violations. The tenants have been fighting for years to improve conditions, security, and management for its hundreds of low-income residents. When management repeatedly ignored efforts to resolve alleged violations, our team was able to step in and is helping the tenants tell their story in court. Access to Justice funding is vital for the well-being of DC residents and for our unit members. We urge you to restore full funding of Access to Justice.
Thank you. Gina Wiley.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Gina Wiley, and I'm the Director of Reentry Housing and Services here at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the critical impact of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants on the reentry community. I'm here to address the broad transformative effects of OVSJG funding beyond any single program or intervention, and to highlight why continued investment is essential not only for individual success, but for the health and safety of our entire community. First, OVSJG funding empowers organizations like Jubilee Housing to provide a comprehensive network of supports for returning citizens and justice-involved individuals. Through investment in housing, workforce development, behavioral health, and community-based services, OVSJG helps our clients overcome barriers to successful reentry, reduces recidivism, and promotes safer neighborhoods. With OVSJG's support, we are able to offer stable housing placements, connect individuals to employment pathways, provide case management, and coordinate access to mental health and substance use treatment resources that are too often out of reach for those leaving incarceration. Now, I'd like to discuss one of the most innovative and impactful elements of OVSJG's support, that's the flex funds. These flexible dollars allow organizations like ours to respond quickly to the urgent real-world needs of our clients' needs that, if left unmet, can derail even the most determined efforts at reentry. Flex funds provides transportation assistance so individuals can get to and from job interviews, secure employment, and consistently commute to work, school, or medical appointments. Without reliable transportation, many opportunities are inaccessible, perpetuating cycles of poverty and instability. Secondly, they allow those that are facing food insecurity to obtain foods. Reliable access to nutritious meals is essential for physical and mental well-being, especially for children and those with health concerns. I urge this committee and the council at large to recognize that the success stories made possible by OVSJG funding are not accidental. They are the result of strategic investments that create lasting change. Sustaining and expanding funding for reentry housing, workforce development, behavioral health, and flex funds is critical, especially as demand for these services continues to grow. Every dollar invested in reentry services help prevent homelessness, reduces recidivism, and supports safer, healthier communities. Any reduction in these resources would directly impact the stability and opportunities available to our justice-involved neighbors, undermining hard-won progress. Thank you for the work you do and the help you provide OVSJG. I'm thankful for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Aaron Pollitt.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of District of Columbia Forensic Nurse Examiners, where I serve as the Executive Director. DCF&E is the district's only 24/7 forensic nursing program serving adult and adolescent survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence. Since becoming a nonprofit in 2013, we've supported more than 9,000 survivors in the district through medical forensic care, evidence collection, and clinical consultation. Our role is to ensure survivors have access to expert care without delay, unnecessary barriers, or re-traumatization. Victim services are a core component of public safety in the district. These services are not optional. They're legally required, medically necessary, and in many cases, life-saving. As we approach FY27, the system is under sustained and increasing strain. That strain is both workforce-driven and system-driven, and it is compounding. Across the continuum, providers are navigating workforce shortages, burnout, increasing case complexity, and growing gaps in behavioral health and social support systems. This work carries a cumulative toll. Routine exposure to trauma combined with the demands of a 24/7 response model create a high risk of burnout. It's especially important to acknowledge that today marks the beginning of National Nurses Week. While the week recognizes the contributions of nurses across the country, it also serves as an important reminder that healthcare infrastructure is only as strong as the workforce that sustains it. Collectively, victim service providers are requesting $59.6 million to maintain the FY26 baseline. While this is framed as a stabilization request, the reality is that maintaining a static baseline amid rising demand, workforce strain, and increasing operational costs functions as a loss in real terms. The district must ensure that the existing victim services continuum is not only preserved on paper, but positioned to remain functional, accessible, and sustainable in practice. For DCF&E, that includes transitioning to a mobile point of first contact model so that survivors can receive care at the DC hospital where they present, a no wrong door access model. This is not an expansion of services, it's simply a redesign of care delivery to align with the real-world patient flow. In closing, victim services are foundational to public safety. Sustained investment is necessary to ensure that survivors across the district can access timely, equitable, and reliable care. I thank the committee, the mayor, OVSJG, and particularly Director Porter and Deputy Director Dillon for their continued leadership and commitment. Happy to answer any questions and will submit a more detailed testimony for the record.
Great, thank you. Van Sohn.
Hi, good evening.
My name is Vance Sana. I am a surgical oncologist, and today I am honored to speak with you as the medical champion on behalf of the Cancer Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project. It's also known as the Cancer Law Project. This project is part of the Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance and operates as a medical legal partnership. As an access to justice grantee, the program offers no-cost direct legal services to cancer patients, individuals who are often navigating not only a life-threatening illness, but also serious legal and financial challenges that stands in the way of their care. I want to begin with the simple but powerful truth that a cancer diagnosis does not happen in isolation. For many patients in the DC, in our district, it comes alongside job loss, eviction risk, insurance denials, and overwhelming financial stress. These are not just legal problems, they are true barriers to survival. MedStar Washington Hospital Center is the largest safety net hospital in DC. And at our Cancer Institute, more than 80% of our patients that we serve are underrepresented minority communities. Many rely on Medicaid or are uninsured. And these are our neighbors, people who are already facing significant disparities in access to care and health outcomes. The Cancer Law Project was created in 2020 with a clear and urgent mission to reduce health-harming legal needs and to help close persistent racial disparities in cancer outcomes. We already know that where you live, your income, and your race can determine whether you survive cancer. Here in DC, African American women face the highest death rates from breast cancer across the United States. They also experience a much higher mortality rate when it comes to gynecologic malignancies. These are not just statistics. These are really unacceptable realities. These disparities are compounded by unmet legal needs. Patients facing unstable housing, job insecurity, or denied insurance coverage are far more likely to experience delays in cares or interruptions in treatment. The Cancer Law Project was built to meet this need, and by integrating attorneys directly into the healthcare team, the program removes the legal barriers that prevents patients from starting and completing their cancer treatment. This program provides direct legal assistance in areas such as health insurance, employment protections, housing, advanced care planning, and debt management. It also equips healthcare providers, doctors, nurses, social workers to identify legal issues early before they can escalate into crisis. And the results are both measurable and meaningful. In just 1 year, more than 300 cancer patients were screened, and nearly 38% of them had at least one serious legal need affecting their care, which resulted in 186 legal cases. These included insurance denials, delays in treatment authorizations, and housing. Because of the Cancer Law Project, 72 cases were fully resolved, treatment delays dropped by 41%, and our missed appointment rates decreased significantly. These outcomes are not abstract. That means that patients are getting chemotherapy on time, they're undergoing surgery without delay, and they're able to stay in their homes while fighting for their lives. And what makes this program especially powerful is how it reaches patients. These attorneys do not sit behind a desk. They literally meet the patients where they are, whether it's in our infusion center, at the bedside, in the ICU, or at their home.
Dr. Son, I'm
Yes.
sorry to cut you off, but you're a bit over time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Betty Gentle.
Greetings, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Betty Gentle, and I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM Incorporated, a nonprofit committed to breaking cycles of homelessness and poverty by providing material aid, supportive services, and pathways to stability and economic mobility. Public safety is not abstract. It is about whether people have the resources to survive, stabilize, and stay safe. The proposed FY27 budget moves us in the wrong direction. Cuts to victim services on top of broader safety net reductions will make residents less safe, especially survivors of gun violence and domestic violence, because in our work, these issues are deeply intertwined. For example, in the Journey Project, our trauma care program for gun violence survivors, many participants have experienced gun violence in the context of intimate partner or family violence. At the same time, domestic violence remains one of the leading drivers of homelessness in the district and a leading cause of family homelessness. When funding is cut, the consequences compound. Survivors can't access safe housing, they can't leave dangerous situations, and too often they are forced to return to harm. That is why restoring victim services funding to at least FY26 levels must be the priority. We also support the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence's call for an additional $4.4 million above FY26 levels, and the Victim Assistance Network's request for $59.6 million in FY27 to sustain the broader system. This funding works and we see it every day. Through OVSJG, some operates the Journey Project, where we have served nearly 300 survivors of gun violence. We provide trauma-informed care, housing support, mental health services, and flexible financial assistance. Importantly, we receive all of our referrals through the Family and Survivor Support Team at WANS, which has been eliminated in the proposed budget, another loss for survivors and their families that should be restored. We have seen how these investments change outcomes. One survivor came to us after being shot multiple times and was planning retaliation. With access to therapy, peer support, and housing assistance, that individual chose not to continue the cycle of violence. That is prevention, that is public safety, and this budget puts that progress at risk. At the same time, we are seeing an increase in domestic violence cases and a severe shortage of safe emergency housing because there are simply not enough placements to move survivors out of danger quickly. Cuts to victim services and domestic violence supports will leave survivors with nowhere to go. That is not a neutral outcome, it is a dangerous one. We also urge you to restore access to justice funding to FY26 levels. It supports low-income residents whose rights have been infringed upon while also enabling survivors to secure protective orders, protect their families, and stabilize their lives. I will close with this. If we want safer communities, we must invest in the conditions that make safety possible. Restore victim services funding and strengthen the system survivors rely upon, not weaken them. Restore access to justice and reverse cuts to the safety net, housing, health, behavioral health, and human services. Because when residents and survivors have housing, support, and legal protection, violence is prevented, not just responded to. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Cesar Toledo. Okay. Okay, that concludes this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony. We're going to call the next panel, and as a reminder, please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Lavon Pepe, Peter Wood, Jody Ovka, Larry Beal, Chelsea Yu, Niwe Waesa, Shahana Shah, Aaron Palmer, Corey Peterson, Alex Payne, Fikade Ancho, Jaimano Weldet Sadiq, Gail Gaskins, Natasha Bennett, and Anais Jovan. Lavon Pepe, go ahead.
Good evening, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Lavon Pepe, and I'm the Programs Director at the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Today, I am reading a testimony on behalf of a member of our Survivor Advisory Board. I am Dejanay, mother of a 14-year-old son and a DC resident. I'm also a domestic violence survivor who nearly lost everything, including my baby, because of a dangerous man. The last time my abuser hit me, I was holding my 3-month-old son. He had just destroyed our apartment and was trying to take our newborn out the door in only a onesie. My body was the only barricade between our baby and his rage. The reason why I can still say that I am a mom and a survivor is that I was able to escape my abuser and get judicial backing to do so. It was no easy feat by far. When I escaped, I relied on safe housing, mental health support, and other domestic violence services. Survivors who have already endured extreme harm need these services to get safe and to start healing, not additional emotional and physical labor as they navigate housing, employment, and healthcare. These services wouldn't exist without DC Council funding them in the local budget. The proposed budget cuts are devastating to survivors like me, and they must be reversed. I asked the DC Council for $6.3 million to be restored to domestic violence and victim services in OVSJG and DHS. This will bring the funding for FY27 levels to the current funding we have in FY26. I support the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence budget platform. Across OVSJG and DHS, domestic violence services need to have funding cuts restored with an additional $4.4 million over FY26 funding to sustain current services and fill critical funding gaps for targeted communities like mine with housing, legal services, and cash assistance. The proposed cuts to these programs mean that more survivors like me will have a harder time getting safe and starting their journey toward healing. This critical funding helps enable survivors like me to recover and to rebuild our lives with dignity. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Commissioner Peter Wood.
Hi, first, thanks for your stamina today. I know days like these can be really long. So my name is Peter Wood. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and serve as Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner in the Adams-Morgan neighborhood. And I share this testimony today in my individual capacity as Commissioner of ANC 1C03. I want to keep my testimony fairly simple and a bit repetitive of what I've said to this committee during past budget oversight hearings. Cutting domestic violence funding is expensive. We need to, at a minimum, maintain previous funding levels for both restorative and preventative measures related to domestic violence. Yes, budget cuts will be necessary this year. I think we've all been very well aware of that. Yet not all budget cuts are equal. Some put lives in serious jeopardy. And in 2026, we've already seen that individuals who are particularly vulnerable to domestic violence are in a uniquely dire moment. Also, if we want to avert future avoidable budget struggles, like the one we're in now, we need to make wise investments at this moment. Otherwise, we risk seeing ballooning costs further down the road in response to violence and suffering that could have been prevented or at least mitigated earlier on. For better or for worse, domestic violence in the district has come into the limelight this year. And while I'm aware of proposed legislation recently introduced by our mayor and the U.S. Attorney for D.C. that could potentially change how domestic violence is addressed in D.C., I'm challenging this committee to go beyond that. Please, for the sake of Washingtonians you represent, undo the mayor's proposed cuts to domestic violence services. Punitive measures related to crimes that already happened are inherently different than financing the infrastructure for survivors to recover and investing in preventative measures so future violence is less likely. I really do believe that the members of this committee are cognizant of this, and that's why I'm eager to support you in fixing this harmful budget proposal. Together as the District of Columbia, we need to lead on issues of public safety rather than wait for the federal government to dictate our future for us. Of course, our unjust lack of statehood forces many caveats to that task, but it is a quintessential task nonetheless. The reasons our leadership is important are twofold. Failure to do so puts lives in immediate risk. That by itself should be enough to justify fixing this proposed budget cut. Secondly, domestic violence as a budget matter exposes the core of a government's ethos. Every individual, every constituent inherently deserves to exist in a home without fear of that home's safety being violated, to have the chance to no longer be trapped in a cycle of harm. If we can't get this right, automatically and without hesitation, then how can we possibly claim to have a moral rule of law? Cutting funding for domestic violence at this moment would in essence tell survivors to remain trapped in that cycle. So I repeat myself by joining the many others here today, calling for council to restore domestic violence funding to its previous levels. Doing so will save lives, save money, and offer a small bit of solace at a time when it's desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Jody Ovka.
Good evening, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. I'm Jody Ofka, founder and executive director of Access Youth, the longest running school-based restorative justice provider in DC public schools, operating under a formal MOA with DCPS through 2029, and an OVSJG grantee since 2011. Access Youth provides school-embedded restorative justice and truancy prevention through full-time program managers in 8 DC public schools, 489 students through truancy prevention, and 333 through restorative justice. We delivered over 600 mediations and more than 5,000 restorative justice check-ins, interventions that keep students connected to school. These are not just activities, they are driving measurable results. 98% of our students avoid a subsequent suspension, 20% have fewer unexcused absences, and they have a 10% higher attendance rate, 95% promotion rates, and 99% graduation rates. Those are exceptional outcomes. That is not just an education outcome, it's a public safety outcome. But these results are not reaching enough students. In Wards 7 and 8, where Access Youth operates, suspension rates remain 2 to 5 times higher than the city average. And in some partner schools, nearly 1 in 3 students is suspended. This is the reality for the students we serve. And yet we are talking less about restorative justice at the moment, when we need it the most, because it has been absorbed into broader conversations about school safety and attendance. Restorative justice builds accountability, reduces conflict, and keeps students connected before they become system involved. And that is exactly what is at risk at this budget. The OVSJG budget is being reduced by more than $33 million, shrinking grant-making capacity. Justice grants, which funds programs like ours, operate within that shrinking system, meaning fewer awards, more competition, and less stable funding. Restorative justice is not funded as a core strategy. It is treated as one option among many. Programs like Access Youth rely on both OVSJG and federal Title II funding, both under extreme pressure. When funding's unstable, schools lose consistent support and students lose the relationships that keep them connected. The result is clear. Fewer students served, more students suspended, more students disengaged. And that's where the risk begins. Chairperson Pinto, you've emphasized prevention and accountability. School-based restorative justice is exactly that. It is one of the most effective public safety strategies we have because it reduces repeat conflict and keeps young people connected before they become system involved. My ask is simple: protect and increase justice grants funding within OVSJG, prioritize school-based restorative justice, provide stable multi-year funding for proven programs in DCPS schools, and we cannot cut our way to safer communities. Do not reduce investment in prevention. It is public safety. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment.
Thank you so much. Rachel Goodman.
Yes, I'm just pulling up my screen. Okay, thank you. My name is Rachel Goodman. I'm a senior staff attorney at the School Justice Project, and I'm here today to talk about a cut in ATJ funding, and briefly, School Justice Project is a DC-based legal services and advocacy organization that provides special education representation to older court-involved students with disabilities. Our special education attorneys work with young people while they are incarcerated and throughout the reentry process to ensure they have access to a quality education. So the mayor's proposed budget would cut access to justice funding by approximately 86%, which means nearly 40,000 district residents would lose access to critical legal help. ATJ funding makes school justice projects work possible, and the need has never been greater. Research shows that education during incarceration reduces reoffending by 43%. When these students get the education that they're entitled to, they're less likely to be rearrested, and they're more likely to find jobs and build stable lives. This work is about public safety, education equity, and giving DC's most vulnerable youth a fair shot. Our work is also fundamentally about racial justice. 100% of DYRS committed youth are students of color, and over 80% have special education needs. Without legal representation, they're denied education services, fall out of graduation pathways, and are pushed further into the criminal legal system. But breaking this cycle is at the heart of what School Justice Project does. ATJ funds currently support 4 of our attorneys and our first ever social worker, and our team is delivering results. 100% of our clients released from incarceration re-enrolled in school within 30 days. But without a similar funding level as prior years, many of the district's most vulnerable students will go without the representation that they need. Let me tell you about one of those students. Michael was referred to School Justice Project by his defense attorney, who feared that he would lose the chance to graduate high school once he was transferred to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. But SJP intervened, we convened a graduation planning meeting, we developed a path to his diploma, and we arranged one-on-one support in his core subjects. Within months, he earned straight A's in all 8 classes. SJP then secured a full 1-year sentencing postponement so he could finish high school at the DC jail before going to the BOP. Michael is now on track to graduate this year, and it's ATJ funding that made that possible. Additionally, in the last year, SJP has trained approximately 100 attorneys to recognize special education needs, make referrals, and better advocate for clients with disabilities. Every attorney we train multiplies the reach of our work, and this is why ATJ funding matters beyond any single organization. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Larry Beal, Chelsea Yu, Niwe Waesa.
Good evening. My name is Nawai Wayesa, and I am the lead case manager and client advocate at the Person Center. TPC is a community-based, cultural-specific direct service providers here in the district, serving African immigrant survivors of domestic and sexual violence. I would like to thank you, Chairperson Pinto and the DC Council for the opportunity to testify today. As a case manager with the Person Center, I support African survivors of domestic and sexual violence, and I have the unique opportunity to work with survivors in the district. TPC services have changed the lives of their family members and children. I'm here today to testify to the amazing work that we do at TPC every day. Despite the many challenges that they face, our survivors' progress is greatly appreciated. Through each stage, from initial intake to exiting the program, we have seen the difference TPC program have made on each survivor's health and safety, as well as the progress they have made within themselves. Our service including case management, safety planning, client advocacy, culture-specific therapy, peer support group, community educational workshop, as well as professional training and webinars. Over the last year, TPC has faced the same challenge that our survivors face every day. With the political environment closing the doors to access for Black and immigrant community, our survivors are losing the few resources that they could turn to. And I believe that addressing the issue that TPC experienced in providing services is extremely important. And protecting the funding that makes our services possible is a priority. As a cultural-specific service provider, this funding will help us continue to connect to our community and to build trust. In order to reach our service survivors who have turned it away from help because of fear and worry, we need this funding so we can continue to expand our partnership and conduct effective outreach with faith-based organizations, service providers, and the African community in Washington, D.C. TPC needs OVSJG to continue and invest in service providers like TPC who continue to benefit and sustain many lives. We appreciate the support and effort that has been provided to the African immigrant survivors in the District of Columbia over the last 5 years. However, we know there is a growing need for our help. The reality is that we currently cannot do as much as our survivors need us to do. If we experience cuts funding, we will lose the few lifeline we can actually offer. TPC survivors need and deserve more, especially housing opportunity, direct cash assistance, legal services, and more robust interpretation resources. At TPC, we understand the value of culturally specific services because of the incredible impactful trust in the advocacy as on our survivors, protecting and increasing the availability of housing resources, legal services, and more will sustain survivor safety. Safety is a basic human right, and I believe that every survivor, regardless of the background and circumstances, should live free of fear and feel safe here in the district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Shahana Shah.
Good evening. My name is Julia Massioli. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my colleague Shahana Shah, the Director of Development for Free Minds Book Club and Writing Workshop, a nonprofit that has provided comprehensive literacy and reentry services for thousands of incarcerated and formerly incarcerated residents in our city since 2002. Free Minds is also a member of DC RAN, the Reentry Action Network. DC RAN stands with the Victim Assistance Network in a unified ask full restoration of the OVSJG portfolio, including justice grants, access to justice, and victim services. These portfolios must be funded as an interconnected whole, not as competing line items. Reentry services are victim services. The vast majority of our incarcerated and formerly incarcerated neighbors have been victims of violence themselves. The populations we serve are not separate. They are intertwined, often the same families, the same neighborhoods, the same district. A cut to any one of us is a cut to all of us. At Free Minds, we have been receiving grant funds through OVSJG for almost a decade, which has enabled us to expand our reentry programming to meet the high demand for our services. We're grateful to OVSJG for supporting absolutely essential services, which are a lifeline for so many in our community. In our over 20 years of experience, we have seen firsthand the incredible things that our members can accomplish with the proper support system. Our program works. In the past 12 months, 90% of our formerly incarcerated members were working in school or furthering their careers with vocational training programs. Our members are mentors, credible messengers, entrepreneurs, advocates, and much, much more. The positive impact of this work goes beyond the individuals directly involved in the program as they go on to provide for their families, to mentor youth, to fulfill and create essential jobs, and to work collectively to lift up our DC community and prevent future harm. Still, we know there is more work to be done as we prepare to welcome more people home from incarceration every year. The process of navigating reentry is very challenging, and this population is vulnerable, but also full of incredible potential and deep capacity to positively impact the lives of everyone in our DC community. Reducing funding to reentry programs would have a wide-ranging negative impact and be a tremendous loss for our city. I urge the DC Council to recommit to funding vital reentry services through the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Palmer, Corey Peterson, Alex Payne. Oh, I'm sorry, Corey Peterson, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, Chairperson
Alex, we'll come
Pinto.
back to you. Corey Peterson is here.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the proposed reduction to Access to Justice Initiative funding. Georgetown University's Jesuit mission calls us to advance equity, promote the common good, and serve our community, particularly those facing the greatest barriers. The Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance embodies this mission and is training the next generation of health, law, and policy leaders to work together in pursuit of health justice as they serve some of the most vulnerable members of our DC community. Access to Justice Initiative funds are critical to sustaining the Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance's perinatal legal assistance and well-being (PLAW) and cancer legal assistance and well-being (CLAW) projects. These medical legal partnerships provide no-cost legal services to low-income district residents, primarily people of color in wards 5, 7, and 8. PLAW supports perinatal patients at MedStar Washington Hospital Center, and CLAW serves cancer patients and their families at MedStar Georgetown Cancer Institute at MedStar Washington Hospital Center. Many of these patients rely on public insurance and face legal challenges that directly affect their health. In 2025, Access to Justice funding enabled these programs to serve more than 100 residents across nearly 200 legal matters, including employment, housing, public benefits, and health insurance. The work secured more than $760,000 in financial and housing support for clients, and these interventions are not ancillary. They're essential to health outcomes. Employment instability and housing insecurity during pregnancy are linked to low birth weight and premature birth, and cancer patients, particularly those under 50, increasingly face complex legal challenges related to income, housing, and care continuity. These programs help stabilize patients at their most critical moments. Access to Justice funding also strengthens the broader system of care by training healthcare providers to identify legal needs that affect patient health, improving early intervention and coordination, and enables the Health Justice Alliance to provide hands-on legal training to students, many of whom transition directly into the DC workforce to provide essential legal services. These graduates secure positions at the Health Justice Alliance or other legal aid organizations supported by Access to Justice funding, meaning budget cuts would create a negative downstream impact on the pipeline of lawyers prepared to do this necessary work. Access to Justice funding represents approximately 40% of operating support for PLAW and CLAW. Without it, staffing would be reduced by half, significantly limiting service capacity at a time of rising demand. Referrals increased by 35% from 2024 to 2025, and these services have continued through fiscal year 26 and remain essential to district residents. The proposed 86% reduction in total access to justice funding, a decrease of $27.3 million, would significantly weaken these efforts. It would reduce access to legal services for vulnerable residents and limit our ability to train future public service leaders. We recognize the fiscal challenges facing the district and the difficult choices required to balance the budget. At the same time, access to justice funding delivers measurable impact for residents and strengthens critical systems of care. I respectfully urge the committee to prioritize restoring this funding, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Alex Payne.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Payne. I apologize. Due to me being at work and HIPAA laws, I'm not able to show myself on camera. But good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Alexis Payne, and I'm here to testify about the importance of reentry services for returning citizens. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Coming home after incarceration was not easy for me. When I was released in 2022, I didn't have a stable housing, steady income, or a clear plan. I was trying to figure everything out at once: where I would live, how I would make money, and how I would stay on track. Without support, it was easy to fall back into the same situations. That's where the reentry services made a difference for me. Through this program, I was connected to a case manager who helped me take things step by step. I was able to get help finding stable housing, employment, and also different various resources for everything else. I also got support with finding work and getting back on my feet as well. Now I'm currently working as a recovery support specialist at DSCS. The program gave me structure, support, and someone to check in with that helped me to stay grounded. Because the truth is, a lot of people coming home want to do better, but they don't have any support, and there's a lot of barriers with doing so. The reentry program has helped remove some of those barriers and have given me a chance to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. For me, this program has helped me to become stable and focused on building a future. I'm working to stay on track and not to go back. I ask that you will continue to support and fund reentry services so more people like me have an opportunity to continue to grow and not be stigmatized from their past. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fikade Ancho. Hymanot Weldet Sadiq. Gail Gaskins. Natasha Bennett.
Yes. Before my time starts, Gail Gaskins is here. She just needs to be prompted to join us as a panelist again.
My team is saying they've invited her several times, but she keeps denying it.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
Again, but go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Chair Pinto, council members, and council staff. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, for giving me the opportunity to testify in full support of funding for the Access to Justice Initiative. My name is Natasha Bennett. I have been a resident of the district for over 16 years, and a ward for a resident for over 6. I am the managing attorney for the housing and movement lawyering practices at Bradford City, where I lead a small but mighty team of attorneys and support staff to defend and empower tenants facing eviction and other housing-related challenges in the district. It is due to the council's commitment to ensuring access to justice for DC residents that I have been able to do the work that I do. Therefore, I ask the council to continue prioritizing adequate funding for the Access to Justice Initiative in the FY27 budget by restoring funding to at least $32 million. Cutting the initiative's funding as proposed in the FY27 budget would mean many grant-funded organizations would likely have to close their doors or significantly cut their staff and services. As a result, more people would not have access to the life-changing services they need, and more people would become homeless, a situation for which the district has no effective plan. According to DC court data, 9,701 eviction cases were filed in DC between June 2025 and February 2026. That means that for each eviction defense attorney, over 200 tenants are seeking legal assistance at any given time. At that same time, fewer than 50 attorneys in the district serve low-income tenants facing eviction at no cost to them. With the already limited funds we have, grant-funded legal services attorneys are doing all we can to meet the needs of vulnerable DC residents. With my small team handling over 100 limited and full rep eviction cases at any given time, in addition to the tenants we help through our Attorney of the Day project and those we give advice to only. Therefore, cutting funding by any amount, especially by the proposed 86%, will have a catastrophic impact on the entire civil justice ecosystem. The average hourly cost of an attorney in DC in 2026 is $492 per hour. When I needed an immigration attorney, I could not afford one. And I earned just enough that I couldn't qualify for pro bono assistance. Today, I am still unable to afford an attorney given the $492 per hour price tag. However, I am privileged to have a legal education that enables me to advocate for myself and to use my training to help people who cannot afford legal services. Cutting Access to Justice Initiative funds when an attorney costs an average of $192 on the very low end will mean that only people of great financial means will experience our courts as a place to receive justice and redress for their harm. In contrast, low-income people will likely suffer injustice without any meaningful way to be made whole through the court process. Therefore, I urge this committee and the full council to prioritize funding for the Access to Justice Initiative in the fiscal 2027 budget to be at least $32 million. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Fikade Ancho Aurore. Fikade, are you here? Anais Jovan.
I'm here. Good evening, everyone. I am Anais Jovan, the Executive Director of Concentric Community Care, and I'm a member of the Critical Intervention Center that is sponsored by DC SAFE and is funded by the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. So first, I want to express gratitude for the assistance and flexibility in the launch of the Critical Intervention Center, and thank you for listening to me today. This pilot program over the course of fiscal year 2026 helped us create an innovative means of building our network of partner agencies and our capacity, deepening resources for the population that we serve. No cost or low cost office space allows more capacity to strengthen services and community outreach. It creates critical connections for populations in need across providers. Building relationships and easy referral pathways to culturally specific resources as well as critical health services enhance the ability to meet the needs of the whole person. Alternative access to domestic violence services, which means access outside of interacting with the police or the courts, have been critical to partners and survivors. Madre Tierra and the Person Center's work with predominantly non-English speaking immigrant survivors. So many in that community are not comfortable, safe. They're not comfortable or safe accessing institutional pathways to help, such as navigating situations with the police or even through the courts. And us being connected to them makes our work more meaningful, more impactful, and ultimately gets them to safety and gets them the critical care that they need. Our healthcare providers, we are uniquely situated to screen and connect survivors to services in a trusted, confidential setting. The pregnant or postpartum clients that my organization serves, Concentric Community Care, are especially vulnerable and are almost always unhoused or in transitional housing. And the clients that are served by DC Street Health that are also in the CIC hub are able to receive services as well. So the opportunity to build the CIC came at a critical moment for our community in a time when the political landscape and current administration actions have left these populations especially vulnerable. The pregnancy to poverty pipeline that exists in Washington, D.C., we know is laden with domestic violence. And this will only heighten as we continue to make cuts. Though we understand that there's a proposed reduction, for us, this reduction directly translates to continued violence and even death for the clients that we serve. The 200,000 that stabilizes the CIC is a small amount with a big impact. This is funding that keeps us functional, housed, and able to expedite and provide services. We do not take salaries from this amount, and there is a real need for this kind of innovative approach. The council needs to preserve funding for important work.
I'm so sorry to cut you off.
No worries.
Of your overtime. Thank you very much for your testimony and all the work that you do. Fekade Ancho Aurore?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. Yes. Can I continue?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Fakade Ancho, a torture survivor from Ethiopia. I'm here to support the legal program for Task International Torture and Survivor Support Coalition, which has made such a huge difference in my life. I have lived in Washington, D.C. for many years and work as a tax preparer. I want to tell my life story here. When I was a child, I contracted polio. However, I went to school and I graduated in the field of philosophy in degree and also accounting in diploma. And I joined Ethiopian Airlines in 1991. And during that time, I passed different discriminations. And however, I start to challenge the problems I faced. And in the meantime, the workers of Ethiopian Airlines elected me as a union leader. And I served them 3 terms for the total of nine years. However, at the last term, it was very difficult for me while I was serving the union because the government started to interfere with the activities of Ethiopian Airlines workers, and I challenged them, and I faced very serious challenge during that time. And in 2016, I was forced to leave my country because of the pressure, and I come to United States in the same year, 2016. And after I came here, I came here in America. I remained with asylum pending asylum for the total of 8 years, and thanks to God and thanks to the law firm that exists in Task International. With their strong support, I was able to grant my asylum last year. And during this time, the tax support for me, especially the legal unit, was very, very helpful. And lastly, I want to say that please continue supporting legal services for the torture survivors, Task International, especially the legal section. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that concludes our public witness testimony for today's hearing. Thank you so much to the over 160 witnesses who testified today. We really appreciate all of your feedback. And I want to remind everybody that the hearing record will close 1 week from today on Wednesday, May 13th, the close of business. So if you haven't already submitted your written testimony, please do that as soon as you can. Okay, we are now going to turn to our government witnesses today. We are going to turn to first fire and EMS, where we will hear from Chief Donnelly and some others on his team. Thank you all for joining us and your patience. Welcome. And everyone can just introduce their name and position for the record, please. We can start with you on the end.
Good evening, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Jason B. Miller. I'm the Agency Fiscal Officer for Fire and EMS.
Chief Donnelly. John Coombs, Chief of Staff for Fire and EMS.
Alexis Squire, Deputy Chief of Staff.
Great to see you all. And you know it's our tradition to swear in all government witnesses. So if I can ask you to turn your microphones on, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Thank you all. Well, good evening. And Chief Donnelly, if you have any opening statement, please go ahead.
I do. Good evening, Chairperson Pinto, members of the council and staff. I am John Donnelly, Chief of the District of Columbia Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Mayor Muriel Bowser's fiscal 27-year proposed budget. For those watching at home, my testimony is available on our website. As we begin this discussion, it's important for us to recognize the broader context shaping the district's financial outlook. The mayor's 27 budget, Grow DC, focuses on three priorities: strengthening our economy to support essential services, keeping families in DC while attracting new residents, and creating a competitive business environment that supports jobs and investment. While federal dollars that once expanded programs have expired and changes in the federal workforce have added pressure to our commercial corridors, DC continues to grow. Revenues may have slowed, but the district remains on solid financial footing, allowing us to make strategic decisions that maintain high-quality services. Against that backdrop, I want to highlight the tremendous progress DC Fire and EMS has made during this administration. Our achievements reflect strong investment, good choices, and the hard work of our workforce. We have more than doubled our cardiac arrest survival rate, reaching 44.3% in 2024, tying Washington State for the best in the nation. We eliminated operational vacancies for the first time in decades, and we've delivered 12 consecutive cadet classes, building a direct pathway for DC high school graduates into public safety careers. We've launched a whole blood program that has delivered more than 500 units, expanding our clinical governance in this area. We've also trained 153,000 residents in hands-only CPR, and we implemented the nurse triage line to better connect our communities with the health care that they need and reduce unnecessary emergency department use. We helped open the district's first stabilization center, and we strengthened our systems during COVID without reducing services, launching a third-party ambulance transport, and we partnered with UDC to open the district's first publicly accessible paramedic program. Firefighter safety remains central to our mission. We implemented NFPA 1500 and through it, NFPA 1700, the standards of cover. We've updated our standard operating guidelines, and we continue a major equipment modernization, from cardiac monitors to breathing apparatus and personal escape systems. Since FY16, we have invested $240 million in apparatus and fleet replacement. We have also significantly advanced our facilities, delivering 7 new or fully renovated firehouse, a new EMS training facility, a fleet maintenance facility is now under construction, and we have citywide infrastructure upgrades for our buildings. We also reached agreements on 2, and soon, we hope, 3 collective bargaining agreements. We finalized the first working conditions agreement with AFGE Local 3721 in more than 30 years. These accomplishments form a strong foundation entering FY27. Turning to the budget, the mayor's proposed $402 million gross operating budget funds 2,274 employees and reflects rising service delivery costs while prioritizing the most impactful investments. Key local increases include $5.4 million for rising non-personnel costs, particularly contractual services, $4.2 million to align personal funding with salary and fringe obligations. From our federal funds, the increases include $25.9 million for overtime, correcting the overtime budget, and $2.8 million for contractual services. In addition, the department will receive $2.9 million for supplies and materials and the shift of 9 full-time equivalent employees from local to federal funding. Together, these investments maintain core emergency response capability. The mayor's proposal also includes $2.69 million in reductions, primarily from non-personal savings such as subsidies and grants, changes we can absorb without affecting frontline services. On the capital side, the 27 through 32 plan invests more than $470 million, including over $100 million in FY27, to assure that our facilities, fleet, and infrastructure remain strong. The highlights here include more than $63 million to continue construction of the new Fleet Maintenance Reserve facility, about $30 million for ongoing capital improvements to firehouses, specifically in the HVAC, roofs, living quarters, and critical building systems, nearly $27 million for a new Engine Company 34 firehouse at RFK, which will support the new stadium and surrounding neighborhood and housing the first new engine and truck companies in decades. The apparatus replacement remains one of our largest commitments. Over 6 years, the capital plan includes more than $347 million for ambulances, pumpers, ladder trucks, tower ladders, and command vehicles. By planning predictable replacement cycles, we reduce procurement costs and ensure modern, reliable, and safe units for our members and residents. Together, these investments reflect a long-term commitment to ensuring the department has facilities, vehicles, and equipment needed to serve the district today and into the future. Chairperson Pinto, the FY27 proposed budget supports the essential work our firefighters, EMTs, firefighter paramedics, and professional staff do every day. It balances fiscal responsibility with targeted investments that protect readiness and public safety. Despite financial challenges, the mayor's budget maintains our capabilities and continues to invest in the people and resources that save lives every day. Thank you for your continued partnership and support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Chief and team, all those joining you here in person today, and everyone who works at Fire and EMS for all of your important work throughout the year. I want to start with staffing, and I appreciate you going over those numbers around what this budget will empower you to continue staffing and hiring for. I know this is not in your budget, but I first want to raise my deep concern with the zeroing out of the Workforce Investment Fund, and would love for you to share what you're thinking about that and the importance of negotiating these price increases as it impacts our ability to both honor and pay your team, and also focus on retention.
So thank you for bringing that up. I think obviously it'd be nice to have the Workforce Investment Fund cleared already. I'm hopeful that that's something that comes about and it handles that problem. I think negotiating contracts in the city's always been difficult. And over the course of my career, all but two have gone to arbitration. One of those didn't involve any money. And the last one that didn't go to arbitration was the previous contract that we were able to negotiate. So I think we come from a good history in this leadership team of trying to do that. But we're in the process the district uses is difficult. And it's been hard. So I have to trust in the process. It'd be nice to be able to do it on time, but I think we get to the right place and we end up compensating our employees fairly. It takes us a while to get there. I'm confident that our employees are going to get compensated fairly and we're going to be in a place where we should be. I will say that I've never seen this particular issue be a retention or recruitment issue in the city. For the fire department. Let me talk about the fire department only. And it can be a morale problem. I understand that. And we do everything else that we can do to address it. But it is a process and it has to have budget dollars assigned to it at the time it's finished, and that gets complicated. I am sure that when we go through arbitration that we'll be able to find a way to do what we're supposed to do. And I am confident that our employees are going to get what they deserve.
Thank you. Look forward to working together on that
Appreciate that
mission.
a lot.
How many fire and EMS members were hired last year
Okay,
in FY25?
I got you. You got it? You got it. Well, you don't have that one with, I know we hired 74 on Monday. And I think we had 63 already at the academy. That's like a recruit group, but there's probably some others. That's 63 current. There'll be some that were lost out. Do we have that number handy? I do not, I can get you the exact number. It's on the order of 74, started Monday.
Okay.
Zeroing out our current vacancies. We have 63 cadets and recruits that are currently at the academy before they got here. But there have been a couple separations of the ones that were hired. So it's going to be in that area.
So you said zeroing out vacancies. You have no vacant positions left.
Right. Well, we're going to have some in the flow. We have a ones and twosies today. I processed two, what do you call them, resignations today. And we have some retirements coming up. So we have a few. We have 25 cadets that will be starting in the fall. We're going to need to make sure we have enough spots for those. We zero them out for the moment we're hiring. As soon as we do that, we start another pile of zeros, but we are as close to zero as you can be.
Okay. And that 74 you hired in a class, how frequent are the classes coming in?
We're trying to do 2 a year right now.
Okay. So we're going to get the exact number, but we think it's about 150 each year that you've brought on.
No, it's a little less than that.
I would say it's probably about 120 to 140. We have, with attrition, we have about 10 a month on average over the course of a year.
Okay. And does this budget empower you to bring on 120 to 140 new folks next year?
Absolutely. But if we need them, as long as we have that many leaving, we'll be able to bring that many on.
Okay. Okay. And what was the total number of firefighters you had or have?
That's in the budget chapter.
We have 1,883 uniform multi-role providers. That is other than, oh no, that includes officers and chief officers.
Do you think that's the right number?
Yeah, we're a well-staffed fire department. You look at our peers in the National Capital Region, we have much better on-apparatus staffing, and we use a staffing factor. So we are essentially, instead of, if you need 4 people to have a truck in service every day, we don't do just 4 times the 4 shifts. We use a different factor to make sure we have people to be able to be here when they're on training, when they're on sick, when they're on PFL, when they're on FMLA, when they're injured and all of those things. So trying not to have the overtime. So yeah, I think we're in really good shape. I know my peers across the nation are jealous of me.
Well, having recently met a lot of those peers at International Firefighters Conference Week, I can attest that your department is the envy of the nation, which we love to see. That's right, our department. So how many EMS folks do you have full-time?
So every one of our uniformed employees is both EMS and fire. And we have an older system that had some single role employees only. Do we have the number? We're down to 46 of those left.
That are just, okay.
But every one of our employees does EMS.
Yes, yep. I got you. Okay, so how much overtime did you spend in FY25? And how much have you spent to date in 26? For staff overtime.
One moment, please. Yeah, let me find the number.
This is Jason's first meeting with us for this. He came to us from the federal government this year. He's been doing great.
Welcome.
But
thank you, Chief.
we're glad to have him.
Inside.
So
Trial by fire.
so far this year through March, we've spent, make sure I'm reading the right column here. 24
24.4 million. And you asked Chair Pinto, what was the other question?
For FY25.
For FY25, for the full year was 50.4 million.
Okay, and how much is allocated for next year?
Next year, 50.9 million.
Okay, so how can it be that we have the right amount of staffing, but are still spending $50 million in overtime?
So we're never going to eliminate overtime, and things that are happening this year, like the plane crash, the America's 250 celebrations, put a strain on the department. So we have to work overtime to do that. Even with the staffing factor that we use, it's sort of a straight line number. PFL, FMLA, all the leave programs continue to pile on us, and we don't get to determine when those happen. I can control annual leave and who can be off at a period of time. Those are much, they'll pile up. So maybe on the weekends, we'll have more people off on FMLA and PFL than we do Monday through Friday. So that's going to cause overtime as well. So it's those types of things that work to create overtime. Training also creates overtime.
So the tragic plane crash incident is one example, but this year we have America's 250th, we have Indy race, and there will likely be other big things next year.
Yep.
So should we just be accounting for the fact that there are always going to be big strains in the department and be having more FTEs to do the work in a more consistent manner and not rely on overtime?
I think that's one approach. I don't know what the best approach is. I do feel like we split the difference a little bit. We could go with less people and have more overtime. We could hire some more people and have less overtime at certain times. But I think it's hard to, the overtime we're doing, we haven't done mandatory overtime since before Thanksgiving of 2024. If we're in mandatory overtime, I think we're in a problem area. We are not. And we are, again, all our partners around us are in mandatory overtime all the time. So it's something our workforce can handle. Yeah, I mean, we could always hire more people if that's where it comes in the budget. But I haven't asked for that yet. I think we're in the right place.
Okay. Are you having any competition challenges with hiring with other neighboring departments?
So I don't believe that we're having any challenges. We hire a lot of people from them. Occasionally we'll lose a person back. I think nationwide, if we wanted to hire more paramedics, it's a challenge. Everybody's competing against everybody for paramedics, and that's one of the reasons we focused on developing a paramedic school for the community and that we will benefit from as well. So if there's an area of challenge, it's paramedics, people with a paramedic certification we could train. It's auto and diesel mechanics are a big challenge. Just like DPW will say, I'm sure. Those are problems we know around the country are problems.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're well positioned, right? Other departments, fire departments are different to police departments as they're generally filling their vacancies right now. But I think we're getting high quality employees. We're getting city residents. We're getting a diverse applicant pool. We're hiring great people. And I think that's a good thing. So I think, and we're selective, right? So that's good stuff.
Great. Okay. So, sorry, forgive me.
It's been a long
day.
They've been feeding me sugar.
Because it should be. Okay, so for the fire prevention budget, there's a $235,000 increase compared to last year. Given that fire prevention previously provided state safety oversight for the DC street rail car system, but that rail car is no longer operational, why was this category increased?
Let me, that was also on the previous question or your question, so that might help
Yeah.
me.
Because it would seem that it would lead to savings for the department.
So,
in this space.
yes and no, but, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was one fire inspector that we had that was charged previously to fire rescue that we correctly, realigned to fire prevention.
I see, okay. But did we yield any savings that the streetcar is not
So
operating?
the street card was funded through a grant. So the costs that we were expending were grant costs, I believe.
Who funded that grant?
Federal Rail Administration.
Thank you.
No problem. They funded the employee and the contractor TRA that was involved in working in the compliance stuff. It's pretty complicated.
Okay. Can you elaborate on what the capital project increases will go towards?
I'm gonna ask Sean McCarthy to come up and give you the Sean McCarthy.
Great. The John McCarthy. So it's a category in and of itself.
I was gonna give him the seat.
Not so fast, chief.
You have to swear him in.
Good evening.
Hi.
I don't know what the Sean McCarthy is, but I'll try to be straightforward and quick. Biggest capital project that we have already started that is in progress that was funded with this budget is the complete funding of the fleet maintenance project. We are currently located in 1101 Half Street, and it's about on 2 acres of site. We have about 9 maintenance bays and lanes. One of our biggest issues that our fleet apparatus division manager can talk to is just the capacity to do preventive maintenance repairs and also just the amount of space it takes to do that. We are in progress and we're finishing phase 1 of that construction right now. And one of the most important asks that we made was just to complete the funding of that. This budget proposal does that. And ultimately, they're finishing that first phase in the next 2 months.
And I'm sorry, that's the construction of the facility that houses trucks or the fleet maintenance themselves?
It does the onboarding, maintenance, repairs. It puts new apparatus into service. It does the annual testing of the pumping system. It does anything and everything.
It's a big garage.
Thank you.
I'm helping.
Huge.
That's the English translation.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the big garage. And how much is allocated in FY27 for it?
They did it over 2 years and 27.
27 is $33 million. 28 is 30.7 million.
Okay. There's no funding the rest of the CIP for this. So is the expectation that it'll be completed in FY28?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There will be a transition period because, quite frankly, moving the day-to-day of operations between, so we will finish construction, but ultimately, I think there will be a probably 4 to 6 month transition period between the existing facility and opening the new facility because it can't be a sudden switch on, switch off.
Okay. Is any funding going towards the training academy?
There's no funding in the current budget for the training academy. There is an existing account that an architect has been hired for, and they are studying the first phase of a joint training academy redevelopment project with MPD and the fire department.
And where would that be?
It's not listed in the budget book because no additional money was provided to the project.
But where do you think it
The only place it's ever going to work is on combining the 2 sites, having police and fire in the same place they are.
That the MPD training academy already exists?
Yes. They'd have to come together. I mean, that's the vision. It's been talked about for a long time. It's finding the money to do it, essentially.
How does MPD feel about that?
We talk about it all the time. We all need better facilities. We all know we're going to work together. I think there's some great economies of scale. I think there's some benefits of us training together. The 2 departments work closer than any other big city police and fire department. I think this would further that.
Why is that?
Well, we have to here, right? We are engaged in all the things they're engaged in with all the different events. So we are together all the time. I think that the city's done a great job of not pitting us against each other for resources. Our leadership has done that. So we're not fighting for their dollar and they're not fighting for ours. We all are here to serve people together. And I think it's just the ethos that's growing in public safety in the district.
Great. I'll have to hear that. Okay, this is good to know, though, that that's in the works or conversations are ongoing.
It's conversations.
All right.
I mean, there's some money for an architect, right? You got to get the energy moving forward. You got to know what the cost is so you can ask for it.
All right, so I'm pleased that there are several renovations underway at several engine companies. How are you thinking about prioritizing those projects?
In 2019, 2020, we did a self-internal assessment about the existing conditions of our facilities. Ultimately, we have two different types of renovations. One is complete renovations where we have to shut down a firehouse and relocate different units to different locations. The second are in-place renovations.
And where is that one, the shutdown? Is that the U Street location?
No, we're right now, we have several in the design phase. Engine 26 and Engine 26, Engine 7 are currently with architecture firms. We're at various places of the design. Ultimately, Engine 7 cannot actually start until after we move fleet because right now fleet and Engine 7 are co-located. Engine 26, we have been going through a multi-year process of identifying. First, we were focused on DC government only owned land. And then recently we worked with DGS. They put out an RFS to give the community, the surrounding community, the opportunity to give their input and submit sites that they did. We had several respondents and DGS is negotiating kind of the final LOI for a site within the existing 26 response zone as we speak.
But a little more qualitatively, how do you determine kind of which go first in the plan? Is it based on usage?
So I think there's two answers to that.
Okay.
Some of them are going to be a project. Now, 9 engine on U Street isn't a current project as best I understand. It had a lot of energy around from DGS. It was going to move forward and then it stopped. A project like that somebody else is paying for, it's going to move when the money moves. A project that we have to fund out of our budget, the station that is in the worst shape, is going to get the project first.
Okay. Okay. And so which is that?
So we
actually have a plan that we've submitted, but ultimately most of what we do is by call volume and service in wards 6, 7, and 8. So if you look at our call volume and service and you look at the last time major renovations were done, they're all basically expanding our ability to house apparatus within the apparatus lanes within ward 6, 7, and 8. Through the CIP that we did submit in a request, it was I can read it out as Engine 26, Engine 7.
Can you give the neighborhoods with that when you give them?
I apologize.
Woodbridge.
26
is Rhode Island Avenue.
Engine 7 is what we just talked about at 1101 Half Street. Engine 34, which is in Ward 7. This is a new RFK one. Engine 15, which is by the big chair. Engine 30, which is Ward 7.
East Capitol.
East Capitol. Engine 32, which is in Ward 8, which is next.
Across from 70.
And Engine 18, which is in Barracks Row, and then Engine 8, which is right behind Barracks Row. So we've had this plan pretty consistently for the last 4 or 5 years because I think when we're looking at our call volume and the only way for us to add apparatus into these different locations is by expanding the apparatus space and basically bringing the living quarters to the second floor because a lot of these existing fire stations are single floor fire stations and the most cost effective way to build a fire station is making sure the apparatus is actually on grade. So it's a lot easier to move living quarters to a second floor with the existing footprint than it is to obviously lift your fire trucks or apparatus in the air.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful to know. Engine 40, I'm just raising this because it came up last night with some residents who were concerned about new bike lanes on East Cap potentially interfering with ambulances coming by. Is that something that you all are tracking or concerned about?
So in terms of when bike lanes are added or not, DDOT is supposed to include us in the process so we can evaluate. What we have in terms of, say, an enforcement mechanism or regulatory things to sit on is what the fire code says. So we will make sure it involves the fire code, if it meets the fire code. The trick is that any traffic calming devices are going to slow us down. I mean, that's a reality. It doesn't matter what it is, where it is, or where you put it. So that's something we have to build for in the future. The more of that we have, the more it impacts our response times. And in order to beat response times, you have to add resources. You're not going to beat them any other way. So that's sort of a longer term look at things and saying, you know, this is what we're doing and there's good reasons for doing that, right? If we can prevent some injuries, especially as the population grows, if we keep it the same level and slow the response time down by 2 minutes per run, we're going to need, 10, 15 more firehouses.
Yeah, the slowdown is one piece. I was even just thinking of people were raising concerns about stretchers being able to have curb access.
So the stretchers are designed for us. We work on uneven environments anywhere, right? It's access. We do that.
Okay, great.
And slowing down is making things safer. I'm not, I don't want anybody to get me wrong here. I'm not complaining about that. What I'm saying is that it does what it's intended to do. It'll cause, when you move from 2 lanes to 1 lane and the ambulance has to stop to deal with somebody, if there's nowhere for us to pull off or there's not a lane to get by us, everything backs up behind us, which then creates people going onto side streets, people cutting through alleys, people driving over bike lanes. It's an interesting conundrum.
So there's 7 million in the CIP for the replacement of the John Glenn fireboat. Can you provide an update on where OCP is with the procurement process? We talked about some of the technical issues in performance oversight that delayed the initial procurement, but what's the latest ETA?
So OCP is continuing to work on that. I believe that the request for proposals, I think I have that right, for the design build process will be out in the next few days. It has still not come out. So they're working through that, and it will have to be open for at least a period of 90 days. And then we can evaluate the proposals to see where we are, provided no other questions come up and it's complex. So there may be a longer period or it has to be reopened.
So how's the current John Glenn operating?
So the John Glenn's working well, but even as we speak, it is getting scheduled to go down and come into dry dock to get some anodes replaced, which helps keep the rust down. It's going to go out in the middle of the month, like next week, and it will be back no matter what for the 4th of July. We need it. So that's not an expected maintenance, but it's something we should take care of right now to keep a bigger problem from coming up. So we're going to do that. There's a small window with one of the 2 dry docks we can use, this either Baltimore or Norfolk, in order to get it in and out of the water quick. Otherwise, we're waiting till the fall. And I think we don't want to create rust problems, corrosion problems on the boat.
Okay. But you think you have enough money now to get the replacement? And
7 million may or may not do it, but we'll get started. And they put a design build together. I mean, as you know, I think this was $27 million in a previous year. We're going to need more. It'll come.
Okay, so for the repairs, how much do you think you would need?
1 second. 500,000, and we'll have to do that out of our shop maintenance budget
Which you have allocated for.
right now.
But for the new John Glenn replacement, you think that's closer to 27 million?
I don't know what the market's going to say. We had price estimates before at that.
But it's not 7 million.
It's not 7 million.
So what will 7 million enable you to do?
we're going to get the design portion done
Okay.
and hopefully award a contract for the build. And by the time that's going to take during the next fiscal year. So in the next budget, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do that.
And how much is the design?
But the 7 million covers it, but it's not going to cost 7 million.
Right.
We don't have the proposals back yet.
But do we have a general sense? Like, would
Well,
that be 1 million?
We had a contract out once before awarded for a little over $1 million.
Okay. So what are you going to use the other 6 million for?
So this is the start of the boat. I mean, we're going to have to adjust the budget going forward. At the end of the day, that's what's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I want to talk about the budget allocation for the different types of fire apparatus and general vehicle needs. I know there's been a lot of estimated costs about the vehicle replacements versus the repairs based off of the CARS system. Can you provide the most recent CARS report for fire and EMS to the committee?
Absolutely.
Okay, that would be great. Within the command vehicles fund, how much of the funding is allocated for individual take-home vehicles for chiefs and assistant chiefs?
Okay. I'm gonna have Chief Steen come up and talk on the apparatus stuff.
Good evening. Hi. Could you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Take-home vehicles. How much of the funding is allocated now towards individual take-home vehicles for fire chiefs and assistant chiefs?
I don't track what it costs individually like that. I could tell you what an average cost for a command buggy is.
Okay.
And I think that we can provide how many take-home vehicles that we have.
Okay.
So a command vehicle is around $125,000, and that is for the cost of the vehicle, radios, lighting, and all the technology that goes along with it. And the exact number of chief officers that have take-home vehicles, I don't have right now.
Do we have an estimate-ish?
I would say under 50.
Okay. So I understand that $990,000 was given to HME before the council disapproved of the HME contract, and that this money was spent on engineering design work. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, can you all provide that design work to the committee as well?
Yes.
Thank you. How do you all budget for how much money is needed for specific apparatus replacement? Especially if we don't know which vendor we're going to.
So we use the CARS prediction to figure out what the replacement, to develop the replacement schedule.
Okay.
From that, we take a estimated price. The vendor prices are, they're generally within the same ballpark. So you have something to work with to do that. When you're budgeting farther out, it's a number that way. So that's how we're doing it. And we have seen recently what the annual increase from the vendors are, and that doesn't appear to be changing. So we've been able to factor that into the discussion.
And so what is that allocated for FY27?
So FY27 apparatus replacement?
Yeah.
Got it. I have $65 million listed.
Do you think that's sufficient?
Yes, it's a budget a lot of people would like to have.
Okay. Refurbishments are also sometimes a way to get well-functioning apparatus more quickly than a new order.
But that's not an actual true statement.
Okay. So tell me, what is a true statement?
So refurbishments are an option. The well-functioning is not always true. And We have tried refurbishments and we've had some successes and we've had some failures. And we're
Why do
seeing,
you think that is?
some of it is what the scope of work is, meaning do you actually go in and replace the engine, transmission, pump, and really rebuild from the frame rail out, which is a new fire truck? Or are you doing the most used equipment on there and hoping the other holds up? So what we're seeing though in pricing is there is a difference, but there's always risk. There's risk in everything, right? They're also not any quicker. And one of the arguments in the past for us had been they were quicker. And we were thinking they were, but our experience right now is that they're not. There are some things that make a lot of sense to refurbish. Our tower ladder, when it gets replaced. Mike, oh, there it did. I don't know why it died. Did you mute me? Our tower ladder, when we get a new one, because it is such a expensive piece of apparatus and we know all about the condition of that one, makes sense to refurbish.
Are capital dollars authorized or allowed to be used for refurbishment?
For everything but the fire bow.
And why is that?
I have no idea. We used to.
So who makes that decision?
The Office of Contracting and Procurement, I believe. Is that right? It's an
You
ongoing.
still are able to use capital dollars for refurbishment of other apparatus, but you
We're doing
make
it.
the calculation that the risk and the cost is better in many cases just to go with the new.
We look at what we're doing. So the pieces we have at refurbishment currently are some ladder trucks that had fires on them. And they're also something that we are struggling to get vendors to build. So let's roll the dice a little bit. And I don't mean that to sound flippant, but that's a solution right now. I think we can get pumpers. So I'm not that interested in pumpers, but the ladder trucks, yes, that'll buy us a number of years out of them, but it doesn't mean that they don't need to be replaced. So it is a trade-off in investments for a short-term solution to a longer-term problem. It'd be much better to be able to get the ladder trucks now, but the ones we have, right, at the same time, they went out of service because of different problems. The fire, they've all been a little different. We're combining two of them together. Take two, make one. And those are good things. So I think we have a very thoughtful, sound, and reasoned approach to when to do that and when not.
Okay, and does this budget enable you to focus on maintenance?
Yes. So maintenance is a big part of what we do. I think we can always do better at it, but yes, it allows us to focus on it. I think Chief Pecker, Chief Steen, and the shop crew has made great strides this year. With a policy change, it says when something comes in, we're going to fix the things. We're going to do the PM on it while it's here for other things, and that's allowed us to make some headway in that. Our maintenance, maintenance is a big deal, and we're doing that. We're spending money with vendors doing that. Like, we don't only do it with the apparatus, that we're doing it in the shop. When we have the piece at a vendor for repairs, and about half of our repairs go outside. We have the vendor do the maintenance just so we can take advantage of the time that it's out.
And how much is allocated for fleet maintenance for FY27?
You know that one? What's the fleet budget? Give me 1 second. I know it's in the.
That we have.
No, it's under. Got to go line by line here. Hang on one second. You have, John. Yeah, I thought we had it in the breakout here. I don't see it in front of me. It's essentially the NPS costs assigned to fleet maintenance. The non-personal services costs that aren't capital assigned to fleet maintenance are what it costs to run the fleet maintenance facility. So those are the contracts for parts. And we don't necessarily separate the costs for repairs from maintenance because they all end up running together.
Be curious about the relative spend on maintenance versus refurbishment versus new purchases.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
We probably do even one better, which it sounds like what you're asking for. The refurbishment cost is a capital cost. The new apparatus cost is a capital cost. We could give you those however we're working on those. The idea of what the shop's doing, it sounds like you want to see repairs versus maintenance. And we should be able to pull that out in the systems report.
Thank you. That'd be great. Okay, so this budget allocates funding for a new fire station at the new RFK campus.
Yes, ma'am.
In FY29. Has the location of where that new fire station exactly will be located been finalized?
18th and C. 18th and C.
18th and C.
Northeast.
Is that final?
Best as we know, and that we're building, the architect is planning for that site. So, or will be planning, is being direct, that's where that site's being spec'd at. So 18th and C.
Do you think that the funding allocated for 2029 will enable you to be up and ready by 2030?
Yes, we plan on being ready when the stadium's ready.
Okay. Okay. The largest allocation of capital funding is in FY 2032, which is after the stadium opens. Is that because the needs will be greater as new housing comes online at the location or the stadium themselves, or what was the thinking behind that allocation?
Hang on, give me 1 second. Sean, do you know?
We always waterfall requests so we can start design, and generally we can build before the bills have to be paid. So as long as those people can see that allocation, we can actually start construction, certify the contract, and we should be able to end as long as there's money left in the account. So it will essentially be built, and then we can pay after the construction's done.
Even 2 years after?
The design, the first 2 years, ma'am.
Or were you speaking to the microphone because they can't pick up? Sorry.
Sorry, the first 2 years are actually design money for the architect. So it is getting the program requirements and then doing the design documents for the DOB permit. So the first years that you see in the allocation now are for design monies, and then the following years are actually sequential for the construction money.
But if the design money is for the first 2 years, how are we then going to be up and running and complete by the opening of the stadium in 2030?
Because we do not have, we typically do design bid builds. This will be a design build project because generally speaking, we have fire stations and we can stay in those fire stations until a new one is built for us. This will be a design build. So typically it's a lot faster building process like you see with schools, essentially.
I understand your question to say that why do we have money in 2032 when we should be in it in 2030, right? This had come up earlier in our in some discussions, and I had understood the money was moved forward. So can I get back to you on that? Because I had understood we were all in sync, and that we'll follow up with DGS to see where we are there, what's happened.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. So a big part of the overall increase in your budget comes from an increase in federal grants. Department received $67 million in federal grants in FY26, but has a $98 million proposed budget for federal grants in 27. Can you just briefly touch what some of those grants are for the department, and why are we expecting it to be so much higher than last year?
So I'm gonna do a high level, and then Jason can give you the details. I really dislike that we call these federal grants because they're Medicaid. We're talking about Medicaid, and this is what we bill for in our services. So it gets, people look at it and they say, it's a grant. What do you do? How did you get those? What are you doing? It's Medicaid. It's what we're billing for our ambulance transport service. This year, going forward, we get paid quarterly. And in the past, the setup had been to not include really that fourth quarter in the budget. This year, we've tried to budget for it more realistically to count for the money coming in, because we'd be waiting for budget authority at the end of the cycle.
Yeah, what Chief Donnelly said is spot on. Our typical adjustment over the last several years, in addition to what was in our initial budget, is about in the range of, 23 to 30 million. So this year, for example, we have an adjustment of 24 million that we added to the initial budget. What we're doing in 27 is just loading our best estimate up front so that we don't have to make that adjustment. What it allowed us to do is to fully fund our overtime in the budget, among other things.
Got it. Okay. The police and fire clinic contract funding is proposed at 3.4 million for FY27, which is the same amount as FY26. Does that assume that the contractor will still be PFC associates, even though the contract's still out for bid?
So I think that's it. We just assume off what we have. I don't think the budget takes into account who the contractor is. That's what we took the number.
Okay. How does the department take feedback regarding members' experiences with PFC?
So we have a medical services officer that the people check out. If there's an experience, we want to hear about it. We definitely get feedback from our local. We are out in our stations. We will occasionally get feedback there. I get a lot of emails from people about a lot of things. The clinic is very low on that list. So we've made a lot of changes at the clinic. And I think it's important to remember that in the discussions about the clinic is also our workers' comp provider. And anytime people are being told, I don't think this is workers' comp, I think this is this or that creates a relationship where some people aren't going to be happy. If you were to compare what we have to a workers' comp situation, I think you'd see that our results are pretty favorable. But we do not do a regular customer survey out of there. Maybe we should. It's something we've been talking about. It's just, we're having pretty good experiences there. We've got it to a one-stop shop. We're doing annual fitness tests there, meeting the NFPA standard. We are finding problems with people and making them healthier before they have a catastrophic injury. So I'm pretty happy with the clinic in terms of what it is. If it goes to another vendor, it'll be fine. But it's not really the vendor that's the problem in a lot of cases. What we have is the workers' comp role that's the problem. But I'm open to a new vendor.
Is customer?
I think so. I don't know if you've ever had to file a workers' comp claim, but it's not a fun process. You have to prove in a lot of ways if you're going out. So how about this? I get more feedback negatively about workers' comp from the smaller set of employees I have that are under DC risk management than I do about the clinic from a larger set of people that go to the clinic. That's my comparable.
I'm just wondering if in and of itself creates a little bit of a conflict, like if somebody wants to go get care, but also has to make the case about.
So it should be a pretty straight line, right? I got injured at work. the cases that people have problems with are fuzzy, right? They report an injury 3 weeks later. The mental health cases in industry are tough, right? Somebody that's had a longstanding mental health problem and now they want to change and want to say, okay, this is new, this is work. And it may be, right? We have cases like that are. We also have cases where the experts say it's not related. A lot of the cancer cases aren't a clear line. We have some very clear rules about that. Just because you want it to be covered and it might be close to one of the ones that are covered doesn't mean it's going to be covered. So those are big challenges. It is a tough thing to tell somebody no when they've decided they want to be covered. And that's really what it comes to. I don't think there's conflict of interest. In fact, I like our situation because we control it ultimately.
Yeah, no, that just occurred to me. I didn't know if that was common.
It's a good question. It comes up, but I think it's a really, we have the police and fire clinic because police and firefighters are under an extreme, their jobs are extremely dangerous with a lot of stresses that an ordinary somebody that doesn't, a place that doesn't understand that, may make mistakes in dealing with it. Whether it's the police and fire clinic or another vendor, there are people that know what they're dealing with, that have a long history with this. And that's important. This was designed to make sure our people got the care they needed and could get it quicker. They're not waiting in line for MRIs, things like that. They're moving to the front line.
Okay, thank you. Chief, is there anything else in this budget that you need?
No, I think I am, especially in this budget time, I feel very fortunate for our department and its future with this. I think the capital investments are important. We have been making inroads in OCP to make sure that we're able to get the fire trucks and apparatus that we need. So I think this year is a pivotal year in that. So this is a big deal. We're in great shape. And we got great people, and that's the important part. And I know we'll get through the labor piece. It's a process. We'll get there.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief. Thank you, team. And thank you for being here with us this evening. And that takes us to our final agency of the day, the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. Woo-hoo! Thank you. Bye. Thanks, Al. All right, come on up. Welcome. Thank you for spending your Wednesday evening with us. All right, OVSJG team, if everybody could state their name and position for the record, we'll start with Mr. Nitz and turn your microphone on when you do it.
Good evening, Councilmember Pinto. My name is John Nitz, and I am the agency fiscal officer supporting OVSJG.
Jennifer L. Porter, Director of OVSJG.
Jessica Harris, Administrative Officer at OVSJG.
Great. All right. So if you could all turn your mics on, I'm going to swear everybody in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before this committee and the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Director Porter, if you have an opening statement, please go ahead.
My prepared statement says good morning. Good evening, Chairwoman Pinto, members and staff of the committee. I am Jennifer L. Porter, the Director of the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants, affectionately known as OVSJG. I'm joined today by John Nitz, our agency fiscal officer, and I want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify before you this evening. Mayor Bowser's Grow DC budget includes a series of strategic investments designed to enhance public safety, strengthen the district's fiscal foundation, and generate the revenue necessary to sustain high-quality city services and programs. As part of this comprehensive approach, the budget also highlights the critical contributions of OVSJG in advancing the district's broader public safety goals. Through community-based, trauma-informed restoration efforts, OVSJG plays an essential role in supporting survivors, fostering healing, and reducing the long-term impacts of trauma across communities. These investments reflect a commitment to ensuring that all district residents have access to the resources and support needed to thrive. For FY27, Mayor Bowser's proposed budget for OVSJG is $77,090,845, which includes $60.4 million in local funds, 41.7 full-time employees. 27 of these FTEs are internal to OVSJG, and 14.7 are intra-district FTEs who serve residents at various district agencies. OVSJG's local operations and grants budget includes investments for renewed funding for victim services, Sexual Assault Victims' Rights Amendment Act, also known as SAVRA, sexual assault services, and justice grants. This budget allocates $43 million to victim services, $9.8 million to justice grants, $4.4 million for access to justice, and $1.29 million in agency administration. OVSJG dedicates more than 95% of its budget to grants that sustain community-based organizations and district agencies providing vital services to crime victims and supporting the healing and successful reintegration of our returning citizens. The FY27 projected local and federal budget for the Justice Grants Program and operations is $20.1 million. Through this reentry budget, service providers will conduct individualized needs assessments and deliver support that helps returning citizens reintegrate into our community, to maintain stable housing and to decrease the likelihood of recidivism. The Justice Grants Division provides funding for a variety of services, including but not limited to critical services such as parenting classes, financial management, family reunification supports, and pre-release services. The FY27 proposed budget includes targeted investments to maintain services for victims and survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, and other forms of crime. The FY27 investments for both local and federal grants and the operations budget for victim services is $49.1 million. The investment will be used to develop and deliver accessible and comprehensive services that include trauma-informed mental health services, crisis intervention, advocacy, case management, housing, and a host of other healing-focused services. The targeted services budget this year includes $693,000 for the private security camera incentive program, including the renewal of the one FTE for an additional program support, $500,000 for the community capacity building, community capacity grants for targeted training, technical assistance, and funding for CBOs to enhance their ability to effectively manage district grants funding. I know that's those firefighters. They're loud. We love them. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for her steadfast support of OVSJG's mission and for championing our shared DC values to advance healing as a mean of preventing trauma and ensuring that survivors of all crime types and our returning citizens remain at the center of the district's investments. The resources entrusted to our agency are vital to advancing healing, safety, and justice for residents across the District of Columbia. I want to thank the council, this committee, for being partners in this work. Your ongoing support of OVSJG is appreciated.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Director and team. And thank you to everybody at OVSJG for all of the hard work you do throughout the year and getting money to some of the organizations and people most in need throughout our city. That is a vital part of our safety net, of our public safety ecosystem, and of what we do as a district. And the reason that we are having this conversation in the evening and not the morning is because we just heard from over 150 people whose budgets are proposed to be eviscerated. Many of their jobs will be completely cut. The services they provide won't be able to carry forward anymore. And so from your perspective, what were you all thinking around cutting access to justice by 86%?
Sure. So, one, I want to recognize and acknowledge the amazing advocates who came out and shared some of the painstaking experiences that they've had, but also their passion for this amazing portfolio. We are proud, and my team is proud every day to support the amazing work that this agency has the honor of funding. And I am grateful for this opportunity, but I'm also grateful for this process for you to be able to hear the voices of our community that we serve, because that's the reason why we do everything that we do. I'll also say that while our hearts and our priority and our passion is that it is towards and believes that this portfolio needs even more funding and needs even more support. The capacity of the district to fund all of the district services is what the mayor has prioritized in being able to make cuts across the district agencies. And so it is not something that we're excited about. It's not anything that is our preference, but it's something that there's some intention around making sure that the district can maintain core services.
Okay, I guess, I'm very sympathetic to the fact that our budget is in a different place this year than it has been in previous years. But it's not as though there was a equal cut even across this spectrum within your own portfolio or your own agency budget and different types of grants. Like, it seems like this one program with access to justice was really cut much more than anything else. And one of the things you and I have talked about over the last several years, when I've asked for what the priorities are of OVSJG and of the mayor, the answer has always been, we don't set a list of priorities. The priorities come from the community for their applicants. But the priorities coming from the applicants are heavily in the ATJ space.
Right. So the Access to Justice program does not apply for funds for the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants. That priority is for the competition. And so the competition of our RFA, we want to maintain and support all of the services that we have an opportunity to receive through the application process, but there is a priority through the competition, and that is one of the priorities.
What is one of the priorities?
Where there are services that are selected through our competition process, where they have to compete on an annual basis, where they have to build their budgets with their boards around sustainable services that we, through the priorities and through the requirements set by the federal government for the pass-through programs that we administer, we also try to support those existing grantees as a part of that continuum of our decision-making process.
Sorry, I don't follow that. What would the theory be to take so much from access to justice as opposed to more even-handed reductions across the board?
Sure. So my response was clarifying your question around our prioritization of existing grantees for our competition. So it's not an either or.
Because the funding goes to the DC bar.
Can you clarify?
So I'm
your
just saying,
question?
as you are proposing your budget and thinking about what the priorities are, you've told me for years you don't determine the priorities and then try to fund them. You are looking at the needs of the community. And so why wouldn't I understand that ATJ is a different, not competitive grant, but why wouldn't the analysis be, this is a tough budget year, and so everything's going to have to come down a little bit? Our own agency budget, victim services, justice grants, access to justice, versus we're going to take 86% cut from access to justice and not that level from the other areas.
Sure. So I think what you're describing is there's a different funding mechanism. So the opportunity for our competitive process, anyone can apply, everyone can apply, and the priorities, which we do have priorities, but in terms of what we fund, it depends on what is applied to, what applies, where the capacity is. The difference there is, one, there has to be capacity. Individuals have to apply. But if the district is making a decision on who and what to fund on an annual basis, the decision to go back and forward and say, okay, well, we're going to fund this person this year, but not this person this year, the access on the community level, the trust in terms of community being able to know that resources are there in community, there's a prioritization to make sure that when those services are needed, that they're not here this year, gone the next year. And so when we compete those funds, we can do that. With the Access to Justice program, we don't select or we don't compete those grantees. We are proud that the Bar Association, and I think consistently across the years, has, I think every year that I've been here, I'll say, they have also selected grantees that we have also selected. And so we're proud that they're continuing to maintain some of the grantees that they are selecting as well.
Okay, I'm gonna move on, but I don't know that we're seeing this eye to eye. But for domestic violence housing and services, the housing providers are funded mainly through OVSJG, but there's also some grant funding available through DHS. Do you know how many of the DV organizations funded through OVSJG are also funded through DHS?
Let me see if I have that prepared. I may have to get back to you on that, but I do know that DHS is the state administering agent for the FIPSA grant, which is the federal housing specific federal award that is specific to domestic violence housing. And so as our housing agency, they administer that federal program. And so many, if not all, of our housing providers also qualify for those funds. And so we can estimate that a majority of them would be consistently funded on those competed awards as well.
Okay. Do you know how much DHS's DV grant budget was cut by this year?
I do not. So 7 of our housing providers also are funded by DHS.
Okay. I'm just worried, as this is a continuing need that I hear most often about, or very often about, and I'm worried if DHS's DV budget was also cut in addition to our DV budget, or DV budget also being cut, then we're gonna be in an even deeper problem?
Sure. So a majority of the housing providers that we have, again, one of the beauties of the way that we fund, and I know we've talked about priorities, but the organizations get to apply for what they need. And so if there's a housing provider that's predicting an expansion, or if they're predicting some expanded need based on the diversity of their external funding sources, they're able to apply to OVSJG for what they need. And so that is one of the things that is part of the reason why we fund the way that we can, and we have the opportunity to be able to support those providers.
Okay. 40% of individuals experiencing homelessness in DC cite domestic violence as the main reason they're unhoused. As we think about supporting these individuals more next year, do you think there's additional room, or where do you think there's additional room for collaboration with DHS?
Do I think there's additional room to collaborate with DHS? I would say there's always more room to collaborate. I know that our agency, predating my leadership, has historically worked to collaborate in ways that are probably more intimate, that are more public. And when we have internal reviews of our applications, when we're revising our applications, we liaise with them to make sure that where there's parity that can be provided, that there is, that our grantees, the expectations of our grantees would be consistent across government agencies where possible. Because OVSJG has 13 federal programs, there's the federal requirements that we have to cascade into our awards. DHS also has things similar, but we do liaise and we work together. We also work with, ahead of our funding priorities, we also work to make sure that we are having conversations with the chief economist. We're hearing from our collaboratives. We're hearing from our coalitions to make sure that we have an understanding of the unknown need, or the need that doesn't make its way through our RFA. So we allow for our providers to ask for what they need, but if there are new emerging trends or challenges, and we do that in a collaborative way with DHS. We share what we hear from our coalitions, and they do the same.
How is the domestic violence working group going with CJCC?
How is it going? It's actually going great. It's really exciting that we have the opportunity to work across our entire justice system to focus on domestic violence. Our first request, and shout out to my amazing co-chair, Janice, who's over at the OAG, we came together and our initial priority was to map our process. Because our justice system does not neatly fit because of DC not being a state and having to coordinate and collaborate with federal entities, having clarity on our processes, the interpretations of our local statute. It's been amazing to have those internal conversations just to understand each other's systems. We're learning from each other. And so that has been truly remarkable. I think where other entities can understand each other, we get closer to like solutions, but I think also where we can identify, particularly OVSJG as a funder, where we can learn where there are gaps that we could potentially communicate to our grantees to be able to support. I see that as a long-term outcome. I also see another long-term outcome where there are regs or statutes that have been longstanding because of the implementation of new laws or even the creation of agencies. I see there's opportunity for us to really get on a granular level to identify really small wins that have greater impact. And then finally, I'll say being able to just be in community with and in intimate conversation with entities that traditionally oppose each other on a daily basis, but coming together on what is very clear, our common, the commonality that we all want our system to work better for victims, their families, and for survivors. And And in some cases, offenders, the system working better for offenders. Sometimes that means supports, more supports. It means supports that are aware and specific to the needs of individuals who have committed domestic violence, and that means healing for our entire system and our entire families. And the way that us coming together to learn more from each other, we're getting closer to that. So I'm really, really excited about this work.
How often is that group meeting?
So we just had our first in-person meeting. We've had 2 meetings. I'm sorry, we have a lot of like planning meetings, but we've had 2 meetings.
How often are those meetings?
Well, so the meetings will be on a bi-monthly basis, but we've had a lot of kind of prep
Bi-monthly,
meetings.
like twice a month or every other month?
Every other month.
Okay, I always hate that word. Because
I know, it's confusing.
I say it for both. Okay, so those meetings will be every other month and you've had them twice.
Yes.
Okay. So in FY 2024, there was $207,000 spent from the private security camera program. 25, only 61,000 was spent. And in 26, there was 707 allocated. But as of March 31st, only 29,000 had been spent. So do you anticipate spending the $693,000 allocated in FY 27 on this program?
So we do, and that is our earnest goal. One of the things that we were proud of when you and the mayor championed the security seat legislation that allowed for the expansion of this program was that it would also really acknowledge one of the capacity challenges with the program, that with 1 FTE for a citywide, very popular program, was that we needed the additional human resources to make the program successful. So we're in the final round of selection for that additional FTE, and we are excited to expand the capacity of the agency and really roll out what is the expansion of the program that unfortunately last year, because of the budget freeze and the hiring freeze, we weren't able to fully activate. So yes, we are. One of the challenges with the new expansion is we don't really have a history to kind of compare or predict the spend. So we will be working eagerly as soon as we sign things on the dotted line with DCHR. But I think more importantly, what we're hearing and we're seeing from the applications and from the business community is they're excited about the expansion. They're excited that finally it's here. And they're looking forward to making our community safer by having more cameras and the window glass break sensor expansion.
Okay. One of the things we talked about in performance oversight was some questions that had come up from returning citizens who had been back in DC for over a year and then were being denied services. You mentioned in your post-hearing question responses that grantees define the specific requirements for their programs. You also noted in your responses that OVSJG does not track wait times for reentry services. If we're not tracking whether organizations have wait lists and also in practice allowing them to deny services based on these timelines, how can we confirm whether organizations with capacity are turning away clients who are in need of services?
Sure. So just to clarify, we are tracking wait lists, not necessarily the wait time. And that's something that we can kind of collaborate on because some grantees they have very programmatic structures. And so what we can capture, we are. I think what I understand the heart of your question is around what the agency is collecting to assure efficacy of the programs. Because each of the programs can be unique, there can be a program that we're funding specifically for reentry seniors. And honestly, you heard from testimony of individuals who are coming out of incarceration, and there are employment programs that center labor and employment opportunities that are not as widely available to our seniors. That particular program may have an exclusionary factor of age. We have unique programs that speak specifically to the specific and very nuanced needs of women in reentry. And so the exclusion for that or the specificity of that may be specifically for women. At no point, and that is part of the reason why the way that we fund and being able to fund the diversity of what we fund and our priorities are to make sure that we have a broad swath of services is important. But it's also important that when we work to measure that we have all the tools that we need. So my grant managers, and we're really grateful. We've been hiring, and we're grateful to have filled the all of the vacancies on our Justice Grants team. They work to have quarterly meetings, monthly meetings with grantees. They do look at those wait lists. They're asking questions about uptick of the services. Of course, they're asking questions about budget, but they're working very intimately and acutely, even if there are needs that emerge or challenges that emerge that are not necessarily prescribed on OVSJG's earmarked questions. And so I'm always open. What I appreciate about this process is our team reconvenes and we say, hey, we heard this, let's look into this acutely and specifically, but are there system-wide questions that we can ask to make sure that we're catching that? And we always look forward to that. We look forward to feedback from you all to make sure to incorporate that. And that's something that we plan to do.
Okay. But that one specifically was something we talked about performance oversight. So I do just want to make sure we follow up on that piece.
Yes, and we'll be following up with that. I will say so this is what I'll say. I'll encourage the individuals who have challenges to reach out to us. I know that we make it our business to not miss the meetings of the Reentry Network. We are, working now that we have the full capacity to be more in community to hear. We also have I'm really proud of the state planning process that also guides our priorities, where we have focus groups where we hear from DC residents who are taking advantage of our services, and where there are experiences that are, not meeting our DC values. We always want to hear about that. But if we don't necessarily hear the specific entity.
And I totally get that. And that's why I'm like, I raised it because someone talked about their specific issue, which I think is a less of like, you need to hear about her specific case from her again, I think, and more as you evaluate the grants coming in, if it's a requirement that somebody have returned home within the year, but they have capacity to serve others who have been here longer,
right?
Then now hopefully that's on your radar as a challenge, because she testified at a public hearing about it, we raised it. So I just don't want that to be lost on your radar.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you talked also in your performance oversight hearing responses about OVSJG not requiring organizations to report the percentage of clients they serve that were convicted of violent offenses or sex offenses. We've heard from some returning citizens that some community organizations reject individuals with violent and sex offenses because they're perceived as being other more challenging clients to serve. Is that something that you've heard about or know about?
So I remember the statement, and again, I can't speak specifically to that. That should not necessarily be the case. We should be serving as many people as possible, and we should not be discriminating. Again, we do have programs that support very specific or they have nuanced logic models that work with certain criterion. So for example, if we have a reentry housing provider, and maybe they have certain, so let me take a step back. We will reach out to our providers to learn if this is the case. I'm clear that people should not be turned away, but I'm also clear that there are specific circumstances where they could be. And saying turned away, I know that sounds like, why would you turn someone away? But there are circumstances, particularly around housing and the safety of housing, not to exclude, but where if an individual has disclosed the location of one of our unmarked DV housing providers, where they would be turned away. There there are circumstances where that would happen. It should be the exception. And let me kind of go back to learn more about that. I do know of an instance where, really unfortunate instance where there was a provider who provides housing, and they have sort of the communal housing where there are several beds in a communal space versus individual beds. And there was an individual who needed an accommodation that unfortunately there wasn't the individual room, and so they had a preference. And so there's so many nuances, but I'll commit to you that we'll go back to our housing providers and learn a little bit more about that circumstance that could be, and make sure that we reiterate our DC values, that if there are certain capacity nuances, that individual should be connected through us or through the hotline or our continuums to housing.
Thank you. I understand that the address confidentiality program coordinator position is vacant. Has this program still been operational without a person in this seat?
Oh my goodness. That is a new position. So we're expanding that. So it's a new position that we converted. So where you see the new FTEs, it's not a new FTE. It's not a new FTE to the agency. It's a position that we converted to create the coordinator position. So the manager, which was the coordinator, but the program is still operating. It is robustly growing. It is one of the programs that we're most proud of, but it's beyond the capacity of the individual that was operating it. So we're really proud that we have this new position that we're working with DCHR to get filled within the next 2 months.
Okay. So sorry, because you said you converted it, but
Yes.
someone's in it. So is this going to be a second person?
Sorry, so there's a sitting position.
Okay.
We worked with you all, thank you, to create an additional FTE position to support the program. And so the individual who is supporting the program now is still in the role and still supporting the program. And so we backfilled that position to be able to list the person that they'll now be managing.
Okay, so there will be 2 people
Yeah.
working on this. Okay.
Yeah.
How many addresses were processed through the program this year so far?
So, and I want to, as we pull up that number, I want to clarify, there may be one address, but we may be servicing 4 or 5 individuals if they're dependents, which is, I understand your question is wanting to learn the bandwidth of the program. So that one address, there can be
It could be the whole
8
family.
people. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. We'll follow up with you on that, on the full number. So we aggregate that data on an annual basis. And so we'll de-aggregate it and get you the today number for 26.
Thank you. That would be great. Do you think you all could follow up with us tomorrow on that?
Sure.
All right, thank you. We just have a truncated budget timeline this cycle, so we're moving. So you and your team, I know, do extraordinary work every day, and every position is important. And I know you faced a lot of challenges with the hiring freezes last year. But as I look at their agency's organizational chart, some of the position titles, at least, seem like they could have some redundancies. Can you just walk me through the responsibilities, like high level, of the top level positions?
Sure. So the top level positions. So as an agency that administers 117 awards with $110 million, we have our admin officer, who is our budget lead, So operations lead in terms of internal procurement tools that are needed, serves as the procurement officer. So as we procured our new data system, she's the operations of the entire agency. We're proud to have expanded that because as you can imagine, having one individual who has to take leave, who has to not always be there, having individuals on the team that can report and support the operations so that if one person is not there, 117 people don't get paid. So she's really the budget lead. Our deputy directors, the deputy of victim services and deputy of justice grants, they oversee the team that applies for and administers our federal portfolio. So they liaise regularly, daily, weekly with the Department of Justice on all of the compliance for the 13 award programs that we administer, all of the updates, all of the required meetings, the required trainings. They make sure that the district is in compliance of those federal awards. They also are responsible for liaising with our coalitions and our organizations to make sure that where there's capacity that is changing in the continuums and in the portfolio, that our funding is meeting their needs. One of the positions that we just backfilled is our training lead. And while that's not necessarily a senior leadership position, as you can imagine, with 117 grantees at varied levels in terms of their senior leadership, the training lead is critical because they liaise with the grantees to make sure that they know about the platform, where they need to reset their passwords, or where they need to and have understanding of how to make sure that they're getting paid, whether it's liaising with the OCFO or liaising with their grant managers. That position is critical to make sure that where there are knowledge gaps, they're successful. And then finally, I'll say our data lead, so the reporting that's required to the federal government, the reporting that we provide to you all, but importantly, the data around our spend down rates and our spending, being able to track that in real time to get to the EOM performance team, but also making sure that we're communicating with them, hey, we're halfway through the fiscal year. Have you spent 50% of your award? Okay, if not, why? And then she'll refer them to the training lead where there are gaps, if they're having high turnover, being able to help support them with technical assistance, capacity building, and support for them to be successful. So that's just a few. I can continue.
Is the special assistant position still vacant?
So excited. The special Okay, so it is currently vacant, but it's one of the positions, it's one of the conversion positions that we've allocated across the agency. So for example, like when we talked about the ACP position, the new position that will expand the team, we converted a similar position.
What does that mean, converted?
So while we didn't have budget authority at the time, the agency had like positions that were loaded to our Schedule A, but they weren't funded.
Well, no, they were funded. They were just vacant because, sorry about that. They are vacant positions that are funded. What Director Porter is saying is, I'll just say is that the current title or description didn't fit where the organization was going. And so they did some conversions to those positions. So no, we're not converting positions that don't have funding. Every position is funded, I promise you. Okay. But she's been making strategic moves in her organization, which has required her to kind of look at some of those positions and see how it may have fit in the old structure, but it needs to be modified for the new structure.
Got it. Okay.
But I'll say once again, they are funded.
Okay, thank you. How about your chief of staff?
We're in final, well, sorry, we're in last round interviews for that. And I'm so grateful for that opportunity.
Okay.
We've worked strategically to make sure that the operational roles were filled first. So where we have programs where we had one individual that was running a citywide program, we wanted to make sure that we prioritized those and that we had, working with John and the OCFO, that there was budget long-term to sustain those. As you can imagine, it has been extremely difficult to lead this agency without a chief of staff, bringing all these very robust pieces together. But we waited for that position to make sure that we can maintain the programs. And then one of our programs, thank you, expanded. So we needed to expand it, which again, we're grateful for, but the chief is one of the last positions, and we're really, really grateful, particularly with us now being fully staffed on the grant manager side. We need to train those new grant managers. We need to make sure that we have, all the things in place to make sure that the workplace that we've worked really hard to build and to get individuals in is psychologically safe, that they feel welcome, and importantly, that they can do the reasonable expectation of a public servant. And so we're really grateful to be in the selection process for that.
Sure.
Say one more thing. We talked about 26. I want to promise you that in FY 27, those positions are fully funded. Okay, so whatever, as Director Porter was making those changes with her positions, we made sure we aligned that with the 27 submission to the mayor. So we were simultaneously trying to adjust 26 and make sure 27 was aligned to the change so that we made sure those positions were fully funded.
Got it.
So hopefully they'll help you out there.
Yeah, they're all fully funded.
Yes. Yes.
Great. So tell me what some of your thinking was around the victim services cuts.
So the victim services cuts, honestly, and this is obviously in collaboration with our budget team, were pretty much to sustain what was the proposal from the previous year, the mayor's proposed baseline. And so the enhancements that the council submitted last year, they were brought back to baseline, but essentially that was sort of the baseline that the administration went back to for the budget.
Understood. Okay. Is there anything else you want to highlight tonight?
Sure. I think one of the things that is important to highlight now, and I highlighted this last year, and I thank you for the opportunity to highlight it. We had 12 people move $110 million last year. And it was a Herculean feat that I think it's notable, but we're in the next phase. And so I just want to take a few moments to kind of highlight where we are. We had a whole procurement of a new grants management system and change management, internal and external. We now have new people who they are, have learned the new system, but we have individuals that are grandfathered into the new system, and that took a lot. And so we are just grateful for the investments that the mayor has given us, and we have to continue to invest in these new individuals. We have a lot of former feds, and we have a lot of DC residents who stepped up and want to serve. And it's important not just to retain them and making sure that we're working with the budget office, that they're long-term retaining individuals, but that we can train them, but that we can make sure that we're investing in them so that we're not, at a situation where you're not hearing what you're hearing from them, that the budget, which is your role, is the main issue, but we want to expand what we're doing. And so that takes, us maintaining our operations, that takes us maintaining our training, because we're in a new era where we have young people that have come in and they've picked up large portfolios and they have been running, and you've heard from some of our grantees how pleased they've been. We have to continue that. And then finally, I think, and it's interesting because the chief kind of alluded to some of this too, where we've made investments. It's important that we have the capacity, to your earlier point, to make sure that we can also extend what is the agency's capacity, because we know long-term our budget is going to continue to lean where it is. And so making sure that we have the capacity to continue to have our staff so that they can explore other federal grants, the discretionary grants that we do have to work with John to say, okay, we can get this $100,000, but can we maintain it, right? Is it going to be here today? Is it here tomorrow? That takes capacity, that takes skill, that takes training. And I want to echo something that I think the chief mentioned, but I will say put OVSJG up against any of our colleagues across the country and they learn from us. The district is unique in how our justice system is set up. You know this very well. And we're proud of the innovation that has come out of grant making. We were having a conversation with MPD's cold case unit. And we actually did a presentation at the University of Maryland. They had a trauma conference and there was a survivor who shared her story. And she shared her agita, her anxiety of even coming forward and experiencing DC system because of her lack of trust. And she listed at least 3 of the innovation that has come out of our office. She talked about the fact that there was a rape kit tracker that she could track and see what was happening. We created this through grant making, through our office. She talked about the collaboration with the nurse examiners. OVSJG funded and helped to create the DC Forensic Nurse Examiners. And so that the human capital that is here is what makes OVSJG amazing. And so we have been through a lot. And so I would be remiss not to say, share my gratitude for you continuing to invest in us, invest in our growth. And I'm sure that you'll be proud on the end to see the continued innovation, the continued efforts and support. And then finally, I also want to acknowledge, because we didn't get a chance to talk about this, our juvenile justice portfolio. I know, we're focusing on some of the budget, but we know that is a heavily federally funded budget, and we're really proud of that work. And thank you for your partnership and the partnership of the mayor for us to continue to support that work. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Director. Thank you, the entire OVSJ team. I think OVSJG team. I think we still have a lot of work to do in this budget together. And so I hope in the next 2 weeks, we can be very in touch, because the gaps that we know are there are just too significant. And they give me a lot of concern and worry, as I'm sure they do to you as well. So look forward to working with you on that. And also want to thank my team for being here with me all day long, every day, and all your great work.
Are you all getting overtime? Chief took all that time talking about overtime. I'm joking. For the record, it is, for everyone at home, it's 9:05 p.m. Thank you, team council.
Thank you. Yes, and the building team too. All right. With that, the time is